Chapter 1. The City of Rules on the Continent of Fantasy. The City of Rules stands as the largest prison in the world, unparalleled in its enormity here. Nearly 1 million offenders are confined, forming the renowned prison metropolis of the fantasy continent in the City of Rules. Each criminal is assigned a specific job and, likewise, a semblance of life remarkably. They can even earn a currency that circulates within the city through their labor, using it to enhance their existence. Yet, the undeniable truth remains. The City of Rules is a prison, and every inmate is devoid of freedom. They cannot depart the city for the duration of their sentences and must work, resting only in designated areas at night. During the day, the City of Rules thrives with vibrancy, while the night descends into an eerie silence. Currently, it is daytime in the City of Rules. The marketplace bustles, a veritable haven for bargains, teeming with people and energy. Beside a stall, a youth donning a straw hat stands in a daze. Luffy gazes blankly at the array of haphazard items displayed upon the square cloth of his stall. Most strikingly, several uniquely shaped fruits adorned with bizarre patterns catch the eye, almost mesmerizing in their allure. Could these possibly be the infamous devil fruits? As a self-proclaimed otaku, Luffy would stake his entire life of solitude on the certainty that the fruits before him are indeed devil fruits. Upon confirming his suspicions, Luffy suddenly realizes that he has traversed into another world. In that fleeting moment, memories flood back to him. After completing a day's work on the blue planet, he had stayed up late indulging in anime, only to succumb to darkness and lose consciousness. In the next instant, like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, he lunges for the devil fruits, gathering them into his embrace before settling back into his original position. The notion of traversing worlds is not a significant concern, however. The devil fruits before him are an opportunity he cannot afford to overlook. Evidently, Luffy swiftly accepts the reality of his situation and immediately comprehends what his newfound advantage entails. Lowering his gaze to the fruits nestled in his arms, he inhales the tantalizing aroma wafting from them, unable to suppress the salivation that ensues. As he contemplates which devil fruit to select, his abrupt movements attract the attention of a nearby onlooker, who offers a rather unkind remark. "Little fool, are you at it again? Those fruits are nothing but foul-tasting." In response, Luffy shoots a glare at the individual, mentally retorting, "You are the real fool. Your entire family is." However, as he scrutinizes the figure before him, a stout man with a robust physique and a face adorned with excess flesh, Luffy recognizes the disparity in their physicality. Should this man decide to strike, Luffy would likely find himself gravely injured, if not worse. Rapidly assessing the gap in combat prowess, he suppresses his anger. A wise man does not engage in foolish disputes before securing his prize. Amidst these thoughts, a sudden surge of memories crashes into his mind, akin to a switch being flipped. Moments later, a bitter smile graces Luffy's face. It turns out that the moniker for his current persona is indeed Little Fool. This world is known as the fantasy continent. Randomly, various illusions manifest throughout the land. Upon entering these illusions and meeting specific conditions, one can extract certain items from them. Such illusions have given rise to numerous unruly rogues, who form the darker side of this world. These rogues are categorized into 3 distinct groups based on their areas of activity. Those who thrive on land are known as road bandits. Those who soar through the skies are called sky pirates. And those who roam the seas are identified as sea pirates. Together, road bandits, sky pirates, and sea pirates constitute the shadowy underbelly of the world. In contrast, the luminous aspect of the world is represented by the various national governments forming the world government, which relentlessly combats these 3 factions to maintain order. The original Luffy, having suffered a severe blow to the head that rendered him somewhat daft, was deceived into joining a band of pirates before he could embark on any adventures. He was apprehended by the officials of the world government. Due to the relatively minor nature of his offenses, he was sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment and sent to the City of Rules for rehabilitation. Now, 2 months have elapsed since Luffy's arrival in the City of Rules. During this time, the daft Luffy has endured relentless bullying at the hands of the truly malevolent criminals surrounding him. The label Little Fool was bestowed upon him by these inmates, a title the original Luffy, due to his mental state, failed to comprehend. As these memories resurface, Tears begin to cascade down Lu Fei's cheeks. Unbidden, such a wretched existence is perhaps a form of liberation for the original soul with that thought. He steels himself, collecting his emotions. Once more, Lu Fei's gaze sharpens. Focusing on the devil fruits in his grasp thanks to the memories he has regained, he acknowledges the truth in the earlier remark. These fruits are indeed repugnant. As the original Lu Fei had foolishly been persuaded to consume one, the recollection of that experience still induces a wave of nausea within him. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The key lies in the understanding that consuming a devil fruit does not bestow its powers upon the eater in the fantasy continent. Items extracted from illusions typically require the fulfillment of a specific condition to activate their effects, hence, the prevalence of devil fruits, to the extent that Lu Fei's stall boasts several. Does this mean that the devil fruits in Lu Fei's possession are rendered useless? No, certainly not. The activation of these illusionary items hinges on triggering their resonance, thereby unlocking their potential. In other words, possessing knowledge of the significant events these items have endured can render activation possible. Now, as a half-hearted otaku, Lu Fei is well acquainted with the lore of devil fruits, and he recognizes the one nestled in his arms. It is a fruit adorned with patterns reminiscent of lightning, and upon its sight, for characters surface in his mind. Thunderbolt fruit. The thunderbolt fruit, also known as the boom boom fruit, grants the consumer the powers of the elemental realm of lightning. Setting aside the other devil fruits, Lu Fei seizes the thunderbolt fruit, examining it with the reverence one would afford the most exquisite of treasures. After scrutinizing the thunderbolt fruit, he casts a glance at the burly man nearby, who, in his memories, had shown considerable kindness towards the original Lu Fei. The earlier comment was indeed a genuine expression of concern. Thus, Lu Fei addresses the robust man. Once you are free, seek me out. My name shall resound throughout the world. Under the gaze of the man, who perceives him as a fool, Lu Fei remains undeterred. Without hesitation, he brings the thunderbolt fruit to his lips and takes a mighty bite. As an indescribably foul taste surges through his senses, the thunderbolt fruit does not retain its form as it did in his memories. Instead, it transforms into a bolt of lightning, surging into Lu Fei's mouth. In the next moment, he is enveloped in a brilliant blue radiance amidst the astonished expressions of the surrounding criminals. Lu Fei revels in the overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, yearning to proclaim to the heavens, "I govern my fate, not the heavens." However, he manages to stifle such over-the-top thoughts. After all, he aspires to become a formidable force that echoes throughout the world, leaving no room for such historical blunders. Lu Fei's extraordinary transformation not only draws the attention of the criminals, but also alerts the prison guards armed to the teeth. They rush towards him, shouting, "Everyone, do not move." Observing the guards closing in on him, Lu Fei smiles faintly. Had he truly been a criminal, he might have considered remaining where he stood, yet he is not, and thus he has no intention of squandering time in this place. With a mere thought, his entire being morphs into a bolt of lightning. Shooting skyward in the blink of an eye, he locks onto a direction and vanishes in a flash of blue light. At that moment, both criminals and guards alike stand in stunned silence. Gazing at the vanishing figure of Lu Fei, a singular thought reverberates in their minds. He has escaped. Before long, the piercing sound of alarms resonates throughout the City of Rules, signaling only one thing. Someone has successfully broken free from the world's largest prison. Attention all personnel, there has been a prison break. All inmates are hereby prohibited from any movement, effective immediately. This prison is now under full lockdown. Accompanying the blaring alarms was the incessant repetition of the announcements. However, rather than instilling a sense of compliance among the criminals, the broadcast jolted them from their stupor. Almost in unison, the inmates erupted into a cacophony of celebration. Whistles, laughter, and envious shouts mingled together, enveloping the entire Rule City in a frenzied atmosphere of revelry. For these convicts, a successful escape was the stuff of dreams. Thus, the actions of Lu Fei sparked their jubilant uproar. Consequently, all guards were mobilized to quell the raucous inmates. Among them, a burly man, who had witnessed Lu Fei's audacious escape up close, transformed his previously bewildered gaze into one of keen interest as Lu Fei successfully broke free. While others succumbed to wild celebration, the burly man murmured to himself, "How intriguing can your name truly resonate across the world, Lu Fei?" Had Lu Fei been present, he would have been profoundly astonished, for in his recollection, none of these criminals were aware of his name. Yet this considerate giant did. This revelation complicated Lu Fei's entry into Rule City. Nevertheless, the truth mattered little to Lu Fei, now that he had successfully escaped. For despite the unknowns that lay ahead, Lu Fei was far from safe. His actions as a fugitive from the largest prison in the world had undoubtedly delivered a resounding slap to Rule City, which would never allow him to evade capture so easily. Thus, a specialized pursuit team was promptly dispatched within Rule City, tasked with the mission of apprehending Lu Fei, with no regard for life or death. Simultaneously, Rule City reported Lu Fei's successful escape to the world government. Officials of the world government took the information to a colossal machine, inputting the details into it. This machine, known as the Heavenly Punishment, served as a formidable tool for the world government in combating the dark underbelly of society. By entering the relevant information about the lawbreaker into the Heavenly Punishment, it could assess the individual's criminal behavior and capabilities, aided by the unseen hand of fate, subsequently generating a wanted notice. The world government would then disseminate this notice, launching a worldwide manhunt for the individual. Without a wanted notice, the world government could only take matters into its own hands. However, with a notice, it could attract many to pursue the target on its behalf. Such notices come with a bounty attached. Moments later, the Heavenly Punishment issued a wanted notice. Wanted, Pirate King Luffy. Bounty, 30 million. The notice depicted Lu Fei adorned with a straw hat, beaming with a foolish grin. Upon receiving it, the official glanced at it, momentarily taken aback. Why such a high amount? Then, the official turned and departed, intending to distribute the wanted notice. Before long, Rule City received Lu Fei's wanted notice, and the bounty similarly astonished them. For a newcomer appearing on a wanted list for the first time, 30 million was indeed a substantial figure. Thus, the successfully escaped Lu Fei transformed from an unknown into a wanted criminal valued at 30 million. And a team of pursuers was hot on his trail. Unbeknownst to Lu Fei, as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, streaking across the sky, by the time he emerged from his electrifying state, he had already traveled over 1,000 kilometers away from Rule City. Pale and clad in prison garb, Lu Fei materialized beside a tree. Breathing heavily, Lu Fei steadied himself before making his way towards the town he had glimpsed from the air. However, before he could venture far, two masked men suddenly leaped out from behind a tree, each wielding a large blade, blocking his path. "This road is mine. This tree was planted by me. If you wish to pass through, leave behind some toll." The two men recited their lines in unison, showcasing their well-practiced business acumen. Once they finished, they raised their blades towards Lu Fei, their fierce gazes making their intentions unmistakably clear. Robbery. Observing the scene, Lu Fei glanced at his prison attire, then at the casual clothing of the two brutes, and chuckled. Isn't this a fortuitous gift? Initially troubled by how to dispose of his prison garb, he found that assistance had conveniently arrived. Just as Lu Fei smiled and prepared to take action, the two robbers dropped their weapons and immediately knelt before him. Bang, bang. Following that, the resounding sound of two burly men's heads striking the ground as they performed a prostrating salute left Lu Fei momentarily stunned. To be frank, Lu Fei had never before witnessed such a decisive and rapid act of surrender. More importantly, in the face of such an elaborate display, he found it inappropriate to retaliate. Filled with confusion, he pondered why these men could kneel and surrender without a moment's hesitation. Could it be that his regal aura had inadvertently leaked out? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he questioned aloud, "What is this?" Upon hearing Lu Fei's inquiry, the two men hastily replied, "Respected sir, please forgive our earlier rudeness." It was only then that Lu Fei realized that when he had taken notice of their attire, they had also recognized the criminal garb he wore. Although this place was thousands of kilometers from the city of regulations, it still fell within its jurisdiction. Therefore, Criminals apprehended here would inevitably be sent to serve their sentences in the city of regulations. The two men had passed through that city, so they were acutely aware of what it meant to encounter someone clad in the attire of a fugitive. It signified that Lu Fei had escaped from the city of regulations, which meant he was not someone they could afford to rob. Realizing this the moment they recognized his garb, their only thoughts were on how to preserve their lives, resulting in the prostration Lu Fei had witnessed. Understanding this, Lu Fei's inclination to act against such perceptive individuals faded. However, while they could escape the death penalty, they could not evade punishment altogether. Minutes later, Lu Fei donned a casual outfit and continued his journey toward the town. As for the two burly men, one was left without a shirt and the other without pants. They exchanged glances before lunging at each other, bickering, "Give me your pants." "No, you should be giving me your clothes." About 10 minutes later, the two men, clad in nothing but their undergarments, gazed at the remnants of their clothing on the ground, utterly despondent. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, now dressed in oversized garments, slowly entered the town. It was a small settlement, its pitifully low walls serving merely as decoration. There were even no guards at the entrance, allowing Lu Fei to stroll in openly. Within the town, the flow of people was considerable, marking it as a relatively prosperous small town. Lu Fei wandered aimlessly, observing his surroundings while searching for opportunities to earn money. At that moment, he was penniless, making his situation quite dire. However, he was not an actual criminal, and thus would not resort to illegal activities. Therefore, the most pressing concern for Lu Fei was singular: to procure money, to earn money, to earn money. As a traveler from the Blue Planet, Lu Fei believed that the path to wealth lay in employment. Thus, he was in search of a job. Yet, after half an hour of searching, he discovered that all available positions required local connections. Outsiders like him needed a guarantor. Consequently, Lu Fei had to abandon the idea of working for someone else. The dream of being a worker, a laborer, seemed to slip away. With tears in his eyes, he turned and entered a tavern, the Bounty Tavern. While seeking work, Lu Fei also learned of the fastest and most legitimate way to earn money: capturing wanted criminals. Each wanted individual carried a bounty, ranging from tens of thousands to several millions. Those who specialized in apprehending such criminals were known as bounty hunters. The Bounty Tavern served as their base of operations. Due to the rampant crime, bounty taverns proliferated across the continent. The one Lu Fei walked into was situated in this small town. Upon entering the tavern, Lu Fei's youthful face, coupled with the ill-fitting, oversized clothing he wore, drew the attention of the bounty hunters inside. "Kid, you're in the wrong place. This is a tavern, not a nursery. Get out of here. This isn't where you belong." The moment Lu Fei stepped into the Bounty Tavern, he was met with the bounty hunter's harsh words. One should not assume that bounty hunters, tasked with capturing wanted criminals, are righteous individuals. They too are motivated by money and risk their lives for it. Often, if their efforts yield no results for an extended period, they have no qualms about dabbling in piracy or banditry themselves. Thus, it was no surprise that they greeted Lu Fei with such hostility. Lu Fei anticipated this reception and did not engage further, casting a cold glance at the bounty hunters who had insulted him, memorizing their faces. Indeed, he intended to check if any wanted posters featured these individuals. If he found nothing, all would be well, but if he did, then they would be in for an unpleasant surprise. This was a fantastical realm, a world where criminals and the government stood in stark opposition, where light and darkness intertwined. Those with sharp tongues, lacking matching strength, were courting death. Lu Fei's icy demeanor immediately prompted the bounty hunters to rise, ready for confrontation, just as Lu Fei prepared to swiftly deal with these foolish hunters. The bartender from the tavern interjected, "Fighting is prohibited in the Bounty Tavern." Upon hearing this, the bounty hunters preparing to act against Lu Fei made a throat-cutting gesture, glaring at him before taking their seats once more. It was evident that they had fixed their sights on Lu Fei, waiting for him to exit the tavern to strike. Seeing this, Lu Fei smirked, further inciting their anger. After confirming that they would indeed act against him, he approached the bulletin board within the tavern. The board was plastered with wanted posters, predominantly showcasing bounties ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, aligning well with the town's demographics. For even if a bounty in the millions were posted, the local bounty hunters would have no chance of claiming it, rendering such notices meaningless. After examining the bulletin board for several minutes without finding what he sought, Lu Fei made his way to the bar. He looked at the bartender and, in a calm tone, stated, "I need something." His gaze flicked toward the bounty hunters poised to attack before he chose to say no more. He knew the bartender understood his intent. for Luffy could sense the cold sweat cascading from the bartender as he appeared quite apprehensive as anticipated. Upon Luffy's request, the bartender nodded promptly, pouring him a glass of beer before bending down to busy himself. Minutes later, he presented Luffy with a stack of wanted posters. Luffy took the posters, downed the beer in one gulp, and turned to exit the tavern. Witnessing this, the bounty hunters exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with malice, and without hesitation, they followed suit. However, what they failed to notice was the bartender's gaze as he watched Luffy's retreating figure. Filled with fear, while his look directed at the hunters was one of pity, for hidden in the secretive corner of the bar was a wanted poster featuring Luffy, quietly resting there. Normally, such high-value wanted posters wouldn't reach this place, as they would be futile. However, if the wanted individual happened to be in the vicinity, the surrounding towns would receive the information. Luffy undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. When the bartender received this wanted poster, he was intrigued as to why this young man bore a bounty of 30 million, only to see Luffy enter moments later. At that moment, upon seeing the youth associated with such a staggering bounty, the bartender was left dumbfounded, his legs trembling uncontrollably. A criminal with a bounty in the millions could easily decimate this town. As for his upper body, it was only due to his professional training that he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Even the words he had just uttered stemmed from a place of fear. Instinctively spoken, after saying them, he wished he could slap himself for being so indiscreet. Fortunately, Luffy is not a genuine criminal. He is still willing to abide by reasonable regulations. Regrettably, the bartender's pretense of normalcy deceives these bounty hunters. Yet it cannot elude Luffy's keen perception. With the powers bestowed by the Thunder Fruit, Luffy now possesses a form of Kinbunchika Haki, enabling him to sense everything around him through electrical waves. Thus, when he found nothing on the public notice board, he went directly to the bartender and posed that question. The bartender, driven by a strong desire for survival, naturally spared no effort to fulfill Luffy's request. Holding a stack of wanted posters, Luffy leisurely made his way to a narrow alley. Moments later, several bounty hunters hastily entered the alley, glaring fiercely at Luffy. In this small town, their status as bounty hunters allowed them to act with impunity. And being provoked by Luffy incited considerable rage within them. Upon seeing Luffy, the bounty hunters immediately drew their weapons, each wielding a flintlock pistol. Bang, 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 with a series of gunshots. Several lead bullets sped towards Luffy's body. However, before the cruel smiles on the bounty hunters' faces could fully bloom, they watched in horror as the bullets passed straight through Luffy's form. As the bounty hunters displayed expressions of terror, they beheld Luffy's body crackling with electricity. Just as they prepared to kneel and beg for mercy, Luffy waved his hand, and bolts of L. However, it is essential to note that this card is devoid of a password, allowing anyone to utilize it. Before long, Luffy emerged from the exchange center, clutching his bank card. This card, rather unremarkable, bore a simple engraving of the character for thunder on its front, while the back displayed the emblem of the world government. As he gazed upon this card, Luffy was enveloped by a sense of malevolence, an insidious intent emanating from the world government. A straightforward bounty exchange process that requires no identity verification, coupled with a password-less bank card. All of this facilitates a situation where wrongdoers can effortlessly oscillate between the identities of criminals and bounty hunters. In essence, the world government has traded a mere bounty for the spectacle of self-destruction among its own. It must be said, this is an extraordinarily cunning maneuver. However, for the wanted Luffy, it is undoubtedly fraught with malice. As night fell, having indulged in a hearty meal, Luffy reclined on the bed in his modest lodgings, reflecting on the day's events, consuming the Thunder Fruit, escaping from prison, being robbed, shot at, and ultimately becoming a bounty hunter. Each of these experiences heralded a significant transformation in his day. Yet, beyond these incidents, Luffy was far more captivated by the unfolding of this new world before him. The thought of a plethora of fantastical items awaiting his discovery stirred his heart with excitement. This signified that his experiences on this blue planet constituted his most invaluable treasure, much like the devil fruit displayed at today's street market, which remained unnoticed until activated. Once awakened, it could bestow upon Luffy powers that ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom. Nevertheless, a sense of caution lingered in Luffy's mind, for the method of activating these fantastical items could only be employed once. Thus, after employing the straightforward and somewhat crude declaration of "I am Monkey D. Luffy" to activate the Thunder Fruit, he could not replicate this method for any other items. This was precisely why Lu Fei had shouted in public. By channeling his emotions, he aimed to resonate with the thunder fruit, hastening its activation. Moreover, he harbored no concerns about others learning his method, as it was a one-time use only. Lu Fei's vigilance stemmed from his status as a semi-recluse. Many finer details were beyond his grasp. In other words, the methods available to him for activation were not infinite, compelling him to deliberate carefully when activating fantastical items. In summary, Lu Fei's future brimmed with limitless possibilities. Amid his anticipation for what lay ahead, Lu Fei succumbed to slumber, marking the conclusion of his first day in this fantastical realm. Meanwhile, as Lu Fei slept, a small airship glided through the sky, heading towards the town. The airship's exterior bore a massive city emblem, signifying it was the official vessel of Giju City. Indeed, this airship was transporting a pursuit team dispatched to capture Lu Fei. Inside the airship, the members of the pursuit team were gathered around, their eyes fixed on a wanted poster bearing Lu Fei's image, the atmosphere thick with gravity. A bounty in the tens of millions indicated the formidable strength of the wanted individual. Simultaneously, it implied that their mission was fraught with peril, with casualties likely unavoidable. In this heavy ambience, all eyes converged upon a woman among the team, unlike her comrades, clad in combat attire that exuded an elite aura. This woman donned a short skirt, a stylish hat, and her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, her long boots accentuating her allure, while her attire highlighted her captivating figure. The sniper rifle in her hands and the steely gaze in her eyes revealed her exceptional prowess. She was Catherine, an officer seconded to Giju City. This pursuit was one she had eagerly volunteered for. The reason the entire pursuit team focused their attention on Catherine was singular. She was, without a doubt, the strongest among them aboard the airship. If they aimed to minimize losses in the face of a bounty criminal of such caliber, they would undeniably need to rely on Catherine's strength. Thus, the entire pursuit team regarded her with hopeful anticipation, their expressions seemingly pleading, "Dear leader, guide us." In response to the multitude of expectant gazes, Catherine did not adopt a pretentious demeanor. Instead, she nodded decisively and proclaimed, "Leave it to me." Her words instantly lifted the previously oppressive atmosphere within the airship. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lu Fei opened his eyes. The moment he rose from his bed, he swiftly retracted the lightning traps he had placed by the doors and windows. As a wanted individual, and indeed a walking bounty of 30 million, Lu Fei exercised great caution, even in his slumber. Of course, what he cherished most was the protection of his bank card. The prospect of a petty thief absconding with it while he slept would spell considerable trouble. As the saying goes, one may dare to confront Lu Fei, but to touch his wealth, that would be met with dire consequences. After freshening up and donning a new outfit, Lu Fei stood before his discarded clothing. With no sentimentality, he waved his hand, and a surge of lightning descended upon the old garments, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Gazing at the remnants of the criminal attire, Lu Fei's expression grew solemn. After a night's rest, the memories within his mind had crystallized with greater clarity. Initially, he believed he had been deceived into joining a pirate crew, thus captured as a pirate in Giju City. Yet, the original owner of this body was a fool. No pirate crew would seek such an individual. Hence, it appeared he had merely been a pawn, captured in the process. The reason for his being a mere pawn was due to the military merits gained from apprehending criminals. And a person like the original owner was the perfect opportunity for accruing such merits. In other words, Lu Fei was not a criminal. Rather, he had been deliberately ensnared to serve as a means of collecting military accolades. Upon realizing this, a surge of indignation welled up within Lu Fei. Why should he suffer such injustice? Why should he be a wanted man? Crackling with fury, an aura of lightning enveloped Lu Fei's form, causing the air to crackle ominously. Fortunately, Lu Fei remained rational, aware that in a vast forest, all manner of birds could be found, and he refrained from escalating his anger towards the entire world government. However, with the fact of his wanted status now a foregone conclusion, it meant that Lu Fei had but one path to tread. He retrieved his wanted poster, gazing at the glaring 30 million. And a smile crept across his face. If he wished for his name to resonate throughout the world, 30 million was but a mere beginning. The foundational levels of bounties began at 10,000, then escalated to 100,000, a million, 10 million, 100 million, and finally a billion. In the shadowy underbelly of the world, the level of a bounty signified an individual's identity and strength. If Lu Fei aspired to make his name known globally, a billion was merely the starting point. He had a long road ahead. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Fei exited his room. Clad in casual attire and a face covering, he first resolved his breakfast at a restaurant before embarking on a leisurely stroll. His primary destinations were various shops. Do not misunderstand. Luffy was not there to shop, but rather to seek out fantastical items. Regrettably, after wandering for most of the day, he found nothing as renowned as the devil fruit. To be precise, while the realm of fantastical items was vast, Luffy, being somewhat of a recluse, recognized many items yet could not recall their names. In truth, he did come across several devil fruits, but alas, they were either of the paramecia or zoan types, which failed to pique his interest. After all, even if Luffy desired to collect devil fruits, he was inclined towards the logia type. Having already consumed the thunder fruit, any other devil fruits held little utility for him. Thus, after a day of aimless wandering, Luffy had gained knowledge but little else. At noon, he sat in a diner, consuming his meal while perusing a newspaper he had purchased, seeking to familiarize himself with global affairs. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a report about himself in a corner of the paper. The world's largest prison, Giju City, has reportedly been successfully escaped from by a young criminal. This criminal claims to be a pirate, Monkey D. Luffy. Investigations reveal that this is the first time Monkey D. Luffy has been placed on the wanted list. With a bounty soaring to 30 million, a supernova among pirates is on the rise. As Luffy gazed intently, a smile involuntarily graced his features. Monkey D. Luffy, the Pirate King, a humorous reference that had taken root on the blue planet, unexpectedly beginning to circulate in this world due to his resounding shout. Just as Luffy smiled at the newspaper, 1,000 meters away, Catherine lay concealed at a high vantage point, her sniper rifle aimed squarely at him. Through the scope, Catherine focused intently on Luffy. To her eyes, he appeared to be merely an ordinary youth, devoid of any hint of a pirate's ruthlessness. However, as a competent sniper, Catherine entirely set aside her personal thoughts. Executing a pursuit mission, an endeavor regarding Luffy, indifferent to his life or death. Thus, her finger rested on the trigger, ready to fire at the slightest opportunity. Meanwhile, around Luffy's dining table, members of the pursuit team had encircled him from several angles. Did he not notice the danger closing in? No, Luffy was certainly aware. While Catherine, 1,000 meters away, might have escaped his notice due to the distance, the nearby pursuit team was entirely within his perception. After all, Luffy had consumed the thunder fruit, granting him the ability to sense his surroundings with remarkable clarity. In his awareness, he could easily discern the number and strength of the pursuers. His smile encompassed both the amusement derived from the newspaper and the derision toward those who had set their sights on him, though he was uncertain of their origins. Luffy could surmise that they were either bounty hunters or agents dispatched by the City of Order. Regardless of their identities, their intent remained singular: to capture or eliminate Luffy. For Luffy, surrender was not an option. Thus, he contemplated whether to flee or to confront them head-on. That he remained undecided even after finishing his meal. Upon exiting the restaurant, he walked straight ahead, gradually veering off the beaten path. When in crowded places, the pursuit team maintained a facade, but as they entered a secluded area, they brazenly followed him. At that moment, the members of the pursuit team recognized that Luffy was intentionally leading them to a remote location, indicating that they had reached a critical juncture where both sides would rely on their respective skills. Luffy brought the pursuit team to the outskirts of the city before halting. He turned to face them, a look of hesitation crossing his face. To kill or not to kill? The pursuit team, oblivious to his internal conflict, bellowed at him. Monkey D. Luffy, we are from the City of Order, and we are here under orders to capture you. If you return with us willingly, there may still be a chance for your life. However, should you choose to resist, do not blame us for executing you on the spot. Their commanding voices clearly conveyed an indifferent attitude toward Luffy's life or death. Yet, for Luffy, such words were far from reassuring. He frowned. Was this truly indifference to life and death? If so, he would not hesitate to strike back. After all, those who kill are often met with retribution. A dangerous glint flickered in Luffy's eyes as he prepared to act. Just then, Catherine, who had been aiming at him the entire time, decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! At the sound of the gunfire, a bullet traversed the distance of 1,000 meters, striking towards Luffy's leg. Clearly, Catherine intended to incapacitate his ability to escape. However, the bullet failed to achieve its intended effect, passing straight through Luffy's leg and embedding itself in the ground. As the bullet neared him, Luffy's body had already elementalized, rendering the physical attack ineffective. What? In the astonished gaze of the pursuit team, Luffy abruptly turned to face the direction from which the bullet had come, prompting Catherine to decisively squeeze the trigger once more. Unlike her first shot, this time, a blue light illuminated her sniper rifle. The bullet, enveloped in blue light, emanated a terrifying energy that instilled dread. At that moment, Luffy struck. He raised his right hand, sending a bolt of lightning soaring into the sky. Thunder punishment. In the next instant, a thunderbolt descended from the heavens, splitting into 5, and struck the members of the pursuit team, who were unable to evade in time. Crackling sounds filled the air as the members of the pursuit team convulsed and collapsed, their bodies emitting wisps of smoke. At that very moment, the blue glowing bullet approached Luffy. Faced with such a formidable projectile, he would not dare to take it head-on. With a flicker of electrical energy, he vanished from his position. Using the lightning body technique, Luffy transformed into a streak of lightning, instantaneously crossing 1,000 meters to arrive beside the high-perched Catherine. However, upon seeing her clad in a short skirt, revealing long legs and wielding a sniper rifle, Luffy was taken aback. This sniper, who had fired upon him, looked strikingly familiar. Yet, familiarity aside, as Catherine prepared to leap and attack him, Luffy acted without hesitation. He seized her by the neck with his left hand, his right fist crackling with lightning, and coldly commanded, "Do not move." Catherine, feeling the dangerous aura emanating from his electrified fist and the grip tightening around her throat, could only meet his gaze with defiance. At that moment, their positions were rather intriguing. Luffy towered over her, half sitting on her soft abdomen, while Catherine lay beneath him, pinned down. In a different context, this scene would surely exude an air of intimacy. However, given the palpable tension and murderous intent between them, even as Luffy sensed Catherine's soft form and caught a whiff of her fragrance, he felt no inclination toward desire. Instead, he glared at her with lethal intent. "Tell me, what is your name?" "Catherine," she replied without hesitation, revealing her identity. After repeating her name twice, Luffy suddenly growled, "Catherine, die." Without a hint of mercy, his electrified fist descended towards her delicate face. Just as it seemed Catherine would perish beneath Luffy's thunderous blow, a burst of blue light enveloped her, and in an instant, she vanished from beneath him. As she disappeared, her furious voice echoed in the air. "Monkey D. Luffy, I will remember you." It was evident that Catherine would eventually seek retribution for this encounter. However, Luffy, upon hearing her words, rose leisurely, a smirk playing on his lips. "You seek Monkey D. Luffy. What concern is that of Luffy?" From Luffy's demeanor and words, it was clear that Catherine's escape had not caught him off guard. In fact, after his thunderous shout, he had deliberately allowed things to unfold this way. Upon recognizing Catherine's appearance and abilities, and confirming her name, Luffy understood that she was indeed the familiar female officer from his memories of the Blue Planet. To further test her, he had intentionally made his move, affording her ample time to react. Just as he anticipated, Catherine possessed a means of escape, activating it decisively when faced with the threat of death. Luffy had been prepared for this, knowing that Catherine, endowed with beauty and exceptional sniping skills, undoubtedly had a formidable background. Catherine, this world is becoming increasingly fascinating. Luffy gazed up at the sky, smiling as he spoke to himself. The appearance of Catherine, a fantastical figure, made Luffy realize that this world harbored greater possibilities. After pausing for a moment, he randomly chose a direction, transforming into a bolt of lightning and vanishing from his spot. Originally, Luffy intended to linger in this town for a while, but the arrival of a pursuit squad from Rule City indicated that it was no longer safe here. Thus, he needed to change his location. Fidel City, nestled between mountains and waters, was a bustling metropolis renowned far and wide. However, what truly distinguished Fidel City was not its prosperity, but its status. It was not under the jurisdiction of the world government, but rather an independent force. Consequently, pirates, land bandits, and sky thieves converged here, making it a famously neutral city. Veiled with a scarf, Luffy paid the entry fee and joined the throngs of people as he entered Fidel City. This place was thousands of miles away from Rule City. Initially, Luffy had planned to find a small town to truly engage with this world, but upon hearing news of Fidel City during his journey, he decisively altered his course to arrive here. The closer he got to the city, the more exhilarated Luffy felt. Along the way, he encountered numerous wanted individuals, each with bounties worth millions or even tens of millions. As a part-time bounty hunter, Luffy exerted immense willpower to suppress his urge to act. Be precise, it was his thirst for wealth that he struggled to contain, especially now, as he entered the city. He observed wanted individuals with bounties in the hundreds of millions. Moreover, Luffy noticed a peculiar trait. Those with bounties in the millions tended to keep their heads down, fearful of being recognized. Those with bounties in the tens of millions generally concealed their identities but at least could walk with their heads held high. Meanwhile, those with bounties in the hundreds of millions walked with audacity, As Lu Fei strolled through Fidel City, he fully embraced his position of 30 million, masked and observing as he went. He also spotted officials from the world government walking the streets, seemingly oblivious to the wanted individuals passing by. Clearly, this was a city brimming with freedom. Lu Fei took a deep breath. This was indeed the place where he wished to reside. "Excuse me, sir, would you require a guide?" Suddenly, a little girl appeared beside him. Respectfully inquiring. Lu Fei scrutinized the child. Her hair was a dull yellow, her cheeks somewhat pale, and she wore patched clothing. It was evident at first glance that this girl came from a poor background. What caught Lu Fei's attention was the hopeful gleam in her eyes and her tattered yet meticulously maintained garments. Nodding in response to the girl's expectant gaze, her face blossomed with a bright smile as she exclaimed, "Then, sir, where would you like to go? Or what would you like to do in Fidel City?" Lu Fei replied directly, "I wish to reside here for a while." The girl immediately responded, "Sir, I believe your most pressing need is for accommodation." Under the girl's guidance, Lu Fei quickly spent several thousand on a small house located in the commoner district. In truth, according to the girl, several thousand would suffice for a month's stay in an inn. Yet Lu Fei opted for the modest house, seeking independence. Following that, Lu Fei, with the girl's assistance, procured ample living necessities. After a long afternoon, Lu Fei surveyed the tidy little house stocked with provisions and nodded in satisfaction. He then generously handed 500 to the girl as payment for her guiding services in Fidel City. 500 was sufficient for a commoner to live comfortably for half a month. For the girl, earning this amount for half a day's service was indeed a considerable income. However, she did not accept the money. Instead, she knelt before Lu Fei, bowing her head to the ground as a gesture of utmost respect. "Sir, please take me in. I am well acquainted with Fidel City and can provide you with a wealth of information. I can cook, do laundry, and manage household chores. Sir, I am willing to serve you as your maid." The girl did not lament her impoverished condition or the misery of her life. Rather, she continuously enumerated her capabilities to demonstrate her worth. Lu Fei refrained from interrupting her, patiently waiting for her to finish. Once she concluded her plea, he remained silent, observing her malnourished, yellowing hair, contemplating. Regardless of the girl's initiative in approaching him or her subsequent offer, it was evident that she was a capable young girl. Her request for refuge, despite having received 500, showcased her cleverness. With that amount, she could survive for over a month by living frugally, but if Lu Fei took her in, her life would undoubtedly be worry-free. 10 minutes passed, and the girl's head remained bowed to the ground, her small frame showing no signs of movement, which undoubtedly reflected her self-discipline and determination to be accepted by Lu Fei. Seeing this, he inquired, "Why did you choose me?" Lu Fei had discerned that, given the girl's demonstrated abilities, most people would not hesitate to accept such a servant. However, she had not chosen them, but rather the seemingly unremarkable young Lu Fei, who was new to Fidel City. This puzzled him, prompting his question. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl respectfully replied, "Sir, because you are worthy of my loyalty." With that, she reached into her clothing and produced a cherished newspaper. Presenting it to Lu Fei with both hands, he accepted the paper, noticing it was tattered, clearly discarded after having been read, and retrieved by the girl. The highlighted article reported Lu Fei's successful escape from Rule City. Once Lu Fei finished reading the newspaper, the girl produced a wanted poster featuring his likeness and presented it to him, holding the newspaper in one hand and the wanted notice in the other. Lu Fei's lips curled into a smile. This little girl was quite intriguing. Despite her poverty, she had managed to gather information and swiftly locate the most advantageous details for herself. Moreover, her observational skills were commendable. Lu Fei had concealed his entire face throughout their encounter, yet she had managed to find him in the bustling crowd and determined, after their time together, that he was worth following. In that moment, Lu Fei could not conceive a reason to refuse such an interesting girl. Thus, without hesitation, he declared, "You are quite intriguing. I agree to take you in." And so, the newcomer to Fidel City, Lu Fei, secured a temporary residence, and a servant as evening fell. He sat at the table with his eyes closed, appearing to be in deep thought, while the little girl stood on a stool in the kitchen, busily preparing a meal. "Sir, dinner is ready." As the little girl's words echoed, Lu Fei opened his eyes, and a flash of lightning flickered within them. It was evident that Lu Fei had not been in contemplation while his eyes were closed, but rather engaged in a unique form of cultivation. His practice diverged from that of ordinary individuals. While most people either focused on physical training to strengthen their bodies or sat in meditation to enhance their mental acuity, Lu Fei's approach was distinct. Thanks to the thunder fruit, he had acquired the power of lightning. By controlling the electric currents within his body, he could stimulate his cells, ensuring that his physique was constantly in a state of enhancement, every fleeting second contributing to his growing strength. Moreover, during his moments of closed-eyed meditation, he utilized electric waves to perceive the surrounding information, honing his observation haki and thereby amplifying his mental prowess. It could be said that from the very moment he consumed the thunder fruit, Lu Fei had already devised his path of cultivation. For him, the thunder fruit was not merely a means to swiftly gain formidable power. It represented a gateway to an extraordinary journey. That moment, Lu Fei found himself traversing this very path. This was why he had boldly declared to the burly man within the confines of the city that he wished for his name to resound throughout the world. Withdrawing his perception, the lightning in his eyes dissipated, and he turned his gaze to the meal laid out before him. A spread of 3 dishes and a soup, a delightful mix of meat and vegetables. Selecting chopsticks from the neatly arranged tableware, Lu Fei took a bite of the first dish, and his eyes lit up, captivated by its aroma and flavor, though it may not rival the creations of a professional chef. For someone like Lu Fei, who was accustomed only to instant noodles, it was undeniably a delightful taste that he nodded in approval to the little girl, signaling his satisfaction. Subsequently, he did not assume the airs of a host, but invited her to join him at the table. And together they partook in the evening meal. 3 days later, Lu Fei strolled through the bustling market of Fidel City with the little girl, appearing as an ordinary citizen. By this time, the girl had donned the new clothes Lu Fei had purchased for her. And her once dull, straw-colored hair now shimmered with vitality. She had transformed into a refreshed version of herself, with one constant remaining, her unwavering respect for Lu Fei, although she held his hand, signifying her role as his younger sister. Her expression was consistently one of reverence, attentively gauging Lu Fei's demeanor, clearly ready to serve him at any moment. It was evident that she was always conscious of her position, exhibiting no signs of overstepping her bounds. Lu Fei could only feel a sense of helplessness regarding her behavior, yet he could not chastise her for it. Thus, this peculiar pair, appearing as siblings by their silhouettes, yet resembling a master and servant by their expressions, came into being. However, such trivial matters did not hinder Lu Fei's quest for fantastical items. As he surveyed the various stalls in the market, a sense of nostalgia washed over him, for upon his arrival in this world, he too had wandered through such makeshift shops. His eyes roamed over the merchandise, stopping occasionally to examine familiar items. In contrast to his earlier explorations in a small town, Lu Fei now encountered a plethora of recognizable fantastical objects at the market in Fidel City. There were Soul Reaper's blades, the single-hooked Sharingan, and impact shells, an array of treasures displayed on the stalls. The sight of these items ignited a collector's yearning within Lu Fei, yet he was thwarted by his meager finances. While the thousands of yuan required for an impact shell seemed exorbitant, the Soul Reaper's blades, with their weaponry status, were priced at tens of thousands, leaving Lu Fei daunted. Affording such items was simply out of reach. After wandering through the stalls, Lu Fei ultimately realized that the devil fruits were the most affordable option. It was no surprise. He understood that their low price was attributed to their notoriously unpleasant taste and the difficulty in activation. Nevertheless, even the cheapest devil fruit still demanded several thousand yuan. Initially, Lu Fei had anticipated that these fantastical items would be readily available for selection, easily discoverable, and effortlessly activated, propelling him to the pinnacle of success. Yet reality revealed that while there were numerous fantastical items, those truly beneficial to him remained exceedingly rare. After all, Lu Fei's starting point was exceptionally high, with the nature-type thunder fruit granting him dominion over lightning. Such a foundation rendered most fantastical items beneath his notice. He even began to suspect that by commencing with the thunder fruit, he had exhausted his luck, relegating him to a passive state of misfortune. Ultimately, after an extended period of searching, all he gleaned was the harsh truth of his impoverishment, which left him unable to purchase even a handful of fantastical items. Empty-handed, Lu Fei returned home with the little girl. Stopping along the way to procure some fresh vegetables, once again, Lu Fei took the little girl to explore the market. Repeating the same routine. On the 4th day, he summoned the little girl before him. Gazing at her face, now rosy from several days of nourishment, and silently admired her. Lu Fei could discern that the little girl possessed a solid foundation. Her features were quite pleasing, and with proper nutrition, she would undoubtedly blossom into a beautiful young lady within a year or two. Under Lu Fei's appreciative gaze, the little girl exhibited neither fear nor shyness. Instead, she maintained a poised demeanor, allowing his scrutiny without reservation. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Fei finally broke his contemplative silence and declared, "Hand over all your money to me." Upon hearing these words, the little girl exhibited not a hint of hesitation. She retrieved a handful of cash from her bosom and extended it towards Lu Fei with both hands. Lu Fei, initially taken aback, cast a glance into the depths of the girl's attire. Recalling that the last time he had received a newspaper and a wanted poster, they too had emerged from that very place. His astonishment stemmed from his inability to fathom how such an unassuming appearance could conceal so much. However, out of respect for the little girl, Lu Fei refrained from probing further into this matter. Instead, he redirected his focus to the sum of cash she had proffered in her presence. Lu Fei counted the bills, totaling over 2,000 yuan. It was evident to him that this represented the entirety of her savings. After concluding his count, he simply pocketed the money without offering any explanation, extending his hand towards the girl. Observing Lu Fei's large hand, the little girl lifted her small hand to rest atop it. Thus, Lu Fei took her tiny hand and they proceeded towards the market. This time, after wandering for much of the day, Lu Fei finally engaged in a different manner. Previously, he had merely observed without making any purchases, but today, he paused at a street vendor, picking up a devil fruit and inquiring about its price. Following a somewhat clumsy negotiation, Lu Fei acquired the devil fruit for 3,500 yuan, paying the full price. His bargaining skills were so lacking that the little girl watching nearby felt an overwhelming urge to intervene and negotiate herself. Confident in her abilities, she believed that while reducing the price to 350 yuan might be ambitious, negotiating it down to 1,000 yuan was certainly within her grasp. Yet, out of respect for Lu Fei, she suppressed the desire to take action, knowing that doing so would undermine his dignity and contradict her own sense of identity. With the transaction completed, Lu Fei exchanged the girl's funds, adding a bit more of his own to secure the devil fruit. The vendor, after receiving Lu Fei's payment, could hardly conceal his delight, repeatedly urging Lu Fei to return. After all, individuals as easy to deal with as Lu Fei were a rarity in Fidel City. Had Lu Fei not possessed a youthful visage, accompanied by a little girl rather than a burly man, the vendor would never have sold the devil fruit at its original price. Yet, Lu Fei's warm demeanor rendered the vendor unable to be merciless. Lu Fei understood the vendor's thoughts but remained indifferent. The power of this devil fruit far outweighed the mere loss of 1,000 or 2. Having procured the devil fruit, Lu Fei concluded his market excursion, leading the little girl home. Once there, she instinctively began to prepare a meal. Unlike his usual routine of meditative training and observation haki, Lu Fei placed the newly acquired devil fruit on the table to admire it. Indeed, it was a peculiar specimen, resembling a gourd, with a narrow top and a wider base, adorned with bizarre blue patterns that captivated Lu Fei's gaze, evoking thoughts of a certain formidable man known for his many sons. Indeed, this was the tremor fruit. The tremor fruit grants its consumer the power to generate vibrations affecting the air, ocean, and land, and is heralded as one of the mightiest paramecia-type fruits, rivaling the strength of logia-type fruits. In Lu Fei's estimation, while the thunder fruit was his first choice, the tremor fruit stood as a commendable alternative. The thunder fruit excelled in speed, yet the tremor fruit surpassed it in terms of destructive capability. Both fruits represented the pinnacle of their kind, each charting a path to unparalleled power. Though Lu Fei had encountered this fruit the previous day, he refrained from acquiring it immediately, reasoning that having consumed the thunder fruit, he had no use for the tremor fruit, and keeping it as a mere collection felt excessive. However, upon observing the little girl cooking that evening, an epiphany struck him. While he may not need it, someone else could certainly benefit from it. For the first time, the solitary Lu Fei contemplated the formation of a faction, not a mere power, but a cohesive group. Admittedly, as a semi-reclusive individual, he had never aspired to leadership, holding only a somewhat juvenile dream of making his name resonate throughout the world. Yet, people evolve, and with this newfound notion, Lu Fei deliberated extensively on whether to accept the little girl as his first subordinate. From an age perspective, she was evidently unsuitable. However, in terms of capability, she was not in the slightest inferior to adults, and in fact, surpassed many. At the very least, Lu Fei, who could only boil instant noodles, felt somewhat inadequate in comparison. Thus, after much contemplation, Lu Fei resolved to begin training the little girl. Nonetheless, the gap between intention and action lingered. The thought of entrusting such formidable power to the girl left him feeling somewhat reluctant. To put it plainly, he struggled with generosity. After all, how many could bestow such strength upon a servant they had only recently taken in? Nevertheless, Lu Fei recognized that to form a group and ascend to leadership, This was a necessary step. Otherwise, what right did he have to demand respect as a leader? Winning hearts requires sacrifice. Prior to granting her this power, however, Luffy felt compelled to assess the girl's character. Thus, today as events unfolded, wherein Luffy, before solidifying his decision, subjected the little girl to a test. He asked her to relinquish her savings without any justification, should she refuse or deceive him. It would be evident that she did not place Luffy above all else, and consequently, he would not entrust her with the power. Yet, the little girl, without a moment's hesitation, surrendered all her savings to Luffy. This act touched him deeply, dispelling any lingering reluctance. Thus, Luffy, accompanied by the little girl, procured the trimmer fruit. He harbored no worries about others acquiring it. Should such a scenario arise, he would simply seek out another natural-type fruit for the girl. As he had ample options at his disposal, fortunately, it turned out that the little girl was indeed fated to have the trimmer fruit, as no one else had expressed interest in the overlooked devil fruit. Now, having thoroughly appreciated the might of the trimmer fruit, Luffy felt no urgency. Knowing he needed to activate it before it could be truly utilized, he glanced at the little girl, diligently preparing dinner, and set the trimmer fruit aside, recognizing that this was not the opportune moment for activation. That night, seated cross-legged on his bed, Luffy took a moment to sense the little girl's peaceful slumber before retrieving the trimmer fruit. Preparing for its activation. For Luffy, eliciting a resonance with the trimmer fruit was a straightforward task, albeit slightly embarrassing. Hence, he chose to do so while the little girl was fast asleep, cradling the fruit in his hands. He conjured the image of the robust man with white hair, the one known for his numerous offspring who dominated an era. Minutes later, as emotion swelled within him, Luffy addressed the trimmer fruit, Whitebeard. The fruit remained unresponsive, the power to destroy the world. Still, no reaction. Realizing he must escalate his efforts, Luffy surveyed his surroundings, inhaled deeply, raised the trimmer fruit, and suppressing his embarrassment, bellowed, "Be my son," in the stillness of the night. The roar of Luffy echoed far and wide, inciting a torrent of curses from the surrounding residents. Yet, Luffy was beyond care, for he sensed that with his words, the power of the Jinjin fruit had been instantly activated. A formidable force abruptly manifesting in his perception. Struggling against the impulse to take a bite, Luffy stowed the Jinjin fruit away, then reclined on his bed, closed his eyes, and prepared for slumber. It was certain that he could not indulge. A single bite would likely send him soaring into the heavens. The following morning, after breakfast, Luffy presented the Jinjin fruit before the young girl, stating, "A powerful force lies before you. If the price for obtaining this power is your lifelong servitude to me, would you accept?" The girl did not glance at the Jinjin fruit, but instead met Luffy's gaze with her bright, sparkling eyes, responding with a clear voice, "I am willing." Luffy nodded, handing the Jinjin fruit to her, instructing, "Consume it." Without hesitation, the girl accepted the Jinjin fruit and took a bite. As Luffy watched with a hint of schadenfreude, the girl's face scrunched up upon tasting the first bite, confirming that it was indeed more repugnant than excrement. Fortunately, after that initial taste, the Jinjin fruit transformed into a stream of blue light, flying into her mouth and sparing her from further torment. Upon consuming the Jinjin fruit, the girl closed her eyes, savoring the immense power coursing within her. Moments later, she opened her eyes, raised her tiny fist, and with a mere thought, enveloped it in a white halo, creating faint tremors in the air. Clearly, the girl had begun to grasp the power of the Jinjin fruit and could manipulate its vibrations. Satisfied, Luffy nodded. Her innate talent was indeed commendable. After she had retracted her power, the girl looked up at Luffy, her heart now fully aware of the tremendous strength he had bestowed upon her. She understood that Luffy's willingness to grant her this power signified his acceptance of her. Consequently, she knelt before him, respectfully proclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, for granting me this power. Please bestow upon me a name. From this day forth, your will shall be my will, and your direction shall be my path." Hearing this, Luffy waved his hand to assist her up, saying, "I was merely jesting before. While we must indeed accomplish tasks, the notion of servitude is unnecessary. However, you are correct. It is time I give you a name." The girl had no name, for she felt that her past identity, along with its tragic memories, had been buried by time. Having been taken in by Luffy, she desired a name bestowed by him. Luffy chose not to delve into her past, but instead respected her wishes. Thus, he began to ponder what name would be fitting for her. As Luffy contemplated, the girl, now feeling truly embraced by him, shed the constraints of a servant's demeanor and revealed her own personality. Gazing at Luffy deep in thought, She recalled the events of the previous night. It turned out that when Lu Fei had spoken softly, she, who usually slept lightly and was always prepared to serve him, had immediately awakened upon hearing his booming voice. Realizing this, the girl suddenly addressed Lu Fei. "My lord, how would you like me to address you?" "Huh?" Lu Fei was momentarily taken aback, and the girl's large eyes blinked playfully as she tentatively suggested, "Would you prefer a son, though I am not male? I could still call you father or perhaps dad." Lu Fei's face turned from pale to crimson at her words, embarrassment flooding him. At this moment, he understood that the activation of the Jinjin fruit he had deliberately avoided discussing had been entirely overheard by her. Overwhelmed by awkwardness, he suddenly noticed a mischievous glint in the girl's eyes. Realizing that she had intentionally provoked him, in a fit of rage, he seized her face with both hands and growled, "Little brat, you know too much." The girl's delicate face broke into a smile, prompting Lu Fei to release her and coldly remark, "Seeing your mischievousness, I shall name you Pippi." The mention of that name terrified the girl, causing her to shake her head vigorously and cling to Lu Fei's leg, pleading, "My lord, I was wrong. I do not want to be called Pippi." She understood well that such a name was typically reserved for pets or mischievous little boys. Noting her alarm, Lu Fei relented, gently ruffling her hair before declaring, "Qingyun, this is the name I bestow upon you. As for your surname, add it when you feel it necessary, and from now on, do not mention the matter of being my child." To preserve his reputation, Lu Fei emphasized this point, not wishing to find himself inundated with individuals claiming him as their father once his name echoed throughout the world. The girl eagerly nodded, her thoughts wholly consumed by her new name. "Qingyun, Qingyun," she repeated joyfully, embracing her new identity with delight. 2 days later, Lu Fei observed the girl Qingyun as she joyfully devoured her meal from a basin, feeling as though he had acquired an extraordinary subordinate. This extraordinary nature referred not only to Qingyun's innate talent, but also to her insatiable appetite. Over the past 2 days, Qingyun had intuitively developed a training regimen akin to Lu Fei's, utilizing the power of vibrations to keep her body in a constant state of exercise. Perhaps due to her growth phase and the heightened energy demands from her training, her appetite had surged, escalating to the point where she now used a basin typically reserved for soup to hold her meals. Truly a hearty eater. As Qingyun's appetite swelled, Lu Fei's savings dwindled correspondingly. Watching her happily consuming food from her basin, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. No hardship should befall the child. To ensure Qingyun's nourishment, it appears I must seek additional work. In truth, Lu Fei was reluctant to take on side jobs as a bounty hunter, for engaging in such pursuits implied risk. Who could say whether his targets were hidden formidable foes? However, with his finances dwindling, he had little choice. Thus, once the meal concluded, he took Qingyun's small hand and strolled toward the outskirts of Fidel City, a neutral city. The prosperity of Fidel City stemmed from its absolute prohibition of violence. While such regulations might be trifling to those in power, for Lu Fei, they were imperative. Consequently, should he wish to work as a bounty hunter, he would need to venture outside the city. Moreover, outside the city, there were specific protocols to follow. The main thoroughfares were off limits for any violent actions, as they were the economic lifeblood of Fidel City, diligently safeguarded. What remained were either the wilderness or backroads. Notably, when Lu Fei initially arrived in Fidel City, he had cleverly navigated the main road, enjoying a smooth passage. With Qingyun in hand, he casually selected a direction, departing from the main road into the wilderness. After more than an hour, Fidel City vanished from their view, and they arrived in the true wild, a realm devoid of any constraints, before Lu Fei could strategize on selecting a fortunate bounty to pursue. He was already chosen himself. Wang Lu Fei. A booming voice echoed from behind him. Upon hearing this cry, Lu Fei froze for 2 seconds before belatedly realizing that it referred to him. Thus, Lu Fei came to a halt, accompanied by the little girl Qingyun, and turned to look. Before him stood a trio, weapons in hand, pointing menacingly at them. What caught Lu Fei's attention was that all 3 were masked, their eyes fierce. Unmistakably the countenance of nefarious individuals. This undoubtedly indicated that the trio were wanted criminals. Wang Lu Fei, a pirate worth 30 million. I never thought you would dare venture into the wild. It is indeed rare to encounter such an imbecilic pirate as yourself. 30 million. Allow us to graciously accept. The trio produced Lu Fei's wanted notice, comparing it before confirming that he was indeed their target, their voices laced with murderous intent. Lu Fei felt a sense of bewilderment. It was as if he had long been under their watchful gaze. At that moment, Qingyun, familiar with Fidel City, kindly explained, "In Fidel City, Due to the frequent appearances of numerous wanted individuals, a class of bounty hunters has emerged, specifically targeting such criminals. Whenever they are isolated, these bounty hunters will spring into action. Moreover, these bounty hunters are often wanted criminals themselves. Qingyun then showcased her remarkable memory, pointing to the trio and declaring, Lu Fei, the Skull Crusher, bounty of 60 million. Lu Fei, the Broadsword. Li Tai, bounty of 50 million. Pirate, Fist Tyrant. Bang Li, bounty of 60 million. After her revelation, Qingyun, amidst Lu Fei's astonished gaze, produced 3 folded wanted notices from her pocket and handed them to him. Lu Fei mechanically accepted the notices, and upon scrutinizing the trio, confirmed that they matched Qingyun's descriptions perfectly. Qingyun added, "These 3 are renowned bounty hunters in Fidel City. For someone of your stature, the bounty of 30 million is precisely their prime target. They are referred to as the newbie killers." Qingyun's words, along with the prepared notices, not only indicated her lack of surprise at their appearance but also hinted at her prior foresight. Lu Fei, observing Qingyun at that moment, felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had been pondering how to find a lucky target, while Qingyun had already prepared a grand feast. Nevertheless, while Lu Fei was astonished by Qingyun's capabilities, it did not diminish his elation. For him, this was akin to a windfall of substantial riches. However, while Lu Fei reveled in his good fortune, the trio before him was decidedly displeased. Initially, they had viewed Lu Fei, a mere 30 million newbie who dared to venture alone into the wild, as an easy mark for a quick gain. Yet now, Lu Fei's unflappable demeanor, alongside the seemingly inconsequential yet evidently competent little girl at his side, signaled that this pair was no trivial challenge. In that instant, the trio began to reconsider their approach. After all, their objective was profit, not demise. Unfortunately, it is rare for those who have spoken boldly to retreat unscathed. Sensing their hesitation, Lu Fei prepared to make a move, but just as he raised his hand, he hesitated. At that moment, Lu Fei realized he was no longer alone. He had a capable ally, especially given that this ally had shown remarkable prowess. Thus, Lu Fei turned to Qingyun, gesturing toward the trio, and declared with conviction, "Qingyun, these 3 are yours to handle." Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Qingyun's face lit up with a smile as she eagerly nodded. She then joyfully bounded toward the trio. Observing Qingyun approach, the trio felt a cold sweat break out on their foreheads. They could not help but understand that they had indeed stumbled into a situation they least wished to encounter. The likelihood of facing a disastrous turn of events had drastically increased. Yet, even so, it was impossible for the trio to resign themselves to fate. As wanted individuals, they were all desperate outlaws. Seeing Qingyun advance toward them, a murderous aura enveloped them, and they gripped their weapons tightly. It was evident that they were prepared to fight to the death. Sensing their murderous intent, Lu Fei steeled himself, ready to intervene at any moment. He knew that those fighting for their lives often unleashed formidable strength. Thus, he was determined to ensure Qingyun's safety. Should she find herself in danger, he would spring into action immediately. As a young girl, Qingyun did not halt her advance. Having grown up in Fidel City, she had witnessed her fair share of life and death. Even enveloped by the trio's murderous intent, she felt no fear, compared to her previous timid self, who could only cower in corners. The empowered Qingyun now harbored but a singular thought: to follow the path Lu Fei had indicated. The trio launched their assault first, swinging their weapons toward Qingyun. Facing their onslaught, Qingyun inhaled deeply, her right fist glowing with a white aura. As their weapons descended upon her small frame, she suddenly swung her fist. Her diminutive right fist struck the air, creating fissures that rippled outward from her point of impact. Shockwave fist. When the trio's weapons encountered the cracks in the air, they were instantly shattered, and in the blink of an eye, the trio's bodies were engulfed by the spreading fissures, transforming into a mist of blood. The might of the strongest paramecia, the shock fruit, was unveiled for the first time in this world. 1 second, 3 kills. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Did that just happen in a heartbeat? Are these truly wanted individuals with bounties of 50 to 60 million? Surely, they must have added an extra 0. In truth, the instantaneous annihilation was not an exaggeration. As the strongest paramecia with unparalleled destructive power, the shock fruit possessed a definitive advantage in close combat. The trio, being melee fighters, were inherently at a disadvantage. Moreover, rushing headlong into Qingyun's frontal assault was akin to inviting their own demise. It was only natural they would be swiftly dispatched. Normally, the trio's combat strength would be considered significant, but alas, they failed to leverage any cooperative advantages, choosing instead the most foolish route. In the present moment, Qingyun's close combat prowess exceeded all expectations, yet her speed remained a weakness. The correct approach to combat against Qingyun would have been to utilize their speed to evade and engage from a distance. However, at this juncture, no amount of discussion would alter the reality. The situation was that Qingyun had dispatched the trio. With the trio vanquished, Qingyun's expression remained impassive. Having personally ended 3 lives, she felt no turmoil within. After confirming their demise, she jogged back to Lu Fei's side, retrieving the wanted notices from his still-stunned hands, before moving to the side of the fallen trio. Moments later, after each notice had been stamped with a death seal, Qingyun jubilantly approached Lu Fei, presenting the notices to him. Only then did Lu Fei snap back to reality. Beholding the notices that represented a fortune, in an instant, he comprehended, regardless of whether their bounties were truly worth such sums. As long as he could convert them into riches, that was all that mattered. After their connection, Lu Fei could not help but reveal a smile. On the way back, he praised Qingyun while contemplating whether he should consider relocating to a different residence. Once a person ascends to wealth, it is all too easy for their mindset to become unbalanced. Just like Lu Fei at this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of luxurious mansions and maids. Fortunately, upon returning to Fidel City and witnessing the myriad of wanted criminals roaming the streets, he regained a sense of normalcy. In comparison to these countless fugitives, Lu Fei felt it prudent to maintain a lower profile. Although he had grown considerably stronger over the past few days, surpassing his former self in the prison, he did not fear these billion-strong wanted individuals. Yet, deeply influenced by the 5,000-year civilization of the Blue Planet, he believed that there would always be someone stronger. Currently in a phase of rapid growth, he acknowledged that he still had much to develop. Furthermore, rather than indulging in pleasures, Lu Fei experienced for the first time the joy of nurturing. With this thought in mind, he glanced at the smiling Qingyun beside him, pondering whether cultivating someone brought more joy than taking action himself. After all, as a semi-reclusive individual on the Blue Planet, he had a penchant for nurturing games. Now, observing the young girl Qingyun, whom he had nurtured into possessing considerable strength, Lu Fei felt a profound sense of paternal pride. Filled with this sense of satisfaction, Lu Fei escorted Qingyun to the Bounty Exchange Center. However, he did not immediately enter. Instead, he paused at a distance from the center. In Lu Fei's perception, at least 10 individuals were keeping a watchful eye on those entering and exiting the exchange center. Clearly, these individuals were searching for targets, perhaps for wealth or vengeance. In any case, once they set their sights on someone, it would undoubtedly lead to a life-and-death struggle. Upon noticing these individuals, Lu Fei's heart sank. The scenario he had hoped to avoid had materialized. He had anticipated such a scene ever since he first encountered the exchange center. The world government invested a small amount of money. Yet it was enough to drive criminals mad. For the sake of riches, they would turn against one another, seeking revenge. Meanwhile, the world government could merely stand by, reaping the rewards at minimal cost. This was a situation that any discerning individual could comprehend. Yet it was utterly impossible to avert. After all, people die for wealth, and birds perish for food. The predicament Lu Fei faced was precisely this. If he entered the exchange, it was certain that he would be targeted as a young man. But if he refrained from exchanging, the money he possessed would not suffice for his continued existence. Of course, Lu Fei had a third option, to seek out a smaller location for the exchange, thereby evading this group. However, this approach was cumbersome and fraught with numerous uncontrollable risks. Given Lu Fei's semi-reclusive nature, he would typically opt for a temporary retreat. Yet, that was the old Lu Fei. The present Lu Fei was different. He recalled his dream of making his name resonate throughout the world and the identity of a leader he now possessed. Thus, with determination in his gaze, Lu Fei resolved to confront this group head-on. Without hesitation, he entered the exchange center with Qingyun by his side. Upon exiting the exchange center, he indeed found himself targeted, not by one, but by 2 distinct factions, remaining composed. Lu Fei understood that from this moment forth, he would endure the scrutiny of hidden watchers, and any hint of vulnerability would provoke a ferocious assault. However, rather than fear, Lu Fei felt a flicker of excitement, a thrill in anticipation of the challenge ahead. Once home, he took Qingyun aside and explained the precarious situation they faced. But as soon as he finished speaking, Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically, her face brimming with murderous intent as she declared, "Master, I shall take them down." Lu Fei, bewildered, looked at Qingyun, questioning his very existence. "I shared this with you so that you could strive to become stronger." Lu Fei took half a minute to regain his composure and earnestly advised, "Qingyun, you are currently in a period of rapid growth. It is imperative that you diligently cultivate your skills and swiftly become stronger. Confront them with overwhelming confidence, although you are no longer weak. Facing those individuals still poses a risk. A wise person minimizes risks, or even eliminates them entirely. Lu Fei spoke passionately for about 10 minutes, only pausing when he felt parched. Yet he remained unsatisfied with the conversation. After hearing Lu Fei's words, Qing Yun's fierce demeanor softened, transforming into a more obedient appearance. Seeing her docility, Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction. This was the state he had desired. Thus, under external pressures, Lu Fei and Qing Yun entered a focused period of cultivation. Thanks to a substantial sum of money that arrived unexpectedly, they were able to indulge in ample nourishment, ensuring sufficient sustenance during their training period. Time flew by swiftly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. After this month, Lu Fei and Qing Yun concluded their monotonous training routine. At this point, they had fully transitioned from a rapid growth phase following their newfound abilities into a prolonged developmental stage. In this phase, it was impossible for them to achieve remarkable strength purely through training in a short span of time. This was a normal occurrence. Although both had high starting points, they inevitably entered a plateau after reaching a certain stage. Lu Fei observed Qing Yun, who had grown noticeably taller, his gaze inscrutable. Despite having gained his abilities well ahead of her, they now found themselves at comparable stages. This highlighted the disparity in their talents. Moreover, it was evident that, in the foreseeable future, Qing Yun's growth would surpass Lu Fei's significantly due to this innate difference. The remarkable Qing Yun instilled a sense of pressure within Lu Fei, akin to an ordinary person facing a genius. When asked if he felt flustered by this situation, Lu Fei remained unfazed. His strengths did not lie in innate talent. Furthermore, it was precisely through his encounter with the young girl Qing Yun that he came to understand this. Sparking his desire to become a leader. Lu Fei refrained from scouring the world for elusive fantastical items because he recognized that even if he found them, it would be challenging to safeguard them. His true advantage lay in the ability to activate these fantastical items and nurture talent. In other words, Lu Fei's gift was cultivation. At that moment, as he gazed at the formidable little girl Qing Yun, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Overwhelmed with joy, Lu Fei instinctively reached out to pat Qing Yun's head, a gesture of affection. Qing Yun closed her eyes in delight, sensing Lu Fei's fondness for her. In an instant, the room was enveloped in a warm atmosphere. Subsequently, Lu Fei took Qing Yun's hand and stepped outside. As soon as they appeared, several gazes converged upon them simultaneously. These were the watchful eyes of three distinct groups, each with their own motives. Some were drawn by money, others by revenge, and some in pursuit of capturing Lu Fei. Indeed, after the first pursuit team dispatched by Rule City failed, a second team was promptly sent out. However, Lu Fei's arrival in the neutral city of Fidel delayed their pursuit considerably. Furthermore, due to the prohibition against violence within Fidel, they could only monitor Lu Fei, awaiting an opportunity to strike. Sensing the gazes of these three groups, Lu Fei smiled faintly. He was no longer the person he once was. With his successful cultivation, he felt a newfound confidence in his ability to triumph over these three factions. However, to exercise caution. He chose to confront them only after his growth had stabilized. Thus, Lu Fei held Qing Yun's hand and made his way toward the city outskirts, undoubtedly signaling his intention to resolve matters outside the city. Lu Fei's actions momentarily stunned those observing him, but their surprise swiftly turned to elation as they hurried to inform their respective leaders. Frankly, the days of monitoring had been rather tedious for them, and they had not anticipated that Lu Fei could endure for so long. Yet, none of this mattered now, for an ending was imminent, whether it be for them or for Lu Fei and Qing Yun. Outside the city of Fidel, in the wilderness, the three groups distinctly surrounded Lu Fei and Qing Yun. The smallest group belonged to the pursuit team from Rule City, yet they exuded the most formidable presence. Led by a powerful individual holding the rank of Major General, in the combat hierarchy of the world government, military ranks corresponded with bounties. A Major General was associated with a bounty in the hundreds of millions. In Fidel, a bounty exceeding 100 million signified a considerable difference, unlike the other two groups pursuing Lu Fei and Qing Yun, who were emboldened by Lu Fei's relatively modest bounty of 30 million. They would not dare to pursue him so brazenly if his bounty were in the hundreds of millions. A bounty above this threshold not only represented strength but also indicated an influential group holding sway in Fidel. This explains why those with bounties exceeding 100 million could walk with impunity in the city. The Major General leading the pursuit team was undoubtedly the most formidable and feared individual present. However, This was merely a fade of fear. The other two groups, knowing that Luffy could eliminate several individuals with bounties in the tens of millions, still pursued him, indicating they possessed the capability to confront and even kill those with bounties in the hundreds of millions. Yet, the pursuit team, backed by official authority, had no desire to provoke conflict. The Major General, observing the others, wore a solemn expression, clearly aware of this. He understood that all present were criminals with bounties, and theoretically, he ought to apprehend them all and return them to Rule City. However, he also recognized that such an action would unite these individuals against him, leading to his demise. Thus, the Major General declared, "Our mission is to capture Wang Luffy, regardless of life or death. Therefore, we only require his corpse." After making this statement, the Major General stepped back several paces, indicating his decision to remain uninvolved. Upon witnessing the pursuit team's decision to take a back seat, the remaining two groups exchanged glances. Ultimately, the group seeking revenge took a step back, and their leader declared, "He killed my brother. I want him dead. I will claim his 30 million bounty, and any money he possesses will belong to you." Hearing this, the group motivated by greed nodded in agreement, as this was clearly the most equitable distribution plan. Thus, the three factions swiftly determined how to divide Luffy's worth. It was evident that, in their eyes, Luffy was akin to meat laid out on a chopping block, ready for them to carve up. Throughout this entire exchange, Luffy maintained a smile, observing the discussions of the three factions as an outsider. He seemed entirely oblivious to the fact that these individuals were there to take his life. When the three groups finalized their distribution plan and prepared to act against him, Luffy finally released Ching Yun's hand and stepped forward. He addressed the three factions with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, now that you have established your distribution plan, I shall present my own." His words elicited immediate mockery from them. "Kid, stop dreaming. Begging for mercy is futile. Death is your only fate. Dare to harm my brother? I will personally end your life. Prepare to be dismembered." Amidst their jeering, Luffy remained unfazed, yet his tone grew earnest as he declared, "My proposal is quite simple. Those who leave here now shall live." As Luffy's words echoed in the air, an immediate silence enveloped the scene. Almost everyone regarded Luffy with incredulous eyes. Moments later, a wave of raucous laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha. Am I dreaming? This lad actually suggests we run away? That's hilarious. This little imp must still be half asleep. No. The information I've gathered indicates he is a fool. Indeed, he is truly a fool. Ha, what a silly boy." Amidst the cacophony of ridicule, the captain with the rank of Major General sensed something unusual. A palpable aura of murderous intent began to permeate the atmosphere. Strangely enough, this aura did not emanate from Luffy, but from the expressionless little girl beside him, Ching Yun. Ching Yun gazed at the people before her, her murderous intent barely concealed. Those who mocked Luffy were, in her eyes, marked for certain death. At that moment, Ching Yun awaited but a single command from Luffy, after which she would charge forth without hesitation to annihilate them all. Luffy paid no heed to the jeering voices, instead continuing his countdown in his own rhythm. Point 4. His countdown evidently signified the time remaining for these individuals to preserve their lives. Point 3. Yet, rather than fleeing, these people listened to Luffy's countdown with an air of nonchalance, as if they were mere spectators. 2. As Luffy's countdown approached 0, the captain felt a sudden surge of danger. Point 1. The captain's shocked gaze shifted to Ching Yun, as the sense of peril she radiated escalated. 0. In the midst of the captain's silent vigilance, under the scornful gazes of the crowd, and with Ching Yun poised to strike, Luffy finally made his move. This time, he chose not to let Ching Yun act, but instead resolved to take matters into his own hands. Luffy took a deep breath, stepped forward, and raised his hands, one in front and the other behind, adopting an attacking stance. 200 million volts. Thor. In the next instant, brilliant arcs of electricity erupted around Luffy. All who beheld him found their vision consumed by a blinding blue-white light. Once their sight returned, they beheld a grotesquely enlarged version of Luffy hovering in the air. Admittedly, the sight of the rotund Luffy was quite comical. However, laughter was lost upon them, for at that moment, the crackling electricity surrounding Luffy exuded an aura of unfathomable terror. What? At that instant, aside from the captain, everyone else stood in stunned silence, as if witnessing the descent of a deity. Luffy directed a palm towards them, unleashing a colossal pillar of lightning from his hand. Crashing down to the ground, with a thunderous roar, the earth within 100 meters erupted in a dazzling display of lightning, as if engulfed by a tempest. Moments later, as the electricity dissipated, the ground bore witness to a scene of devastation. Littered with the charred remains of those who had been struck down. No. To be precise, there remained one figure standing, the captain with the rank of Major General at that moment. He too was shrouded in darkness. Emitting wisps of smoke, teetering on the brink of death, he gazed at Luffy, his eyes reflecting profound terror, his lips quivering as he struggled to utter his final words. The captain's gaze dimmed, and he crumpled to the ground in his final moments, he thought. So Luffy's plan was indeed genuine. Alas, he had no chance for remorse. Luffy dispelled his Thor form and descended. Observing the pouting Qingyun, who expressed her dissatisfaction, he was acutely aware of the reason for her discontent. She had been eagerly awaiting his command to unleash her prowess. Amused, Luffy playfully pinched her cheek and chuckled. "All right, next time I'll let you take the lead. Now, hurry along." Upon hearing this, Qingyun nodded in satisfaction and skipped towards the scattered remains. As she ran, she pulled a stack of wanted posters from her pocket. It was clear that Qingyun had anticipated this outcome, having prepared the bounty notices in advance to collect her spoils. Before long, she returned to Luffy's side, beaming, clutching a hefty bundle of stamped wanted posters. Luffy, unable to resist glancing at the substantial bounty in Qingyun's hands, found his gaze inadvertently drifting towards her chest. Even now, he remained baffled as to how she could consistently retrieve items from that particular place. However, his somewhat lecherous gaze did not faze Qingyun. Instead, she proudly puffed out her chest, presenting herself for his scrutiny. Yet, after a swift glance at her modest curves, Luffy quickly averted his eyes. As a semi-reclusive individual, he harbored no desires towards such a young girl. Of course, if she were to possess an extraordinarily fierce appearance, that would be an entirely different matter. In essence, Luffy's curiosity was purely innocent. Upon exiting the exchange center, Luffy felt invigorated by the weighty bank card in his pocket. The criminals who typically loitered outside now dared not target him. After all, witnesses had seen Luffy eliminate 3 groups of foes in the wild with a single stroke. Word spread rapidly, and now a significant portion of the lower class in Fidel City was acutely aware that Luffy was not to be trifled with. His bounty, exceeding 100 million, was a certainty. Faced with someone of such formidable strength, they could no longer afford to act openly without risking their lives. Any future endeavors would have to be conducted in secrecy. At the very least, Luffy had liberated himself from the days of constant surveillance. This was the primary reason he had chosen to take action himself. Under constant watch, he could never lay his plans effectively. To become a leader, one could not rely solely on a single subordinate. Feeling the weight of the substantial funds within his bank card, Luffy promptly took Qingyun to a bank under the auspices of the world government. He arranged for her to receive a bank card and transferred a sum of 100 million into her account, watching Qingyun's radiant smile as she clutched the card containing her fortune. Luffy decisively instructed her to purchase a new house. Observing her exuberant departure, Luffy envisioned her as his future deputy. Indeed, given the abilities Qingyun had displayed, Luffy had already begun to groom her as his right hand. Well, even if not a deputy, she would surely serve as his secretary. With his gaze pulled away from the lively figure of Qingyun, Luffy turned and walked in the opposite direction. As the saying goes, money begets courage. Emboldened by his newfound wealth, Luffy ventured into the auction house of Fidel City. As a neutral city, the auction house served as a significant magnet for wealth. What could be acquired in other cities could also be found here, and what was unobtainable elsewhere could still be procured here. In essence, the auction house of Fidel City imposed no restrictions on items for sale. Only the willingness to sell and the ability to afford them mattered. Though labeled an auction house, it functioned more as an auction market. All items were set with a minimum bid, and within a specified time frame. The highest bidder would prevail. Due to this unique auction system, the venue attracted numerous individuals, making it one of the most bustling locales in Fidel City. As Luffy stepped into the market, he was greeted by a cacophony of bidding voices, creating a lively atmosphere. He bypassed the most frenetic area, the auction of activated illusionary items, deeming it of little value to him. After traversing through various sections, including those for art and mineral resources, Luffy finally arrived at his destination, the slave auction area. In this domain, slaves were sold, but unlike the typical laborers, the slaves auctioned here were of high value, each possessing at least one specialized skill. For instance, the most sought-after female slaves were prized for their beauty. 1 billion, 1,300 million, 1,100 million, 1,200 million. As Luffy observed an exceptionally rare mermaid slave being auctioned for a staggering sum exceeding 1 billion, he couldn't help but notice the nonchalant expressions of those around him. In that moment, Lu Fei felt his newfound courage diminish once more. He realized, in stark contrast to these individuals, that he remained a poor man. Thus, he dared not even entertain thoughts of acquiring slaves endowed with such exquisite beauty, and instead proceeded to the area designated for slaves possessing practical skills. Here, the atmosphere was considerably more conventional, with starting auction prices ranging from several million to tens of millions. After all, these were not combat-specialized slaves, and their prices were consequently more modest. As Lu Fei wandered about, he arrived at a display where a row of roughly 10 slaves were diligently preparing food. Clearly, these were slaves with culinary talents. Before them lay an array of freshly prepared dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air and drawing passers-by to sample their creations. Among these slaves, a strikingly beautiful female chef captured the most attention. Who could resist a lovely chef who not only looked exquisite but also prepared delectable dishes? Certainly, Lu Fei could not. Thus, upon catching sight of this chef, Lu Fei approached without hesitation, eager to indulge in his inherent desires. He squeezed closer, first taking a moment to admire the lovely chef's visage, finding her beauty quite appetizing, before lowering his gaze to taste her culinary offerings. However, after sampling the dishes prepared by the beautiful chef, a look of disappointment crossed Lu Fei's face. While her food was not unappetizing, it fell short of the standards he desired, especially after glancing at the soaring price tag before the chef. He promptly turned to leave. In terms of culinary skill alone, Lu Fei deemed the price to be an absolute loss. Next, Lu Fei tasted dishes crafted by other slaves, ultimately pausing before a slender, diminutive slave. This small slave, clearly malnourished, exhibited a longing gaze towards his own prepared food. Not only was he undernourished, but he also appeared timid and insecure, his mushroom-shaped hairstyle obscuring half of his face as he kept his eyes cast downward, allowing others to point and gossip about him. He was acutely aware that he was being appraised as mere merchandise, and an aura of sorrow enveloped him. To be frank, the food prepared by this mushroom-headed slave was not the most delectable among the culinary talents present. An elderly man excelled in that regard. The dishes produced by the mushroom-headed slave could only be classified as slightly above average. Yet, Lu Fei found himself drawn to him, for his food was at least more palatable than that of the beautiful chef. And additionally, this young mushroom-headed slave possessed far greater potential for development than the elderly man. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Lu Fei sought not merely a chef, but a chef capable of combat. As a wanted pirate, Lu Fei acknowledged that while his name might be a misnomer, his status as a fugitive could not be altered. Therefore, in his ambition to become a leader whose name would resonate across the world, he needed to assemble a formidable crew. In other words, Lu Fei aspired to establish a powerful pirate crew. Lu Fei regarded the mushroom-headed slave, recognizing in him a promising candidate based on his youth and the culinary talent he displayed. Under Lu Fei's scrutinizing gaze, the mushroom-headed slave lowered his eyes even further, prompting Lu Fei to mentally note, he is merely a bit timid. This mushroom-headed slave was in no way comparable to the exceptional young girl, Qingyun, whom Lu Fei had encountered upon his arrival in Fidel City. Nevertheless, Lu Fei dismissed such comparisons, considering himself fortunate to have crossed paths with someone as remarkable as Qingyun. Thus, Lu Fei had nearly resolved to purchase the mushroom-headed slave. However, prior to making the acquisition, he needed to conduct a test, one concerning loyalty. In essence, it was merely a formality, for Lu Fei was not a true overlord. This so-called test was merely to project the demeanor of a leader. Lu Fei addressed the mushroom-headed slave in a gruff voice. "Boy, are you willing to sell your life to me?" Upon hearing Lu Fei's question, the mushroom-headed slave hesitated momentarily before stammering a response. "My lord, I am a slave, having been purchased. My life belongs to you." The mushroom-headed slave's answer did not satisfy Lu Fei. Yet, he could not fault the slave for his response, as the very nature of slave trading was indeed a transaction of life. Once Lu Fei purchased the mushroom-headed slave, he could, without consequence, end his life on the spot. Slaves, having been commodified, were regarded as mere objects. Realizing this, Lu Fei understood that posing such a question in the slave auction area was fundamentally misguided. Thus, Lu Fei refrained from further dialogue and proceeded directly to bid on the mushroom-headed slave. Clearly, the mushroom-headed slave was not particularly appealing, as Lu Fei successfully acquired him for 20 million after merely 3 rounds of bidding. Moreover, Lu Fei suspected that the auction house had deliberately stalled the bidding process, attempting to exploit his youth. However, these were trivial matters. Once Lu Fei completed the payment, he smoothly departed with the mushroom-headed slave. Before leaving, the individuals in the slave auction area took the time to inform Lu Fei of the necessary precautions and handed him the slave documentation pertaining to the mushroom-headed slave. According to the instructions, the slave documentation in Lu Fei's possession corresponded to the slave mark on the mushroom-headed slave, ensuring that even if the slave attempted to escape, Lu Fei could pursue him using the documentation. Exiting the auction house, Lu Fei led the mushroom-headed slave out into the bustling streets. There, he reached out to brush aside the mushroom-headed slave's hair, revealing the slave mark on his forehead as the mark became visible. The mushroom-headed slave visibly trembled, confronting the reality he most dreaded. Lu Fei remained silent. Unfurling the slave documentation in his hand and pressing it against the mushroom-headed slave's forehead. By grasping the mushroom-headed slave's documentation, it signified that the mushroom-headed slave was now Lu Fei's personal possession. Lu Fei's action effectively erased the slave mark from the mushroom-headed slave's forehead. As a radiant white light emanated from the slave documentation, the mushroom-headed slave's mark gradually faded away. This signified that from this moment forth, the mushroom-headed slave would no longer be a slave, but rather an independent individual. Witnesses to this scene shook their heads, interpreting Lu Fei as a benevolent soul seeking to rescue slaves. Although such occurrences were rare, they were not unheard of. Thus, onlookers not only shook their heads but also silently condemned Lu Fei's foolishness. However, Lu Fei paid no heed to their opinions. Instead, after the mushroom-headed slave's mark vanished, he placed the now blank slave documentation into the hands of the mushroom-headed slave, who stood in disbelief at the turn of events. The mushroom-headed slave instinctively grasped the documentation, as though seizing hold of his newfound freedom. His eyes fixated upon the blank slave documentation, and after multiple confirmations, he dared to believe that he had regained his identity as a free man. A wave of immense joy surged through the mushroom-headed slave's mind, nearly rendering him speechless. Lu Fei, unhurried, waited for the mushroom-headed slave to regain his composure before he spoke again. Now, I will ask you once more. Will you sell your life to me? When this same question arose, the mushroom-headed slave sensed an entirely different significance. After Lu Fei's inquiry, and before the mushroom-headed slave could respond, Lu Fei added, "You are now a free individual, and the power to decide lies within your hands." The mushroom-headed slave comprehended the implication behind Lu Fei's words. Should he choose not to offer his life, he was free to depart. Yet, the mushroom-headed slave did not leave. For the first time, he raised his head to meet Lu Fei's gaze, his bright eyes fixed upon him, as he inquired, "What will you offer to buy my life?" Upon hearing this counter-question, Lu Fei regarded the mushroom-headed slave with an appreciative glance, commending him for recognizing the crux of the matter. Indeed, this was no longer the slave auction. Previously, Lu Fei had merely paid to acquire the mushroom-headed slave, but now he was negotiating a transaction with a free man. Thus, the essence of Lu Fei's offer, what he would use to purchase the mushroom-headed slave's life, was paramount. Without hesitation, Lu Fei replied, "Strength. I will use strength to buy your life." Lu Fei gazed intently at the mushroom-headed figure, his eyes brimming with confidence. Perhaps it was Lu Fei's self-assurance that captivated him, or perhaps it was the fact that Lu Fei had directly granted him his freedom. It could also be attributed to his own yearning for power. In any case, under the weight of these various reasons, the mushroom-headed individual nodded heavily and replied, "Yes, my life is now yours." However, in light of the mushroom-head's willingness to devote himself, Lu Fei shook his head and said, "No, I have yet to bestow power upon you." With that, Lu Fei turned and strode towards the marketplace of Fidel City. The mushroom-headed figure appeared stunned by Lu Fei's refusal, almost thinking that he was being discarded. After a few moments, he regained his composure and hurriedly followed Lu Fei's retreating figure. Lu Fei led the mushroom head to the marketplace, wandering aimlessly yet methodically according to a predetermined shopping plan. At one stall, after some haggling, he purchased a katana at its original price. Subsequently, in a wooden goods shop, he spent a considerable sum to acquire a cane, which the shopkeeper claimed radiated warmth when held. The mushroom-headed figure looked at Lu Fei's purchases with a face full of questions. While he could comprehend the acquisition of a katana imbued with illusory properties, he was utterly perplexed as to why Lu Fei would opt for a cane meant for the elderly. Intended to aid in walking, despite the shopkeeper's grandiose claims of its uniqueness, it remained a mere cane. Yet, Lu Fei did not offer any explanations to the mushroom head. Instead, he continued to lead him to a special location within Fidel City, a place designated for training and cultivation. Apart from its identity as a neutral city that attracted numerous criminals, another significant reason for Fidel City's allure was this very place for self-cultivation. For those on the run, a secure sanctuary, a place to train in peace, was undoubtedly a coveted dream. Fidel City excelled in this aspect. However, while resting in Fidel City was relatively simple, much like Lu Fei's initial experience, which required only a modest sum. Finding a safe space for serious training was far more challenging. The cost to access the carefully crafted training grounds was exorbitant, $1 million for entry, $10 million for advancement, and over $100 million for customized options. Upon seeing the clearly marked prices at the entrance, the mushroom head was left dumbfounded, thinking, this is no different from outright robbery. Nevertheless, despite the steep costs, many people continued to enter and exit the premises, indicating that the value offered was indeed substantial. During his time in Fidel City, Qing Yun had imparted a wealth of knowledge to Lu Fei. Although it was Lu Fei's first visit, he had long held a fascination with the place, and this time, he came both to conduct business and to witness it for himself. Casting a glance at the mushroom head, who appeared shocked, Lu Fei took his hand and led him inside. The slender mushroom head followed Lu Fei like a younger brother holding his elder sibling's hand. While Lu Fei felt no discomfort in this gesture, the mushroom head experienced a profound sense of difference. As a former slave who had undergone training in hierarchical respect, he was acutely aware of the nuances in tone, movement, and demeanor when addressing a master. Physical contact was an absolute taboo. Thus, when Lu Fei grasped as he spoke, Lu Fei set aside the katana, grasping his cane instead, and slowly made his way onto the icy surface, with a breath that escaped his lips. He exhaled a visible mist that quickly crystallized into frost. Simultaneously, the snowflakes drifting from the sky settled upon him, immediately forming a layer of chilling frost. It was evident that these falling snowflakes were no ordinary flakes. Indeed, this was precisely why Lu Fei refrained from using his abilities to shield himself. He fully surrendered to the cascade of snowflakes that adorned him. Before long, his body was ensnared by the frost, teetering on the brink of being encased in ice. Feeling the stiffness creeping through him, Lu Fei's gaze fell upon the cane in his right hand, which, despite the frigid temperature, still radiated warmth. In that moment, under the worried gaze of the mushroom-headed figure, Lu Fei abruptly raised the cane above his head and proclaimed, "All phenomena in the universe, reduced to ashes." As his voice resonated, the cane in his hand began to vanish, revealing a formidable tachi. Lu Fei withdrew the raised tachi back to his front, gripping the hilt with his right hand, and pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. "Flow, blade, like fire." Upon uttering the final word, fire, Lu Fei drew the tachi. The instant the blade emerged from its sheath, flames erupted along its edge. In that fleeting moment, the temperature within the space surged dramatically due to the clash of ice and fire. As Lu Fei fully unsheathed the flowing blade like fire, the snowflakes that had been falling transformed into vapor, dissipating into the air. The thick layers of ice surrounding Lu Fei began to melt, and the resultant icy water quickly boiled. The mushroom head, wide-eyed at this spectacle, harbored no doubts that as long as Lu Fei wielded the flowing blade like fire, standing there without any action, the moisture within this space would be entirely evaporated in mere moments. Yet, Lu Fei had no intention of doing so. Shortly after drawing the flowing blade like fire, he returned the sword to its sheath. With the sheathing of the sword, the snowflakes resumed their descent, and the sharply rising temperature within the space gradually returned to normalcy. In no time, the environment stabilized, yet the significantly shallow ice beneath Lu Fei's feet bore witness to the terrifying might that had accompanied the appearance of the flowing blade like fire. Lu Fei approached Mushroom Head, poking the soft face that was nearly astonished to the brink of disbelief. Awakened by the gentle prod, Mushroom Head's cheeks flushed, whether from shyness or excitement, as his fervent gaze fixated on the flowing blade like fire in Lu Fei's grasp. Without any intention to prolong the suspense, Lu Fei directly handed the flowing blade like fire to Mushroom Head, saying, "Take it. From now on, this sword is yours." Mushroom Head, flustered, clutched the flowing blade like fire tightly to his chest, rubbing his face against it in a display of affection. Observing this endearing sight, Lu Fei smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "This is only half of it." Subsequently, Lu Fei picked up another katana and, as he passed by Mushroom Head, he playfully poked his face again to rouse him. Once Mushroom Head was awake, Lu Fei gestured for him to watch closely. Lu Fei then approached the flowing magma, inhaling the searing air before positioning himself with the knife in his left hand and the sheath in his right. Assuming a stance to draw, gazing at the molten rock before him, his expression remained calm as he cultivated the emotions within, just as he had earlier stood upon the ice, on the verge of being encased in frost. He now aimed to activate the power of ice to halt the relentless flow of magma, encasing this extreme heat in ice. Thus, Lu Fei closed his eyes, attuning himself to the essence of ice. When he felt ready, he murmured, sitting regally upon the frost-laden heavens. In the next instant, Luffy abruptly opened his eyes, stepping toward the magma while exclaiming, "Ice wheel," just as his foot was about to touch the molten substance. He drew his blade and struck toward the magma. In that moment, the flow of magma ceased. Immediately, from the tip of the ice wheel in Luffy's hand, frost rapidly spread outward within mere seconds. The entire upper layer of the magma was completely encased in ice. Simultaneously, the ice continued its advance toward the lower layers of magma, and it was only a matter of time before the magma would be entirely frozen, irrevocably altering the environment. The temperature in this space plummeted, causing Mushroom Head, who clutched the flowing blade like fire, to begin trembling from the cold. Naturally, Luffy had no intention of destroying the environment, so he promptly retracted the ice wheel. As he did so, the space swiftly returned to normal, demonstrating an extraordinary capacity for self-restoration. Luffy returned to Mushroom Head's side, stuffing the ice wheel into his embrace, declaring, "This sword is also yours." If the flowing blade like fire had rendered Mushroom Head ecstatic, the addition of the ice wheel pushed him beyond the brink of elation, leading him to question reality itself. He stared blankly at Luffy, hesitantly asking, "Sir, are you going to kill me?" It was clear that Mushroom Head believed Luffy would slay him after showcasing these two absolute treasures, indulging in a cruel jest. Such thoughts were understandable, given the immense value of both the flowing blade like fire and the ice wheel. Acquiring one was already a stroke of fortune. Obtaining both was beyond the wildest dreams. Hearing Mushroom Head's words, Luffy extended his hands, pinching his small face, and replied with exasperation, "Why would I kill you? From now on, just serve me faithfully." Feeling the pinch on his face, Mushroom Head finally dared to believe that Luffy had genuinely gifted him these two swords. His eyes sparkled with joy, forming crescent-shaped smiles, and had it not been for Luffy's grip, his grin would have likely stretched from ear to ear. Observing the adorably smiling Mushroom Head and feeling the softness of his cheeks, Luffy suddenly felt a jolt of surprise and quickly withdrew his hands. To be candid, at that moment, Luffy began to suspect that something was amiss with his inclinations. Thus, he hurriedly recalled the visage of Chingyun, dispelling any peculiar thoughts. After thorough contemplation, Luffy reassured himself that he was still quite normal. The earlier lapse in judgment was undoubtedly due to Mushroom Head's peculiar charm. With this in mind, Luffy cast a glance at Mushroom Head, scoffing inwardly, "Humph, why must this little fellow be so charming?" It nearly dredged up some unwelcome memories. The recollection brought to mind the cross-dressing figure he had encountered at a convention on Blue Star. Truth be told, he had once felt a flutter of attraction toward a beautiful girl. However, that sentiment shattered when she accompanied him into the men's restroom. Ahem, this was a chapter of Luffy's past he preferred not to revisit. Shaking his head, he banished those unwelcome memories and fixed his gaze on Mushroom Head, sternly declaring, "Having taken my swords, you must strive diligently in your culinary endeavors." "Ah?" Mushroom Head exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He had always assumed that Luffy bestowed upon him power for the purpose of engaging in combat. Never did he anticipate that Luffy would equip him with these two swords solely to become a chef. Luffy, well aware of Mushroom Head's thoughts, replied coldly, "My chef must also possess the ability to fight. You shall henceforth be a battle chef." Upon hearing Luffy's words, Mushroom Head nodded, albeit in a daze. "Oh." Noticing Mushroom Head's confusion, Luffy added to clarify his role, "Combat aside, you must first fulfill your duties as a chef. If your culinary skills falter, I won't hesitate to give you a good spanking." As Luffy's words echoed, Mushroom Head, clutching the sword with one hand, instinctively covered his rear with the other, his gaze towards Luffy turning fearful. "Humph." Luffy let out a scoff. "Don't just stand there. Quickly learn how to wield that sword." Thus, as certain bewildering memories resurfaced, Luffy's attitude towards the Mushroom Head underwent a dramatic transformation, seemingly an attempt to mask his own insecurities. Subsequently, under Luffy's menacing gaze, the Mushroom Head began to practice wielding the blade with a sense of grievance. The myriad of phenomena around them reduced to mere ashes. The flame-like blade sank through the air, even though the Mushroom Head's shouts were resounding. His movements were exceedingly awkward, resembling those of a young girl. Moreover, the flame-like blade he drew resembled a mere fire poker, lacking the essence of space-dissolving power exhibited by Luffy when he unsheathed his sword. Yet, when he drew the ice wheel, the Mushroom Head unfurled a pair of icy wings from his back, and a chain of ice resembling a dragon's tail extended outward, exuding a certain imposing presence. Clearly, the mushroom head was far more adept at harnessing the power of the ice wheel. Observing this, Lu Fei maintained a calm demeanor, for he had anticipated such developments. In Lu Fei's perspective, the flame-like blade, as the most formidable fire-type Zampakit, possessed power comparable to that of the ice wheel, the strongest ice-type Zampakit, entirely contingent upon the user's strength. However, for those of lesser ability, the ice wheel was undoubtedly more accommodating, capable of providing supportive effects. For instance, the icy wings on the mushroom head's back now enabled him to soar into the sky, granting him superior mobility, while the extending ice chain undoubtedly expanded his range of attack. Yet, in the hands of the mushroom head, the flame-like blade was akin to a mere fire poker. It could scarcely influence the surrounding environment, let alone evaporate space. In the hands of the mushroom head, the flame-like blade served as a fire poker, whereas in Lu Fei's grip, it transformed into a truly formidable weapon capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. Even the ice wheel, in Lu Fei's possession, did not require the display of icy wings or a dragon-like auxiliary stance. With Lu Fei's agility and strength, a single slash could freeze all. This stark contrast stemmed from the disparity in their abilities. Thus, as Lu Fei observed the mushroom head wielding the ice wheel and the flame-like blade, it was akin to witnessing a child brandishing a toy knife. A rather comical sight. Indeed, Lu Fei stifled his laughter as he quietly watched the mushroom head gradually master the flame-like blade and the ice wheel. Throughout this process, Lu Fei remained silent, offering no guidance, for he understood that his mediocre skills would likely mislead rather than instruct. Instead of imparting his own insights, Lu Fei placed greater faith in the mushroom head's innate talent. His choice of the mushroom head was predicated not only on his potential but also on his evident affinity for the blade. Among all the slaves, the mushroom head's vegetable chopping was the most meticulous. How meticulous, you may ask? Even upon close inspection, Lu Fei could discern no differences in the cuts, as if they had been executed by a precise machine. Remarkably, the mushroom head maintained this standard even in the relentless labor of cooking while still bearing the identity of a slave. All these factors indicated that the mushroom head possessed a true gift for the blade. Thus, rather than impose his own guidance, Lu Fei believed it wiser to allow the mushroom head to explore his own path, one that was distinct yet potentially more rewarding. By evening, bolstered by his talent and the conducive environment, the mushroom head was already wielding the blade with considerable finesse. At least on the surface, he exhibited the semblance of a swordsman, albeit with a smaller stature that precluded him from properly sheathing the blade, forcing him to cradle it instead. Lu Fei escorted the mushroom head out of the dual realms of ice and fire. Although there was still ample time for practice, the mushroom head's stamina waned. Consequently, Lu Fei chose not to prolong their session, as the dual realms had been specifically arranged for the mushroom head, holding little value for Lu Fei's own training. Thus, he led the mushroom head back towards their home. As the mushroom head gazed at the modest house before them, he looked at Lu Fei with confusion. For based on Lu Fei's displayed wealth, such a small dwelling seemed incongruous. Lu Fei affectionately ruffled his hair, smiling as he reassured him, "We shall soon move into a new home." Lu Fei was well aware that with an additional occupant, the small house would feel cramped, and had thus arranged for Qing Yun to secure a new residence in advance. Although Lu Fei's words were softly spoken, they reached Qing Yun, who joyfully rushed out upon hearing the commotion. However, upon completing the task Lu Fei had assigned her, Qing Yun's cheerful demeanor faded as she noticed Lu Fei standing beside a child of her own size, his hand still resting on the mushroom head's head. Standing at the door, Qing Yun pouted, her small face brimming with displeasure as she regarded Lu Fei. In response to her expression, Lu Fei approached her with a smile, gently caressing her cheek, effortlessly dispelling her annoyance, and said, "Come, take a look at the chef I've found." He then proceeded to introduce Qing Yun and the mushroom head to one another. At that moment, however, Lu Fei realized an issue. The mushroom head lacked a name, making it inconvenient to address him. When Lu Fei inquired about the mushroom head's name, the latter gazed at him with eager anticipation, his face reflecting a desire for Lu Fei to bestow upon him a name. Lu Fei considered various culinary names, and without thinking, he blurted out, "Sanji." The mushroom head shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with this appellation. "How about Little Chef?" This suggestion elicited disdain not only from the mushroom head, but also from Qing Yun, who regarded Lu Fei with contempt. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Lu Fei suggested, "Then perhaps Zoro." To be honest, when the name Zoro slipped from Lu Fei's lips, he contemplated pairing the mushroom head with a third sword. Unfortunately, the mushroom head also rejected this name. Tentatively, Lu Fei proposed, "What about Hideyoshi?" Before the mushroom head could respond, Lu Fei chuckled to himself. Hideyoshi's gender is Hideyoshi. This was a story Lu Fei, as a semi-otaku, was quite familiar with. Particularly for the mushroom head, Lu Fei sensed a remarkable potential akin to that of Hideyoshi. The mushroom head, observing Lu Fei's grin, felt a sense of foreboding, leading him to decisively shake his head in rejection. Following this, the mushroom head realized that Lu Fei was clearly unreliable. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to name himself, proclaiming, Yajun. Upon uttering this name, the mushroom head looked at Lu Fei with hope, evidently seeking his approval. Yajun, Yajun, Lu Fei repeated twice before praising. A splendid name. From now on, you shall be Yajun. The words of Lu Fei instantly brought a radiant smile to the face of the one affectionately dubbed Mushroom Head. No, she should now be referred to as Yajun.as. Yajun beamed with joy. Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly. Yajun, a name that implies an elegant gentleman. Yet, such names are rarely bestowed upon males, as they carry an air of self-aggrandizement. However, they are commonly used for females. Of course, this observation does not necessarily signify anything definitive, but Qingyun, having honed her perceptive skills amidst various adversities, could discern that this mushroom head was far from ordinary. First, his skin was remarkably fair, starkly contrasting with his attire as a servant. Second, despite the mushroom head hairstyle obscuring his facial shape, Qingyun could ascertain from his features that he was quite exquisite in appearance. Third, though Lu Fei described him as a chef, Qingyun noted that his hands bore no calluses whatsoever. Lastly, both his movements and demeanor exuded an inherent grace. Naturally, Lu Fei remained oblivious to these subtleties, as he had not paid them any heed. Conversely, Qingyun's awareness stemmed from her upbringing among the lower echelons of society, where she was particularly attentive to those of higher status, lest she inadvertently provoke them. After noting these details, Qingyun had already formed a judgment. The mushroom head Yajun was a woman of distinguished background. Upon concluding her assessment, her gaze towards Yajun transformed, becoming rather unwelcoming. Such a concealed identity, so close to Lu Fei, seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Seeing Qingyun's expression, Lu Fei mistakenly assumed she was still harboring jealousy and rubbed his chin in exasperation. How should he navigate the complexities of their relationships? Achieving familial harmony was indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. Fortunately, maintaining family peace was a concern for another day. Presently, the pressing matter at hand for the trio was the significant task of moving. However, Lu Fei possessed very few belongings, and Qingyun's possessions were also minimal. After a brief packing session, each of them carried a small bag as they stepped out of their modest dwelling, with Lu Fei and Qingyun each holding a bag and Yajun cradling 2 knives. This peculiar trio ventured into their new home as darkness enveloped the sky. The residence was a villa, complete with a garden, swimming pool, and all the requisite amenities. The villa boasted around 10 rooms, more than sufficient for their needs. Upon entering the villa, Lu Fei's eyes lit up, for the decor leaned towards a modern style reminiscent of the Blue Planet, evoking a sense of familiarity for him. Observing the smile on Lu Fei's face, Qingyun felt a sense of satisfaction in her choice. Yet, when she caught a glimpse of Yajun's countenance, which only reflected curiosity devoid of surprise, she realized that Yajun had undoubtedly come from a place far exceeding the grandeur of this villa. At that moment, Qingyun's resolve to unveil Yajun's true identity solidified even further. Qingyun remained preoccupied with Yajun's sudden appearance. Despite her considerable abilities, she could not escape the reality of her youth, leading to the emergence of trivial emotions: envy towards the affluent, jealousy, and more. If one were to inquire why Qingyun harbored resentment towards wealth, it would be due, in part, to her humble origins and the influence of her current circumstances. It is worth noting that Qingyun now belonged to Lu Fei, who was a wanted pirate. Thus, Qingyun was akin to a pirate, albeit currently unpursued. As a pirate, would it not be entirely reasonable to harbor disdain for the affluent and their ships? Alas, this notion clearly stemmed from Qingyun's own perspective and the knowledge she had acquired. If Lu Fei were aware of Qingyun's thoughts, he would undoubtedly pinch her cheeks and offer a stern lesson. We are not true pirates. It is merely a title we bear. After the 3 of them took a brief stroll around the villa, hunger compelled them to ultimately gather in the kitchen. Observing the ingredients that Qingyun had thoughtfully procured in advance, Yajun instinctively began preparing the meal, with the intention of getting closer to Yajun to better unveil his true motives. Qingyun proactively stepped forward to assist. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, who was only capable of boiling instant noodles, dutifully remained seated, watching the 2 busily at work. However, Lu Fei was not idle, as he observed their culinary efforts. He discreetly unleashed his perception to conduct the most meticulous search of the entire villa. As the saying goes, a cautious sailor never encounters stormy seas, and Lu Fei was not inclined to allow any hidden threats to linger in his new home. After 2 rounds of exploration without uncovering any issues, Lu Fei finally felt at ease. Half an hour later, once the meal was ready, Lu Fei gazed at the delectable spread before him, and without hesitation, he dug in eagerly. It might have been a mere illusion, but Lu Fei felt that Yajun's dishes were even more delightful than those he had sampled at the auction house. Even Qingyun, after tasting the food, had to concede that Yajun was undeniably a qualified chef. After dinner, the 3 of them returned to their respective rooms. Lu Fei lay on his bed, contemplating the path ahead. As the leader, he needed to decide whether to continue to bide his time or to prepare for a formal journey towards global renown. After all, remaining stagnant would not allow his name to echo across the world. The reason Lu Fei had temporarily stayed in Fidel City was to safely navigate his rapid growth period. Now that he had achieved that goal, it was time to determine his next steps. While Lu Fei was deep in thought, Qingyun sat cross-legged on her bed, her gaze fixed intently on the door. Directly across from her was the room chosen by Yajun. Clearly, Qingyun had selected this room to keep a close watch on Yajun. However, she was not merely idly spying. She practiced her cultivation while remaining alert to any movements from the other side. As for Yajun, she was currently in the bathroom of her room, bathing. No longer could she be referred to as he. She should now be addressed as she. Upon shedding her outer garments, she revealed a white chest binder. Subsequently, she unfastened the binder, fully exposing her figure. It was evident that, though petite, Yajun possessed a remarkable physique. She then tied her mushroom hairstyle back, unveiling her entire face. It was an exceedingly adorable doll-like visage, complemented by exquisite features and fair skin, undeniably a captivating and endearing young woman. Had Lu Fei been privy to this scene, he would surely have been left breathless. Alas, Lu Fei was not present to witness it, leaving Yajun to admire her own beauty in solitude. To be honest, she had intended to disclose her true gender to Lu Fei during the day. But at that moment, he had been engulfed in unpleasant memories and had missed the opportunity. As Yajun gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a radiant smile suddenly graced her lips. Rather than revealing the truth to Lu Fei now, it would be more delightful to surprise him later. The following day, after breakfast, Lu Fei tossed coins in the courtyard, seemingly engaging in aimless play, yet each coin that soared into the air flickered with a faint electric glow. It was apparent that Lu Fei was not merely playing but was, in fact, developing a new technique. Yajun, on the other hand, was tirelessly practicing her swordplay, executing swift movements with her blade. This was a simple yet effective method of training, particularly beneficial for someone as gifted in swordsmanship as Yajun. The act of wielding the sword deepened her connection with it. Although this world lacked reapers and the realm of the void, the essence of the Zanpakuto dictated that the stronger the bond with the blade, the greater the potential it could unleash, especially for someone like Yajun, who was still relatively weak. Enhancing her connection with the sword simultaneously fortified her physical capabilities. Initially, Lu Fei had intended to procure the Maramara Nomi for his chef, but had yet to locate it. Instead, during his search for the fruit, the appearances of the Ryu Nomi and the Hai Nomi brought him unexpected joy. Observing Yajun diligently practicing with her blade, Lu Fei envisioned a chef wielding the Ryu Nomi for barbecuing and the Hai Nomi for preparing sashimi. Just as Lu Fei succumbed to these musings about the future, Qingyun returned from her reconnaissance mission. Qingyun approached Lu Fei, a wanted poster in hand. Upon seeing the poster, Lu Fei seemed to grasp the implications, halting his coin tossing. Yajun also ceased her practice, turning her attention to the wanted poster in Qingyun's grasp. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Qingyun unfurled the wanted poster. Wanted, Pirate, Wang Lu Fei, Bounty, 360 million. The emergence of this wanted poster signified that Lu Fei had truly ascended to the ranks of the elite. With a bounty that placed him in the realm of supernovas, given his age and the brevity of his career. After displaying the wanted poster, Qingyun produced a newspaper detailing Lu Fei's exploits from the previous day. Supernova Pirate Wang Lu Fei single-handedly defeats the captain of the regulated city's Major General. The headline alone was captivating, while the content was even more sensational, claiming he had trampled the regulated city and challenged the world government. Seemingly eager for Lu Fei's downfall, embellishing the tale to an absurd degree. Thankfully, the nature of such newspapers was evident. They were entertainment pieces, prone to exaggeration. Lu Fei remarked that it was merely a spectacle. However, despite viewing it as entertainment, the release of the report and the wanted poster marked Lu Fei's genuine entrance onto the world stage. Particularly, his act of eliminating the Major General would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from both the regulated city and the world government. Understanding this, Lu Fei cast a fleeting look of regret toward Qingyun and Yajun. Initially, he had hoped to include them in his ventures, but now it seemed impossible. Truthfully, Lu Fei had not anticipated the world government's swift response. Nor did he expect his bounty to escalate so rapidly. Merely a day later, the world government issued a new wanted poster, with the bounty soaring to 360 million. Nevertheless, since the events had transpired, there was no point in lamenting. Lu Fei felt a twinge of regret, as capturing him would be exceedingly difficult given his current strength, at least without Qingyun and Yajun. Lu Fei's expression led Qingyun and Yajun to surmise some of his thoughts. Qingyun directly addressed Lu Fei. Please allow me to accompany you. Even if it means facing death, I will have no regrets. Though Yajun did not voice her sentiments, her resolute gaze and the way her fingers whitened from gripping the hilt of her sword revealed her shared intent with Qingyun. Witnessing this, Lu Fei could only manage a wry smile. It is merely a wanted poster. Do not speak as if we are parting ways for life and death. I aim to become a man whose name resonates throughout the world. A mere 360 million is far from my ambition. This marked Lu Fei's first declaration of his goals to Qingyun and Yajun. Admittedly, expressing such aspirations felt somewhat embarrassing, yet once spoken, it brought him a sense of relief. Lu Fei's words immediately ignited a spark of aspiration in Qingyun and Yajun's eyes, making them acutely aware of the grand vision that their companion pursued. In all honesty, at that moment, the youthful Lu Fei, alongside the two girls, discussing dreams of global renown, resembled the innocent fantasies of children. However, when considering the power the trio possessed, the narrative shifted dramatically. Lu Fei, one of the strongest Logia fruit users, the Thunder Fruit wielder, boasted a public bounty of 360 million, with his true combat prowess undoubtedly exceeding that figure. Qingyun, the formidable Paramecia fruit user, the Tremor fruit wielder, had no bounty but possessed combat strength on par with Lu Fei, excelling in destructive capability. Yajun, the strongest flame-type Zanpakuto wielder of Ryu no Mi and the ice-type Zanpakuto holder of Hai no Mi, currently held no bounty and was relatively weak. Yet her future potential was promising. It is no exaggeration to say that each of these three individuals possessed the potential to make their names resonate throughout the world. Certainly, potential is one thing, but the ability to realize it is quite another. After Lu Fei finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Qingyun and Yajun, resolved to share his plans with them. He began, although I do not consider myself a true pirate. Since the world government has labeled me as one and issued a bounty, it seems I am destined to remain shackled to this identity. Therefore, my crew will be structured as a pirate crew. At this point, Lu Fei pointed to Qingyun and declared, in my vision, you should serve as the vice captain. Upon hearing that she was to be the vice captain, a smile immediately graced Qingyun's delicate face. However, Lu Fei dampened the mood by adding, of course, should you fail to meet the demands of the vice captaincy in the future, you shall be relegated to the role of ship's secretary, solely responsible for intelligence work. At this, Qingyun's smile vanished, her face tightening as she earnestly replied, my lord, rest assured, I will undoubtedly become the vice captain. After a noncommittal nod from Lu Fei, he then pointed at Yajun and stated, you, in my envisioning, should take on the role of chef, a chef capable of combat. Hearing this, Qingyun promptly lifted her head, chest out, asserting her ability to excel in the role. Lu Fei continued, for now, this is merely a concept. Only when the pirate crew takes shape will our positions be solidified. As Lu Fei spoke, Yajun instinctively glanced at Qingyun, clearly dissatisfied with the designation of chef. Qingyun reciprocated the glance, and at that moment, their eyes met, seemingly understanding each other's thoughts. Yajun thought, who said a chef can't also serve as vice captain? A chef who does not aspire to be a vice captain is not a worthy warrior. Qingyun thought, you wish to take my vice captain position? Not a chance. It must be said that Lu Fei's words ignited a competitive spirit in both of them. However, at that moment, Lu Fei pulled both girls into his embrace, stating, internal competition is encouraged, but externally, we must present a united front. Clearly, Lu Fei intended for them to compete without jeopardizing their relationship. Unfortunately, while he understood this principle, his blunt manner of expression failed to achieve the desired effect. The result was that, nestled in Lu Fei's embrace, Qing Yun and Yejun had flushed cheeks, appearing adorably endearing, yet their gazes towards each other were charged with tension if they were a boy and a girl. Perhaps they would only vie for the vice-captain position, but as two young women, their ambitions extended beyond mere titles. In the ensuing days, the competition spurred both girls to train with increasing fervor. Were it not for Lu Fei's restraint, they would have likely trained through the night. While Lu Fei welcomed this development, recognizing its immense benefits for their growth, he also harbored concerns about their relationship. However, Qing Yun and Yejun seemed to sense Lu Fei's worries, gradually concealing their competitiveness and burying it deep within their hearts that, of course, this competitive spirit was not born of genuine malice, but rather a struggle for status in Lu Fei's affections. Overall, from the perspective of a team, such rivalry was undoubtedly a form of healthy competition during the period of mutual competition due to her lower starting point. Yejun's strength soared remarkably, while Qing Yun also made significant progress, at the very least. Under Lu Fei's perception, when Qing Yun trained, the air around her was filled with cracks, instilling a sense of danger in Lu Fei. This feeling led him to realize that in close combat, he would likely not stand a chance against Qing Yun. Upon this realization, Lu Fei could only marvel at Qing Yun's innate talent. Simultaneously, he understood that it was time for him to depart. His growth in Fidel City had evidently slowed, and remaining there would yield diminishing returns. Nevertheless, he chose to stay a while longer, as he was not yet reassured by Yejun's strength. A month later, amidst the ashes of all existence, the blade flowed like fire. Yejun drew the blade, its fiery crimson flames dancing upon the edge, yet the temperature within the villa only rose slightly. Sitting atop the frost-laden sky, she unsheathed the ice ring, a circle of frost materializing beneath her feet, though the icy wings behind her remained absent. The manner in which she wielded these two blades demonstrated that Yejun had nearly mastered them, allowing her to summon the unique manifestations of her Zanpakuto with ease. Witnessing this, Lu Fei nodded with satisfaction. A sense of fulfillment blossomed within him. He had successfully nurtured a battle-ready chef. Once Yejun sheathed her blade, Lu Fei called both her and Qing Yun to his side, took a deep breath, and said, "You both now possess the means to protect yourselves, which allows me to depart with peace of mind." The moment his words escaped, both girls rushed into his embrace, holding him tightly. In truth, they had always known that Lu Fei would leave on his own, yet when the day finally arrived, their reluctance was palpable. Lu Fei sighed deeply, patting their backs, and said, "This parting now is for the sake of a better reunion in the future." At the entrance of the villa, Qing Yun and Yejun gazed at Lu Fei's retreating figure, each silently vowing, "When we meet again, we shall stand by his side." Once Lu Fei's silhouette faded from view, Qing Yun and Yejun turned their attention to one another. After sizing each other up, they simultaneously huffed in disdain and turned to re-enter the villa. Both girls had confirmed the other as a formidable rival. Lu Fei strolled leisurely out of Fidel City, pausing to glance back at the place. Reflecting on the journey, upon his arrival, he had been utterly destitute, yet as he departed, he was laden with wealth, having taken his first steps towards leadership, albeit that of a rather small crew. Turning his gaze skyward, Lu Fei resolved to pursue his path of growth and seek new subordinates. In truth, his notion of a pirate crew was merely a preliminary concept. The world held far more than just pirate crews. Land bandits, claiming dominion over territories, typically existed in communal settlements. Pirates, primarily ship-based, roamed the waters in the form of pirate crews. Aerial thieves, residing in flying vessels, similarly traversed the skies. Among these, aerial thieves undoubtedly boasted the greatest mobility and freedom. Soaring across the globe, pirates, while still mobile, were somewhat constrained, primarily operating near waterways. Land bandits, on the other hand, exhibited the least mobility, preferring to stake their claim in one location. Lu Fei's original intent was to form a band of aerial thieves. However, due to his wanted status as a pirate, he would temporarily adopt the structure of a pirate crew. Nevertheless, this ultimately depended on Lu Fei's final aspirations, as transitioning from a pirate crew to an aerial thief band was not an insurmountable leap. Moreover, at heart, Lu Fei was not a genuine criminal, and what he aimed to establish could never be a true criminal organization. What Lu Fei sought to create was a powerful force. Ever since he discovered he had been forcibly imprisoned and used as a pawn, Lu Fei realized that to live freely in this world, one could never rely on others. Furthermore, judging by the methods displayed in the bounty notice, he found it difficult to accept the world government's authority. Yet, for Lu Fei, contemplating these matters was premature. Thus, he focused on executing his plans. However, before that, he needed to shake off the pursuers trailing behind him. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lu Fei's eyes as a contingent quietly materialized behind him. Judging by their attire and synchronized movements, it was evident that they hailed from the world government. Lu Fei assessed the strength of both parties and realized that an instant annihilation was beyond his reach. However, should he unleash his full power, burying them would pose no challenge. Yet, he would not resort to such measures. His team was still in its infancy, and he needed to continue recruiting subordinates. An excessively high bounty severely hampered his movements. What Lu Fei sought was not mere followers attracted by his renown, but rather individuals he deemed worthy, whom he could either recruit or nurture. As a self-proclaimed semi-recluse, the idea of nurturing had a certain allure. Thus, Lu Fei pressed onward, activating his powers before the pursuers could complete their encirclement. In an instant, brilliant arcs of electricity erupted from his form as he soared into the sky, enveloped in a tempest of lightning, transforming into a colossal sphere of thunder. Thunderbolt. The next moment, the sphere exploded with a resounding crack, dispersing into 8 bolts of lightning, each racing in different directions. What? The pursuers watched in shock as the 8 bolts vanished, their expressions shifting dramatically. If Lu Fei had merely transformed into a single bolt of lightning, they might have had a chance to pursue him. However, with 8 bolts diverging, their prospects dwindled to nothing. Even if they chased 1 bolt, the odds of success were a mere 1 in 8. And dividing their forces was an unthinkable endeavor. Thus, they could only stand by helplessly, witnessing Lu Fei's calm escape, rendered motionless. Simultaneously, the 8 bolts' divergent paths effectively severed any means of tracking Lu Fei's movements. It could be said that with this singular maneuver, Lu Fei effortlessly eluded his pursuers. This was precisely why he was confident that he could remain elusive, even in solitude, when he chose the Thunder Fruit within the confines of the Rules City. He had already contemplated this. While the Thunder Fruit may not possess the highest destructive power among natural fruits, in terms of overall capabilities, speed, power, and functionality, it undoubtedly ranked as the most formidable devil fruit. Bar none, this conviction bolstered Lu Fei's belief that he could make his name resonate throughout the world, rather than fade into obscurity. Giant Pillar City, a metropolis named for its foundation beneath the giant Pillar Peak. Though it has long since lost its former splendor, in a radius of 1,000 miles, it remains a preeminent city. Wearing a straw hat and dressed in casual attire, Lu Fei entered Giant Pillar City. Utilizing the shade of his hat, he cleverly concealed part of his face. Despite the considerable distance from Fidel City, Lu Fei chose to exercise caution. Upon entering, he made his way directly to a bounty hunter tavern, ordered a mug of malt liquor, and settled into a quiet corner, listening intently to the discussions of the surrounding bounty hunters. Rumor had it that several land pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million had just arrived and were preparing to seize Giant Pillar Peak the following day. Yet another group of fools, thinking they can take Giant Pillar Peak. They'll meet their demise sooner or later. Pity they won't die at our hands. Otherwise, we'd all be set for life. Come on, with our strength. 100 million bounty is already daunting, and you want to take them on. Aren't you just asking for a slow death? Indeed, that's the truth. But tell me, is Giant Pillar Peak truly a treasure? Why have so many sought to claim it over the years? Need you even ask? Giant Pillar Peak is undoubtedly a treasure, a remarkable one at that. Let me tell you, my grandfather's grandfather told me. Wait, your grandfather's grandfather? How old was that? Did he tell you personally? The lively banter among the bounty hunters fell abruptly into silence at this remark. Fortunately, the boastful hunter quickly regained his composure and cleared his throat. Ahem. It was passed down orally, he told my grandfather, who then related to me that it is said that Giant Pillar Peak was not always called that. This area was merely a small town. One year, during a catastrophic flood, just as the waters threatened to obliterate the town, a golden light emanated from Giant Pillar Peak, instantly calming the flood. With that golden light, the peak transformed from an ordinary mountain into the perfectly cylindrical form we see today. The magnitude of the event was impossible to conceal, drawing countless treasure seekers to its site. Thus, it was named Giant Pillar Peak, and the small town evolved into Giant Pillar City at its zenith. Even superpowers with bounties in the billions came to investigate. However, due to the failure of one such figure, Giant Pillar City subsequently fell into decline. Now, countless years have passed, while Giant Pillar Peak endures. Giant Pillar City has long since lost its former glory, and even that billion-level superpower has faded into the annals of time. The current bounty hunters with bounties in the millions are merely minor players. The bounty hunter sighed deeply, lamenting, how times have changed. One could not help but acknowledge that this hunter had mastered the art of boasting. His sigh seemed to convey his first-hand experience. However, the other hunters, well acquainted with his antics, collectively scoffed in disdain. Luffy silently absorbed the information exchanged among the bounty hunters, comparing it with his own knowledge. His presence here was no mere happenstance. During his time in Fidel City, he not only honed his skills, but also expanded his understanding of this world that in his original memories. Due to limited exposure, he had only grasped a general overview of this realm, the origins of illusionary items. In fact, mostly appeared randomly within this world, with only a small fraction being drawn forth under specific conditions through illusions. That it was precisely this randomness that rendered illusionary items so ubiquitous. Understanding this, Luffy immediately considered that the random emergence of illusionary items implied the existence of some lesser-known, larger-scale illusionary treasures beyond the small, tradable ones. Thus, he began to pay attention to peculiar information, such as unique terrains and extraordinary structures. In the course of gathering this intelligence, he encountered references to Giant Pillar Peak. Giant Pillar Peak, aside from its distinctive pillar-like appearance, possessed two remarkable attributes. Firstly, as the bounty hunters boasted, it quelled the flood. Since its renown, there had been no recorded floods in the history of Giant Pillar City. Secondly, it was deemed indestructible, though not a soul has successfully attempted to damage the majestic Pillar Peak. None have inflicted any harm upon it. Thus, Pillar Peak undoubtedly stands as a widely recognized illusionary artifact, remaining steadfast in its place, impervious to any force. While, many years ago, various factions may have sought to monopolize Pillar Peak, such ambitions have since faded. The value of exclusive ownership is minimal. First, Pillar Peak harbors no resources. Second, it is merely an enigmatic illusionary object, its utility virtually non-existent when dormant. Third, monopolizing it would invite numerous adversaries. Consequently, a peculiar situation has arisen. Those capable of claiming it deem it unworthy, as the costs outweigh the benefits, while those eager to claim it find themselves unable. In summary, Pillar Peak has transformed into a well-known locale, akin to a popular destination. Its popularity stems from the constant influx of individuals drawn to its legend, eager to witness or attempt to engage with it. Luffy is among such seekers. The town of Pillar City thrives on the presence of these individuals. Luffy lingered in the bounty hunter's tavern for an extended period, only departing as twilight descended, making his way to an inn. That night, as he lay in bed, he began to anticipate the morrow's arrival. That he deliberately refrained from rushing to Pillar Peak, for if it indeed possessed the qualities he imagined, he must approach it with the utmost reverence. This reflects not only an attitude but also a profound respect. Should one inquire why Luffy holds such reverence for this object, suppressing his eager anticipation to rest for a night before confronting it, one must explore the civilization that has influenced him throughout his life. 5 millennia of resplendent civilization has forged a magnificent mythological world. In this mythological realm, there exists an indelible figure, a pillar that cannot be forgot. It once governed the waterways of the realm, famously known as the stabilizing sea needle. It vanquished foes across the 3 realms, wielding a staff that pierced the heavens. This is none other than the weapon of the legendary Monkey King, Sun Wukong. The Rui Jingu Bang, the stabilizing sea needle, naturally possesses the ability to control water, thus ensuring Pillar City remains free from floods. The Rui Jingu Bang, indestructible by nature, can also alter its size, effortlessly transforming into a column as tall as a mount. Therefore, in Luffy's estimation, Pillar Peak is highly likely to be the Rui Jingu Bang. With such hopeful thoughts, Luffy gradually succumbed to slumber. The following day, Luffy awakened with renewed vitality, tidied himself, and set forth towards Pillar Peak with a spirit akin to that of a pilgrim. He was not alone. Many others, sharing his fervor, hastened towards the peak. Observing these individuals, Luffy noted their resemblance to tourists flocking to a popular site. Indeed, it would not be inaccurate to say that most were merely seeking novelty and, perhaps, some excitement. The rumor of several billion-level land bandits aiming to seize Pillar Peak had already spread. Consequently, a multitude gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. and should an opportunity arise, they would not hesitate to reap a profit. Fortunately, given the vastness of Pillar Peak, the throng gradually dispersed after leaving the city. Luffy, with ulterior motives, chose a less traveled path, embarking alone on the route to Pillar Peak. After more than half an hour, Luffy arrived at the foot of the peak, standing at the base. He gazed upward at the towering Pillar Peak, which soared into the clouds. The peak was peculiar. Its upper section formed a perfect cylindrical shape, while its base resembled a triangular pedestal. Yet, even this base alone constituted a small mountain. Rising several hundred meters, soon, Luffy commenced his ascent. Not long into his climb, he detected the metallic scent of blood in the air. Particularly along the trees and stones, dark crimson stains were evident. These marks unmistakably hinted at the brutal carnage that had transpired upon Pillar Peak. No, to be precise, it was still unfolding. Upon catching the scent of blood, Luffy expanded his senses and discerned that a battle was raging a few hundred meters away. He harbored no desire to witness the conflict and opted to steer clear of the battleground. Luffy had no interest in meaningless skirmishes. Thus, he consciously avoided these areas of combat until he reached the base of the main pillar of Pillar Peak. Before the imposing cylindrical structure, Luffy reverently extended his hand to touch its surface. Cold and unyielding, it bore the unmistakable essence of metal. Instilling within him a sense of invincibility. As he gazed upon the soaring column, his conviction deepened that this was indeed the Rui Jingu Bang. The pressing question remained: how to activate the Rui Jingu Bang? Leaning against the mighty pillar, Luffy settled into a meditative posture. Contemplating the matter. To discuss the Rui Jingu Bang inevitably leads to the mention of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. In the realm of myth, the golden staff rose to fame in Sun Wukong's grasp, traversing the three realms with unparalleled might. According to Luffy's understanding, the Rui Jingu Bang was utilized by Liu during his water management efforts, later resting at the bottom of the Eastern Sea. Renowned as the stabilizing sea needle. It was subsequently borrowed by Sun Wukong as a weapon, remaining with him until the conclusion of his pilgrimage. From that point onward, the tales of the Golden Staff faded into obscurity. Clearly, the Golden Staff's most significant experiences were intertwined with Sun Wukong. In other words, for Luffy to activate it, he must delve into Sun Wukong's past. In an instant, images of the Monkey King, his tumultuous reign, the havoc he wreaked in the heavenly court, his imprisonment beneath Five-Finger Mountain, and his arduous journey to acquire sacred texts, flooded Luffy's mind. Sun Wukong, once proclaiming himself the mightiest demon of the three realms, ultimately evolved into the victorious Buddha after enduring countless tribulations. The weapon that accompanied Sun Wukong on his journey, the Rui Jingu Bang, undoubtedly witnessed all of it. Consequently, Luffy shut his eyes, seeking to connect with his understanding of the legendary Monkey King. He was a stone monkey, reigning over Flower Fruit Mountain and studying under the Bodhi Patriarch, hence earning the name Sun Wukong. That he borrowed the Rui Jingu Bang from the Eastern Sea, wreaked havoc in the heavenly court, and was subsequently imprisoned for 5 centuries beneath a mountain. Following his pilgrimage, he overcame 81 trials and ultimately achieved enlightenment. Before his journey, he was unruly, challenging the heavens and disturbing the underworld, living up to his title as the greatest demon of the three realms. Afterward, he was bestowed the title of victorious fighting Buddha, retreating from worldly affairs. Some say the true Sun Wukong existed before his pilgrimage, while others argue that the real Sun Wukong perished in battle against the six-eared macaque, and the one who later took the pilgrimage was merely the replacement. Still, there are those who believe that during his journey, Sun Wukong perceived the fickleness of human emotions, weary of connections and manipulation, and upon becoming a Buddha, returned to Flower Fruit Mountain, disillusioned. Ultimately, post-enlightenment, he ceased to be the Monkey King and became the victorious fighting Buddha. As for the Rui Jingu Bang, it naturally vanished from the eyes of the world. Luffy believed that, as a weapon, the Rui Jingu Bang would favor the spirited and adventurous Monkey King rather than the reclusive Buddha. He surmised that the Rui Jingu Bang longed to experience the world rather than remain confined to a single place or retreat into seclusion. Thus, clarity dawned upon Luffy. Rising to his feet, he placed both hands upon the colossal pillar and intoned, word by word, Chi, Tian, Sheng, Sun, Wu, Kong. As soon as Luffy's voice resonated, the massive pillar erupted with a brilliant golden light. In an instant, the pillar's radiance eclipsed the sun's glow, transforming Luffy's surroundings into a realm of luminous gold. The overwhelming brilliance compelled Lu Fei to squint his eyes. As he did, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure clad in golden armor, adorned with a phoenix-winged crown, and stepping upon cloud-like shoes, standing majestically between heaven and earth. Suddenly, the figure wielding the long staff turned abruptly, revealing a face resembling that of a furry monkey, its features indistinct. Yet its golden eyes stood out strikingly, and thus, the golden eyes cast down upon Lu Fei. In the next moment, the exquisite armor, the golden crown, and the cloud-stepping shoes worn by the figure shattered into fragments. He settled into a lotus position, draped in a robe, and a radiant light of Buddha illuminated from behind him. Yet, just before he fully assumed his meditative posture, he hurled the long staff towards Lu Fei, murmuring, "To see one's true nature is to be sincere. To reflect upon it is to reach the sacred mountain." Lu Fei's eyes widened as he beheld the staff soaring from his grasp. Akin to a streak of light, hurtling directly towards him as the staff was about to strike Lu Fei, the golden realm erupted into chaos. Instinctively, Lu Fei shut his eyes. However, he quickly reopened them, for he understood that this was Sun Wukong. In both sentiment and reason, he could never inflict harm upon him. Yet, despite Lu Fei's swift reaction, by the time he opened his eyes, the figure, the staff, and the golden realm had all vanished. Not only did everything in the golden realm disappear, but even the colossal pillar before Lu Fei had also ceased to exist. Gazing at the deep pit left by the vanished pillar, Lu Fei's mind recalled the towering figure from the golden realm. He was the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who, in his final moments, transformed into the victorious fighting Buddha. Lu Fei contemplated the golden eyes, the long staff, and the mighty figure of the great sage, who, in the end, cast aside his armor, relinquished his weapon, donned a robe, and became a Buddha. In that instant, Lu Fei felt a profound sense of loss. However, at that moment, the whispers of the victorious fighting Buddha echoed in his ears. To see one's true nature is to be sincere. To reflect upon it is to reach the sacred mountain. Suddenly, Lu Fei awoke. Repeating the phrase to himself, he smiled, realizing that Sun Wukong's words were a message to him, not to seek the true Sun Wukong. For the great sage equal to heaven is he, the victorious fighting Buddha is he, the monkey king of Flower and Fruit Mountain is also he. He, Sun Wukong, has always been himself. However, the current iteration of him is the victorious fighting Buddha. Yet not the one upon the sacred mountain. He is the Buddha within his heart, the victorious fighting Buddha of Flower and Fruit Mountain. With this thought, Lu Fei finally set aside all he had witnessed in the golden realm. For he too must seek his desires, his sacred mountain. Clenching his fist, Lu Fei turned and descended the mountain. Yet, during his descent, he encountered a multitude of individuals ascending to avoid unnecessary conflict. Lu Fei chose to steer clear of them. At Pillar City, in his lodging, Lu Fei took a seat and raised his tightly clenched right fist, opening his hand. A golden rod, no larger than a sewing needle, lay quietly in the palm of his hand. This was the Rui Jingu Bang. With a mere thought, the rod began to grow in size. As it expanded, Lu Fei felt the weight in his hand increase dramatically. If the needle-sized Rui Jingu Bang felt as light as a feather, then now, at its ordinary staff size, it bore a weight of over 10,000 pounds. Lu Fei pondered the staff in his hand. A person breathes a total of 13,500 times in a day. The Rui Jingu Bang weighs 13,500 pounds. Yet, this merely reflects its current state. Should the staff continue to grow, its weight would undoubtedly increase. Lu Fei recalled the moment he first beheld the staff. That towering pillar piercing the skies. Surely it weighed far beyond 13,500 pounds. Millions, countless pounds, at the very least. It could be said that the power of the Rui Jingu Bang is beyond imagination. However, despite its incredible might, it was beyond Lu Fei's current capability to wield. The power he could control was limited to what he could lift. This moment, holding the 13,500-pound Rui Jingu Bang was just right. If it grew larger, Lu Fei would need to transform. In the state of 200 million volts of Thunder God, he could unleash the staff's true power, of course, even in its normal form. Lu Fei could exhibit considerable combat prowess with the staff, for he is not solely reliant on the weight of the Rui Jingu Bang. Thunder, lightning flickered along the staff, blue and white bolts entwined around the golden rod. Anyone who beheld such a staff could sense the terrifying might it contained. However, Lu Fei surveyed his surroundings. ultimately retracting the lightning from the staff in disappointment, for this was not a suitable place to test its power. Subsequently, he reduced the Rui Jingu Bang in size until it resembled a mere sewing needle. Then, Luffy pinched the diminutive staff between his fingers and brought it to his ear. Indeed, Luffy intended to attempt inserting the Rui Jingu Bang into his ear. Taking a deep breath, he slowly maneuvered the staff towards his ear. As it turned out, the Rui Jingu Bang was indeed a divine weapon. While it appeared to enter his ear, it actually transcended into Luffy's spiritual consciousness. Luffy's endeavor was remarkably successful. The staff slid effortlessly into place. Quite simple indeed. Just as Luffy entertained this thought, the Rui Jingu Bang, now nestled within his consciousness, suddenly erupted with brilliant golden light. As if it had pierced through something. In that instant, Luffy felt a splitting headache, his mind clouded, and he collapsed onto his bed, slipping into a deep slumber, while Luffy succumbed to unconsciousness. The area surrounding Pillar City erupted in commotion. The Pillar Peak radiated golden light, resembling the emergence of a treasure, attracting many who sought to claim it. It was indeed a treasure hunt, for anyone who located it would not care for its original owner. Seizing it was a certainty. Individuals raced across the ground, riding ferocious beasts, flying through the air, or aboard flying vessels. An array of characters surged towards Pillar Peak. Among them, the closest to Pillar Peak were several notorious land bandits with bounties exceeding 100 million. One bandit, resembling a leader, stared blankly at the immense pit before him. He had maintained this dazed state for quite some time. Suddenly, he howled, "Where's my pillar? Where's my massive pillar? Who took my pillar?" His cries echoed far and wide. Yet those who heard merely scoffed dismissively. A toad yawning. What an audacious claim. Your pillar. Dream on. However dismissive they may be, the 100 million bounty of this bandit held considerable intimidation at the very least. Those eager to join the fray refrained from confronting him directly. This only fueled his arrogance further. Thus, he escalated his demands, bellowing at the onlookers, "Everyone, confess to me. Who took my pillar?" As he spoke, he drew forth a large blade, clearly prepared to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, but at that moment, no one paid heed to his shouts. All gazes turned skyward. The once white clouds in the sky seemed to be torn apart by some unseen force, parting to reveal what lay above. Soon, the crowd beheld an enormous steel airship, several kilometers long, descending from the heavens. The mere shadow of the colossal ship cast a heavy gloom over everyone atop Pillar Peak, its presence akin to a burden of 1,000 pounds upon their hearts. At that moment, some recognized the steel leviathan and cried out in terror, "The Ark Titan! It is the Ark Titan!" The Ark Titan, famed as the unsinkable airship, simultaneously, it served as the vessel for the Titan Sky Pirate Group, one of the world's 4 renowned pirate factions. Even the world government would avoid conflict with the Titan Sky Pirates unless absolutely necessary. To reach such a status, the label of a wanted criminal had transformed into a mark of fame. Indeed, as the individuals atop Pillar Peak recognized the Ark Titan, some even knelt in reverence. For them, the Titan Sky Pirates represented a legendary belief. However, not everyone is so composed. The vast majority are engulfed in fear, mere shadows of their former selves. Encountering the Titan Air Pirates signifies a loss of control over one's own life. Now firmly grasped by the hands of the Titan Air Pirates, yet, amid such dread, there are still reckless individuals, for instance, a few leaders of land bandits, perhaps still caught in their earlier arrogance or entirely oblivious to the Titan Air Pirates' formidable reputation. Brandish their weapons. One such leader, wielding a large blade, defiantly points at the Ark Titan soaring through the sky, shouting, "What a decrepit vessel!" No sooner had his words left his lips than the surrounding bandits prepared to reprimand their foolhardy leader, only to discover it was already too late. Whoosh, 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 several beams of black light descended from the heavens, impaling him into the ground. In the blink of an eye, as he realized what had transpired, he found himself utterly immobilized, the excruciating pain coursing through him eliciting only anguished cries. Each of those black beams was a metallic rod, and now 4 of them pinned his limbs to the earth, securing him firmly. Furthermore, 2 additional rods hovered above, one aimed at his head and the other at his most sensitive area. Those witnessing this scene collectively gasped, instinctively retreating several steps, fearing any association with this reckless fool. "How dare he denigrate my ship? Seeking death, Perhaps, with a commanding shout from a woman, several figures materialized before the onlookers. The speaker was the sole petite female among them, and her diminutive stature was accentuated by the towering figures surrounding her. Indeed, standing at over 180 centimeters, she appeared quite small amidst the giants who towered at 4 to 5 meters tall. Why, Lady Maya, please be mindful. That is the captain's vessel. One of her giant protectors promptly corrected her. Hearing this, Maya rolled her eyes in exasperation, disregarding the remark entirely. She strode directly to the pinned bandit leader, casting a disdainful glance at him before inquiring, "Tell me, where has the pillar of giant Pillar Peak gone?" Under the looming specter of death, the bandit leader shed his bravado and, in a subservient tone, implored, "My lady, I do not know, spare me." Before he could finish, Maya waved her hand, and the suspended metallic rods plummeted. Bam! The bandit leader was instantly killed, blood splattering. Maya raised her hand once more, and several rods ascended into the sky. She then turned her gaze towards the remaining bandits. Yes, she did, the bounty-laden bandits. Recognizing Maya as the controller of the Arc Titan with the ability to manipulate gravity, immediately knelt and begged for mercy. The Gravity Queen, Maya, bounty, for $1,280,000,000, with her power to wield gravity. She could annihilate an entire city in an instant. In her hands, the purely metallic Arc Titan became a weapon of unimaginable might. This meant that Maya could command the several kilometer-long Arc Titan to launch direct assaults. Given the Arc Titan's colossal size, any human or object caught in its path would face catastrophic consequences. Thus, within the Titan Air Pirates, Maya held a position of immense significance, especially for these bandits. She was akin to the apex predator of the food chain, effortlessly devouring them. Moreover, with their leader dispatched in an instant, they hastily knelt in surrender. Unmoved by their pleas, Maya continued to question, "And you? Do you know, my lady? We truly do not know. We arrived only recently," and the giant pillar peak suddenly radiated golden light before vanishing. Their response evidently failed to satisfy Maya, who coldly retorted, "Incompetent fools." In the next moment, several metallic rods pierced through their skulls. Without a backward glance, Maya turned and walked back to her giant protector, asking, "How is the lockdown progressing?" "The area has been successfully sealed." The giant protector replied in a booming voice. Maya nodded, vanishing in an instant. After her departure, the giant protector surveyed the surroundings and commanded loudly, "Everyone stay put. This area has been sealed by the Titan Air Pirates, and any movement will be met with lethal force. Your silence is noted, but if anyone can provide information on the giant pillar, we offer a substantial reward." Following his pronouncement, the giant protector too disappeared. Simultaneously, the Arc Titan sailed towards Giant Pillar City as it arrived overhead. Luffy slowly opened his eyes at that moment. Luffy's gaze was exceedingly complex. The throbbing headache he had just experienced was due to the golden cudgel piercing through the memory seal within his mind. Indeed, Luffy's memories had been sealed. His slumber had been a means to better assimilate the overwhelming flood of memories that followed the breaking of the seal. Upon receiving these memories, Luffy discovered that his lineage was far beyond his previous understanding. Initially, Luffy believed himself to be a simpleton, an orphan. However, in reality, he hailed from one of the most powerful families in this world, the Lu family. The Lu family had risen to prominence as land bandits, once reigning supreme among them, before transforming into a legitimate force within the world government, becoming a top-tier power that straddled both the black and white markets. Furthermore, Luffy was not merely a distant relative but a direct descendant. It is no exaggeration to say that Luffy could even contend for the position of head of the Lu family. Of course, the number of potential successors within the Lu family, spanning second and third generations, exceeded 100. Yet, this could not diminish the nobility of Luffy's origins. However, being born into such a family, with wealth beyond the dreams of ordinary folk, also came with unimaginable risks. Luffy's transformation into a simpleton was precisely due to this. Luffy, a pitiful soul whose memories of the Lu family were sealed and who was cast out from his lineage. Moreover, the one responsible for sealing Luffy's memories was none other than his own father. According to the memories, as the second son, following the death of his mother and due to his own lack of ability, his father, Lu Qingfeng, had sealed his memories and erased his name from the family tree upon his 16th birthday, expelling him from the Lu family. Cast out from his family, Luffy, due to his amnesia. Became a simpleton, wandering aimlessly until he was rounded up and imprisoned in the Rules City as a pirate. Fueled by the recollection of these memories, a burning rage ignited within Lu Fei's heart. As the saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Yet, Lu Fei's father, Lu Qingfeng, was anything but typical. His cruelty surpassed that of a tiger. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fei exhaled, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. In his heart, Lu Fei silently resolved, "So be it. If I am cast out, I no longer require any assistance from the Lu family. In fact, once my name resonates throughout the world, the Lu family will become a burden. As for familial ties, since my biological father has willingly abandoned me, do I still need them?" With this thought, Lu Fei let out a cold laugh. Though not an orphan, he felt even more forsaken. Suddenly, Lu Fei's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried to the window, gazing skyward. Before him loomed a colossal steel ship, several kilometers long, casting an immense shadow over Giant Pillar City, seemingly blotting out the sun. The inhabitants of Giant Pillar City heard the booming announcement. This entire area is now sealed by the Titan Air Pirates. Any who dare to move shall face death. Those who possess knowledge of the Giant Pillar are invited to surrender and may join our ranks. Information that proves accurate regarding the pillar's whereabouts will be met with generous rewards. However, those who provide false information shall meet their demise. The resounding proclamation echoed throughout Giant Pillar City, the imposing presence of the steel ship and the lockdown of the entire region serving as a stark testament to the Titan Air Pirates' terrifying might. Lu Fei furrowed his brow tightly. The scenario he least wished to encounter had come to pass. In pursuit of the Rui Jingu Bang, Lu Fei had envisioned numerous possibilities. The worst-case scenario was that the colossal pillar was being covertly monitored by a formidable power, just awaiting an opportunity for someone to activate and retrieve it. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Clearly, the Titan Sky Pirate Group embodied such a powerful entity. Once someone claimed the pillar, the Titan Sky Pirate Group would swiftly seal off the entire area, prepared to ensnare their prey like the lurking oriole. It was precisely this eventuality that prompted Lu Fei, upon acquiring the Rui Jingu Bang, to refrain from immediately vanishing in a flash of lightning. Instead, he returned to the colossal Pillar City to conceal himself. Lu Fei understood that as soon as the pillar was taken, the powerful force in the shadows would inevitably strike. Even if he were fortunate enough to escape the encirclement, his electrical signature would still expose his identity. One could foresee that once identified, he would concurrently face the pursuit of both the underworld and the law. This situation differed significantly from a bounty issued by the world government, which resembled more of a mere gesture, optional and not obligatory. Conversely, the latter, driven by the immense interest surrounding the pillar, would undoubtedly compel Lu Fei to lead a life of evasion and concealment. Thus, he chose to return to the colossal Pillar City. The emergence of the Titan Sky Pirate Group now validated Lu Fei's cautiousness. However, this merely indicated that Lu Fei's initial step was correct. He still needed to contend with the subsequent maneuvers of the Titan Sky Pirate Group. This was the reason behind the deep furrow in his brow. Time slipped away as Lu Fei pondered his strategies. Half an hour later, having gleaned no useful information, the Titan Sky Pirate Group commenced further actions. Very well. Not a single individual capable of providing useful intel. Henceforth, do not blame us, the Titan Sky Pirate Group, for employing ruthless measures. All individuals with bounties exceeding 10 million, assemble in mid-air. As the words faded, a massive disk emerged from the lower section of the Arc Titan. Hovering above the colossal Pillar City. It was unmistakable that the Titan Sky Pirate Group had begun screening the populace. At this moment, two choices lay before Lu Fei and all those with bounties exceeding 10 million. Either continue to disguise themselves or heed the Titan Sky Pirate Group's instructions and voluntarily ascend to the disk in midair. After a few seconds of contemplation, Lu Fei opted for the latter, choosing to step forward, for he could not believe that mere concealment would suffice to elude detection. After all, this was one of the four great pirate factions, the Titan Sky Pirate Group. Many others made the same choice as Lu Fei, and as time passed, hundreds of individuals soon gathered upon the disk. The last 10 minutes, the final moments passed quietly, and suddenly, a black rain began to fall from the sky. No, this was not rain. It was a multitude of shadowy figures. These dark silhouettes cascaded from the Arc Titan like raindrops into the colossal Pillar City. commencing a thorough search throughout the entire city. In no time, these shadowy figures had scoured the entirety of Colossal Pillar City. Anyone exhibiting even a modicum of strength was seized by the shadowy figures and forcibly brought to the disc. During this process, there were those who attempted to resist, for the shadowy figures were not particularly powerful. However, those who dared to defy were swiftly met with a metallic rod descending from above, impaling them on the spot. All of this transpired before the eyes of Luffy and the others. Yet, Luffy noted that these shadowy figures clearly possessed a form of ability. Those vanquished would dissipate into shadows. This signified that the Titan Sky Pirate Group could exert control over the entire Colossal Pillar City with merely a handful of individuals. Let me go! Let me go! I am a Major General of the World Government. How dare you capture me? A Major General from the World Government was escorted toward the disc by two shadowy figures. Given his rank, resisting should have been a trivial endeavor, yet having witnessed the fate of those who attempted to fight back, he was too afraid to retaliate. Now, he relied solely on his identity within the world government to bluster. Alas, his bluster bore no weight, and he remained firmly in their grasp, with the Major General now captured. The vetting of the populace within Colossal Pillar City had reached its conclusion at this juncture. The disc in midair was distinctly divided into two factions. One side comprised individuals like Luffy, who had voluntarily stepped forward, while the other side consisted of those, akin to the Major General, who were being forcibly escorted by the shadowy figures. You all wait. How dare you brazenly seal off Colossal Pillar City? The world government shall send someone forth to apprehend you all. The Major General's tirade was abruptly interrupted as a metallic rod materialized before his forehead, as if to assert that uttering another word would result in a fatal consequence. Faced with the deadly threat of the metallic rod, the Major General struggled to swallow, resolutely sealing his lips. The reality was evident. The confidence bestowed upon him by the world government was utterly insufficient to counter the imminent threat of death looming before him. A sigh escaped a woman's lips, and a tall figure gracefully descended from the sky. What a fine vacation, and yet it has turned into work? Moya seemed to be speaking to herself as she approached, adding, "Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies, but I must ask you to stand here." Moya stepped onto the disc and addressed everyone in a sweet voice. However, there is little choice in the matter, for our captain has a penchant for large and hefty weaponry. Therefore, if any among you possesses the colossal pillar, now is the time to surrender it if you wish to preserve your lives. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to send you all to your demise. Moya's words instantaneously plunged the atmosphere on the disc into a frigid silence. Strutting with an alluring gait, she accentuated her S-shaped figure as she approached the Major General. This Major General was the highest military authority stationed in Colossal Pillar City under the world government. "Speak. Was it you who took the Colossal Pillar?" Upon hearing Moya's inquiry, the Major General shook his head frantically. "Very well. Then could you enlighten me as to where the Colossal Pillar has gone?" Just as the Major General was about to shake his head once more, Moya interjected, "Let me remind you, the world government cannot protect you now." The implication of Moya's words was unmistakable. Without valuable information, his life would be in jeopardy. The Major General comprehended this, and thus hastily responded, "I truly do not know. I have been in Colossal Pillar City the entire time." Whoosh! The metallic rod sliced through the air, instantly penetrating the Major General's skull. The onlookers gasped collectively. To seal off an entire city and brazenly execute a world government Major General was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the world government. Yet, the unflinching expression on Moya's face, along with the nonchalant demeanor of the giant guards accompanying her, indicated that such occurrences had transpired numerous times before. This was the might of the Titan Sky Pirate Group, one of the four great pirate factions. The crowd could not help but tremble at the thought. If even a Major General from the world government could be ruthlessly slain, what hope did they possess? In an instant, everyone felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. After Moya dispatched the Major General, she approached a burly man who kept his head lowered, seemingly afraid to meet her gaze. "Dylan Hall, the Bone Crusher, bounty of 1.26 billion. Moya slowly recited the man's information, causing those standing near him to instinctively take a few steps back. For the Bone Crusher Hall reveled in crushing bones with his bare hands, inflicting excruciating pain upon his victims. Upon hearing Moya accurately state his information, Hall dropped the facade, lifting his head to regard Moya with a cold, indifferent stare. "I merely passed through Colossal Pillar City. I did not take the Colossal Pillar. Furthermore, I am unaware of its whereabouts. You may search me, and I will even assist you in locating the colossal pillar. Mahal's words sincerely conveyed his stance. However, upon hearing this, Moya retorted, "Tiske, you've said your piece. What more can I say?" As she spoke, she shifted her tone, coldly declaring, "Your demeanor leaves much to be desired. Do you wish to die for failing to kneel before this queen?" Without a doubt, Moya's words were a scathing insult to heart. As the saying goes, what can be tolerated, but cannot be endured. Har's face flushed crimson with rage as he bellowed, "Dare to humiliate me? You shall perish!" As he shouted, a golden light enveloped his entire being, and he swung a fist towards Moya. However, just as Har's fist extended halfway, it began to slow. An eerie creak echoed from his bones, as his body was subjected to immense gravity, rendering his once swift strike futile. Boom! Ultimately, succumbing to the weight, Har knelt down, creating a deep crater in the platform with a resounding crash, just as Har prepared to beg for mercy. He coughed up blood at the first utterance, speckled with fragments of his own entrails. Gushing forth, blood continued to pour from Har's mouth. After several heaves, his eyes dimmed, devoid of life. In an instant, silence enveloped the platform. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The crowd was so taken aback that they scarcely dared to breathe, awed by Moya's displayed power and her unpredictable temperament when it came to killing. After slaying Har, Moya turned away without a care. This time, however, she approached the group, who were being held captive by shadowy figures. As she drew near, before uttering a word, the half of the crowd instinctively knelt, their silence betraying their desperation for survival. Moya, radiating an aura of authority, inquired, "Speak, who among you possesses knowledge of the Great Pillar?" Yet, her question was met with silence, for they were all ignorant of the Great Pillar's whereabouts. Sighing deeply, Moya waved her hand. In the next moment, a multitude of metal rods transformed into dark light, mercilessly ending the lives of all present in that half of the group. Subsequently, Moya turned to face the remaining half. This faction consisted of those who had approached willingly. As Moya's gaze swept over them, individuals began to kneel one by one. Clearly, her earlier proclamation of being a queen, commanding kneeling, had resonated deeply with them. By the time Moya stood before them, only a few remained upright. She paid no heed to those who knelt, but walked past each standing figure, her enchanting eyes surveying them. At last, Moya, accompanied by a waft of fragrant air, arrived before Lu Fei. Throughout this encounter, Lu Fei neither knelt nor averted his gaze from Moya, simply observing as she approached him. "Little handsome, why do you not kneel?" Moya asked, her breath fragrant and alluring. Gazing at the voluptuous, beautiful, and elegantly poised woman before him, Lu Fei remained calm. He understood that in terms of strength, he was no match for her. However, the thought of kneeling was utterly out of the question. Thus, he replied, "You are not worthy of my submission." Lu Fei had already prepared himself for the worst. Others around them anticipated that Moya would soon strike, envisioning the gruesome scene of Lu Fei's blood spilling on the ground. Yet, Moya merely laughed in response. "Pirate, Monkey D. Luffy." She stepped closer, nearly pressing her face against his. "Your bounty may not be high, but your courage is commendable." Feeling the warmth of her breath, Lu Fei was momentarily taken aback. The reason for his astonishment was straightforward. As a self-proclaimed semi-recluse, he had never experienced such a level of temptation. Instantly, he felt a stirring within him. That moment, if he merely inclined his head, he could kiss Moya, and if he shifted his body, he could touch her. Moya, in terms of physique, beauty, and aura, was irresistibly captivating to man. It was easy to imagine the magnitude of temptation Lu Fei was enduring. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress his thoughts. The reason was simple. He could not afford to lose in a confrontation. "Little handsome, you are quite remarkable." Moya appeared to discern Lu Fei's current state and playfully invited, "How about joining the Titan Sky Pirates? I do adore charming young men like you." The moment her words escaped her lips, Lu Fei instinctively shook his head. As he did so, his movement caused his lips to brush against Moya's delicate cheek. In an instant, Lu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Moya. Moya, too, froze in place, her pupils constricting. To be honest, Moya had not anticipated such an accident, fortunately, being someone who had weathered numerous storms. She quickly regained her composure and continued nonchalantly, "Have you considered the consequences of rejecting me?" Her tone suddenly turned icy as she slowly extended her hand towards Lu Fei. Typically, Such a gesture from Moya indicated her intent to manipulate the metal rods for lethal purposes. However, when Luffy saw her hand reaching for him, he neither flinched nor dodged, for he sensed no murderous intent nor any disturbance from the metal rods hovering above. In other words, Moya's gesture was merely a benign one. Moya's hand reached Luffy's face, first brushing against his handsome features before unexpectedly pinching his cheek. This action mirrored a scene from Luffy's past, when he had reprimanded a little girl who had wanted to call him daddy. Thus, Luffy was taken aback by Moya's intimate gesture. Before he could even collect his thoughts, Moya, having seemingly fulfilled her desire for retribution, decisively turned away. Instantly, Moya resumed her commanding aura, instructing the giant guard, activate the treasure-finding disc. Upon hearing her command, the giant guard promptly produced a disc-like object and activated it. The disc illuminated with golden light, soaring into the air to transform into a colossal golden halo that enveloped nearly half of the Great Pillar City. Subsequently, the golden halo shattered, showering down glimmers of gold. Those and objects touched by the golden light shone with hues of varying brilliance. The giant guard, witnessing the golden light cascading down, displayed an expression of sorrow. The treasure-finding disc was a single-use item capable of detecting all treasures within a specified area. Thus, it was exceedingly precious. Even within the Titan Sky Pirates, using the treasure-finding disc was approached with utmost caution. It could only be activated upon the captain's command. This time, in pursuit of the Great Pillar, the captain had specially permitted Moya to utilize the disc. After approximately 10 seconds, the individuals on the disc were all illuminated by a spectrum of colors. Necklaces, rings, weapons, and more began to glow. Among them, Moya radiated the brightest light. Once Luffy regained his senses, he clearly observed that Moya's accessories and attire were the most dazzling in the vicinity. In essence, these were undoubtedly valuable treasures that a wealthy lady. This is the subconscious thought that Luffy presently harbors in his mind. Subsequently, the phrase that signifies a dual acquisition of wealth and beauty quietly surfaces in his heart. Indeed, given the financial prowess and striking beauty that Moya presently exhibits, such a statement is entirely appropriate. However, just as Luffy entertains this thought, he meets Moya's gaze, which carries a hint of a smile. Seemingly penetrating his very thoughts in that moment, Luffy feels a flush of embarrassment wash over him. While it is quite natural for someone like him, a half-reclusive individual, to yearn for a beautiful and wealthy woman, being seen through in this manner evokes a certain awkwardness. As the exchange of glances transpires between Moya and Luffy, shadowy figures begin to stir, collecting every treasure that radiates light. The deceased need not concern themselves, yet the living, confronted with the nearly forcible appropriation of their possessions by these dark figures, are filled with indignation. Alas, in the face of such overwhelming strength, they can only seethe in silence, allowing the shadowy figures to strip them of their valuables. Had their garments possessed any significant worth, they might have evaded the grasp of these dark entities. Among the crowd, the sole individual who remains untouched by the shadowy figures is Luffy. Do not misconstrue this. It is not that his visage commands such respect from the dark figures, but rather that he is simply too impoverished, so destitute that the only items glimmering on him are his clothing and a thinly glowing bank card tucked within. In essence, he is utterly broke this moment. As Luffy gazes at his own meager possessions in stark contrast to the vibrant attire of Moya, a sense of self-deprecation inevitably arises within him. With a suppressed chuckle, Moya finally succumbs to laughter upon witnessing Luffy's crimson face. She regards him with a playful smile, saying, "Little handsome, I must say, you are the poorest pirate I have ever encountered. Why not join us on our ship and become a sky pirate?" Faced with Moya's second invitation, Luffy shakes his head once more, embodying the essence of a stubborn youth unwilling to yield. Moya, unfazed by his refusal, approaches him once again, enveloping him in her embrace, and sweetly whispers, "When we meet again, I hope you will not turn me down. Farewell, Luffy." The last words, spoken softly in his ear, linger as she releases him and returns to the Ark Titan, accompanied by her giant guardian. Simultaneously, the circular platform beneath their feet ascends, carrying Luffy and the other survivors back to the city of the colossal pillars. As Luffy gazes longingly at the departing Ark Titan, he finds himself momentarily lost in thought. Many others share his sentiment. They mourn the loss of their treasures, while Lu Fei grapples with a sense of melancholy stemming from Ya's departure. Although he harbors a lingering fondness for her figure during their embrace, it is truly the words she uttered in farewell that leave him in a daze. The first time she addressed him as Wang Lu Fei, and now simply as Lu Fei. Two distinct names, yet each signifies a different facet of his identity. Wang Lu Fei is the name he shouted in a moment of desperation to activate the Thunder Fruit, leading to a misjudgment by the world government, and his subsequent notoriety. Lu Fei, however, represents his lineage from the Lu family and his former standing. This realization dawns upon him, elucidating why Ya's demeanor towards him diverges from that of others. She recognizes him. Yet, as Lu Fei sifts through his memories, he finds no trace of Ya within them. That he reflects that this may be due to their acquaintance occurring during his childhood, a time of which he has little recollection. Upon recalling Ya's striking figure, he glances at his own youthful form and concludes that this must indeed be the truth. In no wonder her attitude towards him resembles his own affection for a little girl named Qing Yun. Imbued with a sense of fondness, with this thought, Lu Fei brushes his hand across his head, feeling an unexpected surge of gratitude within him. It seems rather delightful to have such a big sister's affection. However, he quickly shakes his head, dispelling such notions. A man of his stature should not entertain such thoughts of dependency. He, Lu Fei, is a man destined to make his name resonate throughout the world. Even if he were to rely on others, it must be done with undeniable strength. As for how to achieve that strength, it is evident that he must surpass Ya. Presently, Lu Fei acknowledges that he cannot match her in power. At best, he could flee. Thus, in this moment, he resolves to pursue greater strength with unwavering determination. With a firm gaze, Lu Fei turns and strides towards the city's outskirts, having obtained the Ri Jingu Bang in the city of colossal pillars. He is set to continue his journey according to his plans. Just as Ya expressed her hopes for him to change when they next meet, Lu Fei too harbors aspirations of leaving her in awe. Meanwhile, aboard the Ark Titan, Ya stands on the deck, her hair billowing in the fierce wind, exuding the aura of a queen. Her giant guardian, observing her silhouette, can no longer restrain his curiosity and inquires, "My lady Ya, why do you treat Wang Lu Fei with such exceptional regard?" Without turning her head, she replies, "He is a rising star who has recently captured attention. Intelligence suggests he possesses the power to control lightning. Considering both his age and potential, he is certainly someone we should seek to ally with." Upon hearing this, the giant guardian nods in agreement. "Your foresight is commendable, Lady Ya," with her back turned to him. Ya rolls her eyes in exasperation, thinking to herself that were it not for the fact that the giant guardian is a spy placed beside her by the Titan Sky Pirate Group's leader, she would not feel compelled to offer such a seemingly logical explanation. In truth, the answer she provided was merely a premeditated rationale. The reality, of course, is that Ya has known Lu Fei for a long time. In the past, he was merely a toddler seeking nourishment, while she was a young girl in her own right. Thus, Ya remembers Lu Fei, while he remains oblivious to her existence. The reason for her fondness towards him can be traced back to their shared history. During that time, Lu Fei's mother passed away due to health issues when he was just over a year old, and it was Ya who tended to him during that period. Now, more than a decade has passed. Ya vividly recalls the little boy Lu Fei nestled in her arms, seeking comfort, perhaps due to having cared for him or some deeper emotional connection. Ya harbors a sense of affection for Lu Fei, especially today, as he stands before her, fearless and exuding masculinity. She feels a profound sense of pride at this juncture. The giant guardian receives new intelligence and reports to Ya. "My lady, in this region, aside from the city of colossal pillars and the Pillar Peak, we have apprehended over 3,000 individuals. Those who resisted or attempted to flee have been eliminated, while the others are being escorted to a designated location, awaiting your confirmation. Furthermore," he adds, "those who managed to depart before we sealed off the area are being tracked by our specialized team." Half an hour later, Ya employs a second treasure-seeking device. It still yields no results. After directing the giant guardian to collect treasures and mitigate losses, she returns to the deck, acutely aware that this operation has effectively met with failure. The colossal pillar has either vanished or been taken away unnoticed. At this moment, Ya's thoughts drift back to Lu Fei, and she muses, "Could it be that you were the one who took it?" Driven by a woman's intuition, Maya felt a strong likelihood that Lu Fei had been taken away. However, in contrast to obeying the orders of the Titan Sky Pirate Guild to acquire the giant pillar, Maya was far more eager to see her pampered younger brother Lu Fei wielding the giant pillar. Showcasing a different charm, strangely, Maya began to look forward to her next encounter with Lu Fei. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, contemplating the prospect of living off others, remained blissfully unaware of Maya's expectations of him. Upon leaving the giant pillar city, he did not hasten his journey, meandering leisurely towards his next destination. As he walked, Lu Fei pondered. Acquiring the Rui Jingu Bang represented the possession of a formidable weapon. Yet, due to the Titan Sky Pirate Guild's scrutiny, even though Lu Fei had evaded the treasure exploration plate's detection by concealing the Jingu Bang within his soul, he knew that using it in the future would still attract the guild's attention. Even Maya's indulgence could not shield him, for the Jingu Bang was a weapon coveted by the guild's leader. This did not imply that Lu Fei could not use it. Rather, it meant he must exercise caution and minimize its usage. In truth, this aligned with Lu Fei's plans for the Jingu Bang, as it fundamentally served as a trump card rather than a means for his personal growth. Simply put, the Jingu Bang was a life-saving ace up Lu Fei's sleeve. His current destination, however, was a place that might hold true potential for his growth. Adhering to the principle of discretion, Lu Fei opted for an airship as his mode of transportation. On board, he overheard frequent discussions about the Titan Sky Pirate Guild's aggressive blockade of the giant Pillar City region. As a first-hand witness and the most benefited party, Lu Fei listened attentively, hastening towards his destination. After 2 days of travel, the airship gradually descended, bringing Lu Fei to Sanyuan City. Sanyuan City, a metropolis that revered the number 3. Unlike the prominent geographical features of Giant Pillar City, Sanyuan City was famed for its peculiar characteristics. Trees either bore no branches, standing starkly as mere trunks, or sprouted in threes. Likewise, flowers in the area typically had 3 petals or were multiples of 3. Children born in this region were either only one or triplets in essence. The number 3 held an enchanting significance here. This remarkable trait made Sanyuan City a well-known locale, attracting throngs of tourists and those in search of triplets. Of course, treasure hunters like Lu Fei were not in short supply either. It was during his research that Lu Fei had been drawn to Sanyuan City due to its extraordinary characteristics. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald treasures. If the Giant Pillar in Giant Pillar Peak was a renowned treasure, then the treasures of Sanyuan City remained shrouded in mystery. It would not be an exaggeration to say that all treasure seekers were akin to headless flies, aimlessly wandering the Sanyuan City region. In such circumstances, Sanyuan City had cultivated a thriving gambling activity centered around treasure hunting. Due to the random generation characteristics of illusionary items, the illusionary products created in Sanyuan City were exceptionally sought after. Consequently, the trading district of Sanyuan City flourished. Upon entering Sanyuan City, Lu Fei made his way purposefully towards the trading district. The area was bustling with activity, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a sea of people. Observing the myriad illusionary items being exchanged at stalls and shops, Lu Fei's eyelids twitched. Anyone with a semblance of common sense could discern that it was improbable for such a plethora of illusionary items to be generated in the Sanyuan City region. Clearly, the majority had been brought in by merchants from elsewhere, eager to capitalize on Sanyuan City's reputation to sell their wares, often inflating prices in the process. Fortunately, Lu Fei had anticipated such a scenario. Thus, he controlled his emotions and began to browse. After about 10 minutes of exploration, Lu Fei discovered that any illusionary items related to the number 3 had skyrocketed in price. For instance, a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan he had seen in Fidel City, priced in the millions, now commanded tens of millions here. However, the price surge also indicated an increase in available items. As merchants were driven by profit, the dazzling array of illusionary items left Lu Fei feeling overwhelmed. As he wandered through the trading district, he scanned for something that truly captivated him. Regrettably, at his current level, the allure of ordinary items had significantly diminished. Just like the aforementioned 3-tomo Sharingan, he did not even spare a second glance. Even the kaleidoscope Sharingan failed to spark his interest. While Lu Fei was on the lookout for something exceptional, he was unexpectedly jostled by the dense crowd. A hand swiftly slipped into his pocket. Brushing against his bank card, it was evidently a thief attempting to exploit the throngs of people to snatch Lu Fei's card and make a hasty escape. However, Lu Fei's bank card contained his entire fortune. He would not be caught unprepared. Thus, when the thief's hand made contact with the card, It immediately triggered Lu Fei's preset lightning defense layer. With a resounding crackle, the hand that had intruded into Lu Fei's pocket was reduced to charred remnants. The explosive sound caused the once crowded people around Lu Fei to retreat, creating a clear circle around him. At that moment, Lu Fei stood calmly at the center of the circle, a diminutive figure. With one hand extended into Lu Fei's pocket, was now revealed as a thief. There was no need for explanation. All who witnessed the scene understood what had transpired. If that were all, it would suffice. But what made onlookers' pupils dilate was the sight of the charred hand, now blackened and emanating smoke, indicating it was nearly beyond salvage. At this moment, Lu Fei, with an unruffled gaze, took a step back to observe the thief who dared to pilfer his life savings. As he retreated, the charred hand fell limply, while the thief, head bowed, silently endured the pain inflicted by Lu Fei's electric discharge. Who was this thief, bold enough to steal in such a place? Look, his other hand was empty. Truly, it was likely severed during his thievery. Humph, to lose a hand yet remain unrepentant serves him right. Indeed, now that hand was gone, justice was served. The crowd condemned the thief, yet he remained silent in the face of their accusations. The undeniable reality of the situation and the thief's silence only solidified the disdainful nature of his actions. Under normal circumstances, Lu Fei would have turned and walked away, for the thief had received his due punishment. However, Lu Fei noticed the thief's silence. More than merely a response to the crowd's scorn, it was a silence born of enduring the agony of a hand scorched by Lu Fei's lightning. Looking at the thief in such a state, Lu Fei thought of Qingyun and Yajun, whom he had left behind in Fidel City. Qingyun, an orphan living on the fringes of society, and Yajun, a slave auctioned off. In terms of status, neither was more noble than the thief before him. In a certain sense, they all belonged to the same unfortunate class. Contemplating this, Lu Fei resolved to grant the thief a chance. "Come with me," he said. Without waiting for a response or considering whether the thief was willing to follow, Lu Fei turned and departed the trading district. Observing Lu Fei's retreating figure, the thief followed without hesitation. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Such a scene was indeed unprecedented for them. Yet, Lu Fei paid no heed to their opinions as he led the thief to a secluded area. It was a dark alley, reminiscent of the city's shadowy underbelly, quietly existing within the urban landscape. "Speak. Why do you seek death?" Lu Fei stood with his back to the thief, speaking in a calm tone. Throughout their journey, he had begun to sense the aura of death surrounding this thief. It was a profound despair, a state of existence devoid of hope, where life had lost its allure, and the only desire was to embrace death. This indicated that the thief had deliberately sought out Lu Fei. His intention was to provoke Lu Fei into killing him. Logically, one who yearns for death would find it easier to take their own life. The absence of suicide in such a person suggests either a lack of courage or some lingering desire. The thief, without a doubt, belonged to the latter category, enduring the searing pain from lightning strikes without uttering a word. He clearly possessed the courage to end his own life. Therefore, it was evident that this thief still harbored some unfulfilled ambition. Thus, Lu Fei uttered those words. Upon hearing Lu Fei's statement, the thief spoke with a raspy voice. Recounting his life. Orphaned at a young age, his relatives seized his parents' inheritance and even sold him to professional beggars. If that had been the extent of his misfortune, survival through begging might have been bearable. However, the beggars who bought him were a gang of malevolent individuals who specialized in purchasing or abducting children, subsequently maiming them to elicit sympathy and enhance their begging. He had suffered the loss of a hand at the hands of such a beggar. And once healed, he was immediately thrust into the life of a beggar. Yet, he was unwilling to beg in such a manner. Whenever someone offered him money, he would inflict a wound upon his own face. Before long, his scarred visage instilled fear in others, eliminating any chance for him to elicit sympathy. Subjected to beatings, hunger, and the harshness of the elements, he never succumbed in these dire circumstances, perhaps due to his status as a purchased individual. He was trained to become a thief to exploit his worth. In this world, being a thief is exceedingly perilous, for one can never ascertain whether the target is an ordinary person or a formidable foe. Encountering the former may allow for survival, while crossing paths with the latter often leads to immediate demise. Nonetheless, the existence of thieves persists due to the high risks yielding high rewards, with the anonymity of bounty hunters' bank cards. A thief who manages to acquire such a card has the potential for overnight wealth, provided fortune favors them. Hence, thieves continue to operate, albeit as participants in a life-and-death gamble. Clearly, this thief had been orchestrated to stake his life for a chance at sudden wealth. Surprisingly, he seemed to welcome this fate. Having completed his training, today marked his inaugural foray into thievery, with Lu Fei as his chosen target. Listening to the thief's words, Lu Fei inquired, "Why choose me? You are strong," replied the thief, his words unmistakably revealing his desire for death. This response finally prompted Lu Fei to turn around. Gazing with astonishment at the thief, who had lowered his head, Lu Fei was taken aback by the thief's ability to perceive his strength. Truth be told, Lu Fei was adept at concealing his true power when he chose not to reveal it. The fact that this thief could discern his prowess indicated that he possessed some degree of capability himself. As a leader, Lu Fei felt a sudden affection for talent, or rather, he was inclined to recruit this individual. Although Lu Fei's innate talent for cultivation was average, his extensive experience granted him an astute eye for recognizing potential. Much like the resilience exhibited by this thief, who had endured pain, and his ability to recognize Lu Fei's might, it was evident he was a person of merit. Thus, Lu Fei instructed, "Lift your head." The thief complied, raising his gaze to meet Lu Fei's. For the first time, Lu Fei beheld the thief's face. What a visage it was, scarred beyond imagination, so grotesque that words could scarcely convey its horror. At that moment, a single term floated through Lu Fei's mind. Demon. This face resembled that of a malevolent spirit, clawing its way out of the depths of hell after enduring unspeakable tortures. Even Lu Fei, who had witnessed countless horror films, felt a flicker of fear upon encountering this countenance. Nevertheless, Lu Fei, remaining composed, continued, "Remove your shirt." The thief promptly shed his tattered clothing with his remaining hand, which had been charred black by lightning, exposing a torso equally marred by scars. However, upon viewing the thief's upper body, Lu Fei's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly turned away, feeling a pang of embarrassment as he stammered, "You are a girl?" Initially, Lu Fei had merely intended to verify the truth of the thief's claims. After observing the horror of the thief's face, he proceeded to examine her body. The multitude of scars confirmed her words. However, amidst the scars, he also discerned her feminine form, with curves that could not be concealed, despite the ravages of her suffering. Realizing that he had just asked a girl to disrobe, Lu Fei was overcome with shame. In response to his question, the thief answered nonchalantly, Clearly, for a thief yearning for death, her physical form held no significance. Moreover, she did not believe that Lu Fei would harbor any interest in her body. Indeed, Lu Fei had turned away out of respect for her femininity and his own embarrassment over his previous actions. "Put your clothes back on," he instructed. Following his words, the thief donned her clothes once more. Lu Fei then turned back to face this girl who had endured so much suffering, his eyes reflecting a deep sorrow. At this tender age, she had encountered only the malevolence of the world. In that moment, Lu Fei suddenly comprehended her desire for death. What, truly, was there in this world worth her attachment? Observing her blackened arm, it dawned on Lu Fei that she had just endured excruciating pain to perform the act of undressing and redressing with that solitary limb. What force allowed her to withstand such agony? What compelled her to seek death rather than take her own life? Gazing into her abyss-like eyes, Lu Fei found his answer. Vengeance. Her willingness to accompany Lu Fei stemmed from the glimmer of an opportunity for retribution that he represented. Even if that chance was nearly non-existent, she was willing to take the risk, wagering everything she possessed, be it her life or her dignity. Suddenly, Lu Fei inquired, "The scars on your face, did you inflict them upon yourself when receiving alms? What about the scars on your body?" She did not shy away from the question, candidly stating, "Every time I encounter a villain, I inflict a wound upon myself." Her words caused Lu Fei's eyelids to twitch. This was a true hardliner. Lu Fei had observed that her scars were the result of cuts, not from a blade, but likely caused by sharp stones or similar objects. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fei endeavored to calm his emotions, and feeling guilty for his earlier demeanor, he said to her, "I now present you with two choices. First, I can help you heal your wounds and assist you in your quest for vengeance. Second, I can grant you a measure of power." The first option would sever her ties to the past, allowing her a fresh start, while the second option made it clear that Lu Fei would not interfere in her personal vendettas. All would depend on her own capabilities. Without a moment's hesitation, she declared, "I choose the second option." Lu Fei stressed, "In choosing the second, your wounds and arm will remain untreated. upon hearing Lu Fei's words. She glanced at her scars and then at her remaining arm, offering Lu Fei a smile as she said, "Sir, if possible, I wish for them to feel my pain as well." Her statement stirred something profound within Lu Fei. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, "I understand. From this moment on, you shall follow me." With that, Lu Fei led her to a medical facility, where he briefly attended to her injuries. It was a mere cursory treatment. For upon seeing her arm, the doctor shook his head, stating, "This hand is beyond saving. It is completely ruined. It's only a matter of time." Lu Fei had long anticipated this, so after having the doctor assist her, she took her to purchase some clothing. Subsequently, Lu Fei brought her to an inn, where, after spending a considerable sum, she managed to find 2 maids willing to help her bathe and change her clothes. Observing her in her new attire, Lu Fei nodded begrudgingly. Although her face remained fearsome, at least the aura of death surrounding her was gradually dissipating. "Hey, you have a name?" Lu Fei inquired. "Dachi-san," came her reply, prompting Lu Fei to furrow her brow. This name clearly bore the hallmark of a code name used by an organization. Thus, Lu Fei declared, "From now on, you shall be called and run." All right. In the bustling trading district of Sanyuan City, Lu Fei returned within Ren. Upon their arrival, Lu Fei sensed that she was being watched. It was evident to her that the organization behind Ren was keeping a close eye on them. It seemed that without severing this connection, it would be difficult for her to pursue her own endeavors. With this in mind, Lu Fei began to search purposefully alongside Ren. After several hours of exploring the trading area, Lu Fei had identified a few options for Ren. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, priced at 1 billion due to its intricate patterns, the Flame Fruit, costing 5 million, and a set of golden armor, priced at 80 million. Among these selections, the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan was undeniably powerful, yet it posed significant risks to one's eyesight and required exceptional physical constitution. Therefore, it was not a cost-effective choice for Ren. The Flame Fruit, however, was undoubtedly appealing, and Lu Fei found herself leaning towards that option. As for the golden armor, it represented the power of the Golden Saints, which Lu Fei had merely included as a supplementary choice. Nevertheless, none of these options truly satisfied Lu Fei. While each power was something Ren might covet, Lu Fei was intent on finding the power that would best suit her. Thus, Lu Fei continued to explore further. However, even after traversing the entire trading district, she had yet to uncover a more suitable choice. Just as she resolved to purchase the Flame Fruit, Ren unexpectedly halted, fixated on a particular stall. Up until that moment, Ren had followed Lu Fei silently, voicing no opinions or thoughts. Wherever Lu Fei went, she followed. When Lu Fei stopped, so did she. Yet now, for the first time, Ren actively came to a standstill. After only a few seconds, she snapped back to reality and resumed following Lu Fei. Noticing this, Lu Fei felt a stir of curiosity and approached the stall that had captured Ren's attention. She believed that perhaps Ren's own fate was more fitting for her than her own decisions. Of course, this was contingent upon the item at the stall being a genuine illusionary artifact. Otherwise, it would merely be decorative and unable to be activated. Upon reaching the stall, Lu Fei observed that it was distinct from the others, predominantly showcasing various works of art and literature, such as books and paintings. To be frank, such items were not in high demand within the trading district due to their limited significance and low probability of being valuable. Typically, these were merely circulated as ornamental goods. Lu Fei had initially overlooked these items, but as she approached one particular piece, her pupils dilated in shock. The map of mountains and rivers, the 5 bold characters emblazoned on the scroll nearly ignited her urge to seize it and flee. Fortunately, Lu Fei managed to compose herself, crouching down and trembling slightly as she reached out toward the scroll. However, before her fingers could make contact, the stall owner interjected, "This piece is not to be touched." "Why not?" Lu Fei instinctively queried. "The fragile nature of art makes it susceptible to damage. Hence, it is off limits for handling," the stall owner asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's excitement gradually subsided as she sensed an undercurrent of deception. Once calm, she scrutinized the map of mountains and rivers before her. After a few seconds, her eyes widened, and she mentally cursed the stall owner. This scroll, aside from the authentic inscription, was a complete forgery. With her keen perception, Lu Fei discerned the construction of the scroll, understanding that if it were a genuine illusionary artifact, she would not have been able to ascertain its structure. Thus, she concluded that the scroll was nothing but a counterfeit. 50 million. This piece could be had for a mere 50 million. Perhaps Lu Fei's previous excitement had been too palpable, or perhaps the stall owner mistook her for an easy target. But he had boldly quoted that price. With a cold scoff inwardly, Lu Fei maintained a facade of calm, slightly nodding in response. Were it not for the possibility that a more suitable illusionary artifact for an run might exist at this stall, she would have turned and walked away without a second thought. Although Lu Fei had previously set records for haggling down prices to acquire items at their original cost, those instances were justified by the exceptional value of the items. There was no way she would be taken advantage of. Unfazed, Lu Fei began to peruse the other items on display. After a thorough inspection, she found nothing of worth. On her second pass, she encountered nothing but rubbish. By the third round, she finally relinquished her search. Resolutely, she summoned Rin over to select for herself. After silently examining the items at the stall, Rin's gaze settled on a particular book. Without hesitation, Lu Fei picked it up. This time, the stall owner did not intervene, clearly aware of which items were genuine and which were not. This was indeed a true illusionary artifact, though it appeared to be a book. It was remarkably thin and could not be opened. Additionally, its slightly worn condition rendered the title on the cover nearly indistinguishable, making it difficult to appreciate its value. Had Rin not lingered over it, Lu Fei would have easily dismissed it. Lu Fei scrutinized the book closely, realizing that only the image on the cover conveyed useful information. After straining to decipher it, she could faintly make out the image of a bodhisattva seated upon a blue lotus. However, the features of the bodhisattva were also obscured, making it impossible to discern gender. Fortunately, the bodhisattva held a sacred object in hand, which provided Lu Fei with additional insights. In the left hand, a luminous pearl. In the right, a staff. Left hand with the pearl, right hand with the staff. Left hand with the pearl, right hand with the staff. Lu Fei rummaged through her memories, and suddenly, a phrase came to mind, and Rin remained still like the earth, contemplating deeply as the Earth Store Bodhisattva. The revered Earth Store Bodhisattva. It was said that with his left-hand staff, he could open the gates of hell. With his right-hand pearl, he could illuminate the 3,000 worlds. In that instant, Lu Fei comprehended that the book in her possession must be the Earth Store Sutra. Realizing this, Lu Fei felt a surge of joy within her. This was a treasure beyond measure. She promptly began negotiating with the stall owner. After a spirited exchange, Lu Fei showcased her exceptional bargaining skills, acquiring the sutra at its original price. Fortunately, due to the book's worn appearance, she managed to obtain it for only 1 million. In the inn, within her room, Lu Fei first ensured that all doors and windows were securely closed, then waved her hand to unleash a torrent of lightning, enveloping the entire room to guarantee privacy. Next, she retrieved the tattered Earth Store Sutra from her bosom, gazing at it with delight. At that moment, Lu Fei resembled a person who had unearthed a priceless relic. No, to be precise, she indeed was. After about 10 minutes, Lu Fei finally calmed her exhilaration and looked up, only to meet Rin's tranquil gaze. Lu Fei, feeling a bit awkward, cleared her throat and said, "Ahem, what drew you to this book?" And Rin's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion as she replied, "I did not find this book appealing." Her response left Lu Fei momentarily speechless, her thoughts momentarily fragmented. "Then why did you fixate your gaze on it?" Lu Fei, regaining her composure, continued to ask, bewildered. "It is the most tattered and the cheapest." Rin's response was impeccable, leaving Lu Fei with no room for retort. "What are your thoughts on it?" Lu Fei inquired. Undeterred, none, Rin replied with a shake of his head, finally convincing Lu Fei that, all along, it had merely been a product of his own imagination. After a prolonged silence, Lu Fei regained his composure and let out a bemused chuckle. "Now that we have everything in hand, why bother with this?" However, Lu Fei understood that Rin was different from Qin Yun and the others. Being straightforward was far more effective in dealing with him. With his mindset adjusted, Lu Fei ceased to dwell on his thoughts and prepared to activate the Ksitigarbha Sutra. To be frank, Lu Fei had no inkling of the capabilities of the Ksitigarbha Sutra, yet it was undeniable that it corresponded to the powers of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and surely it was formidable. Closing his eyes, Lu Fei sought to recall what he knew about Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and shouted at the Ksitigarbha Sutra, "Great Might Tianlong, Prajna Buddhas, world-honored Ksitigarbha, Prajna Bamakong." As Lu Fei's incantation of Great Might Tianlong resonated, the atmosphere in the room turned palpably awkward. Even Rin was taken aback by Lu Fei's sudden outburst. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Gazing at the still dilapidated Ksitigarbha Sutra, Lu Fei feigned nonchalance and closed his eyes once more. Preparing for another attempt, this time, he refrained from any flamboyant antics and opted for the method with the highest success rate. Slowly, Lu Fei opened his eyes and, with utmost reverence for Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, recited the grand vow uttered by the Bodhisattva. I vow not to attain Buddhahood until hell is empty. No sooner had Lu Fei finished speaking than the Ksitigarbha Sutra shot from his hands and ascended into the air. Immediately, a black light emanated from the sutra, revealing a great door that materialized above it.in. The next moment, the door swung open with a thunderous crash. From within, the endless wails of malevolent spirits echoed. Against the backdrop of these anguished cries, layers of hellish torments, flames, boiling oil, mountains of blades, and frigid ice unfurled before the two, sending chills down their spines. Gulp that Lu Fei struggled to swallow, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. To be honest, Lu Fei had envisioned the Ksitigarbha Sutra radiating golden light, accompanied by the sounds of gongs and the blooming of lotus flowers. Yet, what lay before him was undeniably the essence of hellish power. Once the extraordinary manifestation following the activation of the Ksitigarbha Sutra faded, Lu Fei grasped it once more. At this juncture, the sutra had undergone a remarkable transformation, shedding its former dilapidated appearance. However, the pitch-black Ksitigarbha Sutra bore no resemblance to a sacred text. Rather, it resembled an artifact meant to seal the abyss of hell. Even in his grasp, Lu Fei could faintly sense the agonized wails of the malevolent spirits contained within. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lu Fei remarked to Anren, "Very well. This is the power I offer you. But I must caution you. This power will bring suffering to its wielder. If you wish to decline, I shall procure an alternative for you." Lu Fei felt compelled to caution Anren, for he sensed that the power inherent in the Ksitigarbha Sutra would inflict pain upon its user. Much like the seven injuries fist, it would first harm the wielder before striking others. Were it Lu Fei, he would certainly not choose the Ksitigarbha Sutra, as he harbored no desire for self-inflicted torment. Yet, having witnessed the glimmer of determination in Anren's eyes, he spoke thusly. As anticipated. The moment Lu Fei finished his warning, Anren responded immediately, "I willingly accept." Gazing upon the scarred visage of the girl before him, whose eyes resembled abyssal depths, Lu Fei sighed inwardly. Perhaps this is fate. He named her Anren, for she had endured unspeakable cruelty and silently borne the weight of her suffering. By sheer serendipity, Lu Fei had acquired the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Anren remained unmoving, like the earth, her contemplation as profound as Ksitigarbha himself. Perhaps this was the bond between Anren and Ksitigarbha. With this thought, Lu Fei extended the Ksitigarbha Sutra towards Anren. She solemnly accepted it without hesitation and opened its pages. As the sutra was unveiled, a door to hell gradually creaked open behind Anren. When the door swung wide, Anren's spirit was instantly drawn from her body, sucked into the depths of hell. Subsequently, the door to hell shut, and the Ksitigarbha Sutra transformed into a beam of black light, surging into Anren's body. As her spirit was engulfed by the hellish gate, Anren's eyes fluttered shut, and she collapsed forward. Lu Fei stepped forward and caught her, gently laying her upon the bed. Observing Anren's slumbering form and the scars etched upon her face, a look of tenderness shimmered in Lu Fei's eyes. At that moment, he no longer concealed his emotions. Earlier, he had masked his feelings, aware that pity would be of little solace to enter in. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed, where the strong reigned supreme. Just as Lu Fei himself had been cast out of the Lu family for his weakness. In that regard, both he and Anren were pitiable souls. Thus, Lu Fei recognized that revealing his compassion to Anren would serve no purpose. Rather, it was far more beneficial to bestow upon her a measure of strength, granting her the opportunity to alter her destiny. That night, Anren awoke, her eyes fluttering open. The moment she regained consciousness, she sprang up. Searching for Lu Fei. It was only upon spotting him meditating nearby that she felt at ease. After her spirit had been drawn into the gate of hell, she had begun to endure the agonies of the 18 layers of hell: tongue extraction, skinning, mountains of blades, iron trees, steam chambers, and copper pillars. Yet, through each harrowing experience, Anren did not succumb to despair, for the thought of Lu Fei sustained her. He was like a beacon of light in the encompassing darkness, a flicker of hope amid her torturous ordeal. One must not advise others to be virtuous without having endured their suffering. The power contained within the Ksitigarbha Sutra was the very essence of hell. To wield such power, one must first endure its trials. Thus, relying on Lu Fei, Anren fully experienced the 18 layers of hell, enabling her to harness the Sutra's strength. Consequently, upon awakening, her first instinct was to seek out Lu Fei. For Anren, Lu Fei was nearly everything to her. When her gaze fell upon him, Lu Fei ceased his meditation and rose to his feet. He beckoned to her, and Anren hurriedly approached, standing before him. Lu Fei examined Anren's current state. Unable to suppress his astonishment at that moment, her arms had been restored by the power of the Ksitigarbha Sutra, yet the pristine white of her limbs clashed starkly with the scars that marred her body. Furthermore, Lu Fei sensed an unsettling aura emanating from her. Newly acquired strength rendered Anren potentially threatening to him. Of course, this merely indicated that Anren could inflict harm upon Lu Fei, but whether she could actually land a blow remained to be seen. After assessing Anren, Lu Fei ordered a feast to replenish their energies. Once they had finished their meal, he formally broached the topic with her. "How does the power feel? Is your body in good condition?" Lu Fei inquired. "Very strong, no issues," Anren succinctly replied. After answering, she continued, "Sir, you previously spoke of I vow not to attain Buddhahood until hell is empty. Is my goal to achieve Buddhahood?" Her words revealed to Lu Fei that the power of the Ksitigarbha Sutra had begun to influence Anren's disposition. Gazing at the girl before him, who bore the weight of the world's suffering, Lu Fei resolutely shook his head. "No, the Buddha is the Buddha, and you are you. There is no need for you to be bound by the Buddha. He will not save you." Lu Fei paused as he spoke, lifting Anren's hand and pointing at it, saying, "Just like your hand, it is not a gift from Buddha, but the fruit of your own labor." He then gestured towards the scar on Anren's face, remarking, "And just like your face, it is a testament to your experiences. Buddha does not show mercy." Grasping Anren's hand, Lu Fei spoke with earnest gravity. "The strength you have acquired is ultimately merely a form of power, nothing more. What you need to do is consult your heart and discern what it truly desires. If it yearns for hell, then you shall embody hell. If it seeks to attain Buddhahood, then you shall become Buddha. The essence of Buddha resides not outside, but within your heart." After finishing his words, Lu Fei reluctantly released Anren's hand. Thinking to himself, "So soft," this thought unveiled certain traits of his character. Truth be told, Lu Fei was merely deceiving Anren, for he was entirely unaware of the true nature of the power of the Earth Store Sutra. Yet, his deception was not entirely erroneous. It ultimately depended on how Anren chose to interpret it, for at the end of the day, how Anren wielded this power rested solely upon her. After completing his ruse, Lu Fei turned his back to Anren, leaving her with an enigmatic silhouette, stating, "Only through personal experience of power can one truly comprehend their own heart. Now, go forth and sever the ties of your past." Upon hearing this, Anren responded, "As you command." In San Yuan City, at the beggar gang, Anren gazed at the opulent entrance before her, her expression devoid of emotion as she stepped inside. Her arrival inevitably drew the attention of numerous beggars, and before long, she found herself surrounded by a throng of them. Among this assembly, there were not a few clad in satin, evidently the higher echelons of the beggar gang, professional beggars who orchestrated the entire organization. Exploiting children like Anren to procure wealth. Chi-san, you dare to return? Before the leaders could speak, a nearby beggar pointed at Anren and bellowed. Anren turned her gaze towards the boisterous beggar, who, like her once had been bought and mutilated to elicit sympathy for financial gain. The difference was that Anren had not succumbed, while he had to know. It was not merely submission, it was assimilation. From him, Anren could see that he had gradually transformed into a professional beggar. In other words, his humanity was eroding. Perhaps it would not be long before he, like those who donned beggars' rags by day and satin by night, would resort to any means for money. What of your hand? In stark contrast to the eager, feral beggar, a satin-clad leader pointed at Anren's hand, incredulously exclaiming. Anren's gaze met that of the leader, the very one who had severed her hand. She regarded the group with calmness. Though they wore human exteriors, their hearts were as malevolent as demons. "Hell is empty, and all the devils are here," she thought, resolved to become the gatekeeper of hell and contain these unwelcome fiends. With that, Anren raised her right hand, and a golden staff materialized in her grasp. The appearance of the golden staff caused several leaders of the beggar gang to pale in shock. However, their ability to command such a faction indicated they possessed considerable strength. They quickly drew their weapons, bracing themselves against Anren. Simultaneously, they called out loudly, summoning a multitude of beggars to their aid. As a force entrenched in San Yuan City, their combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Thus, while astonished by Anren's sudden acquisition of power, they remained unperturbed. After all, it had only been a day. How strong could she possibly be? Their thoughts were laid bare. Chi-san, do not think that just because you fortuitously gained a modicum of ability, you can defy us. Stand down and truthfully disclose the origin of this power, and we shall consider how to deal with you. Furthermore, what is the meaning of your hand? From a distance, perched on a great tree, Luffy silently observed the unfolding events within the beggar gang. Concerned for Enrin's solitary venture, he perceived their disdain towards Enrin, who had only just gained her abilities. However, upon hearing their arrogant remarks, Luffy could not help but scoff. A bunch of ignorant toads. Frankly, were it not for his awareness of the danger Enrin posed, he would not have believed it. According to Luffy's expectations, it would take at least 2 or 3 days for her to familiarize herself. 5 or 6 days to strengthen, and then she could seek revenge after 10 days. Yet, feeling the threat emanating from Enrin, Luffy altered his approach, allowing her to exact her vengeance immediately. He was also eager to witness the true nature of Enrin's power and why it evoked such a sense of danger in him. Enrin, observing the growing crowd of beggars and listening to their taunts, remained composed. In the past, she would have expected to feel an overwhelming rage at such a sight, a fury that could ignite the heavens. Yet now, gazing at those who had tormented her, abused her, and severed her hand, she felt no anger within her heart, for her fury had been tempered by the tortures of the 18 layers of hell. Thus, she had posed a question to Luffy. With her newfound power, what path should she tread? In truth, her desire for revenge had waned. She had come here solely due to Luffy's words urging her forth. However, upon her arrival, she grasped the essence of Luffy's counsel. Hell is empty, and all the devils are here. She should indeed be the gatekeeper of hell, containing these vile spirits. At that moment, Enrin held the golden staff firmly, raising it towards the heavens and proclaiming with conviction, "Open." Upon entering this realm, Enrin finally uttered her first words. As her voice echoed, the golden staff radiated a brilliant light. Striking the air, the staff reverberated as though it had collided with a solid object. With a thunderous roar, a pitch-black door materialized before her and swung open with the force of the golden staff. Instantly, the interior of the beggar gang transformed into a vision of the 18 layers of hell. Beneath some beggars, cauldrons of boiling oil suddenly appeared, plunging them into the depths. Within moments, those who fell into the oil were consumed. Around others, mountains of blades emerged, slicing them into countless pieces. Some were engulfed in flames, while others found themselves trapped in steaming cages. At this very moment, the beggar gang had become hell itself, albeit one where these beggars faced their rightful punishment. Several leaders of the beggar gang were enveloped in a golden shield, isolated from the hellish chaos. Yet, they could only protect themselves. Any attack they launched was immediately devoured by the hell beyond the golden barrier. Thus, they could only watch in horror and fury as their subordinates faced their grim fates, one after another. Soon, the ranks of the beggar gang were decimated. Luffy surveyed the hell that enveloped the beggar gang, narrowing his eyes. If Enrin's power were merely this, it would not evoke such a sense of danger in me. Indeed, after witnessing the beggars face their punishment, Enrin thrust the golden staff into the ground. A golden aura radiated from the base of the staff, and those who had vanished in the throes of punishment reappeared. Yet now, they bore no semblance of humanity, having shed their skins to reveal their true, malevolent forms. A horde of malevolent spirits crawled forth from the various torments of hell, emitting anguished wails. Enrin grasped the golden scepter and pointed towards several high-ranking members of the beggar clan. It was as if this legion of fiends had received a supreme command as they lunged toward their targets. Though the malevolent spirits remained confined outside the golden barrier, each of their assaults eroded a portion of the radiant light. The golden shield trembled perilously under the onslaught of the demons, gradually dimming, on the verge of shattering. The expressions of the high-ranking members within shifted drastically, and they began to plead for mercy from Enrin. Yet, regardless of their desperate entreaties, even as they knelt and wept in remorse, Enrin remained unmoved. Before long, the golden barrier dissipated, and the spirits descended upon them. In an instant, they were overwhelmed by the fiends. Subsequently, the malevolent beings carried them to various instruments of torture. Some were stripped of their garments and thrust against searing copper pillars. Others were entirely bound and cast into boiling oil. Still others had their limbs seized, brought to an iron tree, and suspended upon it, pierced by its countless thorns. The high-ranking member who had severed Enrin's hand was bound to a post, while 2 demons wielding steel saws began to rend his flesh. The cacophony of screams echoed incessantly, yet Onren maintained a serene countenance. As Lu Fei observed this scene, he suddenly comprehended why Onren, upon acquiring her powers, had become so formidable that he felt an impending sense of danger. Onren's abilities were twofold. First, she could summon the gates of hell, transforming a designated area into a realm of torment. Second, those dragged into hell and subjected to its tortures would emerge as fiends obeying her commands. It was evident that as the number of spirits multiplied, so too would Onren's strength. This was a power that grew stronger with each life taken. Lu Fei even contemplated that should Onren unleash her wrath indiscriminately, her ascent in power would surpass all imagination. Realizing this, cold sweat began to bead on Lu Fei's forehead. In that moment, he too felt the terrifying nature of Onren's abilities. Fortunately, Lu Fei held confidence in Onren, for he knew that her soul had endured the punishments of hell and had been acknowledged by it. Indeed, upon witnessing Onren summon the gates of hell, transforming the beggar clan into a nightmarish tableau, Lu Fei understood the ordeal her soul had undergone after being drawn into the infernal portal. Onren had experienced the tortures of the 18 layers of hell without succumbing to despair. It could be said that all the suffering she had endured had coalesced into her strength within that abyss. Thus, she had swiftly mastered this formidable power, even when wielding such immense abilities. Onren remained unshaken and composed. This resilience was the very foundation of Lu Fei's faith in her. Gazing at the ever-calm Onren, he felt that the power described in the Ksitigarbha Sutra truly belonged to her. Minutes later, Onren retracted the golden scepter, and the gates of hell slowly closed. As the gates shut, the hellish scene that had enveloped the beggar clan vanished, along with the multitude of beggars that had once inhabited it. At that moment, the only living souls remaining within the clan, aside from Onren, were a group of innocent children who had been kept under watch. It could be said that the beggar clan, which had long occupied Sanyuan City, had met its demise. Onren exited the clan's gates and made her way towards the inn. Once Onren had departed, Lu Fei approached the grand entrance of the beggar clan, shaking his head in silence. Although it bore the name of a beggar's organization, could it truly be called such when it had transformed into a structured entity? The truth was evident. They were no longer beggars, but rather a group of malevolent beings masquerading as beggars, engaging in inhumane acts to extort money from the unsuspecting. Lu Fei was delighted to witness Onren eradicate this malignant tumor. However, he found himself present because the children still required assistance following the clan's downfall. Thus, Lu Fei casually spent a bit of money to hire someone to notify the authorities to come and clean up the aftermath. Although he was well aware that the beggar clan's prolonged existence was undoubtedly linked to the local officials, Lu Fei firmly believed that the authorities must fulfill their responsibilities. The following day, in the inn's room, Lu Fei scrutinized Onren, muttering to himself, "Wait a moment, does your power also have an effect on your beauty?" It was no wonder that Lu Fei was filled with such curiosity early in the morning. Upon rising, he noticed that Onren's skin had become fairer, and the scars on her face had diminished significantly. Previously, Onren's skin had been dark and coarse, a testament to the numerous trials she had endured. Yet, after a single night, her complexion visibly brightened, and many of the scars had faded. It could be said that in just one night, Onren had become markedly more attractive. Although her transformation was still far from conventional beauty due to her previous hardships, should this change continue, it would not be long before Onren blossomed into a stunning beauty. With Lu Fei's extensive experience, he could discern that Onren possessed exquisitely refined features, and her newly revealed arms were pale and soft. If her entire being underwent such a transformation, there was no doubt that Onren would ascend to the status of a goddess. However, it was clear to Lu Fei that Onren remained oblivious to this change. Hearing his words, Onren replied earnestly, "As long as the number of malevolent spirits I contain in hell increases, this ability will provide me with more positive reinforcement." To Lu Fei's ears, her words implied that she would not only grow stronger but also more beautiful. In that moment, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Yet, observing Onren's obliviousness to her own allure, he playfully reached out to ruffle her hair, saying, "Then I eagerly anticipate your transformation into a great beauty." Great beauty. Onren gazed at Lu Fei with a look of bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend his meaning. Observing this, Lu Fei sighed inwardly, understanding that Onren, who had endured relentless suffering, had little grasp of such concepts. It was not her fault, but rather the world's. Lu Fei embraced Onren tenderly, saying, "You will come to understand in due time. From this day forth, you shall embark upon a new life." The warmth of Lu Fei's embrace evoked a sensation within Onren that was utterly foreign to her. Previously, she had removed her clothing before Lu Fei, without a moment's hesitation. For at that time, she had ceased to regard herself as a girl. However, Luffy's current actions and words profoundly stirred her heart, awakening the realization that perhaps she could indeed reclaim her identity as a girl. In that instant, Anrin, who had considered Luffy her entire world, suddenly harbored a flicker of hope. Unbeknownst to Luffy, Anrin's thoughts were far from his own intentions, which were solely to express his compassion for the unfortunate girl. After their embrace, Luffy refrained from further words. Adhering to the principle of subtlety, he felt that his sentiments had been adequately conveyed. Actions speak louder than words, and Luffy resolved to help Anrin rediscover her feminine identity. Thus, he took her on a shopping excursion, specifically to procure garments befitting a young woman. Originally, Luffy had intended merely to buy casual attire for Anrin, but this time, he sought out clothing suitable for a blossoming maiden. An hour later, Luffy strolled through the streets with Anrin, now adorned in a sleeveless long dress. Drawing the gaze of countless passers-by, Anrin's scarred visage was artfully concealed by a mask, while the sleeveless gown gracefully accentuated her physique. Revealing her exquisitely shaped arms. One must commend Luffy's flair for fashion coordination. Curious as to Luffy's expertise in such matters, one might attribute it to his prior experiences at comic conventions, where he learned to utilize attire to highlight one's best features. Even mastering the art of cross-dressing, which had captivated him. Though he had been hurt by the conventions in the past, he still cherished them as one would a first love. After all, the allure of the young women at these events was undeniably captivating. Consequently, drawing from his extensive experience, Luffy effortlessly crafted a nearly flawless ensemble for Anrin, evidenced by the astonished glances from those around them. For the first time, Anrin, who had garnered so much attention, experienced a twinge of shyness. This newfound shyness left her somewhat flustered, but Luffy held her hand, helping her maintain a steady pace. As for Luffy, he gripped Anrin's small hand with a sense of pride, almost as if he could inscribe winner of life across his face. At that moment, Luffy truly felt like a victor in life. Although Anrin might not yet be regarded as a goddess, it was evident that her future held the promise of divine beauty. Luffy felt a unique joy akin to nurturing a swan from an ugly duckling, a joy that few could comprehend. In this manner, Luffy and Anrin wandered the streets, which could scarcely be termed a simple outing. It was more akin to a display of pride. Hand in hand, they paraded through the city, unknowingly attracting envious glances from countless onlookers. In this atmosphere, Luffy indulged in his happiness, while Anrin gradually began to experience emotions befitting a girl. However, this pleasant mood was abruptly shattered by the appearance of a wanted poster. As they walked, Luffy caught a glimpse of a poster affixed to a notice board, bearing Anrin's name. The notice read, "Wanted, Chi-san. Bounty, 50 million. Anrin's scarred face stared back at him from the poster. Luffy quickly deduced the reason behind Anrin's notoriety. Her elimination of the beggars sect had inevitably ruffled the feathers of those who profited from it. Consequently, her information was reported to the world government, leading to the issuance of the wanted poster. Next to Anrin's likeness was a description of her alleged crimes. Chi-san, last night, ruthlessly slaughtered numerous innocent beggars. Luffy snorted in disdain upon reading this, recognizing the hypocrisy of the San Yuan city officials, who not only covertly protected the beggars sect, but also brazenly distorted the truth. Innocent beggars? It was utterly ludicrous. Yet, Luffy understood that this was the harsh reality, having himself once been manipulated in a similar fashion to attain a pirate's identity, subsequently becoming a wanted man. Casting a worried glance at Anrin, Luffy feared that the news of her being wanted might dampen her spirits. However, Anrin calmly regarded the poster with no discernible emotion. In truth, she was less concerned about her own notoriety than the fact that her face was displayed prominently on the poster. This was the first time she had seen her own visage, as she had instinctively averted her gaze from mirrors before. Sinister, terrifying, monstrous. These adjectives flashed through her mind upon viewing her reflection. Yet, it was this very face, this very self, that had been held by another, that had been saved by someone. In an instant, tears welled in Anrin's eyes. As she felt the moisture gather, she instinctively lowered her head, attempting to conceal her vulnerability from Luffy. Watching the droplets cascade to the ground, Luffy mistakenly believed she was saddened and enveloped her in his arms, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. It's alright. It's just a wanted notice. I too have been wanted. He reassured her. Luffy's words caused Anrin to look up in astonishment, her eyes brimming with tears as she regarded him. Nodding with conviction, Luffy affirmed, I was labeled a pirate. Captured and imprisoned, only to escape and become a wanted man. So, Do not dwell on the wanted status, nor concern yourself with the opinions of others. Simply be yourself. Lu Fei's intention was to comfort Anren, to alleviate her sorrow over being wanted. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Anren was far more concerned about Lu Fei's plight than her own. The mere thought that Lu Fei was also being pursued ignited a fierce anger within her. If she could be wanted, that was one thing. But if Lu Fei was likewise sought after, it meant the world government was in the wrong. For Anren, who considered Lu Fei her everything, if the world could not accept him, then it was the world that was at fault. In that moment, as Lu Fei became a target for the authorities, Anren's heart began to darken. She would bring about the destruction of such a world government, condemning all who opposed Lu Fei to the depths of hell. Anren's transformation into darkness invoked the infernal powers within her, causing Lu Fei to perceive the hellish reflection mirrored in her eyes. Though Lu Fei was oblivious to Anren's thoughts, he sensed her descend into darkness and urgently called out, "Anren, Anren, wake up, do not let your mind wander." Lu Fei's words, however, failed to awaken Anren from her darkening state. As she continued to descend into darkness, a myriad of strategies from various anime flashed through Lu Fei's mind, all designed to counteract such dire circumstances. Thus, with a resolute heart, he leaned in and placed a gentle kiss upon Anren's forehead. The softness emanating from her brow finally halted her descent into darkness and brought her back to lucidity. Upon regaining consciousness, Anren's face flushed a deep crimson beneath her mask, her ears ablaze with embarrassment. Overwhelmed by shyness, she buried her head into Lu Fei's embrace. Observing this, Lu Fei let out a sigh of relief. The imminent threat of her darkening was averted. He had been profoundly concerned about the possibility of Anren succumbing to her hellish powers, as her escalating strength could potentially bring true hell upon this world. Therefore, Lu Fei could not bear to witness her transformation into darkness. After halting Anren's descent, he did not linger before the wanted poster, but instead continued their leisurely stroll through the market. Sampling snacks, shopping, and enjoying the sights, Lu Fei guided Anren through the joys of a normal life. A week swiftly passed. During this time, Lu Fei showed Anren the entirety of Sanyuan City, allowing her to experience the mundane joys of ordinary existence. Not only did Anren begin to wear a smile more frequently, but Lu Fei also found his own spirits lifted after their adventures in Sanyuan City. He led Anren beyond its borders, venturing into the countryside. Lu Fei had not discovered what he sought within the city, but the appearance of the Earth Store Sutra presented him with a new perspective. Perhaps it was better to trust in fate rather than actively pursue it. Thus, he took Anren to the countryside, where the two, clad in casual attire, strolled along the rural pathways like siblings. Occasionally, they encountered villagers, and Lu Fei would inquire about local myths and legends. From their conversations, he gleaned crucial information. The inhabitants of this region, due to their peculiar characteristics, tended to venerate various temples and altars. When faced with the incomprehensible, they instinctively sought refuge. Hence, the villagers would honor the deities. Armed with this knowledge, Lu Fei followed the villagers' directions to a temple. The Sanfo Temple. As Lu Fei gazed at the plaque, he pronounced the temple's name, Sanfo, which three Buddhas? With this question in mind, he took Anren's hand and entered the temple. Given its rural setting, the temple was modest in size, consisting of a main hall and two smaller rooms, nothing more. The small rooms were clearly meant for the monks, which Lu Fei glanced at before dismissing them and heading straight for the main hall. Though called a main hall, it was merely a larger room, elevated in status due to the presence of Buddha statues. Inside, three statues were seated upon a high platform, and before them sat an elderly monk. Eyes closed in meditation. As Lu Fei and Anren entered, the monk ceased his chanting, rose, and extended his hand to block their path, stating, "You two, please turn back." The monk's words implied that they were unwelcome. Lu Fei examined the elderly figure before him, whose deeply etched wrinkles, snowy brows, and expressionless face bore the hallmarks of a wise monk. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lu Fei's eyes as he inquired, "Why should we turn back?" The monk pointed at Anren and replied, "Though I, the Buddha, am compassionate, I do not save those from hell." At the monk's words, Lu Fei realized that this man possessed genuine spiritual insight. Were he alone, Lu Fei might accept the monk's rejection, but this time, the monk had clearly singled out an R, and Lu Fei could not abide this. So he retorted, "Are you a Buddha?" "No." The monk shook his head. "Then, if you are no Buddha, on what grounds do you claim to deny those from hell? And how do you know she is one of them?" In response to Lu Fei's questions, the monk remained unfazed, repeating, "You too, please turn back." Frustrated, Lu Fei felt powerless, for the monk's refusal to engage left him with no arguments to wield. In truth, Lu Fei was no stranger to debate. but the monk's obstinacy rendered him helpless. Ultimately, this was the monk's temple, and Lu Fei could not force his way in. Reluctantly, he took in Rin's hand and turned to leave. However, perhaps Lu Fei's concession sparked some unwarranted notions within the monk. Just as they exited the main hall, the monk called after them, "You may leave, but this one from hell must remain outside to repent for her sins." The monk's proclamation made Lu Fei whirl around, narrowing his eyes at the monk as he coldly replied, "Old monk, overreaching can lead to dire consequences." Yet, the monk remained unmoved, stating, "Once you enter this place, those from hell cannot leave, after she purges her sins." She may depart. Lu Fei glared at the monk, scoffing, "Humph, today, I shall see how you intend to keep us here. Allow me to remind you, should you dare lay a hand on us, do not blame me for the outcome." With that, Lu Fei grasped Rin's hand and continued towards the exit. The monk observed their retreating figures, motionless, yet murmured, "The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore." Umatba, as the monk's words echoed. A golden light radiated from beneath him, expanding outward. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, fuming as he walked with Rin, pondered, "This old monk not only denies us entry, but now seeks to keep Rin here. Does he think me a soft target?" Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he noticed something amiss. Despite the temple door being within reach, he felt as if he were perpetually distanced from it. It was as though he were treading water in place. Realizing the monk's machinations, Lu Fei halted, understanding that the monk was indeed attempting to trap them, determined to retain and run. Turning back, he surveyed his surroundings, which seemed distorted, the boundaries stretching impossibly far away. Clearly, escaping would not be a simple task. Thus, Lu Fei and Rin found themselves once more before the monk. At this moment, the monk stood within the main hall, flanked by the three Buddha statues, while Lu Fei and Rin remained outside. The divide created by the temple door evoked a palpable sense of confrontation between good and evil. Of course, who stood for righteousness and who represented malevolence would ultimately be determined by strength. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore that if you wish to leave, you may do so. But you must leave the one from hell behind, the monk said, hands clasped in prayer towards Lu Fei. In response, Lu Fei could hardly contain his laughter, enraged as he declared, "Old monk, it seems you truly wish to attain enlightenment today." He then glanced at the composed Rin, offering her a reassuring glance before releasing her hand. Immediately, Lu Fei retrieved a coin from his pocket. Holding it aloft, he aimed it at the monk. Unleashing his newly developed technique, electromagnetic cannon, a surge of electric arcs crackled between Lu Fei's arms, enveloping the coin and transforming it into a streak of blue light that shot forth from his hand. A mere coin, propelled by electromagnetic force, possessed an astonishing amount of kinetic energy. This was the true power of the electromagnetic cannon. However, as the coin transformed into an electromagnetic cannon suddenly appeared before the old monk, it was effortlessly pinched between the monk's two fingers. At that moment, a brief silence enveloped the scene. The loud thunder, accompanied by the patter of rain, perfectly encapsulated the essence of Lu Fei's electromagnetic cannon. Even Lu Fei felt a pang of embarrassment as he scratched his head, admitting to himself that he had not anticipated the feebleness of his own cannon. Of course, this was largely attributed to the monk's formidable strength. Although the electromagnetic cannon seemed to have traversed only a short distance, in reality, the monk's abilities had elongated the space, significantly diminishing the cannon's power due to this spatial extension. Thunder punishment. After overcoming his embarrassment, Lu Fei quickly regained his composure and gestured towards the old monk, unleashing a surge of thunderous light. The bolt of lightning hurtled towards the monk's head, transforming into a strike of electricity. With a resounding crash, accompanied by a booming thunder, the lightning struck the old monk's head. However, as the bolt approached, it was neutralized by the radiant golden light emanating from the monk's body. Observing that his attack had no effect, Lu Fei maintained his composure, reasoning that it was merely the monk's casual defense and signified nothing substantial. Lu Fei first instructed Rin to retreat to a safe distance before summoning a tremendous surge of lightning that enveloped him entirely. Preparing for his ultimate move, 100 million volts, Thunder Dragon, a dragon, entirely composed of lightning, erupted from Lu Fei's being, surging towards the old monk. The Thunder Dragon, imbued with immense might, lunged at the monk with ferocious intent. Faced with the oncoming Thunder Dragon, the old monk did not dare to delay. He separated his clasped hands, one raised higher than the other, and bellowed, "Arhit, descending dragon," in an instant. A resplendent golden light burst forth from the statue of Buddha behind the old man. And amidst the infinite radiance, a phantom of an Arhut materialized, descending from the heavens to land upon the Thunder Dragon. This Arhut, akin to the descending dragon Arhut, firmly grasped the dragon's head with both hands, forcefully pinning it to the ground. Naturally, the Thunder Dragon retaliated, its sinuous body coiling around the Arhut, sparks flying in all directions. In that moment, the Arhut and the Thunder Dragon were locked in combat. Lu Fei gazed at the old monk in astonishment and exclaimed, "Old monk, you possess remarkable abilities." It was no wonder Lu Fei was taken aback. The Arhut summoned by the monk truly exhibited a fraction of the might of the descending dragon Arhut. Engaging in a fierce contest with his Thunder Dragon. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, the old monk gently shook his head and replied, "Benefactor, you still have time to depart." It must be said that the old monk's demeanor, while directed at Enron, was rather benevolent towards Lu Fei. Throughout their encounter, the monk had refrained from taking any hostile action against Lu Fei. Unfortunately, Lu Fei did not take this gesture to heart. Instead, he responded, "I wish to see if you possess any other skills." With that, Lu Fei's body once again surged with lightning. 100 million volts, Thunder Tiger, a fierce tiger, formed entirely of electricity, burst forth from Lu Fei's being. With a roar, the Thunder Tiger lunged towards the old monk. Clearly, the appearance of the Thunder Tiger was Lu Fei's way of testing the monk's prowess. He sought to ascertain whether the monk could summon the tiger-subduing Arhut in addition to the descending dragon Arhut. In response to the charging Thunder Tiger, the old monk let out another powerful shout, "Arhut, subduing tiger." The other statue of Buddha behind him also radiated golden light, summoning a phantom of an Arhut to intercept the Thunder Tiger's assault. Seeing his attack completely thwarted, Lu Fei remained unfazed. Instead, he chuckled and remarked, "Old monk, I see now, you are merely putting on an act." As if he had discovered the monk's weakness, Lu Fei's body once again crackled with lightning. Thunder descending from the 9 heavens. Countless tiny bolts of lightning erupted from Lu Fei, converging above the old monk's head, in the blink of an eye. A storm cloud composed of lightning gathered ominously above the monk. The next moment, a bolt of lightning, half a meter thick, descended from the cloud, aimed directly at the old monk. With a thunderous roar, the imposing lightning struck the old monk's head, even though the monk quickly summoned a golden light to shield himself. It barely managed to hold against the onslaught. The golden light trembled violently under the force of the lightning, on the verge of shattering. Did he manage to block it? Indeed, he did. However, the monk only succeeded in defending against the initial bolt of lightning from the storm cloud, which was merely a tentative assault. Following this, the storm cloud unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes. With deafening booms of thunder, the lightning from the cloud quickly engulfed the old monk, watching the monk submerged in a torrent of lightning. Lu Fei did not exhibit any signs of triumph, for amidst the chaos of the lightning, the last statue of Buddha behind the monk began to glow with golden light. The radiance from this statue did not summon anything. Rather, it enhanced the monk's own strength. Thanks to this augmentation, even while engulfed by the lightning, the monk remained utterly unscathed, shifting his gaze from the monk to the 3 statues radiating golden light. Lu Fei pondered thoughtfully. Initially, he believed that the monk relied on the 3 statues behind him to unleash his summoning abilities. Hence, he had employed a close-range technique, like thunder descending from the 9 heavens, assuming it would be difficult for the monk to counter. However, he did not anticipate that the statues could not only summon Arhut phantoms, but also bolster the monk's own capabilities. From Lu Fei's observations, the monk's abilities appeared to be quite formidable. As the lightning dissipated, the monk, cloaked in golden light, stood calmly, gazing at Lu Fei. "Benefactor, turn back." The old monk's hands were clasped together as he addressed Lu Fei with an expression devoid of elation or sorrow. "Turn back? You think I would retreat with such meager skills?" Lu Fei scoffed. "Allow me to demonstrate my technique." Lu Fei formed a sphere with his hands before him, employing a new technique, Void Thunderball. He began to gather an immense amount of lightning between his hands, and as the electricity coalesced, the originally blue-white lightning deepened in hue. Soon, the thunderball in Lu Fei's hands transformed from blue to white, becoming a brilliant white sphere. Moreover, Lu Fei continued to infuse the white thunderball with more electricity, compressing it further. Once the accumulated lightning reached its limit, the white thunderball suddenly collapsed inward, instantaneously transforming from a large white sphere into a small, exquisitely crafted black sphere. Yet, despite its diminutive size, This black thunderball contained an overwhelming power that could instill fear at a mere glance. Particularly at the center of the black sphere was an ominous sensation, as if it could devour everything in its path. Even Lu Fei found it laborious to hold the black thunderball with both hands. Without hesitation, Lu Fei hurled the void thunderball directly at the old monk. In the face of the terrifying void thunderball, the golden light surrounding the monk swiftly concentrated in his right palm, and he extended it slowly towards the incoming sphere, great compassionate hand seal. A golden swastika flew forth from the monk's palm, expanding in the air until it collided with Lu Fei's void thunderball. Boom! The black thunderball and the golden swastika collided, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The swastika shattered into a multitude of golden light, while the void thunderball disintegrated into countless black bolts of lightning. However, unlike the slowly dissipating golden light, the black lightning unleashed by the explosion was actually the second phase of Lu Fei's attack. Consequently, after the detonation, innumerable black bolts of lightning surged towards the old monk, Amitabha. The aged monk brought his hands together in prayer, chanting a Buddhist incantation, allowing the golden light emanating from the statue behind him to envelop his being once more. Regrettably, this time, the radiance was noticeably dimmer than before. Consequently, the golden aura that surrounded the monk merely managed to counteract a substantial portion of the incoming black lightning. Yet, a significant amount of the dark bolts pierced through the golden light and struck the monk's body. Strangely, the black lightning did not yield the devastating effect that Lu Fei had anticipated. Upon penetrating the golden light, it failed to obliterate the monk's form, inflicting only superficial wounds. However, these external injuries elicited an involuntary solemn expression from Lu Fei. For from the monk's damaged wounds emanated a crimson glow, a harbinger of an unspeakably gruesome aura. Benefactor, I have warned you to turn back. The monk's countenance, devoid of sorrow or joy, contorted into a grimace. Now, you cannot retreat. The monk, shedding his disguise, revealed his true visage with a malevolent grin, declaring, I am the Blood Monk, here to ferry you into the cycle of reincarnation. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue as he bellowed. The sea of blood is boundless. As he spoke, the golden surface of the three statues behind him began to flake away, unveiling their sanguine cores. In the blink of an eye, three blood-colored statues materialized before Lu Fei. When the crimson figures revealed their true forms, the entire temple morphed into a veritable sea of blood, the air thick with an overwhelmingly sanguinary scent. Against this backdrop, the monk appeared to radiate an aura of unspeakable malevolence. At that moment, Enrin, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. The Blood Monk, who vanished from this region a decade ago while being pursued by several lieutenant generals, has a bounty of 2 billion gold. So, you have been hiding here. 10 years ago, news of the Blood Monk's retreat to this place spread like wildfire, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Even now, the vast majority of the populace in Sanyuan City can recall the events of that year. For it was the massacre of an entire city that had prompted the joint pursuit by the lieutenant generals. Thus, the terror the Blood Monk instilled in this region remains unforgettable to this day. Enrin's words left Lu Fei astonished as he gazed at the monk. I never anticipated that this fellow would have such a high bounty. Moreover, he has been willing to hide in this dilapidated temple for a decade. The blood-eyed monk, looking at Enrin, revealed an evil grin, saying, I paid a hefty price to invite a powerful being to deduce my fortune, and he informed me that my opportunity for advancement lies here. I have endured 10 long years waiting. Your appearance signifies that the chance I awaited is you. Little child, allow me to consume you and gain your power, and the sea of blood and hell shall descend upon this world. Upon hearing this, Enrin felt little, but Lu Fei reacted differently, pointing an accusing finger at the monk and exclaiming, Bah, you old wretch, dare you lay a hand on my Enrin? I shall shatter your skull and see what kind of beautiful dreams you are having in broad daylight. As Lu Fei spoke, the monk remained unfazed, having heard such threats countless times before. However, Enrin's face, hidden behind her mask, flushed crimson at that moment. Her mind was consumed with Lu Fei's declaration of my Enrin. Instantly, Enrin felt a surge of warmth within her. Had it not been for the inappropriate circumstances, she might have felt weak and unsteady, relying on Lu Fei to maintain her stance. Nevertheless, in the heat of battle, Enrin valiantly held her ground. Due to Enrin's position behind Lu Fei, he did not perceive her current demeanor, while the monk, noticing her state, disregarded it entirely. The monk's gaze fixated on Lu Fei. In his eyes, Enrin was merely an easily attainable prize. Yet, first, he had to dispose of Lu Fei, the obstacle in his path. Thus, the monk chose to act without further ado. Let me first ferry you into reincarnation. benefactor. Raising his hand, one of the blood-red statues behind him suddenly sprang to life. Blood Buddha Blood Sea uncrossable. As the statue rose, it seemed intent on maximizing its efficacy, causing the entire hall to dissolve into blood. Merging into the sea of crimson. In an instant, the blood-colored statue expanded, towering several dozen meters high before unleashing a palm strike toward Lu Fei. The entire sea of blood surged forward as a colossal wave, crashing toward Lu Fei. Faced with the surging tide, Lu Fei neither retreated nor could he afford to, for behind him stood Rin. Of course, retreat was unnecessary, even as the monk shed his disguise and summoned the sea of blood. Lu Fei's lightning dragons and thunder tigers were consumed, showcasing the monk's formidable strength. Yet, had Lu Fei not been concealing his own prowess before the monk, Lu Fei had merely regarded him as a test subject. Thus, now that the monk had revealed his true form, Lu Fei too was ready to get serious. 200 million volts Thunder God. Lu Fei unleashed a torrent of lightning, causing his entire body to swell in size. In an instant, he transformed into a towering giant, radiating with electric energy. Thunder God, thundering palm. Lu Fei thrust his palm forward against the approaching crimson wave, a blue lightning beam erupting from his enlarged hand. With a resounding crash, the lightning beam pierced through the wave, hurtling toward the monk with relentless force. However, the blood-colored giant statue behind the monk swatted down the lightning beam, causing it to plummet into the sea of blood, dissipating into nothingness. Seeing his ranged attack effortlessly thwarted, Lu Fei opted for close combat. Thus, as the lightning giant, he strode purposefully toward the monk, eager to let him experience the might of his Thunder God's fists. The monk, recognizing Lu Fei's intentions, was resolute in preventing him from closing the distance. With a thought, the blood-colored giant statue leaped into the air, soaring toward Lu Fei. Subsequently, it brought down its palm with tremendous force. Blood Buddha Divine Palm. This descending strike was imbued with boundless blood energy. Lu Fei halted, raising his gaze to meet the formidable palm descending from the blood-colored giant statue, unperturbed as he lifted his own palm in response. Thunder God Myriad Thunder Palm. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from his massive hand, colliding with the divine palm of the blood-colored giant. With a resounding clash, the very sky turned crimson, the space created by the monk's sea of blood visibly trembling, as if it might collapse at any moment. Following the exchange, Lu Fei remained stationary, while the blood-colored giant was forced back, stumbling several steps away from the monk. This spectacle unequivocally established the disparity in strength. Seizing the moment, Lu Fei charged toward the monk, clearly aiming to exploit the opportunity. The monk furrowed his brow, realizing that Lu Fei's strength surpassed his expectations. Initially, he believed Lu Fei could only unleash distant attacks like lightning dragons. Yet the transformation into the Thunder God revealed Lu Fei's exaggerated prowess in close quarters. Consequently, even after revealing his true strength, the monk found himself struggling to subdue Lu Fei at this juncture. The monk recognized the challenges posed by Lu Fei. Yet, despite the difficulties, the monk still had his means. Blood Sea Myriad Buddhas pay homage. The monk formed a series of seals, and a colossal blood-red swastika materialized behind him. The remaining two statues also rose, their forms expanding. In an instant, three towering blood-colored Buddhas loomed behind the monk, exuding an aura of terror. Blood Buddha Divine Palm. When three colossal crimson Buddhas emerged, they simultaneously struck out a palm towards Lu Fei, who was rushing forward. Instantly, three enormous blood-red palm prints materialized in front of him. Although Lu Fei employed his own thunder palm, he could only negate two of the crimson divine palms before the third one imprinted itself upon him. With a sizzling sound, as the blood-red palm print approached, an immense surge of electricity erupted from Lu Fei's body, warding off the impact. Nevertheless, the formidable force still sent him reeling backward. The old monk's 10,000 Buddha salutation, albeit a diminished version that summoned only three blood-red giants, leveraged their numerical superiority, rendering Lu Fei's defense increasingly precarious. In an instant, the tides of battle had shifted, with the old monk clearly holding the upper hand. Casting a glance at the three towering crimson Buddhas behind the monk, Lu Fei realized that his fists alone could not contend with 6 arms, and he needed to unveil his true prowess. 1 billion volts, Thunder God. Lu Fei's form, originally several meters tall, swelled dramatically to over 100 meters before stabilizing. At this moment, he gazed down at the three blood-red Buddhas, resembling an adult looking down upon children. In this scenario, where sheer size compensated for numbers, Lu Fei had gained a distinct advantage against the three crimson giants. The old monk looked up at the towering Thunder God Lu Fei, his blood-red eyes wide with astonishment. While he possessed his own methods, Lu Fei had hidden capabilities as well. Yet, a flicker of hope remained in the old monk's heart, wishing that Lu Fei was merely an intimidating facade, lacking substance beyond his massive stature. Thus, the old monk commanded the 3 blood-red Buddhas to charge at Lu Fei, eager to test whether Lu Fei's strength was commensurate with his size. However, the 3 blood-red giants were effortlessly sent flying by a single swipe of Lu Fei's hand. The truth was revealed. Lu Fei's thunder god form, towering at 100 meters, was no mere display. It was profoundly formidable. With a powerful strike aimed at the old monk, Lu Fei unleashed the thunder god's thunder palm. This was clearly a supercharged version of his thunder palm, and even before his hand made contact, the entire Blood Sea realm trembled violently. Countless bolts of lightning coiled around Lu Fei's palm, exuding an aura of apocalyptic destruction. Should this strike land upon the old monk, it was indisputable that he would be obliterated without a trace. In this moment of life and death, the old monk finally revealed his trump card, Blood Buddha. Trinity. The 3 blood-red Buddhas merged into a single colossal blood Buddha of similar height, bracing itself against Lu Fei's impending blow. Moreover, the old monk understood that in this state, the massive blood Buddha could at best match Lu Fei, potentially even faltering due to the inherent counter against his sanguine abilities. After all, his powers were evidently sinister and bloody, while Lu Fei's lightning naturally suppressed such forces. Therefore, the old monk continued to enhance the gigantic blood Buddha. Lowering his gaze to the blood sea beneath him, a manic grin crept across his lips. The reason he had lured Lu Fei and Rin into the temple was that the entire structure was a manifestation of his abilities. Dragging Lu Fei and Rin into his blood sea realm was a meticulously devised strategy to ensure victory. He had prepared for this moment for an entire decade. Thus, he would not allow anyone to obstruct his path. This Blood Sea realm was his ultimate trump card, Blood Sea. Domain of sin. The old monk's blood-red eyes wept crimson tears, and the colossal blood Buddha behind him mirrored this sorrow as the drops of blood fell into the sea. The once uniformly crimson surface unexpectedly revealed patches of darkness. No, it was not darkness, but rather human silhouettes. One after another, figures emerged from the depths of the blood sea, their faces twisted in agony, their cries echoing in despair. They were the innocent souls slain by the old monk. The so-called Blood Sea realm was constructed from their flesh and blood. Now, the old monk's ultimate move was to unleash their spirits. As these figures manifested, the malevolent, bloody aura within the Blood Sea intensified exponentially. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. The countless souls harvested from entire cities by the old monk forged an unimaginable source of power. Even Lu Fei, witnessing these countless silhouettes, felt a chill of trepidation, for they represented the lives of countless individuals. Sink into my blood sea, benefactor. The old monk gazed at the multitude of figures, extending his arms wide, unleashing a maniacal laugh. The colossal blood Buddha behind him became adorned with countless human heads, ensnared within, unable to be reborn, all transforming into the power of the blood Buddha. No, it could no longer be called a blood Buddha. As these heads surfaced, the once serene visage of the blood Buddha contorted into that of a demon. It should now be referred to as the blood demon. Suddenly, the old monk clutched his head, emitting a scream of sheer agony. It turned out that invoking this move came at a price. While releasing these figures enhanced his strength, the old monk also had to bear the weight of their vengeful spirit's impact. It could be said that he could continue to expand the slaughter, allowing even more figures to materialize within the Blood Sea. However, in doing so, he would be unable to withstand the overwhelming backlash and would collapse. This was the paramount constraint on the old monk's capacity for augmentation. It was also the reason he sought Rin's power. According to the estimations of that formidable being, acquiring Rin's strength would alleviate his physical limitations. Hence, the old monk endured and waited, willing to go to any lengths to devour Rin. Feeling a surge of excruciating pain in his head, the old monk's gaze suddenly fixed upon Rin, his blood-red eyes brimming with insatiable desire. If only he could attain you, all obstacles would vanish. But before that, Lu Fei must be dealt with. Therefore, the old monk forcefully suppressed the pain, sending the blood demon hurtling towards Lu Fei. Killing you means no one in this world can impede my path. The old monk cackled maniacally, fixated on the blood demon as it lunged at Lu Fei. In that moment, he envisioned Lu Fei being devoured by the blood demon. He even envisioned himself absorbing Rin, acquiring her power, and slaughtering city after city, allowing his strength to grow boundlessly. He envisioned himself reigning over this world, transforming it into a blood sea.as. The old monk was consumed by these visions. Lu Fei, whom he had deemed an easy target, erupted in fury. "You dare to slaughter so many innocent lives?" Lu Fei roared, placing his hand to his ear and producing a golden rod, the Rui Jingu Bang. "You dare to lay your hands on and run?" The Rui Jingu Bang rapidly expanded in Lu Fei's grasp, its weight surging. "Today, I shall see what your mind truly harbors," as the blood demon charged forth. Lu Fei gripped the Rui Jingu Bang tightly, leaping into the air and bringing the rod crashing down upon the blood demon. "Taste my strike." The towering thunder god Lu Fei, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, summoned a tempest of lightning as he descended. The old monk's manic grin vanished in an instant, terror gripping him as he sensed the unfathomable power radiating from the golden rod. "What is this?" he shrieked. "Block it! Someone stop it!" The old monk's desperate cries echoed as he implored the blood demon to withstand Lu Fei's strike. Yet, the old monk's sole hope, his greatest aspiration, was rendered futile. The colossal blood demon crumbled like fragile paper beneath the force of Lu Fei's blow. With a resounding explosion, the colossal blood demon was shattered by a single strike from Lu Fei.as. The blood demon fragmented. The cry emitted by the old monk transformed into his final words. Freed from the blood demon's restraint, hundreds of thousands of shadowy figures surged toward the old monk. In an instant, he was engulfed by a multitude of these apparitions. Subsequently, from the very spot where the shadows converged, a chilling sound of gnawing echoed. The old monk was, in fact, being devoured bite by bite by these phantoms. Before long, the shadows dissipated, leaving behind only a skeletal frame, devoid of any flesh. Even this skeleton slowly sank into the sea of blood, as if the monk who had once stirred the blood ocean had completely vanished from this world. Yet, was the old monk truly dead? Certainly not. Lu Fei retracted his thunderous form and golden staff, reverting to his original appearance as he descended upon the blood sea. Treading upon the crimson waves, Lu Fei chuckled lightly. "Old monk, even though I did not have the chance to shatter your skull, it is impossible for you to continue existing." Observing the still present space of the blood sea, Lu Fei understood that the old monk had not perished entirely, for his powers lingered on. It turned out. At the moment the blood demon was struck down, the old monk had decisively cast aside his corporeal form, allowing it to be consumed by the shadows. His soul had seamlessly merged into the blood sea. One cannot help but commend the old monk's astute choice, for even Lu Fei found himself at a loss against such a monk. Firstly, Lu Fei could not trace the monk's whereabouts. Secondly, he could not obliterate the blood sea entirely. What Lu Fei could do was to inflict maximum destruction upon the blood sea and then depart. Nothing more, of course, should Lu Fei resolve to do so. The old monk's resurrection would be a task akin to climbing the heavens. But Lu Fei was not the kind of person who would harm others to no benefit of his own. Thus, he resolutely approached Enrun and said, "Enrun, I leave it to you." However, Lu Fei's initial words received no response. Lu Fei gazed at Enrun, who appeared dazed. Enrun. It was only after several calls and a gentle poke to her forehead that she stirred awake. Upon regaining consciousness, Enrun looked up at Lu Fei, her body going limp as she collapsed into his embrace. This left Lu Fei even more perplexed. Truth be told, during the battle with the old monk, he had been discreetly watching over Enrun to prevent any harm from coming her way. Thus, he was certain that she had sustained no injuries. Given that she was unharmed, what could explain her current feeble state? This was the source of Lu Fei's confusion. As for Enrun, she was all too aware of the reason. Heaven knows how much impact Lu Fei's words had on her, to put it mildly. During her days, she had indulged in countless fantasies, even contemplating the names of their future children. Now, with her senses restored, the mere recollection of her daydreams left her feeling utterly drained. Fortunately, Enrun quickly regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed as she pulled away from Lu Fei's embrace. She then looked up to meet his gaze. They exchanged stares for about 10 seconds before Lu Fei understood her intention. She wished for him to assign her a task. Thus, he spoke with exasperation. "Enrun, can you contain this blood sea space?" Upon hearing this, Enrun surveyed her surroundings and nodded. Then, with a surge of determination, a golden scepter materialized in her right hand. The moment the golden scepter appeared, the entire blood sea trembled as if encountering a formidable adversary. This was the natural fear the blood sea had towards Enrun's abilities. Immediately after, Enrun swung the golden scepter with a single hand, causing the gates of hell to manifest in the air. With a flick of her scepter, the gates of hell began to slowly open. Witnessing Enrun's ability to open the gates with a single hand, Lu Fei couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Compared to before, when she required both hands to exert all her strength to open the gates. She had undoubtedly made significant progress. As the gates of hell swung open, layers of hellish apparitions began to descend into the blood sea. Before the hellish phantoms could solidify, the old monk, lurking within the blood sea, could no longer contain himself and leaped forth. Suddenly, a wave of blood surged upwards, forming a massive visage that resembled the old monk himself. Stop! The old monk bellowed. Do not use your abilities any longer. However, his words failed to deter Rin from unleashing her powers. Just as before, she remained unfazed by the old monk's admonitions. In her eyes, the old monk had always been a trivial figure. For her, only Lu Fei's words held significance. Rin's attitude, coupled with the continuing descent of the hellish apparitions, incited both surprise and fury in the old monk. Cease your abilities, and I shall allow your departure. Otherwise, we shall perish together. The old monk's threats were met with a light chuckle from Lu Fei. Heh, it seems your head was truly devoured. Empty, old monk. Perish together, not even in your dreams. Come now, I stand here today, eager to see how you intend to bring about our mutual demise. It was not surprising that Lu Fei spoke thus, for the old monk had yet to grasp the reality of his situation. He remained oblivious to the fact that from the very beginning, the entire scenario had been under Lu Fei's control. Neither the monk's disguise nor his ultimate gambit had exceeded the boundaries of Lu Fei's dominion. It was precisely due to this that Lu Fei easily dispatched the old monk's final trump card with a single blow. With the golden staff in hand, Lu Fei's combat prowess far surpassed the old monk's imagination. Yet, even in such circumstances, the old monk failed to recognize his position and foolishly contemplated a shared demise. Was this not laughable? Of course, Lu Fei understood that one cannot awaken a person feigning sleep. And the old monk before him was just such a person. Perhaps it was Lu Fei's derisive remarks, or perhaps Rin's indifference as she continued to unleash her abilities. In any case. After Lu Fei finished speaking, the old monk erupted in fury. Then let us die together, he roared, and the blood wave coalescing into his head exploded, showering the area with countless droplets of blood. However, these blood droplets did not rush towards Lu Fei and Rin. Instead, they flew toward the hundreds of thousands of shadowy figures. Each apparition absorbed a droplet of blood, causing their movements to halt. Previously, after consuming the old monk's flesh, these phantoms had wandered aimlessly. Now, having received the blood, they paused momentarily before collectively fixing their gaze upon Lu Fei, and to be scrutinized by hundreds of thousands of eyes was an unsettling experience. Even Lu Fei felt a shiver run down his spine. In the next moment, a crimson glow erupted from the figures, as if they had entered a frenzied state, charging directly toward Lu Fei and Rin. Feeling the chill along his spine, Lu Fei prepared to unleash a powerful attack to clear the area of these phantoms. However, before he could act, Rin beside him spoke up. My lord, allow me to give it a try. The words of Rin compelled Lu Fei to restrain his desire to take action, causing him to withdraw the lightning that coursed through him. Lu Fei turned his head to glance at Rin, offering her an encouraging look. Go ahead, everything will be taken care of. Lu Fei's encouragement was immensely uplifting for Rin. Taking a deep breath, she gripped her golden scepter with her right hand, maintaining the summoning of the hellish apparition, while raising her left hand in a gesture of grasping nothingness. As Rin raised her left hand high, the palm that had seemed empty suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. In that moment, a golden pearl materialized out of thin air in Rin's left hand. The instant the golden pearl appeared, it burst forth with an unparalleled and intense golden glow. In an instant, the golden light illuminated the entire blood sea space. Those countless figures that surged towards the two were immediately halted in their tracks by the golden radiance. To be precise, they were ensnared by the golden light. Lu Fei stared in astonishment at Rin, his mind echoing a phrase. With the golden scepter in hand, the gates of hell are flung wide. In the palm lies the luminous pearl, illuminating the myriad worlds. At that moment, Rin appeared to Lu Fei to embody aspects of the legendary Ktitagarbha Bodhisattva. He recalled the Ktitagarbha Sutra, and for the first time considered that Rin might indeed have inherited the mantle of the Bodhisattva. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Rin, while capturing the countless figures, fully summoned the phantoms of hell. In an instant, the entire blood sea space was transformed into a scene of hell, within the infernal realm. Numerous malevolent spirits were subjected to their punishments, and these spirits were none other than the members of the beggars' sect. The essence of hell slowly coiled around these figures, glowing with crimson light. Before long, the red glow surrounding them was purified by the aura of hell, revealing their true forms. Subsequently, Weapons and armor materialized on their hands and bodies through the essence of hell. That it was evident that these innocent souls, slain by the old monk, had been collected by hell and transformed into ghostly soldiers. Once these ghostly soldiers completed their transformation, they wasted no time in approaching the tormented spirits, assisting them in their punishments. They pierced the malevolent spirits in the boiling oil with their steel forks, ensuring a more thorough frying. They lashed the bound spirits to the iron trees with long whips, allowing for greater suffering. They fanned the flames around the spirits with large fans, intensifying the heat. Observing these ghostly soldiers and the tormented spirits, Luffy glanced once more at Onren, who stood in hell, wielding the golden scepter and pearl, and swallowed hard. It seemed he was nurturing a future ruler of hell, akin to K. Itagarba Bodhisattva as the transformation of all figures reached completion. The Blood Sea space was entirely engulfed by hell. With the loss of the Blood Sea space as its foundation, 3 crimson Buddhist statues emerged within hell. This was the power acquired by the old monk and served as his leverage to consume Onren's abilities. However, at this moment, these 3 crimson statues were transformed by the essence of hell into statues of black and red. The red represented their power, while the black symbolized their sins. They would cleanse their sins in hell and ultimately attain true Buddhahood. As for the old monk, he had perished completely while commanding the countless figures to attack Luffy and Onren. Thus, Onren was able to seamlessly allow hell to consume the entire Blood Sea space. After the consumption, as the gates of hell closed, the scenes of hell gradually faded away. The golden scepter and pearl in Onren's hands vanished as well. When all of this dissipated, Onren closed her eyes and fell back, unconscious. Fortunately, Luffy swiftly moved to her side and caught her as she collapsed. Holding Onren in his arms, Luffy first glanced at the dimming sky and the ruins of the temple they occupied. Confirming their escape from the Blood Sea space and realizing it was late, he chose not to seek out a resting place, but instead sat down with Onren in his embrace, evidently prepared to endure the night in this manner. Lowering his gaze to Onren, he felt the rapid surge of power within her and shook his head with a wry smile. The old monk had waited a decade, only to become a catalyst for Onren's fortune. As for Onren, the immense growth she had experienced necessitated her full absorption of this power, leading to her fainting. The following day, Onren opened her eyes in Luffy's embrace and was immediately greeted by his face. She paused for a moment, then without a second thought, closed her eyes again, settling back into Luffy's arms. Clearly, Onren relished the warmth of his embrace and was reluctant to rise, observing her in this state. Luffy chose not to point it out. Pretending to remain unaware while continuing to hold her, he understood that Onren needed his embrace, a source of warmth and comfort. He recognized that although Onren's power had grown rapidly, it came with a cost. She had to endure the tortures of hell to master her newfound abilities, and after consuming the Blood Sea space, she had succumbed to unconsciousness in her effort to control her surging strength. Luffy could not fathom what Onren experienced during her unconsciousness, but he could surmise that she must have once again felt profound suffering. It was for this reason that she craved his embrace. Yearning for the warmth of the mortal realm, faced with this girl who had endured countless hardships, Luffy found no reason to deny her. Thus, he continued to hold Onren, soothing her body and mind. As noon approached, Luffy gently roused Onren from her slumber. "Onren, wake up. Someone is coming." In Luffy's perception, there were people approaching from several hundred meters away. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he chose to awaken Onren and prepare to leave. Still groggy, Onren opened her eyes, realizing that Luffy's embrace had provided a warmth so comforting that she had enjoyed a delightful nap. Seeing her dazed expression, Luffy could not help but chuckle. After waking Onren, he led her away from the approaching figures, opting for a different path as they moved along. Luffy casually hunted, feasting on a roasted wild boar weighing over 100 pounds. Subsequently, he and Onren arrived before a Taoist temple. Upon gazing at the temple, Luffy lingered for several seconds, pondering. The temple had been a trap set a decade ago. Could this Taoist temple be the same? Or perhaps the temple was Onren's fortune, and the Taoist temple could not also be her destiny. With such thoughts in mind, Luffy grasped Onren's small hand and ventured inside. Alas, it was merely an ordinary Taoist temple, devoid of any intrigue. Half an hour later, Luffy emerged from the temple, harboring a sentiment of uncertainty. Was it relief or regret? As he continued to lead Onren on their journey, in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During this time, Luffy guided Onren around the vicinity of Sanyuan City, exploring numerous temples and Taoist shrines, as well as visiting legendary sites, all of which turned out to be rather mundane. He had yet to encounter anyone as remarkable as the old monk, and these days slipped by an utter ordinariness. So much so that Lu Fei began to miss the old monk, pondering how splendid it would be to have another such fortuitous encounter. However, while Lu Fei found himself at a standstill, and Ren was experiencing a different fate. First, the bloodsea space of the old monk had significantly enhanced her strength. And then, she delighted in the scenic escapades alongside Lu Fei. After nearly exhausting the exploration of the areas surrounding Senyuan City, Lu Fei decided to make one final attempt, should this endeavor yield no results. He would choose to depart for the next destination. To be frank, Lu Fei had always felt that there was a hidden opportunity within the region of Senyuan City. It was an indescribable sensation, akin to a whimsical impulse. Regrettably, thus far, this whimsical urge had not led him to his destined fortune. Lu Fei and Ren arrived at the foot of a small hill. Gazing at the hill, overgrown with grass and devoid of a proper path, Lu Fei steadied himself and resolutely ascended. This was a solitary hill, yet it brimmed with verdant life. The reason Lu Fei had come here was that many years ago, there had been a Taoist temple at this site. Although it lay in ruins, remnants should still exist. Midway up the hill, after traversing through dense woods, a clearing appeared before them. There stood a dilapidated Taoist temple. Beside the temple was a lotus pond, yet it was filled with decaying lotus remnants, not a single blossom in sight. Truth be told, such a scene did little to inspire a spirit of exploration. Nevertheless, Lu Fei lingered before the crumbling temple for quite a while. He sensed that his fortune lay within. Realizing this, Lu Fei finally understood the meaning of the phrase, when one path seems blocked, another emerges. Ren. Wait here for a moment. I shall take a look inside, Lu Fei said, releasing Ren's hand. Naturally, Ren obediently nodded. Containing his excitement, Lu Fei stepped toward the temple. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the main hall. The name of the hall had long since faded, but Lu Fei paid it no mind and continued into the interior. Inside the hall, the only object present was a mural. The mural depicted three figures shrouded in dust. With a wave of his hand, Lu Fei brushed aside the dust, revealing their true forms. The three figures were elderly men, their eyes level and expressions indifferent. The moment Lu Fei beheld these three elders, a smile spread across his face. This was his opportunity. The essence of fate is ineffable. These three elders were none other than the three pure ones, Taqing, Yuqing, and Shaqing, collectively known as the three pure ones. The myths and legends surrounding the three pure ones were countless, so much so that Lu Fei found himself at a loss as to how to activate this opportunity. After much deliberation, Lu Fei respectfully bowed before the mural of the three pure ones. As he bent down, a sudden epiphany struck him, illuminating the path to activating the opportunity of the three pure ones. Lu Fei settled down in front of the mural, closed his eyes, and after a brief moment, he began to recite, Tao begets one begets two begets three begets all things. The words he recited were from the Tao Te Ching. And with each verse, the mural began to glow faintly. Initially, it was a soft white light, which soon intensified, transitioning from white to purple. As Lu Fei finished his final line, the mural erupted in a brilliant purple light. In an instant, a beam of purple light shot from the mural directly into Lu Fei's brow. With this influx of purple light, Lu Fei felt his spirit transported into a realm suffused with ethereal purple mist, where he perceived the cosmos. This was an enigmatic state, difficult to articulate or define. Excellent. An elder's voice of appreciation suddenly resonated, jolting Lu Fei from his reverie. Slowly, Lu Fei opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He had no clear recollection of where he had just been, only that the surroundings were awash in purple mist, a most peculiar experience. Shaking his head to regain clarity, Lu Fei's gaze refocused, only to discover that the figures of the three pure ones had vanished from the mural, leaving behind a blank canvas. Realizing this, Lu Fei immediately sensed that he had acquired a remarkable ability. One chi transforms into the three pure ones. With a thought, bolts of lightning flickered around him, and a figure emerged from within him. This figure, composed entirely of lightning, solidified within the blink of an eye, transforming into another Lu Fei. One chi transforms into the three pure ones, the ability to manifest one's avatar, retaining all personal powers. Note: when the avatar is retracted, all its attributes are transferred back to the original. Lu Fei gazed at the avatar before him, a broad smile gracing his face. The potential of the one chi transforms into the three pure ones ability exceeded his wildest expectations. It is no exaggeration to say that this ability not only doubled Lu Fei's combat prowess but also greatly facilitated his growth. As the saying goes, when talent falls short, ability compensates. In terms of innate talent, Lu Fei was far behind Qing Yun, Yejun, and Enrun, yet the one Qi transforms into the three Pure Ones ability offered him a chance to catch up with them. Indeed, it was merely a chance. After all, if Lu Fei's talent were rated as a 1, the talents of Qing Yun and the others could very well be a 10. This illustrates the disparity that exists between mortals and prodigies. One Qi transforms into the three Pure Ones provides a means to overtake on a curve. Each of Lu Fei's avatars could grant him doubled enhancements in various aspects, including but not limited to cultivation, combat, and experience. Thus, Lu Fei wore a smile on his face. Moreover, the one Qi transforms into the three Pure Ones ability held a hidden characteristic, the compatibility of the avatars. This meant that conflicting abilities could be acquired and utilized through the avatars. For instance, the original Lu Fei could only consume one devil fruit. However, now, he could partake in multiple devil fruits. Although, due to the nature of the devil fruits, Lu Fei could only manifest one ability at a time. He could employ several abilities through his avatars. Of course, this does not imply that Lu Fei would consume so many devil fruits. It was merely an example. In summary, the one Qi transforms into the three Pure Ones ability was undoubtedly a supremely powerful skill. With a mere thought, Lu Fei caused the avatar before him to dissipate, and a slight enhancement was immediately reflected back into his own body. Elated by this newfound power, Lu Fei exited the temple with an uncontainable smile. Upon stepping outside, Lu Fei was filled with joy, rushing to Enrin's side, lifting her into the air, and spinning her around twice before gently setting her down. "Look, my dear." Enrin suddenly pointed behind Lu Fei and gently remarked. Following Enrin's, Lu Fei turned to see a lotus pond beside the temple, where lotus flowers had unexpectedly bloomed. After admiring the splendid blossoms, Lu Fei took Enrin's small hand and led her down the mountain. Upon their return to Sanyuan City, the first thing Lu Fei did was to treat Enrin to a lavish feast. During their days of traveling and camping, their meals had consisted merely of cooked food, hardly worthy of being called delicious. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, the two found a tavern and reserved a luxurious room for their stay. Lu Fei comfortably soaked in the bathtub, contemplating how to utilize his abilities. Firstly, he was determined to employ the technique of Ichi-wa-shanking to split off his avatar. After all, the sooner he separated, the greater his benefits would be. However, the destination of the avatar posed a dilemma. The avatar could not act alongside Lu Fei, as it would be too conspicuous. Yet, sending it out alone was fraught with uncertainties. The appearance of the old monk had made Lu Fei aware that even in remote wilderness, hidden masters could lurk, not to mention the formidable predictive abilities possessed by the powerful. If Lu Fei sent his avatar out, and it were discovered or captured by a powerful entity, it would spell danger. Thus, while having an avatar was advantageous, it was crucial to arrange for its whereabouts. Notably, with Lu Fei's current strength, he could only manifest a single avatar. Indeed, due to the formidable nature of Ichi-wa-shanking, he was incapable of creating multiple avatars at this time. Nevertheless, even a single avatar would significantly enhance Lu Fei's capabilities. As Lu Fei pondered the avatar's destination, Enrin was in the adjacent room, taking a bath. Allowing the water to cascade over her, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. A subtle smile gracing her lips. It was no wonder that Enrin felt elated. Her body and face had once been marred by scars. However, thanks to the destruction of the beggar-s sect, some of her scars had faded. Additionally, the blood-sea space bestowed upon her by the old monk had granted her immense improvement, nearly erasing her once fearsome scars, leaving only faint traces behind. Now, Enrin could appear without a mask. With a light touch of makeup to conceal the remnants, she could present herself as a normal girl before others. No, more accurately, she would emerge as a goddess. With her scars gone, she possessed fair skin and striking beauty, akin to a celestial maiden. However, Enrin had no intention of applying makeup. She would continue to endure, biding her time until all her flaws vanished. Revealing her most perfect self to Lu Fei. At this moment, Enrin had quietly developed the emotions of a normal girl. She began to care about her appearance, her shortcomings, and her image in Lu Fei's eyes. These changes were subtly instilled in her by Lu Fei, who had become a ray of light piercing through her dark life. In the morning, within Lu Fei's room, two versions of Lu Fei sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Upon sensing Enrin at the door, Lu Fei opened his eyes and retracted his avatar. After experiencing the exhilaration of doubling his growth, he tidied himself up, rose, and left the inn with Enrin. The two casually sought out a restaurant. intending to finish their breakfast before departing Sanyuan City. However, just as they were enjoying their meal, a man wearing a hat, deliberately pulled low to obscure part of his face, approached and sat beside Luffy. Luffy paused mid-bite, turning to regard the uninvited guest. Before he could speak, the man produced 2 wanted posters and placed them before Luffy. These posters featured both Luffy and Onren. Instinctively, Luffy assumed the man was a bounty hunter seeking a death wish and prepared to counsel him. You. Just as Luffy began to speak, the man raised a hand to halt him, revealing a 3rd wanted poster. Wanted, the pirate, the chaotic diviner. Bounty, 2.17 billion. Luffy scrutinized the man, then glanced at the wanted poster, confirming that the man was indeed the notorious chaotic diviner. Once Luffy had processed this, the man finally spoke. Wong Luffy, join my pirate crew. The sudden recruitment offer, along with the presentation of the 3 wanted posters, left Luffy utterly speechless after a moment of silence. He queried, how did you find me, and why recruit me? The moment the question escaped his lips, Luffy realized it was rather foolish. The man before him was indeed the chaotic diviner, and it was evident he was proficient in divination. True to his abilities, the man pointed to his name on the wanted poster and replied succinctly, divination that I divined that you would be advantageous for me, hence my approach. His concise explanation of Luffy's inquiry, akin to his straightforward presentation of the 3 wanted posters, left Luffy with no rebuttal. After all, Luffy understood that if he truly joined this man's pirate crew, the benefits would be immense. His fighting capabilities could multiply several times over. Consequently, Luffy could only nod in agreement, his expression conveying a silent acknowledgement of the man's assertion. This left the man momentarily at a loss for words. Luffy's unyielding attitude caught him off guard. Fortunately, the man quickly regained his composure and inquired, so, do you wish to join my pirate crew? Hearing the man's question, Luffy shook his head. After all, he aspired to be the leader. How could he settle for a subordinate role? Clearly, the man's initial direct invitation had met with failure. Yet, the man showed no signs of disappointment, continuing, Wong Luffy, you are quite clever, using a pseudonym at this juncture. The man regarded Luffy with admiration before proceeding. Your alias renders my divination unable to procure more specific information about you. However, I must inform you that while you are clever, you have overlooked a crucial detail regarding your escape from Rule City. What? Luffy responded, visibly perplexed. To be honest, the name Wong Luffy was entirely coincidental. How could it be attributed to cleverness? At this moment, the man was entirely projecting his own reasoning onto Luffy's thoughts, the SA diviner. He too would refrain from revealing his name, which is why even the world government's wanted posters only sought his title, not his true name. Now, witnessing Luffy's confusion, the man perceived it as a sign that he had seized control of the dialogue. As a diviner, 3 parts were strength and 7 parts were dialogue. The accuracy of predictions held significance, but earning trust in the results was even more paramount. Thus, believing he held the reins, the man solemnly declared, there have been many fugitives who successfully escaped from Rule City, yet none have ever evaded capture once pursued. Every fugitive who successfully escaped had invariably been recaptured within a year. They either faced increased penalties upon being returned or met their demise during the pursuit. This had been the unbroken pattern since the establishment of Rule City. Upon hearing the man's words, Luffy's gaze flickered momentarily before he replied nonchalantly, so what? The man, with a serious demeanor, continued, in history, the pursuit of a fugitive from Rule City has even prompted the world government to deploy a general. The corresponding rank for a bounty of 1 billion is a lieutenant. For bounties ranging from 10 billion to 50 billion, it is a captain. As for generals, they target those with bounties exceeding 50 billion. Thus, when the man proclaimed that even the world government had dispatched a general for the pursuit, Luffy's expression grew grave. So your implication is that you can assist me in evading Rule City's pursuit? Luffy inquired further. The man shook his head, then nodded, explaining, first and foremost, I cannot facilitate your escape from Rule City's pursuit. However, because you are using a false name, I can assist you in faking your own death to escape. Of course, once you feign your death, the name Wong Luffy can no longer be used. Nevertheless, the prerequisite is that you agree to join my pirate crew. Upon finishing his statement, the man revealed a confident demeanor, seemingly certain that Luffy would not reject such an offer. If the initial direct invitation signified his stance, then presenting conditions now represented the true invitation. To be frank, It is challenging for a rational person to refuse such terms. After all, when faced with the potential mobilization of an admiral, a reasonable individual would seek any glimmer of hope. Yet, Luffy shook his head once more, declining the man's invitation again. The rejection caught the man completely off guard. But after glimpsing Luffy's resolute gaze, he understood that, at least for the time being, it was impossible to sway Luffy's decision. Thus, the man continued, "Wang Luffy, my invitation remains valid until you are captured." After a brief pause, he added, "As the only successful escapee from Rule City in recent years, I predict that once you are apprehended, it will result in the death penalty. Therefore, if you wish to avoid such a fate, I suggest you seek me out promptly." With that, the man provided Luffy with an address and left without any hesitation. Soon, he vanished into the bustling crowd. Watching the man's retreating figure, Luffy diverted his gaze. As he turned his attention back to the table, contemplating the 3 wanted posters before him, the previously silent Onrin leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Luffy's, silently expressing her unwavering support. She would stand by him through thick and thin. Regardless of the circumstances, feeling Onrin's sentiment, Luffy chuckled softly, ruffling her hair and reassuring her, "Do not worry. I was already aware." Indeed, Luffy knew of the matters concerning Rule City that in fact, during their time in Fidel City. The astute Chingin had informed him of such circumstances. However, as the man indicated, in the face of a potential admiral's pursuit, Luffy might find himself powerless. Nonetheless, the means to feign death was not beyond his reach. Luffy was well aware of numerous resources that could facilitate such an escape. In other words, if he so desired, he could gather the necessary tools without relying on the man's assistance. Yet, the question remained, why would Luffy choose to fake his death? From the moment he learned of this information, his thoughts were not confined to mere pretense, but rather to an escape plan that far exceeded ordinary imagination, a second escape. Originally, Luffy had envisioned a second breakout, and for that purpose, he intended to seek out some illusory treasures related to this endeavor. However, the information the man had just provided was a new revelation. Luffy could very well face the death penalty upon capture. With this knowledge, a bold scheme began to take shape in his mind, a prison break. To ensure that his name resonated across the world, the quickest route was to either commit heinous crimes or undertake unprecedented feats. The former was, of course, out of the question for Luffy. Thus, the latter became his preferred choice. A prison break presented a grand opportunity. Strangely, Luffy's mind recalled the momentous events of the Marineford War in one piece. Perhaps I could orchestrate my own version? This audacious thought suddenly struck Luffy. However, it remained but a vague notion. To bring it to fruition would require numerous conditions. Consequently, Luffy needed to devise a meticulous plan. He withdrew his thoughts, gazing at Onrin, and recalled Qin and Yajun, whom he had left in Fidel City. This plan could very well serve as an opportunity for their growth. After all, first-hand experience of monumental events is undoubtedly a catalyst for accelerated development. With this in mind, Luffy silently strengthened his resolve to see this plan through. After their meal, Luffy departed from Sanyuan City with Onrin, heading towards their next destination as per their established plan. This time, Luffy chose not to travel by land or airship, but rather by sea. Frankly speaking, as a wanted pirate, Luffy had never traversed the waterways, a fact that left him feeling somewhat sheepish. Thus, he opted for a maritime route. Boarding a vessel. Due to the ordinary nature of this waterway, Luffy encountered no pirates and enjoyed a smooth journey to Coastal City. Coastal City, a vibrant metropolis situated at the estuary, where numerous waterways converge and flow majestically into the sea. Consequently, it thrived in prosperity, albeit amidst considerable chaos. By day, Coastal City operated under the jurisdiction of the world government. By night, it transformed into a haven for pirates. This may seem paradoxical, yet it is an inevitable outcome of a certain balance. For only through such equilibrium can Coastal City's prosperity be sustained. Upon their arrival at the port of Coastal City, Luffy and Onrin were informed by the station soldiers that during the day, disturbances were prohibited, and there was no need to worry about being pursued by the world government, for even they adhered to such regulations. However, by night, one could act freely, provided they did not create excessive commotion, lest they face similar reprisals from the world government. In simple terms, one must behave modestly by day and keep nighttime activities discreet. Armed with this knowledge, Luffy and Onrin entered Coastal City. Unlike Fidel City, the inhabitants of Coastal City exhibited striking characteristics. Affluent merchants adorned in lavish attire, common folk clad in simple garments, ferocious-looking pirates, and uniformed soldiers, The vast majority could be categorized based solely on their appearance and demeanor. Luffy and Anrin, however, belonged to the rare few whose identities were difficult to discern. Although they donned casual clothing, their innate aura was undeniable, particularly Luffy's handsome visage and Anrin's undeniable beauty, even while masked, revealed their extraordinary nature. Anyone who laid eyes on them would find it unfathomable that they were, in fact, wanted individuals. Had they been accompanied by bodyguards, they would undoubtedly be mistaken for scions of a formidable power. Regrettably, without such escorts, the duo attracted numerous whispers as they traversed the bustling streets. Among these murmurs were not a few who harbored ulterior motives towards them. After all, beauty, regardless of gender, is a form of currency in its own right. The two were acutely aware of the malicious gazes upon them. However, unlike Anrin's calm demeanor, Luffy felt a twinge of annoyance. Who would have thought that his good looks would draw unwanted attention? How reckless! At this juncture, Luffy suddenly felt that being excessively handsome could indeed be a source of vexation. Fortunately, such thoughts were merely figments of his imagination. Otherwise, those who harbored intentions towards him would not be few in number, at the very least. A significant portion of the street would be involved. For individuals of such ostentation, the desire to deliver a thorough beating would be overwhelmingly prevalent. Oblivious to his own self-awareness, Luffy, without any thought of concealing himself, grasped Rin's hand and strolled through Benhai City. As a coastal city, Benhai City was naturally abundant in various seafood. The bizarre shapes of certain marine creatures genuinely intrigued both Luffy and Rin, while the multitude of street snacks delighted their palates. Nevertheless, amidst their leisurely shopping, Luffy did not forget the purpose of his visit: to seek treasures for escape or survival. The bustling Benhai City, teeming with goods from both land and sea, assured Luffy that his journey would bear fruit. As they meandered through the streets, time flew swiftly. In the afternoon, rather than opting for a hotel, Luffy and Rin chose to rent a modest dwelling. For the time being, Luffy intended to remain there, having acquired valuable information during their exploration. The annual trading fair in Benhai City would commence in a month and a half. This fair was renowned far and wide, attracting goods from across the realms. Both activated and unactivated mystical items would surely be present. Such an event was not one Luffy would dare to miss. As evening fell, Luffy and Rin tidied their rented residence, replacing it with new necessities. After enjoying dinner outside, they returned to their abode, thinking that their first day in Benhai City would conclude peacefully. However, as night descended, due to being targeted during the day, the atmosphere outside Luffy's dwelling grew tumultuous. Knock, knock, knock. The forceful banging on the door roused Luffy from his meditative state, his brow furrowing as he opened his eyes. Instantly, he expanded his perception, sensing dozens of individuals surrounding the house. From their weapons and the aura they exuded, it was evident they were not benevolent souls. Was this the characteristic nightlife of Benhai City? Just as Luffy contemplated confronting these unwelcome guests, Rin swiftly approached the door, declaring, "My lord, these ruffians dared to interrupt your cultivation. Allow me to send them all to hell." Initially troubled by how to deal with these intruders, given that it was his own doorstep, Luffy felt relieved upon hearing Rin's offer, knowing her capabilities would alleviate his concerns. Thus, he replied, "I appreciate your assistance." Rin nodded lightly and stepped outside. "Open the door. If you don't open it, I'll tear it down," the raucous pirate outside the yard shouted, demanding entry. "Hurry up, let me have some fun. My brothers are growing restless." Laughter erupted among the group of pirates. The reason they refrained from forcibly breaking in was that they relished the thrill of surrounding their prey. The pirate leading the charge was evidently the most impatient, and typically, such individuals met a swift demise. Having surveyed the yard, Rin deemed it an ample size, perfectly suited to accommodate the group of pirates outside. With a golden scepter conjured in her hand, she pointed it to the ground. In the next moment, a ripple emanated from her, transforming the once normal soil into pure blackness, with the gate now appearing equally dark. Subsequently, Rin waved the golden scepter towards the ebony gate. The gates of hell? Open. With a creak, the closed gate slowly swung open. Just then, the impatient pirate, poised to kick down the door, witnessed the gradual opening of the entrance. "Humph. I thought you would never open," he scoffed, showing no hesitation as he drew his large blade and boldly stepped inside, aware of the need for caution in case of unforeseen circumstances. However, the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he vanished entirely. Old three. The surrounding pirates, who had been mocking the one who knocked, suddenly realized something was amiss when his figure abruptly disappeared. Several pirates hastily drew their weapons. calling out the name of their comrade as they entered the yard. Yet, as soon as they crossed the threshold, they too silently vanished without a trace. No screams, no sounds, no commotion, as if the gate led to another realm entirely. Outside, the remaining pirates stared at the now open gate. Cold sweat trickling down their brows, for all they saw beyond was an impenetrable darkness. That modest entrance appeared as a gaping maw, ready to devour any unfortunate souls who ventured too close. A chilling sense of dread enveloped them, and just as they felt an urge to retreat, their captain, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, shouted defiantly, "What are you afraid of? A mere yard. How many could possibly be lying in ambush? With so many of us, what is there to fear? Charge in. Anyone who hesitates will face my wrath." With that, the pirate captain brandished his twin blades. Slicing through the AIRS, the sound of blades cutting through the atmosphere echoed. Those who had begun to falter were compelled to rush into the yard. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" they yelled, bolstered by their own cries as they plunged into the darkness. Once all the pirates had entered, the captain followed without a moment's pause. Upon stepping inside, he was struck with awe. There stood Ren at the center of the yard, holding the golden scepter. Her gaze fixed upon him. His subordinates were undergoing various torments, and all he beheld was a hellscape. Yet, the ones suffering were none other than his own crew, amidst the swirling emotions of fear and rage. The pirate captain's blade shimmered with a fierce light as he prepared to lunge at Ren. However, before he could even move, a black and red Buddha statue materialized above him, descending with a mighty palm. "Subdue the demon." In an instant, the pirate captain was crushed, his bones shattered, left gasping for breath upon the ground. Soon after, two ghostly figures appeared, lifting him and eagerly dragging him towards the punishments. Thus, in mere moments, an entire pirate crew met their silent demise, vanishing without a trace. Yet, this was merely the beginning, for many had cast their eyes upon Luffy and Ren. The first pirate crew was just the onset. Soon, a second crew arrived, followed by a third, and then a fourth. Within Luffy's perception, Ren stood like a hunter waiting for prey. As foolish pirates stumbled into her trap, the weaker ones were swiftly captured by the ghostly figures. While the stronger faced the wrath of the Buddha, "Subdue the demon, exterminate the evil. Subdue the demon, exterminate the evil," as he observed the defeated pirates, barely clinging to life. The expression on Luffy's face was one of barely contained amusement. In his mind, he replaced the imagery of the Buddha statue's assault with a different scene. "Ah, you've arrived, my dear brother." This peculiar situation persisted until the twilight hours, only concluding when the soldiers of Benhai City commenced their cleanup of the entire area. Indeed, it was a thorough cleansing. They would eradicate the remnants of the nighttime battles, including the various corpses and traces of blood, ensuring that Benhai City would appear prosperous by day. A month later, Luffy found himself perusing an auction catalog within the confines of his room. The more sought-after items for the upcoming trading convention had already begun to generate excitement. It was during a meal that Luffy had been presented with this extensive catalog, which boasted over 100 pages. The initial pages meticulously detailed each activated illusory item, providing not only their origins but also comprehensive usage instructions in their respective functions. In contrast, the latter pages featured additional activated illusory items, albeit with only cursory descriptions and scant specifics. Luffy understood that this discrepancy arose because many activated illusory items were a result of serendipity. Moreover, once activated, their purposes often remained obscure, rendering them difficult to utilize. Certainly, some items had also lost their usage methods and functions due to numerous transfers. In summary, the earlier entries were popular items, typically fetching exorbitant prices, while the latter were commonly referred to as gambling treasures, bought at a significantly lower cost in hopes of discovering their functionality. In comparison to purchasing unactivated illusory items, an endeavor fraught with uncertainty, acquiring these activated ones was undoubtedly more sophisticated, appealing to those with ample wealth. Luffy intended to partake in the gamble of the treasures, though his approach was akin to a scavenger hunt. Consequently, he swiftly bypassed the initial items and shifted his focus to the latter. Unknown Ninjutsu Scroll. Upon use, it grants the ability to learn a specific ninjutsu, nameless soul-cutting blade. Its purpose remains unclear, yet its hardness and sharpness make it a formidable weapon. Activated Devil Fruit. Its effect is unknown, but consuming it bestows a certain power. Mysterious Belt. Allegedly, it transforms the wearer into a knight, though the method remains undisclosed. Maiden's Transformation Device. Uttering a spell allows one to transform into a maiden, yet the incantation is unknown. Fairy Gourd. A wondrous gourd containing tiny fairies, Its use and function remain a mystery. Lu Fei gazed curiously at the array of bizarre items within the catalog, feeling as though his eyes had been opened to a new world. Ultimately, having finished the catalog, he was left with a sense of lingering desire. As a semi-reclusive individual, if given the chance, he would wish to acquire each item for his collection, not for personal use, but for the sake of having them. Yet, reality dictated that such aspirations were unattainable. Setting aside whether he could afford these items, merely storing them presented a significant challenge. Surely, he could not carry them with him at all times? While it was possible, Lu Fei feared the embarrassment of accidentally dropping a maiden transformation device during a skirmish. Thus, with a tinge of regret, Lu Fei cast one last glance at these treasures before focusing on the fairy gourd. Among all the items, this gourd was the sole one he could not bear to overlook. Gazing at the purple gourd depicted in the catalog, his mind instinctively wandered to the legendary Gourd brothers. No. Rather, the primordial gourd vine. In myth, the primordial vine bore 7 gourds, each renowned for its immense power. Therefore, the prospect of acquiring a fairy gourd, potentially one of those 7, was not something Lu Fei could easily dismiss. However, securing this gourd posed a formidable challenge for Lu Fei. An activated illusory item. Its price would undoubtedly be substantial, and should multiple interested parties emerge, the cost could rise exponentially. Nonetheless, Lu Fei remained unfazed. For his recent experiences within Ran had yielded considerable rewards. Although their notoriety had deterred naive prey from approaching, the foolish ones who had previously come forth had already bestowed upon Lu Fei a significant fortune. It could be said that while Lu Fei's current wealth was insufficient for the more popular items, it would likely suffice for these gambling treasures. Yet, to ensure success, he contemplated where he might procure additional funds. Should he revert to his past as a bounty hunter? Or should he await the arrival of more naive prey? Just as Lu Fei was deep in thought, a chilling aura suddenly zeroed in on him. Upon realizing he had been targeted, Lu Fei was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Well, this seems like unexpected fortune coming my way. He closed the catalog, exchanged a brief word with Rin, and exited the courtyard, heading straight for the outskirts of the city, while Lu Fei perceived this as a stroke of luck. The individual capable of pinpointing him through the courtyard was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, even if he waited until nightfall, obtaining this windfall within the city would prove exceedingly difficult. In such circumstances, resolving the matter outside the city was far more convenient. Upon leaving Binhai City, Lu Fei began to run swiftly, covering over 100 miles before halting in a wooded area. No sooner had he paused than a white figure appeared before him with surprising abruptness. "Why have you ceased your flight?" A woman's voice inquired sharply, and Lu Fei found himself face to face with his unexpected fortune. Before him stood a striking woman, her military attire and the sword at her waist exuding an air of command. Her fierce expression betraying her formidable spirit, coupled with her rank of rear admiral, her alluring figure and striking features made her resemble a goddess of war. However, upon recognizing her, disappointment flickered across Lu Fei's face. It was none other than a rear admiral of the world government. And thus the notion of unexpected windfall was clearly out of reach. Disheartened, Lu Fei lost interest in the woman before him and replied nonchalantly, "I grew weary from running and decided to take a break." Evidently, although Lu Fei had abandoned his interest in the prospect of easy wealth, he found himself intrigued by the beauty of the rear admiral, prompting him to engage in playful banter. Yet, to his astonishment, the enchanting rear admiral responded with utmost seriousness, "Then you have no opportunity left. I represent the world government and am here to apprehend you for your escape." Observing her earnest demeanor, Lu Fei's curiosity grew. "So, you are the one sent by the city to capture me?" "Indeed, I have been ordered to bring you back," she replied earnestly. It was clear to Lu Fei that this rear admiral possessed an endearing naivety. Consequently, he began to extract information from her. "My name is Wang Lu Fei. And what is yours?" Lilia, if you apprehend me, will I face the death penalty?" "I do not know." "Lilia, how old are you this year?" 20.20. At such a young age, you've already attained the rank of Rear Admiral. Truly impressive. Thank you for the compliment. You are also remarkable. I can sense your strength. As their exchange continued, approximately 10 minutes elapsed, and Lu Fei found himself feeling somewhat bashful. To be honest, he had not anticipated encountering someone with such charming innocence. Gazing at the adorably naive Lilia, he felt a surge of affection. Naive and cute seemed a more fitting description. However, while Lilia may have been somewhat oblivious, she was not foolish. Many of Lu Fei's key inquiries were met with her standard response of "I cannot divulge that information." As a result, despite their lengthy conversation, Lu Fei remained without answers to many of his pressing questions. Recognizing that further discussion would yield little benefit, Lu Fei decided to bring their conversation to a close, stating, "Lilia, if I were to say that you cannot capture me, would you believe me?" Lilia gazed intently at Lu Fei and declared with utmost seriousness, "Even if I cannot defeat you, I shall capture you and return with you, for it is my duty." Lu Fei's voice suddenly turned icy, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped him, locking onto Lilia. Sensing the lethal intent emanating from Lu Fei, Lilia tightened her grip on her blade yet remained resolute, stating, "Even if it leads to my demise, it is my fate." With that, she drew her sword, aiming it at Lu Fei, ready to engage in battle. Lu Fei recognized Lilia's weapon at once. It was the Zanpakuto Senbenzakura. At that moment, he also noticed that the jewelry adorning Lilia was composed of illusionary artifacts. A wealthy heiress. This was the first thought that flickered in Lu Fei's mind, reminiscent of the previous encounter with Catherine, whom he had deliberately frightened away. However, he held but a vague understanding of Catherine's background, which informed his assumption, while the multitude of illusionary items surrounding Lilia solidified this impression. A wealthy lady, a young mistress. Lu Fei quickly deduced that Lilia was indeed of noble lineage, her background undoubtedly remarkable. With this realization, the grand plan that Lu Fei had been contemplating for days suddenly seemed feasible. The primary obstacle hindering Lu Fei's execution of his grand scheme was the timing of the death sentence. If he were to be apprehended and immediately sentenced to death, the plan would be rendered futile. Qingyun, Yajun, and Anren would gain little growth due to the pressing timeline. However, if the execution were postponed, allowing for a buffer period and time for development, the situation would change entirely. Thus, determining the timing of his execution was the most crucial step for Lu Fei in executing this plan. The powerful background of Lilia illuminated the key to resolving this dilemma. Observing the poised Lilia, Lu Fei, with a smile, proposed, "I have a splendid idea. If I happen to be unable to defeat you, capturing me would pose no issue. However, should you fail to best me, well, I shall spare your life. I would require your assistance once. Rest assured, the aid I seek will not contravene your principles. It is a fair exchange." While others might have swiftly rejected such a proposition, Lilia took a moment to consider it earnestly. After half a minute, she nodded in agreement, recognizing that this arrangement bore no detriment to her. After all, Lu Fei assured her it would not violate her principles. Upon her acquiescence, Lu Fei, beaming with delight, said, "Then I look forward to your guidance." Lilia solemnly nodded. Scatter, Senbenzakura. Lilia initiated the assault, her sword transforming into thousands of delicate blades that surged toward Lu Fei. Thundernet. In response to this probing attack, Lu Fei waved his hand, unleashing a net woven from lightning that ensnared all the blades hurtling towards him. Lilia was momentarily taken aback as she beheld her blades ensnared by Lu Fei's net. His maneuver rendered her without recourse, for her abilities were entirely dependent on her sword, and she never anticipated that her transformation into countless blades could be so thoroughly controlled. Fortunately, Lu Fei was not devoid of charm. Witnessing Lilia's adorably befuddled expression, he retracted the lightning net. Lilia quickly reclaimed her Senbenzakura, casting a grateful glance at Lu Fei. Had she faltered at the outset, it would have been a considerable embarrassment. Lu Fei discerned that Lilia was indeed a cherished treasure of her family, possessing woefully little combat experience. Therefore, he did not mind lending her a hand to bolster her battle skills, especially since he hoped to rely on her assistance later. Such is the principle of reciprocity. The relationship was being forged, was it not? With renewed determination, Lilia gripped her Senbenzakura once more, her demeanor shifting back to seriousness. She plunged her blade into the ground, causing Senbenzakura to dissipate, from which two rows of colossal blades materialized behind her. Bankai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. In the blink of an eye, the blades transformed into a cascade of cherry blossoms, enveloping the entire vista in a sea of pink. Please be cautious. Out of gratitude for Lu Fei's earlier gesture, Lilia offered him a warning before launching her attack. With a graceful sweep of her hands, the cherry blossoms surged toward Lu Fei. He understood that despite their exquisite appearance, these blossoms concealed a lethal threat, for they were composed of countless razor-sharp blades. Indeed, the blades formed from the blossoms alone numbered in the millions. Yet, Lu Fei possessed the elemental form, and once activated, This form rendered him impervious to any harm from such physical attacks. It is no exaggeration to say that Luffy's elemental form was the ultimate counter to the purely physical assault of Senbonzakura. Naturally, Luffy had no intention of utilizing his elemental form, as doing so would strip the encounter of any excitement for both Lelia and himself. Furthermore, he aimed to assist Lelia in gaining combat experience, which meant refraining from employing various techniques, including his elemental form. Sometimes, allowing for a little leniency is indeed a skill. Thus, Luffy commenced his performance, Domain of Thunder. He first unleashed a torrent of lightning, shaping it into a circle around himself. This circle defined the boundaries of his domain, as Lelia commanded the cherry blossom blades to advance toward him. They were immediately dispersed upon entering Luffy's domain, scattered by the numerous tendrils of lightning within. Consequently, outside Luffy's domain, the cherry blossoms bloomed vibrantly, while within, they fell like snow, seeing her frontal assault rendered ineffective. Lelia did not waver. She deftly maneuvered the blossoms to attack Luffy from all directions. Alas, even the blossoms approaching from Luffy's blind spots were swiftly dispersed upon entering his domain, as Lelia began to exhibit signs of panic. Luffy could not help but inwardly chuckle, reveling in the thrill of outwitting her. With the domain of thunder enveloping him, he charged toward Lelia. Wherever the domain extended, cherry blossoms cascaded like snowflakes. Just as Luffy was about to close the distance to Lelia, he leapt high into the air, raising his arms above his head, lightning crackling in his grasp. Hammer of the Thunder God, a colossal hammer formed from lightning materialized in Luffy's hands, poised to strike down upon Lelia. To his surprise, instead of fear, Lelia's expression brightened. Her delicate hands reached toward the airborne Luffy, grasping at the air. Kyukasua Jetsu, Senbonzakura Kageyoshi. In an instant, countless cherry blossoms shot skyward, encasing Luffy in a massive sphere of blossoms. Then, the enormous sphere began to collapse inward. Countless blades converged upon the center where Luffy stood. Should they connect, the agony would far surpass mere execution. Thunder embrace, enveloped within the sphere of cherry blossoms. Luffy's enormous hammer disintegrated into a tempest of thunderclouds. The amalgamation of the thunderclouds and the continuous discharge of lightning enveloped him as the myriad blades converged, forming a spherical lightning shield around him. When the countless blades met the sphere of lightning, it erupted with a thunderous explosion. From the ground below, as one gazed up at the spectacle, they witnessed the immense pink sphere of blossoms collapsing inward, illuminating the sky with a radiant blue glow that shattered the hushed atmosphere. Boom! With a resounding blast, blue and pink lights intertwined in the heavens. In an instant, thunder roared, and petals fell like snow. Lelia gazed at the effortlessly soaring Luffy in the sky, profoundly sensing his formidable strength. Excited by Luffy's might, Lelia thought to herself, this was entirely different from the training partners her father had hired, who were mainly there to entertain her. In her eyes, Luffy was the embodiment of true combat. Unbeknownst to Lelia, Luffy was also indulging her in play, albeit with a more sophisticated approach, or perhaps it could be said that Luffy's skill was simply unparalleled. Suspended in the air, Luffy extended his right hand towards the ground where Lelia stood. Thunder sword rain, a multitude of lightning bolts detached from Luffy's being, transforming into small swords of electricity that cascaded down upon Lelia like a torrential downpour. Faced with this onslaught of electrifying blades, rather than opting for defense with her 1,000 cherry blossoms, Lelia decided to retaliate. Annihilation scene. 1,000 cherry blossoms. The cherry blossoms that had been struck down by Luffy's lightning now floated behind Lelia, gathering together to form numerous small swords of Sakura. If the previous move represented an all-encompassing attack, then this annihilation scene was an explosive, lethal strike. Once the cherry blossom swords were fully formed, Lelia raised her hand towards the falling lightning blades and commanded, "Go!" The cherry blossom swords transformed into a radiant pink light, shooting towards Luffy. The sounds of slicing air and crackling electricity filled the air as the two forces collided. Though the lightning swords were shattered by the oncoming cherry blossom blades, it was evident that the cherry blossoms had lost some petals in the exchange. However, the strength of the cherry blossom swords surpassed that of the lightning swords. In the clash, the cherry blossom swords managed to disperse at least 3 lightning swords before disintegrating. Thus, the cherry blossoms swiftly broke through the rain of lightning swords, advancing toward Luffy. observing the approaching cherry blossom blades. Rufei summoned forth a surge of electricity, 100 million volts. Thunder Dragon, a magnificent dragon of lightning, emerged from Rufei's body, letting out a fearsome roar as it lunged toward Lilia. In midair, the lightning dragon naturally encountered the multitude of cherry blossom swords that as they met. The cherry blossom blades were obliterated, yet the lightning dragon also dissipated after enduring the onslaught of the numerous Sakura. This round of confrontation ended in a stalemate for both Rufei and Lilia. However, Rufei had reserved a hidden card as the lightning dragon vanished. The residual electricity converged skyward, forming a massive thundercloud above. Wrath of the Thunder God. Rufei snapped his fingers, causing the thundercloud to plunge downward, locking onto Lilia below. With a resounding rumble echoing through the skies, countless bolts of lightning within the cloud activated. Drawing closer together without striking immediately, in an instant, a thick blue lightning pillar, several meters wide, descended directly above Lilia at that moment. Locked in a life-or-death situation, Lilia gritted her teeth and unleashed her ultimate move. Countless cherry blossoms flew behind her, and it was as if a pair of magnificent wings unfurled from her back, radiating an astonishing aura. Under the glow of her colossal wings, the dazzling Lilia faced the descending lightning pillar. Launching her most powerful strike, final scene. White Emperor's Sword. This was an extraordinarily brilliant sword light, epitomizing sheer elegance. When the sword light collided with the lightning pillar, the world was instantly enveloped in two distinct colors. The sky turned a furious blue, while the ground shone with a blinding white. Boom! A tremendous shockwave flattened everything within hundreds of meters, and the blinding light rendered it impossible to gaze directly. As the brilliance faded, Rufei strolled down from the sky to stand before Lilia, who was now weak and barely able to maintain her footing, observing the breathless beauty of the vice admiral before him. Rufei smiled gently and pointed his index finger at her smooth forehead, saying, "Lilia, I have one." Lilia, feeling the touch on her forehead, misinterpreted Rufei's intentions and, in a moment of indignation, retorted, "You." However, before she could finish, Rufei's fingertip glowed, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, landing squarely on Lilia. Ziz! The electricity coursed through Lilia's soft body, her hair frizzing wildly as she gasped out a single word before succumbing to the shock and collapsing forward. At that moment, one would expect any normal person to seize the opportunity to embrace the fallen beauty, yet Rufei chose to take a step back, allowing Lilia to tumble to the ground in front of him. Thud! Ouch! Even with her ample figure cushioning the fall, Lilia could not help but cry out in pain. Rufei then knelt beside her, smoothing her disheveled hair, while saying, "Lilia, remember to do me a favor and become even stronger." In that moment, Rufei regarded the adorably Navi Lilia as a precious little sister. Thus, he combined his serious request with a note of affectionate concern. After speaking, Rufei stood up and began to retrace his steps. Having walked only a couple of meters, Lilia struggled to lift her head, dirted and disheveled, and asked, "Can I still come to fight you?" Rufei paused, not turning back, and replied with a smile, "You are always welcome. I look forward to the day you can catch me." As she watched Rufei walk further away until he vanished from her sight, Lilia recalled the moment her father had sent her to capture Rufei. After successfully apprehending a pirate with a bounty of 10 billion, she had felt quite accomplished. Yet her father had suddenly instructed her to capture the escapee, King Rufei from Rule City. "Lilia, go and try to catch him." Back then, she could not comprehend why her father would concern himself with a mere pirate, especially directing her, a vice admiral, to apprehend someone with a bounty of only several hundred million. Now, Lilia understood. Rufei was far more exceptional than her peers, and the process of capturing him was, in reality, a path for her growth that her father had designed. Just as Lilia pondered these thoughts, a group approached a band of pirates, having discovered the ruckus from the battle, stealthily arrived, hoping to capitalize on the situation. Upon spotting Lilia in her military uniform, they exclaimed in delight, "A vice admiral of the world government? And a female one. This is our lucky day." The pirates saw this as a windfall, believing they had struck gold. Hearing their shouts, Lilia furrowed her brow. These pirates were notorious criminals, and there was no need for capture. With a flicker of inspiration, Lilia's wristband began to glow. A card materialized above her, and as it shone with a bright light, a massive summoning magic circle formed, initiating a call for a creature. Summon, Blue Eyes White Dragon. A colossal figure emerged from the summoning magic circle, It was indeed the blue-eyes white dragon. The moment the dragon appeared, the pirates were left utterly stupefied. However, Luluya paid them no mind. Focusing her thoughts to command the blue-eyes white dragon to attack, the blue-eyes white dragon unleashed a torrent of white dragon breath upon the pirates. In the aftermath, only a large pit remained where the pirates had once stood, utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Subsequently, the blue-eyes white dragon coiled its tail around Luluya, lifting her onto its back before spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. A wealthy individual. How could she not possess a few tricks up her sleeve? Luluya is well aware of this, and so is Luffy. Therefore, after defeating Luluya, Luffy remains entirely unconcerned about her safety. However, had Luffy known that Luluya's method involved summoning the blue-eyes white dragon, he would undoubtedly have been captivated, eager to behold the dragon's majestic form. Upon returning to Benhai City and contemplating the resolution of the most critical aspect of his plan, Luffy resolved to prioritize its execution. After all, the one-year deadline for Giju City looms ominously. Luffy is keen to avoid a scenario where, as the deadline approaches, Giju City summons formidable generals, thus introducing a multitude of variables. Consequently, whether it takes a month or 2 to 3 months, Luffy must initiate his plan without delay. Yet, before embarking on this endeavor, he must finalize his arrangements, for once the plan commences, it signifies a lengthy hiatus for Luffy. As Luffy gradually perfects his strategy, the trading convention in Benhai City commences. The city, already bustling with activity, becomes even more vibrant with the onset of the fair. The streets are teeming with throngs of people. Thus, when Luffy takes Onren out, he must establish a defensive barrier around them. After all, those seeking to exploit the situation are numerous. Regardless of gender, as Luffy leads Onren through the streets, they become a spectacle themselves. All who draw near are met with an electrifying shock, while those harboring ill intentions are overwhelmed by an intoxicating aroma. In such a manner, Luffy and Onren successfully navigate into the area designated for the trading convention. Once within the main area of the convention, the crowd thins considerably. The entry fee alone has deterred the majority, as it amounts to a staggering 1 million. Indeed, merely gaining entry demands a hefty sum. It is safe to say that the Benhai City administration has profited immensely from ticket sales. However, to ensure the smooth conduct of the trading convention, they have also incurred considerable expenses. A dozen or so mid-ranking officers have been deployed to prevent any unruly pirates from disrupting the proceedings. Thus, upon entering, Luffy and Onren are greeted by a cordial atmosphere. Even the typically ferocious pirates must abide by the rules, exchanging payment for goods in an orderly fashion. As Luffy and Onren leisurely explore the expansive venue, Luffy soon spots his target, the fairy gourd. This peculiar gourd, adorned in hues of purple and white, boasts no extraordinary features aside from its unusual coloration. At this moment, the fairy gourd is unaccompanied, starkly contrasting with the throngs surrounding more popular items. Naturally, Luffy relishes this fortunate circumstance. The gourd is encased within a protective dome, its price tag indicating a staggering minimum auction price of 100 million. Currently, however, the tag remains dim, signifying that no bids have yet been placed. According to the convention's rules, once a bid is made, the item enters a 4-hour auction period, concluding with the highest bidder claiming the prize. Without hesitation, Luffy produces his ticket and affixes it to the price tag. In the next moment, the tag illuminates, drawing the attention of onlookers. Although Luffy's action is simple, it carries significant implications. His ticket not only signifies his eligibility to enter the trading convention, but also serves as proof of his financial standing. The ticket purchase involves a verification process, confirming one's assets and recording them therein, thus determining the maximum bid one can place during the auction. Having activated the auction for the fairy gourd, Luffy swiftly departs, leading Onren to explore other attractions. While perusing the various offerings, he stumbles upon some intriguing occurrences. For instance, a transformation device, which he deems trivial, has become a minor sensation, with bidding having already escalated to 1,200 million. A few burly men surround the item, evidently engaged in a fierce bidding war. Observing their formidable presence, Luffy silently commends them, hoping they achieve their desired transformations. Upon returning to the fairy gourd, Luffy discovers 4 individuals gathered there. Although it appears to be 4, only 2 are genuine competitors, as the other 2 towering figures are bodyguards standing stalwartly beside a young man. Anyone capable of spending 2 million to bring bodyguards into the convention undoubtedly hails from a powerful lineage. At this moment, the young man is locked in a bidding war for the fairy gourd with a middle-aged man. Their back and forth escalates the price to the realm of 10 billion. However, upon reaching this threshold, the middle-aged man begins to hesitate, particularly as the young man exhibits an air of confidence, indicating that he possesses significant resources. With a heavy sigh, the middle-aged man glances at his opponent, memorizing his features before departing. This is the norm of the trading convention. For pirates, if they cannot procure their desired items, they may resort to their former, less savory careers. The young man notices the middle-aged man's intentions and, as he watches him depart, a sly smile creeps across his face. Attempting to revert to old ways could prove fatal. At this juncture, having observed the entire scene, Luffy approaches, taking Onren's hand. Without hesitation, he swipes his ticket in front of the fairy gourd. The young man, transfixed by Onren, discerns at a glance that beneath her mask lies an unparalleled beauty. His gaze shifts to her hands, which strike him as flawless, devoid of any imperfection. Alas, the only flaw, in his eyes, is that they are not in his possession. As the young man contemplates this, his attention pivots to Luffy, assessing the potential threat he poses. Being a well-connected individual, he knows that arrogance is acceptable, but courting disaster is foolish. After scrutinizing Luffy, he finds no resemblance to anyone he cannot handle, yet he opts to exercise caution. He discreetly instructs his bodyguard. Investigate him. Yes, sir, the bodyguard replies, producing a device akin to a tablet. Subsequently, he glances at Luffy before commencing his search on the screen. While the bodyguard investigates Luffy's background, the young man proceeds to engage in bidding. Pulling out his ticket, 1 billion, 100 million, 1 billion, 150 million, 2 billion. Their back and forth rapidly escalates the price of the fairy gourd beyond 20 billion, an amount rivaling that of some highly sought-after items. Even Luffy furrows his brow. According to his calculations, he believed he could secure the fairy gourd for 10 billion, and to be prudent, he had prepared 25 billion. Yet, should the bidding continue, it would be impossible for him to outmatch the financial prowess of this young man. As Luffy easily discerns that the young man possesses numerous illusory items at this moment, the bodyguard locates Luffy's information and presents the screen to his employer, whispering, "Sir, I found it." The young man, upon seeing Luffy's wanted poster, breaks into a grin. Merely a small-time pirate. With this revelation, the young man is entirely at ease. He then opts not to continue bidding and directly addresses Luffy. "Wong Luffy, I demand that you relinquish the girl at your side." His imperious tone irks Luffy, who, feeling affronted by the young man's presumption, retorts coldly, "How do you know my name?" In response, the young man reveals a haughty smile, stating, "Due to the overwhelming number of wanted individuals, the world government has developed a portable device for easy access to their information." The young master gestured for his bodyguard to raise the screen in his hand and continued, "Each of these instruments is exceedingly precious, all meticulously recorded. Without sufficient strength, one could never obtain them." As he spoke, he cast a self-satisfied glance at Onren. Clearly, the young master introduced Luffy solely to display his own capabilities and background before Onren. A blatant attempt at bravado. Unfortunately for him, his self-perceived finesse in boasting failed to elicit any reaction from Onren. Onren didn't even glance at the young master, her mind contemplating whether to cast the one who disturbed Luffy's good mood into the depths of hell. In contrast, Luffy regarded the bodyguard's screen with regret. Upon hearing that it was recorded, he felt he had missed a golden opportunity for wealth. He chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the end of the auction. The indifference exhibited by Luffy and Onren undoubtedly rendered the young master's behavior exceedingly awkward. In the midst of palpable discomfort, the young master erupted, "Wong Luffy, do you believe I can ensure you do not leave Benhai City?" This provoked Luffy to shift his gaze back to the young master, scrutinizing him as one would appraise a commodity. The numerous activated illusionary items he carried indicated he was not lacking in means of self-preservation, making any attempt on his life rather challenging. However, merely challenging, not impossible. The way Luffy appraised him struck a familiar chord with the young master, as he himself often assessed coveted items in such a manner. Yet, he had not anticipated being the subject of such scrutiny, prompting him to laugh in anger. "Very well. Wong Luffy, I hope you can walk out of here alive." With that, the young master ceased his bidding on the fairy gourd and, without a glance at Onren, turned to leave. In his eyes, both the items and people belonged to him. Observing the young master and his bodyguard depart, Lu Fei nonchalantly resumed his focus on the fairy gourd. After all, those seeking death would come in due time, and there was no way to prevent it. Before long, the auction for the fairy gourd concluded, and Lu Fei successfully completed the payment to acquire it. Without hesitation, he returned to the courtyard with Anren in tow. After instructing Anren to keep a vigilant watch at the door, Lu Fei eagerly entered his room with the fairy gourd in hand. Were it not for the fact that he held a gourd instead of a humanoid object, one might easily misconstrue the situation. Once inside, Lu Fei secured the doors and windows, placing the gourd upon the table and bowing respectfully. Then, he gingerly lifted the gourd's lid. However, nothing transpired. Peering inside, Lu Fei beheld a small fairy with wings, its features blurred, lying at the bottom of the gourd in a deep slumber. Stunned by the sight, Lu Fei uttered various endearments, hoping to awaken the slumbering fairy, but to no avail. Reluctantly, he resorted to a more forceful approach. "If I call your name, will you deign to respond?" Silence ensued. "Please, turn around." "Dear." At last, there was a reaction. The fairy merely rolled over, presenting its backside to Lu Fei as it continued to sleep. Amidst the prolonged silence, Lu Fei finally grasped the fairy's mockery. "You wish to command me? Dream on. Everything you desire is in your dreams." Realizing this, Lu Fei abandoned the notion of controlling the gourd, albeit temporarily. He was convinced that this fairy gourd was, more likely than not, the legendary Xian Slayer gourd, a treasure of unparalleled value. Thus, though the gourd ignored him for the moment, Lu Fei believed he could eventually win its favor through love, or rather, he intended to bide his time. Having hurried back, he soon realized that it would be quite some time before he could utilize the Xian Slayer gourd. With a tinge of disappointment, he summoned Anren into his room. Upon entering, Anren first glanced at the gourd on the table, then cast a shy look at Lu Fei's utter astonishment. Anren began to unfasten her garments. In broad daylight, a scene inappropriate for children seemed imminent. Regaining his composure, Lu Fei, both alarmed and somewhat regretful, halted Anren's actions, exclaiming, "Anren, what are you doing?" "Huh?" Anren paused, looking at Lu Fei with confusion. "My lord, was it not because the fairy could not satisfy you that you called me here?" At her words, Lu Fei's face flushed crimson. It was evident that Anren had heard every peculiar title he had uttered. Just as Lu Fei blushed, the fairy, who had been sound asleep at the bottom of the gourd, suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a small, exquisitely crafted flying knife in its hand. Through the gourd, it glared fiercely at Anren. Suppressing the urge to strike. It was not that the fairy could not act. Rather, Lu Fei had just uttered the correct incantation. Should it attack, it would be acknowledging Lu Fei as its master. A fate it was reluctant to accept so soon, preferring to avoid a return to a life of violence. Thus, it suppressed its desire to strike, causing the knife to vanish and forcing itself back into slumber. After regaining his composure, Lu Fei declared with righteous fervor, "I am a person of integrity. What lewd remarks could I possibly make?" Not satisfied. "Come here." He seized Anren, swatting away her hands as she attempted to remove her clothing. Removing her mask and gripping her delicate face, he admonished, "At such a tender age, what thoughts occupy your mind?" Anren, caught in Lu Fei's grasp, gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, brimming with affection, under her gaze. Lu Fei could only relent. He reluctantly released her, enveloping Anren in his arms, gently saying, "Anren, you must remember, you are not my possession. You belong solely to yourself. Your life has changed since that day, while I have aided you, and you heed my words. I hope even more that you will embrace a life of your own." Anren's impulsive actions upon entering revealed much to Lu Fei. Thus, he began to impart earnest advice to her, primarily to prepare for his subsequent remarks, lest Anren suddenly turn against him upon hearing them. After imparting his wisdom, Lu Fei ensured that Anren was in a stable state before continuing, "Anren, for your growth, you must now walk your own path." Before Lu Fei could finish his thought, Anren clung tightly to him, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "My lord, do you no longer want me?" Taken aback by her words, Lu Fei replied helplessly, "Anren, how could I ever wish to be without you? I just told you that I want you to have your own life." The temporary separation was merely a means to help her embark on her new journey and to grow stronger. Yet, Anren continued to shake her head, tears flowing. Clearly unconvinced by Lu Fei's reassurances, faced with her distress, Lu Fei resorted to his ultimate technique. Previously, this maneuver had effortlessly quelled Anren's darker inclinations, and today he would employ it once more to convince her of his sincerity. More accurately, Lu Fei intended to unleash an enhanced version of that technique. Lu Fei gently lifted the tear-streaked face of Ren, whose expression was one of astonishment, and leaned down to kiss her. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. That I say seemed, for within the confines of the celestial slaying gourd, a restless fairy, compelled to sleep, was unable to resist the urge to conjure flying knives, one in each hand. It was evident that this was a fairy who had been single for many years, unable to bear the sight of others indulging in romantic displays. To be precise, it could hardly tolerate the overwhelming, pungent aroma of love wafting through the air. When Ren felt the heat radiate through her body and her mind went blank, struggling to breathe, Lu Fei finally released her. Instantly, Ren collapsed limply into Lu Fei's embrace. Seeing her in such a state, Lu Fei chuckled inwardly, but said aloud, "Ren, do you now believe what I said?" Very well, then it is decided. We shall part ways here for the time being. If anything arises, I will send you word. Ren, you must become stronger. Ren, you will also grow more beautiful. Amidst Ren's continuous nodding, Lu Fei offered numerous words of advice. After imparting his counsel, Lu Fei caressed Ren's face and reluctantly said, "Then, farewell, Ren." Upon uttering these words, Lu Fei prepared to release her, only to be tightly embraced by Ren. She gently tilted her head upward and pouted, her intentions clear. She desired a parting kiss from Lu Fei. Naturally, Lu Fei could not refuse and leaned down once more, bestowing a tender kiss upon her. When Ren felt as though she might suffocate, Lu Fei finally laid her, utterly drained, upon the bed and turned to grasp the celestial slaying gourd before leaving the courtyard. Fortunately, Lu Fei and Ren's exchange came to an end, as the fairy within the gourd had already summoned 2 flying knives, one in each hand, clearly struggling to contain its urge to act. Outside the courtyard, Lu Fei glanced back one last time before resolutely heading toward the city gates. Before leaving Binhai City, he needed to resolve some lingering issues for Ren, particularly concerning the wealthy young man who had set his sights on her. As Lu Fei stepped outside the city, he sensed that he was being followed. A smile crept across his face upon this realization. Let them pursue. I would be more concerned if they did not. It would only complicate matters if I had to deal with them in Binhai City. Lu Fei quickened his pace, appearing as though he were in a hurried escape. This sprint lasted for hundreds of miles. Unlike the previous occasion, when he had lured Liyue, believing it to be a stroke of fortune. This time Lu Fei, aware of the powerful young man's background, prudently sought to distance himself from Binhai City. Originally, Lu Fei intended to draw the battlefield 1,000 miles away, but despite his efforts to restrain his speed, he ultimately found himself intercepted just a few hundred miles out. "Run, why have you stopped running?" A brash voice boomed as a luxurious airship descended from the skies, landing before Lu Fei, who had been obstructed by guards. The young man leaped from the airship, surrounded by a host of protectors, and looked at Lu Fei with a cold sneer. "So you do know how to run? I thought you were unafraid of death. Quite clever of you to leave that girl behind in Binhai City, isn't it? Once I eliminate you, the gourd will be mine, the fairy within it will be mine, and so will that girl." As he spoke, the young man extended his hand toward Lu Fei, making a grabbing motion, declaring, "I want it all." Lu Fei, however, paid no heed to the young man's words and instead surveyed the surrounding environment. Overgrown grass, devoid of human presence, this desolate place could serve as an excellent burial ground. As Lu Fei contemplated the location, the fairy within the celestial slaying gourd was itching to fly out and obliterate the young man with the flying knives in hand. If previously Lu Fei and Ren had merely been engaging in romantic gestures, inflicting emotional wounds upon the lonely fairy, then the young man's unabashed intentions were nothing short of a provocation to its very limits. At this moment, the only thing restraining it from acting was the knowledge that once it did, it would acknowledge Lu Fei as its master. It must be said that Lu Fei's words, "Please, darling, turn around," had impeccably limited its actions. For the fairy, killing the young man was paramount, but freedom was of even greater importance. All of this, of course, Lu Fei remained blissfully unaware of. After assessing the surroundings, Lu Fei suddenly addressed the young man. "May I inquire, rather presumptuously, about your background?" The young man, initially poised to strike, found Lu Fei's question to be an unexpected opportunity to showcase his grandeur. Thus, he resolved to flaunt his lineage before dealing with Lu Fei. He threw back his head and laughed 3 times. "Ha ha ha. Since you asked so sincerely, allow me to enlighten you. My grandfather is the formidable General Chiang, feared throughout the world, and my father is a vice admiral, renowned as the closest to the rank of general. My lineage guarantees that I stand at the pinnacle of this world, while you, insignificant as an ant, are merely a small-time pirate with a bounty of billions. A mere major can reduce you to a lost dog, while a vice admiral is a being you have never even laid eyes upon. To encounter me is already the greatest honor of your life. Now you may die without regrets. Listening to the young man's grandiloquent speech, Luffy sighed. Alas, a general's grandson makes my task exceedingly difficult. It seems I shall struggle to keep your family intact for the foreseeable future. Very well then. Let us bury you here first, and later I shall find an opportunity to summon your father to join you. As for your grandfather, I fear he will not be able to meet with you in the immediate future. Upon hearing these words, the young man was momentarily taken aback before comprehending Luffy's implication. He intended to bury his entire family. Realizing this, the young man erupted in fury. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner since the day he was born. In a fit of rage, he pointed at Luffy and bellowed, "Kill him, crush him, and feed him to the dogs." Instantly, the guards lunged toward Luffy. At that moment, Luffy made his move. 100 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Luffy's body radiated a brilliant blue light as a thunderous dragon erupted from within him, charging toward the oncoming guards. Zzzzzzti. With a deafening crackle of electricity, the guards, who had once resembled ferocious tigers, were instantly reduced to charred remains by the Thunder Dragon. After dispatching the guards, the dragon surged toward the young man. Yet, upon witnessing the approaching Thunder Dragon, the young man remained unfazed, even allowing a cold smirk to creep across his face as he remarked, "Is this your trump card? Indeed, it possesses billions of power. However, that's all it is." No sooner had he finished speaking than the Thunder Dragon was cleaved in two by a flash of blade light. A fearsome-looking swordsman suddenly appeared behind the young man. Upon seeing this man, Luffy immediately understood that, in comparison to the previous guards, this individual was the true source of protection for the young man. The ability to slice through Luffy's Thunder Dragon with a single strike indicated that this swordsman possessed power at the billion-leveled AT. That moment, the young man pointed to the swordsman and introduced, "Wong Luffy, allow me to introduce you to your predecessor, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 2 billion, known as the Mad Blade Fuzay." The introduced Fuzay regarded Luffy with a vicious grin and declared, "How dare you, an ignorant little brat, threaten to bury the young master's entire family? I shall chop you to pieces and feed you to wild dogs." The words of Fuzay greatly pleased the young nobleman, who chuckled, "Indeed, as long as you chop him into pieces to feed the wild dogs, I shall assist you in winning over that girl you fancy." Upon hearing this, Fuzay's smile grew even more sinister. "Then I must thank you in advance, my lord." Observing the two unscrupulous individuals, Luffy displayed no surprise. It was precisely because he recognized the caliber of this young nobleman that he dared to utter such threats against Fuzay's entire family. "You brat, prepare to meet your end." With a fierce determination, the blade-wielding Fuzay raised his weapon and unleashed a lethal arc of light towards Luffy. In an instant, the ground where Luffy had stood was cleaved, leaving a chasm several meters long. "You run quite swiftly, don't you?" Fuzay looked skyward as Luffy leaped into the air, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Triple slash. Fuzay, targeting Luffy midair, executed 3 swift slashes in quick succession. The 3 arcs of light descended upon Luffy from above, below, and at the center. Rather than retreating, Luffy boldly embraced the challenge point. 200 million volts. Thunder God. A torrent of electricity erupted from Luffy's body. Surrounded by this overwhelming energy, he expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal figure of lightning towering dozens of meters high. Myriad thunders. This Thunder God form served as a formidable enhancement, amplifying all of Luffy's attacks. Consequently, as Luffy unleashed myriad thunders, a dark cloud swiftly gathered above the nobleman and Fuzay. Countless bolts of lightning then rained down upon them, with a thunderous roar. Fuzay's 3 arcs of light were instantly engulfed. As the lightning crashed down, a dark glow ignited on Fuzay's blade, and he bellowed, "Frenzied slash, heaven shatter." He swung his sword, unleashing a black arc of light that soared into the sky. Not only did it disperse the descending lightning, but it also cleaved the thundercloud Luffy had summoned in half. "Excellent," the nobleman exclaimed, applauding as he witnessed Fuzay's strike pierce through Luffy's myriad thunders. However, this time, Fuzay did not share in the triumph. Instead, he fixated on Lu Fei in the air, his expression grave. Since Lu Fei had assumed the thunder god form, Fu Zhe felt an immense threat looming over him. Myriad Thunders is merely an appetizer. Thunder god, fallen from the 9 heavens, a surge of lightning erupted from Lu Fei, and the previously split thundercloud not only reformed but expanded even further, enveloping the nobleman and Fu Zhe in a massive storm. As the colossal cloud formed, a thick bolt of lightning descended towards the two below. Frenzied blade. Slash. Fu Zhe had no intention of allowing the nobleman to bear the brunt of this assault. Thus, even if he could evade the bolt, he had to confront it head-on. He swung his sword, generating a blade of light several dozen meters long, shattering the lightning. Unfortunately, this lightning was merely a precursor. With subsequent bolts growing progressively thicker and more menacing, confronted by the relentless barrage of increasingly potent lightning, Fu Zhe roared, Slash, Frenzied blade, break the 9 peaks. The name Break the 9 Peaks may not have sounded as imposing as Heaven Shatter, but it was this very technique that had earned Fu Zhe his fearsome reputation for cleaving mountains. This maneuver was his signature skill. With each of the 9 successive swings, the ferocity escalated. Each slash produced a beam of light longer and more powerful than the last. It must be noted that Fu Zhe's Break the 9 Peaks shared a similar essence with Lu Fei's Fallen from the 9 Heavens, both gradually building in power to prepare for the final strike. However, having initially countered the attack from Fallen from the 9 Heavens, it appeared that Fu Zhe held a slight advantage. Currently, the ultimate strike of Fallen from the 9 Heavens was set to clash with Fu Zhe's 8th slash. This indicated that Fu Zhe still possessed a potentially devastating 9th strike that could threaten Lu Fei. Yet, the most significant difference between Lu Fei and Fu Zhe lay in Lu Fei's skills, which were primarily released without need for further intervention. This allowed Lu Fei to continue escalating his power. As the 9th bolt from Fallen from the 9 Heavens descended, Lu Fei infused the thundercloud with additional energy. At the moment the 9th bolt collided with Fu Zhe's 8th slash, Lu Fei completed his infusion. Thunder God's punishment. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning converged at the center of the cloud, unleashing a massive pillar of lightning upon the two below. Fu Zhe leaped high into the air, striking out with his 9th blade to intercept the descending lightning pillar. With a scream, Fu Zhe found himself unable to shatter the pillar, instead being consumed by the crackling storm. The infamous Frenzied blade, Fu Zhe, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 billion, had thus perished. Not only that, but the pillar of lightning, having obliterated Fu Zhe, continued its relentless descent toward the nobleman, clearly intent on eliminating him as well. In the air, Lu Fei observed the swift demise of Fu Zhe with no hint of surprise. Had Luoyue been present to witness this scene, she would surely have been left astounded. For the same technique, she could have completely negated it with the White Emperor's sword, while Fu Zhe's ultimate attack had been effortlessly dispatched. It was evident that Lu Fei had not been holding back. His restraint was negligible. As the nobleman faced the lightning pillar, his expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to activate his protective gear. A fiery red barrier enveloped him, shielding him from the impending strike. Within the crimson shield, the nobleman wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, pointing at Lu Fei in the air, shouted furiously, You, Wang Lu Fei, dare to kill my guard. Your days are numbered. I will return and call for help. I pray you have no family, for should I discover your relatives. The nobleman continued his tirade, while Lu Fei, impassive, unleashed several bolts of lightning that struck the fiery barrier. Initially, the barrier had absorbed most of the energy from the lightning pillar, but now, under Lu Fei's relentless assault, it began to dim, teetering on the brink of collapse. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the nobleman knew it was time to flee. He uttered his final words. Wang Lu Fei, savor your last moments. I will take good care of your woman. Ha! As he cackled maniacally, the nobleman activated his last resort, the Return Scroll. The Return Scroll binds a location, allowing the user to return to that spot once activated. Note, this item is a one-time use. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of light, soaring skyward to return to his family. However, at that moment, Lu Fei, in his Thunder God form, ceased floating and decided to exploit his speed advantage for the first time. He became a streak of lightning, swiftly reaching the nobleman's ascending light column. And with the golden cudgel in hand, he swung down. Bang! With a soft thud, Lu Fei's cudgel struck the nobleman's light column as though it were a solid pillar. Subsequently, the light column shattered, and the airborne nobleman plummeted to the ground. Lu Fei's cudgel vanished, and he gazed silently at the indent left in the ground where the nobleman had landed. The seemingly simple strike from Luffy encompassed a multitude of factors. Unparalleled speed, the dispelling effect of the golden cudgel, and impeccable timing. With all these elements perfectly aligned, Luffy was able to thwart the nobleman's escape just as he activated his last resort, simultaneously incapacitating him. Puff lying in the crater, the nobleman coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his innards. He gasped, his breath shallow, a mere whisper of life remaining, yet he managed to chuckle. Although his laugh was one of agony, it was nonetheless a testament to his resilience. Wang Luffy, you are formidable, indeed, for you have interrupted my last resort. However, the notion of keeping me here is utterly impossible. Await my approach. I am determined to unearth the secrets that reside within you. Subsequently, I shall annihilate you and everyone associated with you. Death is your sole destination. Upon finishing his declaration, the young master radiated a crimson glow. Activating his final trump card, if the return scroll to the city was a proactive life-saving measure triggered by him, then the current red light was an automatic defense mechanism set off in the throes of near-fatal injury. Blood escape. The blood that the young master expelled returned to envelop him, transforming him into a streak of red light, ready to flee thousands of miles away. Yet, at that very moment, Luffy raised his hand towards the heavens. Fingers splayed, and unleashed his meticulously prepared ability, Thunder God 5 Thunder Prison. In an instant, four pillars of lightning descended from the north, south, east, and west. Above the young master, a bolt of lightning hovered ominously, seemingly poised to strike him, yet it held its position. Clearly, this bolt served as a locking mechanism. The moment this lightning appeared, the young master sensed a looming threat. Nonetheless, despite the peril, he remained unperturbed, confident in his own trump card. As Luffy completed the 5 Thunder Prison, the young master transformed into a blood-red blur. Beginning his escape. In a flash, he vanished from Luffy's line of sight, surpassing his reaction speed. However, although Luffy was a fraction too slow to react, the 5 Thunder Prison pursued the crimson light relentlessly. Just as the blood-red glow flickered towards the northwest, attempting to escape, a bolt of thunder preemptively struck its intended trajectory. Sensing imminent danger, the crimson light was forced to alter its course, seeking refuge elsewhere. Yet, regardless of the direction chosen, as the blood-red glow approached the boundary of the lightning pillar's designated area, it would invariably face thunderous assault. It turned out that within the confines delineated by the 4 lightning pillars, once ensnared by the 5 Thunder Prison, the ability to move was effectively curtailed. In other words, unless one surpassed Luffy's strength or found a means to evade the 5 Thunder Prison's grasp, any attempt at relocation would prove futile, save for instantaneous spatial displacement. Thus, the blood-red light began darting within the confines of the 5 Thunder Prison, desperately seeking an escape route. Yet, each time it neared the boundary, it was relentlessly repelled by the thunder. Even when the crimson light attempted to ascend into the sky, it was met with the onslaught of storm clouds. Moreover, at that moment, the 4 lightning pillars began to constrict inward, further diminishing the operational space of the blood-red glow. Observing the ever-shrinking area available to the crimson light, Luffy remained unfazed. From the moment he witnessed Catherine's escape, he had conceived the idea of the 5 Thunder Prison. He understood that if someone like Catherine could evade capture, it implied that individuals of her stature possessed ample means of self-preservation. Thus, Luffy chose to prolong the battle, refraining from immediately targeting the young master. This was all part of his strategy to set up the 5 Thunder Prison. This was Luffy's inaugural use of the 5 Thunder Prison. He sought to maximize its effect by systematically drawing out the young master's final life-saving card before deploying his technique. As it stood, the efficacy of the 5 Thunder Prison had not disappointed him. Before long, as the space continued to constrict, the blood-red light seemed to realize its impending inability to escape. Consequently, it made a final attempt to break free. The crimson light surged toward the confines of the designated area, bracing itself to withstand the thunderous assault. Boom! A bolt of thunder crashed down, instantly dimming the blood-red glow, forcing it into retreat. For if it persisted in its escape, it would surely succumb to a second bolt of thunder. Soon, the dimmed crimson light gradually faded away within the ever-compressing space. Following its disappearance, the young master reappeared, gasping, "Save me! Quickly, save me! Send someone to kill Wang Luffy." I want his entire family dead. As soon as he materialized, he dragged his near-lifeless body, frantically screaming. Clearly, the young master believed that the blood-red glow had carried him back to his family, granting him safety. However, once his cries subsided, he was met not with the familiar sights of home, but rather the blue pillars of lightning. When he looked up, panic engulfed him as he saw Lu Fei hovering above. Calmly observing him, the next moment, the once arrogant young master knelt before Lu Fei, pleading for mercy. Wang Lu Fei, save me, save me. I will give you anything. Save me. I will not hold you accountable for this. As long as you save me now, you will be my greatest ally. I can have the bounty on your head rescinded. Save me, please. Yet, perhaps due to his heightened emotions or his body's inability to endure, the young master coughed up a mouthful of blood and succumbed to his fate before he could finish his pleas at this juncture, sensing the extinguishing of the young master's life. Lu Fei remained unhurried, fixating instead on the young master's lifeless form. He was waiting for the young master's subsequent actions, or rather, for the response from the young master's family. As anticipated, mere seconds after the young master's demise, a mark of red light suddenly erupted from his corpse, shooting straight towards Lu Fei. It was evident that this was a common method of revenge employed by large families when a direct bloodline member is slain. Such a mark is released to identify the killer, facilitating future retribution. Observing the incoming red light, Lu Fei chuckled softly and grasped at in an instant. The pillars of the Five Thunder prison constricted, ensnaring the red light. Subsequently, Lu Fei dispelled his Thunder God form, opting not to concern himself with the marked red light trapped within the Five Thunder prison. Instead, he approached the young master's corpse to inspect his spoils. After a thorough examination, Lu Fei wrinkled his nose in disdain. While the young master possessed several activated illusory items, they held no appeal for Lu Fei. Moreover, such items carried inherent risks, whether in their deployment or self-utilization. Lu Fei had no inclination to assume such hazards. Ultimately, his sole acquisition was an anonymous bank card. The amount contained within this card remained a mystery. It was no wonder Lu Fei displayed his discontent. After securing the bank card, Lu Fei surveyed the battlefield. Preparing to obliterate all traces of his presence, he understood that it would be impossible to evade pursuit by the young master's family entirely. Thus, his objective was to prolong the time before he was tracked down. In Lu Fei's strategy, by the time he was inevitably pursued, it would coincide with his own voluntary capture upon completing the obliteration of evidence. Lu Fei buried the ensnared red light deep underground. Following this, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the spot. Approximately 10 minutes later, at a port in a coastal town, Lu Fei donned a hat that obscured much of his face and boarded a merchant ship. The vessel soon set sail, navigating towards the vast, uncharted sea. On board, Lu Fei sat alone in a corner, savoring the ocean's essence while plotting his final strategic move. The commencement of Lu Fei's grand plan was imminent. Only one final step remained. Yet, this step was the most critical of all. For in the foreseeable days of potential capture, Lu Fei needed to ensure that he would not squander this time. In essence, he aimed to utilize this interval to deepen his foundation. Lu Fei pondered how to execute this final step. The magical gourd at his waist stirred restlessly, unable to find sleep. Under normal circumstances, the magical creature would have already been fast asleep at this hour. However, it was now agitated, for it had witnessed the entirety of the battle between Lu Fei and the young master. The Thunder God form Lu Fei displayed was neither surprising nor of concern to it. What truly piqued its interest was the Rui Jingu Bang that Lu Fei had brandished while interrupting the young master's return scroll. On the Rui Jingu Bang, it detected the scent of kin, a treasure of equal stature. This implies that with the Jingu Bang in hand, Lu Fei possesses the ability to shatter the gourd. Initially, it was haughty, utterly dismissing Lu Fei and deeming it impossible to acknowledge him as its master. However, upon discovering Lu Fei's possession of the Jingu Bang, the demon's conviction inevitably began to waver. Naturally, Lu Fei was unaware of this shift. Yet, even if he were, it would not concern him, for he valued his own growth far more than the prospect of wielding the immortal slaying gourd. At this moment, the final step before him was evidently of greater significance. 5 days later, Lu Fei arrived at a colossal island spanning millions of square kilometers, Oyo Island. This island was rich in mineral resources, brimming with wealth. Such abundance signified the island's immense value. Amidst the chaotic clashes of various factions, the island remained unclaimed. No singular powerful force could fully dominate it, resulting in a patchwork of smaller factions establishing their presence. In essence, the true major powers overlooked Oya Island, while the minor factions lacked the strength to conquer it. Thus, Oya Island became a renowned transit hub amidst the ocean, where countless ships docked, creating a scene of flourishing activity. Simultaneously, numerous pirates either set sail from here or used it as their base. Luffy's purpose in coming here was straightforward. Like many aspiring pirates, he sought to find a territory of his own. Indeed, Luffy's ultimate goal was to utilize the years following his capture to simultaneously build a stronghold and cultivate his growth, a commonly referred to as laying low to develop. Hence, selecting a base was of utmost necessity. After much contemplation, Luffy ultimately chose Oya Island. Upon disembarking, Luffy took a day to recuperate, gathering a wealth of information about Oya Island before embarking on his quest to establish a stronghold. Firstly, the coastal areas of the island were out of the question. Any desirable location would undoubtedly have been claimed already. Secondly, even areas close to the coast were unsuitable due to the incessant influx of people. Even if a base were constructed, it would be hard to avoid detection, especially considering Luffy's solitary status. Merely safeguarding a stronghold would pose significant challenges. Therefore, the only option left for him was to venture deeper into the island to find a suitable location. This may not appear to be a wise choice. While the depths of the island offered safety, they also presented greater challenges for development. Under normal circumstances, no one would opt for such a path. However, Luffy was different, possessing a unique vision, or perhaps an ambition that surpassed the ordinary. Establishing a stronghold deep within the island would undoubtedly allow for better influence over the entire territory, clearly within Luffy's plans. Once the time was ripe, seizing control of the island would not be an unattainable feat. Armed with this vision, Luffy plunged into the heart of Oya Island. Days later, after enduring the elements, he found himself before an abandoned steel fortress. Along the way, he had considered several potential sites but failed to commit to any. Yet upon encountering the steel fortress, Luffy instantaneously resolved that his stronghold would be here. The dilapidated fortress bore the unmistakable mark of a previous owner who, likely, harbored ambitions akin to Luffy's. Unfortunately, he had failed, leaving behind only this forsaken steel bastion as a testament to his once grand aspirations. What occupied Luffy's mind now was the realization of his own plans within this abandoned fortress. Theoretically, the utility of this derelict stronghold was exceedingly low. Merely restoring it to usability would demand a vast expenditure of manpower and resources. However, such notions were merely conventional. From the outset, Luffy had not envisioned a typical developmental trajectory. He was but one individual. Thus, he could not adhere to conventional growth patterns if there existed a means to develop a city single-handedly. Luffy's experiences could quickly yield two answers: technology and the undead. Robots of the technological realm and the undead from the necromantic side were both tireless and industrious tools that, of course, modified automatons and elemental entities from the magical domain also represented viable options. However, given Luffy's current capabilities, technology and the undead proved to be the superior choice. Nevertheless, all of this hinged on Luffy's ability to discover what powers he could harness, just as Luffy was determined to designate the abandoned steel fortress as his stronghold. Contemplating which abilities he should pursue, a radiant light suddenly enveloped him. Upon witnessing the glow, Luffy was momentarily taken aback. Then a knowing expression crossed his face. The illusionary realm was upon him. In this world, aside from the uncontrollable random appearances of illusions in various locales, there existed another kind that everyone would inevitably encounter, an illusionary experience that occurs once in a lifetime, for all. Such experiences represented an opportunity to defy fate. Alas, few could seize this chance. The duration of these illusionary experiences remained uncertain. They could be prolonged or fleeting. If lengthy, one might glean something valuable, or at the very least, acquire information that would aid in activating related items in the future. If brief, however, it could result in leaving empty-handed, having seen nothing at all. Thus, for the vast majority, such illusionary experiences resembled dreams. Each dream was unique, as were the experiences, and even the ability to recall them upon waking was often questionable. Returning to the matter at hand, upon realizing that he was about to undergo such an illusion, Luffy smiled. He had awaited this opportunity for far too long. For Luffy, this illusion represented a splendid chance to acquire something of value. His experiences were his greatest asset. In the next moment, enveloped in light, Luffy vanished from his location. In George State, two rival gangs were embroiled in a fierce shootout. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Both sides wielded automatic rifles, taking cover behind various obstacles as they exchanged fire with fervor. At that moment, amidst the crossfire, a burst of blue light suddenly materialized in the most intense area of conflict. Mere seconds later, the blue light dissipated, revealing Luffy's form. Before Luffy could fully comprehend his surroundings, both gangs, upon identifying him as a person, unleashed a barrage of gunfire directed at him. Under normal circumstances, no one would attack a sudden appearance without hesitation. Yet, regrettably, Luffy was not experiencing a typical world. Nor was he encountering ordinary individuals. This was a realm populated by superheroes, and Luffy had fortuitously found himself amidst the very gangs that superheroes were eager to combat. Consequently, Luffy's abrupt emergence was unfortunate timing, as he became the target of concentrated fire from both gangs. Were an ordinary person to endure such an illusion, they might be swiftly eliminated before comprehending the situation. However, Luffy was anything but ordinary. Thus, the true misfortune lay with the gangs attempting to assault him. Countless bullets pierced through Luffy's form, yet inflicted no harm whatsoever, for at that moment, Luffy had activated his elemental form. Observing the chaos around him, Luffy glanced left and right before extending his hands toward both sides. Lightning strike. Luffy's hands unleashed countless tiny bolts of lightning, each striking different members of the gang. 1 second later, the once tumultuous battlefield fell eerily silent, littered only with shell casings and lifeless bodies. With a flick of his wrist, an AK-47 soared into Luffy's grasp. He playfully fired a few rounds, indulging in the thrill before dispassionately discarding the weapon. For Luffy, the AK was little more than a toy at this point. Taking a deep breath, he savored the familiar scent of gunpowder. This sensation prompted an involuntary smile to spread across his face. The essence of modernity was indeed delightful. The following day, Luffy awoke in the expansive bed of a hotel. After refreshing himself, he donned casual attire and ventured out for breakfast at a burger joint. He retrieved his bulging wallet, extracted a bill, and silently gestured for a meal, diving into his food without uttering a word. It wasn't that Luffy was trying to appear enigmatic. Rather, he simply did not possess a strong command of the English language. Had it been Japanese, he might have engaged in a brief conversation. Fortunately, despite his linguistic limitations, the cash provided by the gang ensured his seamless navigation through this world. After breakfast, Luffy wandered through the city, hoping to recall certain details to ascertain which illusionary realm he had entered. He contemplated that if he could not confirm it, he would simply pave the way with money and hire a translator to enlighten him about this world. Luckily, as he strolled into a park, rows of stone pillars caught his eye, instantly confirming the nature of the illusionary realm. Inscribed on these pillars were densely packed names that in Luffy's memory. Only one world displayed such a sight, the realm following the snap of the purple sweet potato Thanos, where half of all lives randomly vanished. Casting a glance at the pillars, Luffy turned away. Uncertain of the timeline, he needed to promptly locate a translator and then head toward the Avengers base. 2 days later, in the vicinity of the Avengers headquarters, Luffy was accompanied by a translator who was explaining the area. Mr. Liu, that over there is the renowned Avengers base. Look, those flying vehicles are constantly taking off and landing. Mr. Stark, the Iron Man you seek, should reside here. The translator presented a map, pointing out the location. He then cautioned, Mr. Liu, you mentioned your admiration for Mr. Stark, but I must remind you that both the base and Mr. Stark's residence strictly prohibit outsiders. I trust you wouldn't attempt to force your way into a superhero's home, would you? Huh. The translator, noticing Luffy's serious demeanor, could only mask his discomfort with an awkward chuckle. Having obtained the desired information, Luffy produced a small stack of bills and handed them to the translator, dismissing him. Standing outside the Avengers base, Luffy observed the science fiction-like flying vehicles coming and going, a slight smile forming on his lips. This was the world of Avengers Endgame, the period when the superheroes were collecting the Infinity Stones, just before the Great Battle, with the timeline confirmed. Luffy turned towards Stark's residence. Within Stark's home, sensing an impending event, Stark was poised to capture a moment with his Mark Suit's helmet. I love you 3,000 times. Just as Stark completed his recording, a piercing alarm blared. Sir, please be advised that you have been detected entering a private residence. Jarvis's voice echoed throughout the room. Unfortunately, the sudden appearance of Lu Fei rendered him unable to comprehend Jarvis's English warning, leading him to helplessly state, I don't speak English. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Jarvis swiftly switched to Mandarin, reiterating the warning. After absorbing the eerily familiar warning in Mandarin, Lu Fei politely addressed Stark, who was readying himself to don his armor. I apologize for the intrusion. Mr. Stark. Subsequently, with Jarvis providing simultaneous translation, the two engaged in conversation. As long as there is no malice, I am generally welcoming. Although your method of entry has caught me off guard, Stark remarked. I'm Lu Fei. How did you get in? In a flash, Lu Fei appeared behind Stark and replied, as you can see, a method of high-speed movement. Stark remained silent, taking a seat on the couch and pouring himself a drink to steady his astonishment before speaking again. Well, it seems my mind struggles to keep pace with your speed, so, dear visitor, what brings you to me? Stark did not dwell on Lu Fei's super speed. Rather, he prioritized understanding whether Lu Fei's presence would impact their plans. A transaction, a fair exchange, Lu Fei stated earnestly. Stark chuckled lightly, dismissing Lu Fei's proposition as inconsequential. Indeed, for Stark, wealth, power, and influence were in abundance, and he did not consider Lu Fei's notion of a fair trade relevant to his needs. Noticing Stark's skeptical expression, Lu Fei continued unabashedly. What I desire is the complete technology of your mark armor, including the accompanying artificial intelligence and the nanotechnology of your current suit. Before Stark could refuse, Lu Fei presented his offering. I can save your life, or rather, grant you a second chance. The phrase second chance echoed in the room, momentarily stunning Stark, who had been poised to decline. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and inquired, Who are you? What proof do you have? Recognizing Stark's intrigue, Lu Fei smiled and extended his hand, bolts of lightning crackling around it. Warning, warning, high-energy reaction. Jarvis's alarm alerted Stark to the formidable energy in Lu Fei's grasp. Its lethal potential unmistakably real. Lu Fei nonchalantly proclaimed, You may call me the god of thunder, Thor. Stark involuntarily exclaimed, conjuring an image of Thor with his exaggerated beer belly. No. Lu Fei was well aware of Thor's current appearance, which was evidently not a match for his own striking visage. Thus, he decisively shook his head and clarified, I am the true god of thunder, not the Thor you perceive. I command lightning, while he merely wields weapons. Lu Fei's words, coupled with the surging electricity in his hand, made Stark realize the truth in Lu Fei's claims. Yet, Stark's gaze shifted, and he suddenly asked, If you are so powerful, why not kill me and forcibly take what you desire? Stark's straightforwardness was undeniable. In response, Lu Fei retracted the lightning from his hand and chuckled lightly. You are correct. If I wished, I could indeed do so. Just as Lu Fei's words left his lips, and Stark braced himself, Lu Fei quickly added, But I have no need for coercion because the terms I offer are ones you cannot refuse. Furthermore, I can operate on a pay-after-service basis. I can save you first, and then you can provide me with what I seek. After Lu Fei's statement, Stark pondered the proposition, acknowledging that, indeed, it posed no risk to him. Thus, after some contemplation, Stark nodded in agreement to Lu Fei's terms. However, just as Lu Fei turned to exit the room, Stark abruptly queried, What if I wanted you to kill someone in exchange for all my technology? Lu Fei halted, contemplating for several seconds before responding with gravitas. I regret to inform you that such a transaction cannot be fulfilled. This is your moment of heroism. I do not wish to deprive you of it, even though I possess the means to do so. As the final words left my lips, Lu Fei transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the room. Gazing at the spot where Lu Fei had disappeared, Stark stood in a daze. Murmuring to himself, a moment of heroism, Stark silently downed a glass of wine, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Since time immemorial, the most glorious moment for a hero has been that of their demise. With a snap, Hulk activated the resurrection of the fallen. Thanos and his fleet emerged, seizing the Infinity Gauntlet. At this critical juncture, the sorcerer opened a portal, unleashing a battalion of heroes to engage in a fierce battle against Thanos' armada. In a corner of the battlefield, Lu Fei quietly observed the intense clash before him, yet his thoughts drifted back to the day he struck a deal with Stark. Undoubtedly, Lu Fei had not spoken the truth. His claims of not wishing to seize by force were mere fabrications. The true impetus for Lu Fei's agreement with Stark stemmed from an intrinsic understanding upon arriving in this world. To bring the illusory items back, they must be willingly bestowed by others. This condition rendered Luffy incapable of resorting to any form of coercion that in fact, to avoid any unforeseen consequences, Luffy could not alter the main narrative. This was precisely why Luffy had declined Stark's final proposal for a deal that he knew without a doubt that Stark would ultimately request him to eliminate the Purple Potato Demon. Thanos. For Luffy, dispatching a Thanos without the Infinity Gauntlet posed no challenge, as he was not bound by any restrictions. However, should he proceed to do so, the entire plot would be irrevocably altered, spiraling out of Luffy's control. Thus, he chose to decline Stark's proposition and instead continued along his own path. As Luffy contemplated this, his gaze was drawn to the escalating climax of the battlefield. Thanos donned the Infinity Gauntlet, only for Captain Marvel to rush forth to thwart him. Thanos, with cunning, removed the Power Stone and delivered a massive purple fist that sent Captain Marvel hurtling away. Stark lunged to seize the gauntlet, only to be similarly repelled by Thanos. The Purple Potato Demon snapped his fingers, reveling in what he believed to be the pinnacle of his existence. Yet, following the snap, nothing transpired. It was as if he had merely released an empty fart. As Thanos turned sharply to Stark, Stark raised his right hand, the Infinity Stones gravitating toward his fist. With a snap, in the gaze of all the heroes, Stark declared, "I am Iron Man." Thanos' forces began to dissipate like the wind. And the Purple Potato Demon, witnessing the vanishing of his army, realized that everything had come to an end. He had failed. Exhausted from the fierce battle, Thanos sat down, weary. Yet, the moment he did so, his entire being was swept away. Stark, who had snapped his fingers, found his body unable to withstand the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. Leaning against a surface, he lay before the multitude of heroes, his eyes wide open, his heart ceasing to beat. In mortal form, he stood alongside the divine. This was the highest accolade Stark had ever received. In a certain chamber, as Luffy gazed upon Stark's lifeless body, which had been transported by J. A.V.I.S. A surge of lightning enveloped him. Electric therapy. A bolt of lightning leaped from Luffy into Stark's body. Crackle. Boom. Boom. Under Luffy's electric therapy, Stark's heart, which had ceased to beat, resumed its rhythm. Electric therapy, a power heavily constrained, could restore a stopped heart while maintaining the body's integrity. Although its limitations were significant, they were overshadowed by its merits. For Stark's condition, it was perfectly applicable. Originally, this ability was only effective on Luffy himself. But through Luffy's ingenuity, he had preset the currents within Stark, allowing Stark to utilize the power as well. As Stark's heart began to beat once more, J.R.V.S. effortlessly took over the next steps of Stark's treatment. "I love you," 3,000 times. In Stark's residence, everyone watched the pre-recorded message from Stark. The scene shifted as they stepped outside. Pepper Potts placed a floral arrangement into the water, and everyone silently observed as the basket, adorned with Iron Man's core emblem, drifted away. Thus, Iron Man's curtain fell. At this moment, two figures stood quietly watching this unfolding scene. If one were to inquire about the sensation of witnessing one's own funeral, perhaps no one could speak with more authority than Stark himself. At this moment, Stark's expression was complex as he softly asked, "You didn't let me out just so I could witness my own funeral, did you?" Not wanting to reveal his true thoughts, Luffy maintained a serious facade and replied, "No, what I wish for you to witness is the farewell to Iron Man." "Are you implying?" Stark questioned. Piecing things together, Luffy immediately adopted an air of inscrutability, gazing skyward, and spoke in a drawn-out tone. "From now on, Iron Man is dead. You, however, are merely Stark, a man accompanying his wife and children, nothing more." Luffy's words profoundly impacted Stark, even bringing him to tears. For him, after becoming a father, he had longed to shed the identity of Iron Man, desiring only to be by the side of his wife and children. The identity of Iron Man had shifted from one of glory to one of burden. Yet now, Luffy's words undeniably conveyed that following this funeral, he could finally shed the heroic identity of Iron Man and embrace the life of an ordinary man. Thus, under Luffy's persuasion and Stark's own mental concoction, a transaction joyfully reached its conclusion at T Stark Tower. In the basement, Stark wiped the sweat from his brow and handed Luffy a newly crafted briefcase, saying, "Inside are all the Mark armor technologies I have developed, as well as those still in conceptual stages. Additionally, I have included an artificial intelligence. While it may not yet match J.A.V.I.S, it will undoubtedly reach that level after self-learning. This briefcase is constructed from countless nanomachines and can practically accomplish anything you desire, even constructing a city from scratch. provided there is sufficient energy. Lastly, I have left a small gift for you inside. After Stark's explanation, Luffy accepted the briefcase with a smile, replying, "A pleasure doing business, the pleasure indeed." With both parties thoroughly satisfied, the transaction concluded. Luffy then exited the basement, briefcase in hand, merging into the crowd. Stark watched Luffy's retreating figure, smiling as he turned to board his aircraft. Thus, they parted ways, one preparing to return to reality, the other ready to embark on the life he yearned for. On Aoya Island, before the abandoned Iron Fortress, Luffy's figure reappeared. Mere seconds had passed. The reappeared Luffy, compared to moments earlier, now held a briefcase in hand. He walked into the desolate Iron Fortress. Upon arriving at the center of the fortress, Luffy surveyed his surroundings, carefully sensing the area to ensure there were no hidden traps left by others. Only then did he prepare to activate the briefcase. Albeit not in the manner Stark had described, but rather according to the activation method dictated by this world's rules. That is, after fulfilling the conditions and bringing the briefcase forth, he must also invoke its resonance to truly activate it. Holding the briefcase before him, Luffy solemnly declared, "Iron Man." In the next moment, the briefcase illuminated, and an electronic voice resonated in Luffy's ears. Artificial intelligence activation in progress. Artificial intelligence activation complete. Confirming the highest authority holder. A beam of blue light emanated from the suitcase, scanning Luffy's entire body multiple times before retracting. The activation of the highest authority has been completed. Please provide instructions. With a smile on his face, Luffy commanded, "Unfold the module." The suitcase immediately transformed into a cubic module, beside which stood a set of Mark armor. The eyes of the Mark armor gleamed with light. Clearly under the control of an artificial intelligence program, confirming that this location is the base, commence construction. Luffy instructed the Mark armor before him. "As you command," responded the Mark armor, soaring into the air and scanning the entire abandoned steel fortress from above. Shortly thereafter, the scan was complete, and the Mark armor returned to Luffy, projecting aerial images. Observing the various urban construction plans projected by the Mark armor, Luffy selected a proposal centered on subterranean development. He believed that, given his solitary situation, establishing his stronghold underground would be prudent. In simpler terms, this could be described as discreetly progressing. Please provide construction resources. Once Luffy finalized the plan, the artificial intelligence controlling the Mark armor promptly requested resources. Resembling a hungry child. Indeed, this was precisely Luffy's thought. The current module was merely the nascent form of his base. His task now was to nurture its growth. Thus, upon the AI's request, Luffy gazed at the dilapidated steel fortress with an expression of anticipated understanding. Perhaps for others, this fortress held no utilitarian value, as the rusted steel would pose too great a hassle to repurpose. Yet for Luffy, this was a challenge he could easily surmount. In an instant, Luffy vanished from sight and reappeared in midair. Surveying the various steel structures below, he mentally delineated an area and extended his hand. Thunder metallurgy. A torrent of lightning erupted from Luffy's hand, engulfing the designated structures. The buildings enveloped in lightning quickly turned crimson and melted into liquid. Impurities surfaced on the liquid surface. Luffy's left hand maintained the molten metal, while his right hand deftly discarded the impurities. Once the impurities were removed, he complied with the AI's request, solidifying the molten metal into individual steel cubes. Subsequently, Luffy presented these cubes to the unfolded module of the suitcase. At that moment, he resembled a father feeding his child, his gaze imbued with paternal warmth as he observed the module consume the steel cubes. Half a month later, the abandoned steel fortress had completely vanished. The surface structures were reduced to a few pure black factories, silently standing under the sun. The factory doors stood wide open, with robots incessantly transporting various materials inside. A statistical analysis of the materials being moved by these robots would reveal that the quantity far exceeded the factory's capacity. Such a phenomenon suggested one possibility. The interior of the factory held vast potential. Upon entering these dark factories, it was immediately apparent that they were mere facades, concealing access to the depths below. Beneath the surface lay a colossal fortress that surpassed the original steel stronghold in size, with production lines meticulously arranged and continuously generating an array of mechanical components. These components were then transported to designated areas, where they were assembled into various machines. Accompanied by the Mark armor, Luffy conducted an inspection of the subterranean fortress. After days of nurturing, the once-hungry module had developed into a semi-finished underground stronghold. What remained was to procure resources that were challenging to obtain locally and leverage the completed production lines for swift manufacturing to fortify the fortress. After completing his inspection, Luffy nodded in satisfaction and praised the artificial intelligence within the Mark armor, saying, "Well done." NVWA was the name Luffy had bestowed upon the artificial intelligence, embodying his great hopes for it to create a mechanical empire from nothing, much like the mythical figure who fashioned humanity. "Thank you for the compliment. It is my duty," responded the electronic voice of NVWA, leaving Luffy with a lingering sense of something missing. He understood that what was lacking was a female voice and the warmth of human emotion. Currently, NVWA fell short of Stark's JRVS due to the lack of learning conditions. However, Luffy was not in a hurry, as he would soon provide NVWA with an appropriate learning environment. Before that, though, Luffy wished to inspect the small gift Stark had left for him. The reason he had delayed this was due to concerns about potential harmonization, namely, the world's laws regarding the technology recorded within artificial intelligences. Under normal circumstances, an artificial intelligence could document all the technologies of a technological civilization. In essence, activating an artificial intelligence from such a civilization would equate to reinstating that civilization in this world. However, as far as Luffy had observed, this world had not yet reached the level of a technological civilization. Thus, he knew that acquiring all the technologies of a civilization through the activation of a phantom item was unattainable, as the world's laws would undoubtedly impose restrictions. Moreover, any overtly powerful treasures would also be subject to limitations. Hence, Luffy had never contemplated acquiring the Infinity Gauntlet or Infinity Stones during the events of Avengers Endgame, knowing they would simply be restricted upon return. Even when requesting technology from Stark, he sought only the Mark armor's technology, not the entirety of human technological advancement, even if Stark could fully integrate them into an artificial intelligence. Luffy would find little use for them. Now, as Luffy prepared to examine Stark's small gift, he hoped it had not been harmonized. NVWA, please list the technologies you possess. As you command. A holographic display illuminated the air, presenting a technological inventory before Luffy's eyes. Mark Armor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Mark Armor Metal Technology Mark Armor Production Line Arc Reactor Complete Set of Stark Weapons Technology Improved Space Carrier Concept Design for Cosmic Warship among the series of technologies related to the Mark Armor. The final few that did not begin with Mark instantly caught Luffy's attention. These were indeed the small gifts Stark had mentioned. Haha, Luffy chuckled softly. This small gift is anything but small. Indeed, the seemingly trivial gifts mentioned by Stark hold immense value for Luffy. Whether it be the comprehensive weaponry technology, the arc reactor, or the conceptual designs of aerospace carriers and interstellar battleships, each item is of significant worth. It is undeniable that Luffy's final persuasion deeply resonated with Stark, prompting him to bestow such a lavish gift. After perusing Stark's generous offering, Luffy requested N1 to compile a list of necessary materials. Subsequently, armed with this list, Luffy journeyed to the coastal city near Oya Island for procurement. Upon completing his purchases, he hired several cargo airships to transport the goods to the mountains, subsequently dispatching robotic units for further distribution. This method not only expedited the construction process, but also ensured the secrecy of his stronghold. It is noteworthy that many pirates employed similar tactics, rendering Luffy's operations quite commonplace on Oya Island. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. In Oya Island's largest port city, Oya City, a place rumored to be supported by a formidable force, thus daring to bear the island's name, Luffy boarded a merchant vessel, departing from the island. However, this time, Luffy's avatar did not carry the revered Jianxian Hulu nor possess the Jingu Bang. Clearly, this was merely a manifestation of Luffy. The act of this avatar leaving the island symbolized the official commencement of Luffy's grand plan. As his avatar departed, a seemingly ordinary shop opened its doors in Oya City. A man, adorned with a metallic mask and a gourd at his waist, became the proprietor of this establishment. The business, if it could even be called that, was straightforward, buying and selling. 2 signs flanked the shop entrance, clearly listing the items being purchased and their prices alongside the goods for sale. The items acquired were diverse, ranging from fish bones and seashells to spherical black metal and unactivated illusionary objects. However, the items for sale were uncomplicated weaponry. Evidently, the items collected were all meticulously analyzed by N1 and listed according to the required materials. Only the unactivated illusionary objects were a personal addition by Luffy. The wares on offer comprised metal weapons produced by N1, who had mastered various metalworking techniques. Except for the highest-grade metals, which Luffy refrained from selling, he could readily offer the second-tier metals for sale. After all, a shop that only takes in without selling would raise questions. On the fourth day, following the opening of Luffy's shop, his avatar, having returned to land, awaited a visitor in a small grove. Sitting cross-legged beneath a tree, Luffy was in deep meditation when a graceful silhouette approached. This was a woman whose uniform could scarcely conceal her figure. Rather, the admiral's attire accentuated her elegance. She embodied a perfect balance of allure and valor. Resembling a goddess of the highest order, the visitor was none other than Liyue, who had received Luffy's summons. With her blade, Qianbin at her side, Liyue approached Luffy and earnestly declared, "Wang Luffy, I have arrived." Luffy thought to himself, still as adorably naive as ever, as a smile graced his lips while he rose to face her. Bankai, Qianbin Jingyan. Without further ado, Liyue unleashed her ultimate move. Luffy, witnessing the enchanting cherry blossom realm before him, erupted in laughter. "How beautiful! The blossoms are lovely, but the lady is even more so." Liyue's face flushed crimson at Luffy's words. "Wang Luffy, do not think that your flattery will spare you from being taken back." Jianjing Qianbin Jingyan. Countless blades formed from cherry blossoms surged toward Luffy, reminiscent of Liyue's intent to exact 1,000 cuts upon this scoundrel, observing the barrage of petal-like swords. Luffy shook his head and remarked, "Liyue, if this is all you have, you won't be able to capture me. I told you, you must grow stronger." As his words faded, Luffy transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing behind Liyue, playfully poking her delicate cheek. "You?" Liyue spun around, swinging her fist, but Luffy had already floated backward. With her cheeks burning with embarrassment, Liyue waved her hands, summoning the myriad cherry blossoms back to her side. Zhongjing by Dijian. Liyue's wings unfurled behind her, radiating boundless brilliance as she launched an assault on Luffy. With lightning crackling around him, Luffy split into 8 bolts of electricity. The Bai Dijian managed to slice through 4 of these lightning forms before dissipating, reverting to their blossom-like appearance. "Liyue, you must continue to strive for improvement." Luffy reappeared behind her, affectionately ruffling her hair like an elder brother. With a heavy sigh, Liyue's face was flushed to the point of near bloodshed, a mix of embarrassment and fury causing her breath to quicken. "Prepare to experience my next move. Wang Luffy, Super Kai Fong Qianbin Shen Ji Zhuang Tai." Countless cherry blossoms surged toward Liyue, engulfing her entirely. Luffy stood several dozen meters away, his expression grave as he observed the blossoming cocoon enveloping Liyue. An ominous sensation began to loom over him. If Liyue had previously posed no threat to him, now she exuded an immense sense of danger, one that could potentially be fatal. This was not mere illusion. Thanks to the power of his thunder fruit, Luffy's perception abilities were exceptionally acute. He understood that he must take this seriously. Should he underestimate her, not only would capture be a possibility, but death could also be imminent. As the cherry blossoms enveloping Liyue dispersed, a transformed Liyue emerged, clad in pink battle armor, adorned with a cherry blossom at her brow. Her eyes framed with pink eyeshadow, she wielded a pink Qianbin long sword, surrounded by several rings of cherry blossoms. This was Liyue's current appearance. Qianbin Shen Ji Zhuang Tai. In a flash, Liyue darted forward, and alarm bells rang in Luffy's mind, prompting him to vanish in a bolt of lightning. Boom! Just as Luffy disappeared, Liyue materialized at the very spot he had occupied moments before. This speed. Although Luffy evaded her strike, he was still thoroughly shocked. Liyue's velocity was nearly on par with his own. Shinjan. Before Luffy could fully grasp Liyue's swiftness, she swung her pink Qianbin toward him. Though Liyue's blade was not swung with great speed, it appeared to Luffy as if cherry blossoms were cascading down. Zizi. Just as Luffy pondered Liyue's seemingly slow and aimless attack, a surge of electricity erupted from his chest. His automatic defensive lightning had been triggered. What? Luffy glanced down to find a crimson line appearing on his chest. It must be noted that Luffy had maintained an elemental form. This meant that Liyue's divine strike had not only reached him but had also neutralized his elemental state, forcing his lightning defense to activate. How is this possible? This was Luffy's instinctive thought. Liyue's strike seemed to traverse space itself, landing on his chest in a manner that left him no chance to evade, or even to comprehend. "Wang Luffy, how do you find my move?" Liyue's voice pierced through, her expression devoid of warmth. Luffy did not respond but remained entranced, gazing at Liyue. His fascination was not merely with her exquisite appearance, but rather with the cherry blossoms surrounding her. Within this realm of blossoms, that moment, Luffy understood. Liyue did not traverse space with her strikes. Instead, she executed her attacks through the omnipresent blades of cherry blossom petals within this world. Or rather, for the present Liyue, the world of cherry blossoms is her domain, each petal a manifestation of her blade's extension. As long as Luffy remains within this realm, even if the cherry blossoms do not directly touch him, the mere presence of any cherry blossom allows Liyue to wield her blade, extending its edge from the blossoms to strike directly at Luffy. Moreover, every cherry blossom within this world is fortified, possessing a certain degree of magical disruption. It is only in this manner that Liyue can sever Luffy's elemental form. Luffy, feeling the blood on his chest, suddenly broke into a smile. This is indeed his first time being injured. If that is the case, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Luffy wiped his blood, using it as a catalyst, and unveiled an unprecedented stance. 1,000,000,000 volts. Thunder God, Imperial Sword. Luffy's body transformed into a brilliant blue, surrounded by countless tiny arcs of lightning, and a blood-red lightning sword materialized in his hand. This is the melee stance developed by Luffy, the Thunder God. If the towering 100-meter version of the Thunder God stance bestowed Luffy with a tremendous amplification of power, akin to a cannon form, then this current melee stance grants him unparalleled speed and extraordinary close combat capability. Luffy's blue pupils locked onto Liyue, brimming with combat fervor. Liyue, you have earned my recognition. With that, Luffy vanished, instantly appearing before Liyue, slashing with his sword. Easy bang. Liyue met his strike with her own blade. The collision of their weapons unleashed a torrent of electricity from Luffy's lightning sword, while cherry blossoms cascaded from Liyue's pink thousand cherry blossoms. Bang, bang, bang. Within the cherry blossom world, a blue figure and a pink figure collided with fervor. Although they separated after each encounter, the frequency of their clashes far exceeded ordinary imagination, each collision imbued with unimaginable peril. Should either party fail to withstand the impact, the consequence would be dire, resulting in severe injury or even death. The blue sword light and pink blade light, beneath their infinitely beautiful veneer, were fraught with danger. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. After a quarter of an hour, the pink figure began to slow. As Liyue, who had been exerting herself to the utmost, found her stamina waning. Bang! Luffy harbored no thoughts of mercy, striking with his sword and sending Liyue flying, crashing to the ground. This blow from Luffy was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back for Liyue, rendering her incapable of maintaining the 1,000 cherry blossoms, divine form. First, the pink 1,000 cherry blossoms scattered like petals, followed by the dissolution of her pink armor, revealing Liyue's uniform beneath. And then the cherry blossom at her brow gradually faded, softening her formerly indifferent gaze. Thus, Liyue exited the divine form. Immediately thereafter, the world of cherry blossoms began to dissipate as well, with the 1,000 cherry blossoms returning to their ordinary state. Quietly lying beside Liyue, observing this, Luffy waved his hand, voluntarily releasing the Thunder God stance. He approached Liyue, gazing at her unconscious form on the ground due to exhaustion, and smiled. This version of Liyue is rather adorable. He then knelt, cradling her in his arms, and found a large tree to lean against as he sat down. The next day, Liyue groggily opened her eyes, and the moment she did, she held her breath. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the handsome face of the man before her, as if gilded with a golden edge, rendering her spellbound. Of course, aside from Luffy's striking visage captivating her, the realization that she lay in Luffy's embrace shocked her even more. Glancing at the daylight, Liyue realized she had spent the entire night in Luffy's arms. After recovering from her astonishment, she gazed at Luffy's handsome face, her cheeks flushed, and then, without hesitation, reached out her hand. Do not misunderstand. Liyue was not extending her arms to embrace Luffy, but was instead conjuring a pair of black handcuffs, which she promptly clasped onto Luffy's hands, still closed in slumber, seemingly startled by Liyue's actions. Luffy opened his eyes and met her beautiful gaze. An exchange of emotions. No, rather a pair of bewildered eyes locking onto a pair of joyous ones. Liyue leaped from Luffy's body, her face alight with glee. Wong Luffy. I've captured you. Luffy first raised his hands, shaking the handcuffs on his wrists, and replied with a hint of resignation. Indeed, Liyue, you have captured me. Luffy's words were undeniably true. He had already attempted to utilize his powers, but found that the abilities granted by the Thunder Fruit were entirely inaccessible. The handcuffs Lilia had placed on him were evidently not ordinary. Tio described them as sea prism stone handcuffs would not be an exaggeration. However, they were akin to sea prism stone handcuffs rather than being genuine sea prism stone. For the devil fruits in this world bore no inherent fear of seawater. Luffy had personally tested this when he ventured out to sea. Merely the taste was identical to the description provided. Thus, Luffy was aware that these were not sea prism stone handcuffs. Moreover, these cuffs restricted only Luffy's ability to wield lightning, leaving his other powers unaffected. For instance, Luffy's formidable physique, or Luffy's ability to transform into the three pure ones. The former allowed Luffy to constantly enhance his body using lightning, the culmination of his training enabling him to shatter the handcuffs. The latter would allow Luffy's doppelganger to dissipate and return to his original form. It can be said that while Lilia's handcuffs appeared to confine Luffy, in reality, he could break free from their constraints at any moment. However, these facts must remain concealed, as they clearly contradicted Luffy's intentions. Therefore, Luffy activated his acting skills, feigning helplessness as he uttered the words of being captured by Lilia. Upon hearing Luffy's expression of resignation, Lilia initially rejoiced for a while, but soon her expression turned conflicted. Noticing the turmoil on Lilia's delicate face, Luffy deduced what was troubling her. Lilia's dilemma stemmed from 2 points. Firstly, she had taken advantage of Luffy's unguarded moment to restrain him with handcuffs, limiting his abilities, which felt somewhat unfair and even akin to repaying kindness with enmity. After all, Luffy had cared for her throughout the night without any ill intentions, although the items she carried could have allowed Luffy to act against her. They did not diminish Luffy's assistance. Secondly, she owed Luffy a favor. If Luffy were to use this favor to compel her to release him, it would undoubtedly violate her principles as a member of the world government. These 2 points were the source of Lilia's conflict. Sensing the reason for her turmoil, Luffy chose not to tease her further but instead spoke up. Lilia, I need you to do me a favor right now. Upon hearing this, Lilia's expression grew even more complex. She both wished for Luffy to request her release and feared violating her principles. Yet, Luffy's subsequent words left her utterly astounded. Luffy continued, Lilia, the favor I ask of you is to postpone my death sentence until 3 years later. Lilia exclaimed, her face a mask of confusion. Why? In truth, if you were to ask, it would not be impossible for me to release you. Lilia stuttered, her face slightly flushed with confusion as she uttered these words. At that moment, it was evident that, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of complex emotions, Lilia was leaning towards abandoning her principles in favor of freeing Luffy. However, Luffy shook his head, dismissing Lilia's sentiments. Beneath the sun, a divine general, hand in hand with Luffy, strolled down the path. Were it not for the handcuffs adorning Luffy's wrists, none would suspect they were anything but a couple. Yet, it was precisely due to the handcuffs that such a notion was swiftly dispelled, leading onlookers to perceive him as a captured criminal. Nevertheless, the dialogue exchanged between them transcended the simplicity of a mere arrest. Wong Luffy, do you truly wish for me not to release you? After Luffy's denial, he walked some distance away, leaving Lilia tangled in her concern over his disregard for her goodwill. Lilia, really, it's unnecessary, Luffy replied with a smile. Acknowledging her intentions, if you could assist me in postponing my death sentence for 3 years, I would be immensely grateful. Very well, Lilia responded glumly, her face a canvas of displeasure. For her, merely hinting at Luffy's release was her utmost effort. To actively set him free was far beyond her limits. Thus, Lilia led Luffy back to Regulation City in the afternoon, just as she was about to hand Luffy over to the authorities. A look of sudden realization washed over her. Although Lilia appeared somewhat naive, she was far from foolish. At that moment, she comprehended fully why Luffy had spurned her kindness, intent on courting death. The sole reason for Luffy's actions was clear. He was confident he could escape the death penalty. With this newfound understanding, an indignant Lilia glared at Luffy and demanded, Wong Luffy, speak. Do you possess a means to escape? Observing Lilia's puffed cheeks, Luffy saw no reason to conceal the truth, laughing heartily, Haha, Lilia, you have guessed correctly. 3 years from now, I look forward to seeing a stronger version of you. Remember, you must grow stronger. As he spoke, Luffy affectionately patted Lilia's adorable face before striding towards the entrance, just as the personnel from Regulation City entered. At that moment, despite having the opportunity to evade Luffy's hand, Lilia chose not to, instead watching him make his way into Regulation City with an air of indignation that in that instant, Luffy's silhouette did not evoke the sorrow of a condemned man. Rather, he exuded an aura of nonchalance. Gazing at his relaxed demeanor, Lilia clenched her small fists in frustration. Luffy's actions and demeanor clearly conveyed to her that he had intentionally allowed himself to be captured. I will remember you, Wong Luffy. 3 years hence, I shall capture you using my own strength. Lilia silently vowed in her heart that in truth, Lilia's 1,000 cherry blossom divine form was merely an undeveloped aspect of her abilities. And aside from the divine slash, she possessed no other techniques. This meant that her divine form had yet to reveal its true potency. Consequently, Lilia was confident that within 3 years, she could fully develop her divine form and confront Luffy with its complete power, ultimately capturing him. Nonetheless, there was another pressing matter Lilia needed to attend to, fulfilling her promise to Luffy by helping him postpone his death sentence for 3 years. As a general, Lilia lacked the clout to influence the decisions of the world's largest prison, Regulation City. However, her limitations did not extend to others. Lilia turned and cast a card, summoning the Blue Eyes White Dragon to seek someone capable of assisting her within the military hierarchy of the world government. The rank of Rear Admiral represented the elite, the rank of Vice Admiral was the backbone, and the rank of Admiral constituted the true pillars. Thus, while Lilia, as a Vice Admiral, could not sway Regulation City, an Admiral undoubtedly could. In an office, Admiral Cuddy was analyzing the intelligence before him. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Such an impolite entrance brought a smile to Admiral Cuddy's face. Only his daughter would behave thus, and as a doting father, he felt nothing but joy. Lilia, you're back. How was your outing? Did you enjoy yourself? Admiral Cuddy inquired, his face aglow with concern. Father, I was out capturing a criminal. Lilia shot back, emphasizing the seriousness of her work. Father, I have a matter to trouble you with. Upon hearing this, Admiral Cuddy's smile broadened, for Lilia seldom sought his assistance, leaving him eager to express his paternal affection. Thus, he welcomed her request, as long as it did not involve eliminating other admirals. Admiral Cuddy was the epitome of a devoted father. In that moment, he even mused, if there is a legitimate reason, an admiral could be slain. Lilia shot a weary glance at her father, accustomed to his boundary-less demeanor, and continued, I have captured Wong Luffy. According to those from Regulation City, they intend to sentence him to death, and I need your help to postpone his execution by 3 years. Lilia succinctly articulated her request to Admiral Cuddy. In response, Admiral Cuddy displayed a rare expression of surprise. Wong Luffy has been captured by you? His astonished tone instantly breached Lilia's defenses, causing her cheeks to blush. The flush did not escape Admiral Cuddy's notice, leaving him momentarily stunned. Is there a story behind this? My daughter is blushing over another man? Someone is trying to woo my little cabbage? Someone dares to steal my little cotton-padded jacket. A cascade of thoughts flooded Admiral Cuddy's mind, leaving him with a singular, fervent resolution. Death sentence, death sentence. It must be a death sentence. With such thoughts, Admiral Cuddy disregarded all else and decisively declared, Very well, Lilia, leave this matter to me. Thank you, Father, Lilia replied, her face still flushed, before turning and exiting, watching her retreating figure. Admiral Cuddy gritted his teeth and muttered, You, Luffy, how dare you try to take my daughter away? Your death sentence is now assured. 3 years from now, I shall see how you manage to survive without the intervention of Lu Chifeng. Humph, Lu Chifeng, you certainly raised a fine son. It was evident that Admiral Cuddy not only knew Luffy's true identity, but also recognized Luffy's father, Lu Chifeng. The world may be vast, yet the circles of the elite are remarkably small. How hasty I was. Initially, I merely intended for Lilia to witness the prowess of her peers, yet now it seems I may lose her entirely. Sighs of Admiral Cuddy echoed throughout the office. The following day, the headlines of most newspapers carried a startling announcement. The notorious supernova Pirate King, Luffy, who had escaped from the confines of Regulation City for several days, had been recaptured and sentenced to death, to be executed in 3 years. Ordinarily, the news of Luffy's capture and subsequent death sentence, given his bounty of only a few $100 million, would hardly warrant such widespread reporting. However, the fact that Luffy had escaped from Regulation City, a veritable fortress and the world's largest prison, made it a matter of pride for the world government. Thus, Luffy's successful escape and recapture were seized upon by the world government to serve as a cautionary tale. Consequently, Under the orchestration of the world government, the story of Luffy's capture and death sentence garnered extensive media coverage. In a secluded training chamber, Catherine was roused from her meditation. Since her escape from the clutches of Luffy, she had not ventured outside, dedicating herself entirely to her training in pursuit of vengeance. This relentless focus had left her doting mother in a state of distress, and upon hearing the news of Luffy's capture, she rushed to inform Catherine. To her surprise, however, Catherine, gazing at the newspaper featuring Luffy's visage, displayed no signs of elation. Instead, memories flooded back to that fateful day when Luffy had subdued her, intent on her demise, forcing her to unleash her last resort to escape. Upon reflection, Catherine had come to understand that Luffy's actions had been a mere fade. Though she could not fathom his motives, her feelings towards Luffy transcended the typical disdain for a criminal. They were imbued with complexity. Catherine's determination to train stemmed not from a desire to apprehend Luffy, but rather to surpass him. Thus, when she learned of Luffy's recapture and death sentence, her emotions were anything but joyful. They were fraught with turmoil. As she meticulously read through the article detailing Luffy's plight, her gaze lingered on the phrase execution in 3 years. 3 years, 3 years from now. I shall see if you truly meet your demise, she murmured, setting the newspaper aside to resume her training. An instinctual feeling told her that this 3-year postponement was far from simple. In a lavish chamber within the Lu family estate, a middle-aged man clad in battle armor, his expression as cold as ice, fixated on the newspaper in his grasp. The paper prominently displayed Luffy's face, and this man was none other than his father, Lu Chengfeng. It was difficult to reconcile the ethereal nature of his name with the imposing figure he cut. Anyone glancing at him would immediately recognize him as a warrior, a man forged in the crucible of blood and battle. Lu Chengfeng stared at the image of his son, muttering with indifference, "Luffy, why are you still alive?" Had anyone else been present to hear his words, they would surely have been taken aback. What manner of father yearns for the death of his own flesh and blood? Coughing abruptly, Lu Chengfeng expelled a few droplets of blood onto the newspaper, which he regarded in silence. Above the clouds, a colossal steel warship, the Ark Titan, glided forward. On its deck, beneath the shade of a sun umbrella, Maya reclined in a lounge chair, observing the newspaper in her hands with a tantalizing smile. "Luffy, you've been captured, sentenced to death in 3 years. Should I rescue you, or should I rescue you?" she mused. "But is your capture genuine, or is it a ruse?" Uncle Chengfeng certainly wanted to intervene, so I shall take it upon myself. It's about time for some excitement. These tranquil days are dreadfully dull. In Fidel City, within the villa purchased by Luffy, Qingyun's eyes blazed with intensity as she read the news of his capture, emanating an astonishing aura that resonated through the very air around her. Yajun, upon seeing the article, instinctively placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, declaring, "I will rescue my lord." Qingyun, who had always regarded Yajun with suspicion, surprisingly nodded in agreement, her expression resolute, evidently on the matter of saving Luffy. The two women had reached a consensus and were poised for immediate action. Just as they were strategizing to storm Regulation City and free Luffy, 2 unusual letters arrived in their possession. These letters were deemed special not merely for their form but for their encryption, a unique communication method that could only be deciphered by the intended recipient without damage to the information contained within. Their security and confidentiality made them the preferred choice for high-end communication in this world, albeit at a steep price. Upon confirming their identities, the letters transformed into luminous parchment. "Qingyun, I have been captured. As you are now, you are not yet capable of rescuing me. Therefore, strive to grow stronger. I will await you at the execution ground in 3 years. Yajun." After reading their respective letters, the two women exchanged a knowing glance before discreetly concealing the letters in their garments, turning silently to depart. Outside the villa, Qingyun and Yajun regarded each other, their luggage in hand, and without further exchange, they split off in opposite directions. On this day, 2 young women emerged from Fidel City. Though their paths diverged, their destination remained the same. They would embark on a journey that would lead them to Regulation City in 3 years, utilizing the time to hone their skills to rescue a person they were determined to save. In Coastal City, Onren, having absorbed the news from the newspaper, succumbed to a dark transformation. Fortunately, at that moment, she received a letter from Luffy. Onren recalled his admonition to manage her strength and to grow more beautiful. Even as Luffy had specifically urged her to do so at the end of his letter, she looked up at the sky, gazing into the sunlight, and softly declared, If this world has no place for you, then what significance does it hold for me? If you were to perish, what purpose would this world serve? A world devoid of you is but a hell. On this day, a masked woman set forth from Coastal City. Determined to reach Regulation City within 3 years, it was evident that her journey would be fraught with peril, for Luffy had instructed her to restrain her powers from taking innocent lives. Yet, this world was replete with those who were far from innocent. Onrin resolved to cleanse the path before her, casting these wrongdoers into the depths of hell, ensuring they arrived where they rightfully belonged. With such thoughts in mind, Onrin stepped out from Coastal City to Regulation City. Within a solitary cell, Luffy, deep in meditation, was abruptly awakened. Confused, he was led into an elevator that descended rather than ascended. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. He descended to the depths of the earth, an unprecedented place he had never even heard of. When the elevator came to a halt, a passageway appeared before him, accompanied by the guards of Regulation City. Luffy traversed the lengthy corridor and entered a spacious chamber. Looking up, he beheld a dome as bright as the sky above the surface. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was met with a golden expanse. What an extravagant display! Luffy marveled at the audacity of creating such an environment in the depths of the earth. It was indeed a concept that surpassed the imagination of ordinary individuals. Clang! With a resounding clang, the golden bars before Luffy shut firmly. He found himself confined in a new cell. Luffy gazed silently at the departing personnel of the Rule City, utterly perplexed by their actions. After all this effort, they merely transferred him to a different prison. Nevertheless, accepting his circumstances, he resolved to continue his cultivation. However, just as Luffy settled into a meditative position and closed his eyes, a voice suddenly echoed, "Kid, how did you end up here?" Luffy opened his eyes and looked toward the adjacent cell, where the voice emanated from. Emerging from the shadows was an elderly man, intently staring at Luffy. Awaiting his response, out of courtesy, Luffy replied, "I was caught due to a momentary lapse." "Humph." The old man scoffed with a disdainful chuckle. "You are still too inexperienced, young one." Luffy retorted silently, thinking that the elder spoke as if he himself had never been captured. "What is your bounty, kid?" the old man inquired further. Upon Luffy truthfully revealing his bounty, the old man displayed a scornful expression and remarked, "A small-time pirate worth mere billions, and you consider it an honor to be here?" Perplexed by the elder's words, Luffy questioned, "Is this place truly formidable? It seems no different from above." "Huh?" The old man burst into laughter immediately after Luffy's statement. Once his laughter subsided, he proclaimed with pride, "Indeed, you are a small-time pirate, unaware of this place's significance. This is the underground prison of Rule City, known as the high-level prison of Fangyuan City. Those incarcerated in Rule City are merely petty thieves, with bounties at most in the billions. Yet here, even the most insignificant criminals have bounties exceeding 10 billion. I am Seikong Toshing, the great sky thief with a bounty of 35 billion. I am renowned for stealing anything from the treasures of generals to the intimate garments of your dream goddess, if I desire it. Nothing is beyond my grasp." Luffy was left utterly stunned by the elder's words. "Intimate garments? You wretched old man. How scandalous." He instinctively took a step back, distancing himself from Seikong Toshing, observing Luffy's reaction. Seikong Toshing took pride in it, saying, "Humph. Meeting me is already a stroke of fortune you've earned over 8 lifetimes. Don't think I'm unaware of what a lad your age is thinking, wanting, but too timid to voice it. Don't be shy. There are no outsiders here. Flatter me, and I may teach you a trick or two, and you could emerge as the new great sky thief." Seeing the incessantly chattering Seikong Toshing, Luffy realized the old fellow had likely not conversed with anyone for quite some time, hence his relentless chatter. Luffy knew he could not allow Seikong Toshing to continue. Who knew what else might spill from his lips? Thus, he swiftly redirected the conversation. "You mentioned Fangyuan City. Why is it called that?" Seikong Toshing, eager to showcase his knowledge, explained, That's a tale worth telling. Above ground lies Rule City. Below it is Fangyuan City. The saying without rules, there can be no boundaries refers to these two prisons. The hallmark of Rule City is adherence to regulations. As long as one abides by the rules, they can enjoy a lavish existence, reaping benefits unattainable in other prisons. Fangyuan City, on the other hand, derives its name from the concept of heavenly roundness and earthly flatness. We are confined within a vast square area, while above us rests the hemispherical dome that supports the entire prison. What do you think? Quite an eye-opener. I assent to it. Seikong Toshing raised an eyebrow. anticipating a look of astonishment from Lu Fei. Unfortunately for him, Lu Fei, instead of showing surprise, quickly seized the crux of the matter and questioned. But this does not clarify the relationship between Rule City and Fanyuan City. Moreover, Fanyuan City could easily be constructed above ground without incurring such exorbitant costs to build underground. Taken aback, Sikong Toshing regarded Lu Fei with astonishment. Seemingly impressed by his inquiry. Sigh, he lamented, feeling somewhat defeated. Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. Rule City houses 1,000,000 criminals, toiling daily to generate vast wealth. And where does all that wealth flow? Contrary to your assumptions that it is reclaimed by the world government, it instead descends underground, flowing into Fanyuan City. Everything you see, all that glimmers in gold, is enchanted gold. This type of gold possesses a value far exceeding that of ordinary gold. Known as magical gold. Magical gold can restrict nearly all abilities. The reason Fanyuan City is a high-level prison, able to confine us, is that it is entirely constructed of magical gold. If Rule City has a history of breakouts, then Fanyuan City has never seen a successful escape since its establishment. As Sikong Toshing spoke, his demeanor grew somber. Lu Fei understood the source of his despondency. Being imprisoned in such an inescapable facility nearly signified a lifetime of confinement. Lu Fei wished to pose further questions, but as he began to speak, the morose Sikong Toshing waved his hand and said, "Enough, kid, don't try to pry for more information. Don't think I can't see through your intentions. The fact that I've shared this much is already a great act of kindness on my part." With that, Sikong Toshing retreated into the shadows, completely vanishing from Lu Fei's view. Left with no choice but to remain silent, Lu Fei nevertheless sought to validate Sikong Toshing's assertions by attempting to extend his perception. However, to his dismay, what he prided himself on as an impressive perception could not even breach the confines of his cell. More precisely, his sensory abilities were completely obstructed upon hitting the golden bars before him, rendering the shimmering walls impenetrable. Notably, when Lu Fei was imprisoned, his handcuffs had been removed. This led him to conclude that they held absolute confidence in this place. Even without the restraints of the cuffs, Lu Fei found himself unable to summon lightning or assume elemental form. At present, he was not only limited in wielding the lightning within him, but even his formidable physique was restrained, allowing him to unleash only a fraction of his true power. Fortunately, upon sensing his true trump card, the one Qi transforming 3 purities, Lu Fei discovered that it remained unaffected, bringing him a sense of relief. Indeed, the one Qi transforming 3 purities transcended the constraints of magical gold. As long as it was unrestricted, Lu Fei felt invincible. Thus, he settled back into a meditative posture, recommencing his cultivation, according to Lu Fei's plan. After being captured, he anticipated a safe and undisturbed environment for his training, one that would last for an extended period. Although a slight hiccup had occurred, it was of little consequence. In fact, from a certain perspective, his training environment had become even safer. Just as Lu Fei began to cultivate within Fanyuan City, the father of the young nobleman he had slain caught wind of Lu Fei's presence. Even though Lu Fei had not been ensnared by the tracking mark left by the nobleman's demise, the father still managed to pinpoint Lu Fei's location through the vicinity of the nobleman's death and the traces of the battle. However, as Lu Fei had surmised, the nobleman's father was merely a vice-admiral. Despite his indulgent nature towards his child, he could not interfere with the operations of Rule City or even Fanyuan City. Yet, the thought of his son's demise, while Lu Fei continued to live for another 3 years, festered within him. Consequently, he sought out his own father, the General Qiang. "Father, my son, your grandson, is dead?" "Oh, which of my grandsons?" The General Qiang's words momentarily halted his thoughts, but he quickly recollected his father's temperament and briefly explained about the nobleman that, "Oh, so it's that good for nothing. If he is dead, then so be it." "Why do you seek me?" the general remarked, dismissively. "Do you expect me to resurrect him?" The words of General Qiang once again caused his thoughts to fragment. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and explained the circumstances surrounding the death of the young master by Lu Fei. Upon hearing this, General Qiang waved his hand dismissively and said, "All right, I understand that I shall have them expedite the execution." Hearing this response, a smile finally graced his face. After expressing his gratitude to General Qiang, he turned and departed, observing his son, who held the greatest promise of achieving the rank of general. General Qiang shook his head and murmured to himself, "Son, that worthless fool's death is inconsequential. Focus on enhancing your strength." That is what you ought to prioritize. For General Chiang, who had numerous descendants, a grandson like the young master, deemed utterly useless, was hardly worthy of his concern, even in death. Had it not been for the fact that the young master's father was General Chiang's most accomplished son. And had he not approached him, General Chiang would not have bothered with such trivial matters. However, since he had made a promise, he did not wish to go back on his word. Thus he reached out to the officials in regulated city. Yet, upon doing so, he discovered that the matter concerning Lu Fei had already attracted the attention of General Cuddy. This revelation caused General Chiang to furrow his brow. As fellow generals, if one intervened in an affair first, the other was, by convention, expected to refrain from further involvement. Nevertheless, thinking of his promise to his son, General Chiang reached out to General Cuddy. Typically, if the first intervening general withdrew, the other could then step in. This was the strategy General Chiang intended to employ. Upon receiving communication from General Chiang, General Cuddy was not surprised. In fact, he had been anticipating General Chiang's call for quite some time, concerned about his daughter Liyue being abducted. General Cuddy had thoroughly investigated everything that transpired after Liyue had interacted with Lu Fei. Consequently, General Cuddy not only knew that Lu Fei had killed the young master, but he was also aware of Ren's presence beside Lu Fei. It was precisely because General Cuddy recognized Ren's existence that he felt reassured. He firmly believed that Liyue would never be attracted to a man who had other women around him. Thus, when General Chiang conveyed that his grandson had been killed by Lu Fei and sought a favor from General Cuddy to intervene, General Cuddy resolutely declined. "Cuddy, he has killed my grandson. You refuse to grant me this favor?" General Chiang's voice was noticeably strained with suppressed anger. However, General Cuddy responded nonchalantly. "Oh, come now. You have at least 80 descendants that I would wager the one who was killed is someone you only recently learned the name of. Spare me your pleas." Although General Cuddy spoke the truth, General Chiang could not concede. Thus he continued to assert, "But he is still my grandson." General Cuddy scoffed. "With so many grandchildren of yours, what does the death of one worthless fool matter? My situation is different. This is a rare request from my daughter, and I cannot let her down over the death of a useless grandson." After hearing General Cuddy's words, General Chiang grew even angrier, exclaiming, "My grandson is dead. He is dead. If it were your daughter who had died, would you?" Before General Chiang could finish his sentence, General Cuddy interrupted him, filled with murderous intent. "If you dare touch my daughter, I will wipe out your entire family. Even you shall not be spared." The murderous aura emanating from General Cuddy incensed General Chiang further. "You miserable daughter slave." General Cuddy instinctively retorted, "And you, a mere seed sower." Thus, the two parted ways in anger. However, once the communication ended, the furious expressions on both General Chiang and General Cuddy's faces vanished in an instant, clearly feigned. That daughter-slave Cuddy seems unwilling to relent. "Oh well, let it be done if I must break my word. So be it. After all, he will meet his end in 3 years." General Chiang reflected inwardly as for General Cuddy. After concluding the communication, he revealed a contemptuous smile. "This old fool has spawned quite a few calamities. Eliminating them would not be too much, and he thinks I would relent. Dream on." Of course, General Cuddy's current thoughts were predicated on his certainty that Liyue would never develop feelings for Lu Fei. Had he known that Lu Fei had once spent a night holding Liyue, the situation would have been entirely different. Because General Cuddy intervened, the repercussions left by Lu Fei were also effectively mitigated. In simple terms, Lu Fei's life had genuinely entered a period of tranquility. That is to say, Lu Fei's grand plan was being executed meticulously in the subterranean region of regulated city, the area surrounding the square city. Lu Fei, imprisoned there, resembled a relentless training machine, devoting his days solely to cultivation and sustenance. In Oya City, Lu Fei sat behind the counter of his shop, simultaneously practicing and managing the establishment for the customers entering the store. They were naturally attended to by the mark armor, or more accurately, by the artificial intelligence named Nuan who operated the mark armor. Indeed, after establishing the shop, Lu Fei promptly summoned Nuan to serve as a shop assistant. This arrangement not only enabled Nuan to gather resources more effectively, but also facilitated her learning. The countless visitors and events occurring daily on Oya Island provided Nuan with an excellent learning environment. Furthermore, this unassuming little shop, due to its reasonable prices, amassed a considerable quantity of goods daily. Lu Fei even purchased a warehouse to serve as a transit point for the merchandise, whenever the stock reached a certain threshold. Lu Fei would arrange for cargo airships to transport them back to his stronghold. It could be said that thanks to this shop, the construction of Lu Fei's base had entered a phase of rapid development. Of course, the expenses incurred in acquiring these goods were substantial. However, Lu Fei remained unperturbed, for he had the unexpected fortune bestowed upon him by the young master to thank. The only tangible asset he had taken from the young master was an anonymous bank card, which astonishingly contained 100 billion. This windfall provided Lu Fei with the confidence to make substantial purchases. Moreover, Lu Fei was not without income. The weapons sold in his shop, known for their quality and affordability, were quite popular, resulting in a significant daily turnover. Naturally, some troubles did arise, which was why Lu Fei was stationed there, to resolve minor issues in the central region of Oya Island, within Lu Fei's stronghold. The underground base, one was overseeing the construction of the entire facility according to the established blueprint. At the heart of the base stood a peculiar structure, a cylindrical building with 8 massive pipes extending outward. This was the very heart of the entire facility. A continuous stream of energy emanated from within the cylindrical structure, channeled through the 8 pipes to sustain the operation of the base. If one were to remove the exterior of the cylindrical building, it would be readily identifiable as a colossal arc reactor. However, unlike a conventional arc reactor, this one operated on a human-powered mechanism. As the name suggests, it relied on human effort to function, and that human was none other than Lu Fei. Within the vast arc reactor, Lu Fei radiated immense quantities of electricity, manipulating the lightning to create a formidable constraining magnetic field, thereby facilitating the smooth operation of the arc reactor. This was Lu Fei's second avatar, simultaneously cultivating while acting as the human power source for the arc reactor. The necessity for Lu Fei's involvement arose because, despite Nuan possessing the complete technical framework, the lack of certain materials necessitated that Lu Fei maintain the arc reactor for the time, being that Lu Fei held no objections to this arrangement. As he was, after all, constructing his own stronghold, it was only natural for him to toil for himself. Moreover, it does not impede Lu Fei's normal activities. It merely signifies a change in his cultivation environment. Thus, one of Lu Fei's avatars devotedly engaged in meditation within the confines of the prison in Fanyuan City, while another avatar practiced within the arc reactor of the underground base. Lu Fei's true form remained stationed at his shop in Aoya City, simultaneously cultivating and ensuring the continuous supply of abundant resources to the headquarters in such a manner. A year slipped by imperceptibly. 1 year later, within Aoya City, Lu Fei's business had expanded significantly, as he had acquired several neighboring shops and interconnected them all. His relentless acquisition of items that ordinary people deemed worthless inadvertently garnered a notable reputation for his store. Regrettably, the name it earned was rather unflattering. People referred to it as the garbage recycling station. However, Lu Fei was entirely indifferent to this moniker that circulated in hushed tones. In fact, he secretly relished the idea of it spreading further, as he thrived in silence. Collecting refuse, or resource recycling as it has been historically termed, has always belonged to the realm of prosperity. Frankly speaking, if it were not for the insatiable underground base behind Lu Fei, one could easily proclaim him fabulously wealthy without a hint of exaggeration. Yet, what could Lu Fei do? As a devoted father figure to this voracious child known as the underground base, he could only shed tears while ceaselessly supplying resources, eagerly anticipating the day it would mature. Of course, while nurturing this child, Lu Fei did not overlook the benefits accruing to himself. Throughout the year of persistent acquisitions, some individuals would sell him seemingly inconsequential or unactivated phantasmic items they stumbled upon. Although Lu Fei typically resold these items at a significant markup to fund the underground base's construction, he always reserved the true treasures for himself. Hence, Lu Fei retained a few remarkable possessions. For instance, he currently toyed with a small golden hammer, a veritable gem. Despite its diminutive size, its significance was immense. The hammer of Saint Michel, a hammer imbued with the legacy of the clergy. Initially, Lu Fei regarded it merely as an ordinary trinket. However, the more he handled this small hammer, the more it resembled the battle hammer summoned by the clerics from the toxic milk powder he had previously cultivated. Thus, almost unconsciously, Lu Fei uttered the words, Saint Michel. In that moment, the small hammer was activated. Instead of feeling elated, Lu Fei was instead gripped by a sense of regret as memories flooded back, causing a dull ache in his liver. Fortunately, he came to terms with the fact that, although his liver instinctively rejected the hammer, it could not obscure the undeniable truth of its value. Well, it was clear that he would never wield it himself, just as Lu Fei was idly playing with the golden hammer to pass the time. A small figure, leaning against the wall, entered his shop. "Boss, I heard you take anything." The breathless words and the figure's posture indicated to Lu Fei that business had come knocking. Typically, such individuals would offer him valuable items, often parting with belongings they would usually cherish. Within Huawei delivering resources to the headquarters, it was now Lu Fei's responsibility to manage the shop and attend to customers. Upon sensing a potential lucrative deal, Lu Fei promptly rose and approached the entrance, extending his hand to gently assist the newcomer while saying, "Yes, I accept everything. Price is not an issue." His words sparked a gleam of hope in the small figure's eyes. As they hastily replied, "Then it's settled, boss. I'll sell myself to you. I belong to you now." Taken aback, Lu Fei instinctively withdrew his outstretched hands as if jolted by an electric shock, leaping back to create distance. In all his time running the shop, this was the first encounter he had had with a customer proposing to sell themselves outright. After creating some space, Lu Fei scrutinized the small figure before him. With unkempt hair that had not been washed in days, grayish hands, and tattered clothing, the figure embodied the quintessential image of a vagabond. Had it not been for Lu Fei recognizing the garments as those of a church servant, he might have simply dismissed the individual. That a church indeed existed in Aoya City, but it was not one devoted to any particular sect. Rather, it was a sanctuary for orphaned children. Lu Fei's familiarity with the attire stemmed from his dealings with the church, which often sent orphans to scavenge and then sell their finds to him. Lu Fei had no qualms accepting even the most useless items from them, generously trading substantial living supplies in return. Thus, upon recognizing the church's clothing, Lu Fei understood that the newcomer was a servant of the church. This realization led him to inquire, "Isn't the church currently well-stocked with food? Why are you here?" His confusion was justified. With the resources he provided, the church should be free from hunger. So why was there a servant resembling a homeless person standing before him? "I was cast out," came the small figure's response, followed by an explanation. "They didn't deny me food. Rather, I ate too much, so they sent me to find you." Eaten too much? Lu Fei regarded the small figure with skepticism, replying, "Since they sent you, I suppose I shall accept you." With a mindset of helping whenever possible, Lu Fei decided to take in this unusual customer who had come to sell themselves. Half an hour later, Lu Fei's eyes widened as he watched Milna, the girl who had identified herself as someone who ate excessively, devouring food without restraint at the counter. Originally, Lu Fei had been unconcerned about Milna's voracious appetite, thinking that with his resources, sustaining one additional eater would be trivial. However, witnessing her consume quantities several times her own body weight, he began to comprehend the rationale behind her expulsion. After 2 hours of relentless eating, just as Lu Fei contemplated the possibility of being financially drained, Milna finally paused, satisfied, and declared, "Master, I belong to you now." Lu Fei took a deep breath, affirming to himself that Milna was undoubtedly a human with the lineage of a Snorlax. The Snorlax, a remarkable species capable of enhancing their strength through consumption. As Milna indulged, Lu Fei could sense her aura growing stronger, indicating that she could indeed grow more powerful through food. Yet, aside from this astonishing revelation, it was Milna's insatiable appetite that truly astonished Lu Fei. 2 continuous hours of eating without a single moment's pause, consuming hundreds of kilograms of food, it was as if she possessed a legendary dimensional stomach. Thus, when Milna cheerfully declared her allegiance, Lu Fei was not at all exhilarated. Rather, he subconsciously interpreted her words as, "Master, from now on, your food belongs to me." Despite feeling a chill of trepidation, Lu Fei maintained a calm facade. He inhaled deeply and nodded, saying, "You need to be well fed to have the energy to work." Milna's eyes sparkled with delight at his words, and she exclaimed, "Really, can I eat my fill?" The sight of her never-sated expression sent beads of cold sweat cascading down Lu Fei's brow. "So you mean to say, after eating so much, you still aren't full?" Even a Snorlax would only consume 400 kg. Nevertheless, once uttered, words cannot be taken back. Lu Fei smiled through his tears and replied, "Of course, eat more, fill yourself up." Then, under Lu Fei's watchful gaze, Milna continued her feast until dusk fell, only pausing to let out a satisfied burp when Enhwa returned. "Master, I'm full now," Milna said contentedly. Subsequently, Lu Fei closed the shop and, accompanied by Milna and Enhwa, headed to the training room. He first instructed Inwa to record the data before pointing to a metallic block within the room, addressing Milna, "Go pick that up." As he observed Milna obediently approaching the metallic block, Lu Fei thought to himself, "After consuming so much of my food, if you don't possess some genuine skill, tomorrow you'll be sweeping the streets." Behind Milna, the mask of Mark's armor glowed with a cerulean light, intently scanning Milna's movements. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Fei and the woman, Milna effortlessly lifted a metallic block from the ground and presented it before Lu Fei. Observing this scene, Lu Fei squinted. This metallic block was no light weight, weighing at least a ton. When Lu Fei first encountered Milna, he was convinced she was an ordinary person. Merely a hearty meal had elevated her physique to this degree. Although Milna's consumption was somewhat exaggerated, it could not be denied that her prodigious appetite aligned perfectly with her remarkable growth potential. Lu Fei gazed at Milna before him and chuckled. Was this not a talent delivered to his doorstep? In the city of Oya, within the church, Milna, guided by the hand of fate, sought to seize the power that was rightfully hers. A nebulous figure stood by the window, gazing outside towards Lu Fei's shop. Clearly, Milna's arrival was no mere coincidence, but rather a carefully orchestrated event, unbeknownst to Lu Fei. However, even if Lu Fei were aware, he would not be concerned, for he would certainly not let such a talent slip through his fingers. After all, once something was within his grasp, could it possibly escape? Unthinkable. As Lu Fei reveled in his newfound talent, the three women, setting forth towards the city of rules because of him, each encountered their own unique opportunities. The masked Onrin stood barefoot upon the earth, surrounded by a hellish scene, where countless demons suffered their torments. Before her loomed three blood-red statues, besieging a land bandit with a bounty of 25 billion. Onrin paid no heed to the battle. Instead, she looked skyward and murmured, "My lord, I can hardly wait to present myself to you." At that moment, Onrin was free of any scars or blemishes. Her form, viewed through the lens of humanity, epitomized the image of a flawless goddess. This assertion stemmed from the fact that the land bandit, engaged in combat with the statues, could not resist the allure of Onrin's exposed feet. Onrin was well aware of this fact. It was precisely this awareness that fueled her desire to unveil her perfection to Lu Fei. Regrettably, Lu Fei was currently imprisoned and unable to witness her. The mere thought of Lu Fei's confinement ignited a fierce anger within Onrin. As her fury surged, the tortures within hell intensified dramatically. The anguished cries of the condemned demons echoed to the heavens. Sensing Onrin's wrath, the three statues ceased their conflict and merged into a colossal figure, which, under the fearful gaze of the land bandit, struck down with a mighty hand. A gigantic swastika shattered the bandit's defenses and crashed upon him. In the blink of an eye, the notorious land bandit was left gasping for breath. Soon after, he was bound and dragged away by the demon soldiers to face his punishment. That moment, Onrin's hell was populated not only by demons and soldiers, but also by higher-ranking generals clad in armor, composed of those whose bounties exceeded 10 billion. Naturally, even as generals, they were not exempt from punishment. However, they could mitigate their own torments by dragging others, who were also destined for hell, down with them, a form of atonement through merit. Hence, it was foreseeable that Onrin would soon acquire an additional general. Having effortlessly dispatched a land bandit, Onrin closed the gates of hell. As the infernal scenes dissipated, she walked barefoot upon the earth, step by step advancing toward the city of rules. If one were to closely observe Onrin's feet, they would notice that they bore no trace of dust, and with each step, her aura grew ever stronger. Although this increase was subtle, the cumulative effect was nothing short of extraordinary. Were Lu Fei present to witness Onrin's current state, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Onrin, still as the earth, her contemplation as profound as the earth's guardian. Onrin, the earth, the guardian. These elements intertwined to define Onrin's present condition. It was evident that Onrin had acquired a greater share of the guardian's strength. Thus, she continued her journey, each step rendering her stronger, each step refining her perfection. Meanwhile, near a mountain peak, an intense battle neared its conclusion. Seismic rupture. Qingyun unleashed a powerful punch at the empty bandit group before her. A white aura manifested around her fist, and as she struck the air, countless fissures began to spread from her point of impact. In an instant, the ground before Qingyun cracked open, and the adjacent mountain crumbled, sending a cascade of debris crashing down. With a deafening roar, the earth split asunder. The entire bandit group had no time to react before being buried beneath the falling stones and the ruptured earth. With a single punch, Qingyun had transformed the terrain. Surveying the battlefield, Qingyun confirmed that no living soul remained before she leisurely approached a large chest nearby. This chest was the spoils of the bandit group, originally intended for escape via airship, which had been shot down by pursuers, leading to a desperate struggle between the bandits and their hunters. Just as the bandits dispatched their pursuers, Qingyun arrived at this location, ready to continue her journey to the City of Rules. After assessing the situation, Qingyun deemed there was no need to alter her path and prepared to traverse the battlefield directly. However, her actions were misinterpreted by the bandits, who mistook her for a pursuer and immediately launched an attack. Thus, the attacked Qingyun retaliated with a punch aimed at the bandit group. The result was that Qingyun found herself unwittingly caught in a situation where the clamoring conflict between two parties would ultimately benefit a third. Indeed, it was entirely involuntary. If one were to disregard Qingyun's decisive targeting of the highest value treasure. In summary, Qingyun stood as the sole survivor on the battlefield, and as the victor, she naturally held the final say. Approaching the chest, she curiously examined its exterior, confirming its resistance to normal opening methods before delivering a swift blow with her small fist. With a resounding crack, countless tiny fissures spread from her impact. And as the chest became riddled with cracks, a soft sound heralded its shattering into a heap of fragments. Once the exterior of the chest had been destroyed, a 1-meter-tall golden cage was revealed. Upon seeing the golden cage, Qingyun immediately recognized it as being forged from devil gold, indicating its considerable value. However, Qingyun was not one to be entranced by mere appearances. After casting a glance at the cage, she shifted her focus to the creature imprisoned within. Inside the cage was a pitch-black humanoid figure, currently curled up within. Even the sunlight that fell upon this being seemed to be absorbed. Regrettably, Qingyun held no interest in investigating this shadowy entity. Without hesitation, she pried open the cage and expelled the dark figure. As she did so, she casually crushed the devil gold cage into a large solid gold sphere with her bare hands, all the while declaring, "Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. Run swiftly now, lest you be captured again." Before long, Qingyun gazed with satisfaction at the solid gold sphere before her, wrapped it in cloth, and hefted it onto her shoulder, preparing to sell it in the next city. However, as she turned to depart toward the next city, she noticed that the dark figure had not left but was instead curiously following her. Qingyun halted, scrutinizing the dark figure with disdain. "Why have you not departed? I have no need for you." At this moment, the shadowy figure spoke. "Do you not recognize me?" Before the figure could finish, Qingyun interjected, "Spare me the details. You're a member of the Shadow Clan, aren't you? The so-called strongest assassin, the perfect doppelganger, the bodyguard. Your kind has an abundance of titles, since you know who I am. Why did you let me go?" The dark figure, having been identified, was utterly perplexed. "So you are fortunate," Qingyun remarked with an inexplicable tone. "If it had been a year ago, I would have sold you off in a heartbeat. Like those who sought to capture you, I encountered an individual of great significance, one who bestowed upon me strength and compelled me to offer my very life in exchange. This person transformed my existence and reshaped my thoughts. Thus, in this moment of meeting you, I would not seize you to sell to others, even though I am acutely aware of your immense worth. Therefore, I implore you to depart swiftly, if fortune favors you. Perhaps you may encounter someone akin to that influential figure. Though such a prospect seems improbable, with a tone imbued with equal parts nostalgia and pride, Qingyun expressed these sentiments. After speaking, Qingyun continued her journey forward. Unperturbed by the value of the pure black creature, the pure black creature gazed at Qingyun's retreating figure, enveloped in silence. It stood at a crossroads, faced with two options. The first, as Qingyun suggested, to flee hastily and pray for evasion from capture. Yet this seemed exceedingly difficult, for its considerable value rendered it a target for all who laid eyes upon it. The second option was to follow Qingyun, the sole individual it had encountered who harbored no intention of selling it. Perhaps I might accompany her to meet the one who transformed her, the pure black creature mused, hastening to keep pace with Qingyun. It then spoke. "I am profoundly grateful for your rescue, but I must, with all due respect, make a humble request." Qingyun did not pause, nor did she glance back, responding, "If your request is for me to protect you, then I must decline, as I am eager to meet my benefactor." "No," the pure black creature countered, refuting Qingyun's assumption that my request is not so unreasonable. "Rather, I wish to accompany you for a time. If possible, I would like to meet your esteemed benefactor. During this time, I hope to become your shadow and assist you in resolving minor troubles as a token of gratitude, with a tone of earnest supplication. The pure black creature articulated its request. Qingyun pondered for a moment. Then, upon seeing the hopeful gaze of the pure black creature, nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall temporarily take you along. With this nod, it seemed as though a silent accord had been reached, and the pure black creature stepped forth, merging seamlessly into Qingyun's shadow. Once enveloped within the shadow, the pure black creature felt an immense surge of power coursing through it. Derived from Qingyun herself, a member of the Shadow Clan, its value lay in the ability to harness the strength of any being it became a shadow to. Furthermore, its innate talents were activated, enabling it to traverse the void within shadows. This is why the Shadow Clan is renowned for producing the most formidable assassins, after all, who would guard against their own shadow. Similarly, once integrated into a shadow, even if not acting as an assassin, they would excel as bodyguards. The title of stand-in arises from their capacity to absorb a lethal blow on behalf of the being they shadow. Due to these attributes, members of the Shadow Clan are immensely valuable, prompting all who encounter them to covet them fiercely. However, the transition into a shadow is contingent upon mutual consent. The request made earlier and Qingyun's subsequent nod fulfilled this condition. Having become Qingyun's shadow and adapted to her power, it emerged from the shadow and expressed, "Thank you." Qingyun nodded slightly, offering no further words, and continued her path. Yet, the slight curvature of her eyes, coupled with the mischievous glint within them, revealed her mood's delight. Were Lu Fei present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the legendary strategy of feigned capture. This route is impassable. To traverse it, one must ensure the gentlemen are pleased. If one lacks the means to amuse the gentlemen, then remaining behind to entertain them shall suffice. Ha ha ha. In the valley, a group of bandits beheld the delicate form of Yajun and erupted into wicked laughter. Clearly, this band of brigands deemed Yajun's beauty, regardless of gender, as an invitation to indulge in their desires. However, what awaited them was not the anticipated terror of screams, but rather the swift draw of Yajun's blade. All things reduced to ashes, the blade flows like fire. A fiery arc of light flashed before their eyes, followed by a sweeping wave of searing flames. The bandits who obstructed Yajun's path did not even have time to scream before being instantly reduced to ash by the overwhelming heat. The drawing and sheathing of the blade transpired within a single heartbeat. Yajun strode forward, casting not a glance at the remnants of ash below. These individuals were unworthy of her pause. Only upon traversing the valley and reaching the lake's edge did Yajun finally halt. Sitting gracefully upon the frost-kissed sky, Yajun drew forth the ice wheel, striking the lake's surface with a single slash, cleaving the water in two and instantly freezing it. She surveyed the parted waters, as if deliberating over choices, before with a flick of her wrist, sending forth an icy chain that soared into the depths. Moments later, the chain returned, ensnaring a dozen fish of various kinds. It was revealed that Yajun's actions were merely a quest for ingredients. With the catch secured, the ice that had imprisoned the lake dissipated, and the divided waters gradually closed. Yajun then located a sizable stone by the lakeside, cleared it of debris, and unwrapped her bundle to reveal an array of seasonings. Subsequently, she flung the fish into the air, and with a flurry of blade flashes, they transformed into neatly sliced fillets. After a quarter of an hour, Yajun surveyed the array of dishes prepared atop the stone and began to savor her creations. This was Yajun's journey towards the City of Rules, honing her culinary skills while practicing her blade techniques. However, as she relished her own dishes and contemplated further improvements, an unexpected event transpired. The alluring aroma of her cooking wafted through the air, drawing the attention of a nearly meter-high egg that rolled towards her from afar. Witnessing this scene, Yajun quietly placed her hand upon the hilt of her blade. Is this to be an addition to my meal? As Yajun contemplated the large egg that had rolled before her, it paused before several dishes, swaying its form as if critiquing the culinary offerings. Seemingly satisfied with the dishes, the egg tilted, preparing to feast. However, an awkward predicament ensued. The egg, lacking a mouth, was utterly unable to consume anything. It began to shake, as if some creature within was battering against the shell. Even Yajun could discern the creature's impatience, eager to break free. Yet, despite its relentless attempts to escape, the shell remained an unyielding barrier, sealing it within. Consequently, the creature's agitation grew more intense. Nevertheless, restlessness alone could not shatter the shell, and Yajun watched as the egg trembled violently. Suddenly, the egg's movement ceased, tilting to face Yajun. The once passive observer felt a peculiar sensation, as if the creature within had fixed its gaze upon her. Just as confusion washed over Yajun, the egg abruptly leaped towards her. Alas, not sensing any malice, Yajun was knocked to the ground by the egg, letting out a pained gasp. Rubbing her forehead, which was sticky with blood, she glared at the egg, only to find it smeared with her own crimson. Strangely, the egg began to emit a dim glow upon contact with her blood. With a crack, fissures appeared on the egg's surface, spreading rapidly. Moments later, to Yajun's astonishment, the egg fully shattered, revealing a golden hatchling dragon that leapt forth. Heading straight for the array of dishes atop a large stone, the golden hatchling devoured the food voraciously. The remnants of the egg disintegrated into the air, and Yajun felt a profound connection to the creature. Simultaneously, the knowledge of the golden hatchling flooded her mind. It was a dragon of delicacies, also known as a gourmand dragon, a wondrous being imbued with culinary cells. Consuming exquisite food would enhance its strength. Note: as a gourmand, it would revel in delightful dishes but could easily succumb to rage at unpleasant fare. At that moment, Yajun understood that this gluttonous young dragon had been lured by her culinary creations, even going so far as to forge a bond with her to emerge from its shell. The benefits of this contract were clear. Yajun would gain the culinary cell enhancement of the dragon of delicacies. Henceforth, she too could grow stronger through the art of gastronomy. With this newfound understanding, Yajun rose from the ground and joined the dragon in savoring the delectable dishes. Together, they swiftly consumed the entire spread. The dragon of delicacies then stared at Yajun, pointing at its mouth with its claw. Abba abba. Recognizing the newborn's hunger, Yajun chuckled and replied, "All right, I understand. Just wait a moment." She then approached the lakeside, repeating her earlier action of parting the water, this time selecting larger fish to sate the dragon's appetite. As Yajun prepared the meal, the dragon hopped anxiously beside her, eager to eat, occasionally nudging Yajun with its head to hasten her efforts. Observing the dragon's fervor, Yajun playfully patted its head, declaring, "You little glutton, from now on, your name shall be Etain." Thus, the dragon of delicacies acquired its own name. However, being still quite young, it remained oblivious to the significance of this designation. Fixated solely on the food. An hour later, with all the food devoured, Etain lay on the ground, contentedly patting its full belly, utterly at ease. Yajun glanced at Etain and then at the sky, deciding to rest for the day. Yet, with ample time before sleep, she did not squander the moment. Instead, she brandished her knife at the lake's surface, not in a manner that would unleash her powers, for to do so would either freeze the lake or evaporate it entirely. Onren walked barefoot upon the earth, heading towards Guju City. Qing Yun, accompanied by the beings of the Shadow Clan, made various offerings as they journeyed to Guju City. Yajun, alongside Etain, practiced her culinary skills while also honing her own abilities on the way to Guju City. They shared a common goal and were engaged in the same pursuit: to rescue Luffy by growing stronger and acquiring greater power to fulfill this mission. This was the very essence of Luffy's plan. He aimed to use this opportunity to propel them towards greater strength. Naturally, Luffy himself did not lag behind, diligently training with his two avatars while also overseeing the construction of the underground base. As the second year passed, within the city of Ioya, Luffy's shop had expanded significantly. In fact, it had garnered fame across the entirety of Aoya Island. A dozen shops lined either side, each specializing in the acquisition of various items. Within each establishment, several figures cloaked in robes and masked faces busied themselves, either evaluating the worth of their acquisitions or verifying newly emerged items. It was evident that these individuals were disguised as mark armors, all under the manipulation of the artificial intelligence known as N1. Meanwhile, Luffy presided over the main store, which dealt in unactivated illusionary items, while also selling an array of melee weapons. Beside him sat a statuesque woman, voraciously consuming food with an insatiable appetite. Indeed, anything that entered her mouth, be it bones or otherwise, vanished without a trace, as though she possessed no unchewable morsel. Luffy observed her wild eating habits, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her ample bosom, leading him to question whether all her nourishment had concentrated there. This extraordinarily well-endowed and gluttonous woman was none other than Milna, who had sold herself to Luffy. Luffy's gaze did not escape Milna's notice. However, rather than feeling bashful, she proudly puffed out her chest and shot him a provocative glance. Luffy raised an eyebrow, but upon seeing N1 seated nearby, he could only grumble internally. if it weren't for the fear of corrupting N1. I'd show you the consequences of your provocation. That Lu Fei's avoidance of conflict only served to embolden Milna, who flashed a bright smile. Thus, the day came to a close with Milna's triumph. As night fell. Just when Lu Fei thought he would spend another ordinary evening of training, a knock echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Before Lu Fei could rise to answer, the door swung open, revealing Milna's tall silhouette, exuding an air of dominance under the moonlight. Master, I have something to discuss with you. Instinctively, Lu Fei's mind conjured a notorious scene. Your Majesty, I have come to attend to your needs. Fortunately, Milna's physique dispelled that image, and Lu Fei deemed it a worthy encounter. Ahem, back to the point. What is it? After Milna spoke, Lu Fei inquired. Without answering, she stepped into the room and locked the door behind her with an audible click, hearing the crisp sound of the lock. Lu Fei's heart raced. This visitor does not bring good tidings. Milna gazed at Lu Fei, who was seated cross-legged on the bed, and a dazzling smile illuminated her face. Subsequently, Milna took a bold step forward, her body leaping into the air as she lunged towards Lu Fei, exclaiming, Master, I'm here. Upon witnessing Milna hurtling towards him, Lu Fei furrowed his brow and remarked, Flattery without cause is but a guise for treachery. He extended his finger towards the airborne Milna and declared, Thunderstrike. A bolt of lightning shot forth from his fingertip, instantly striking Milna, who cried out, Ah! As the grotesque scream echoed, she fell to the ground before Lu Fei, her body enveloped in smoke. Master, how ruthless you are. I've lost my chest, Milna lamented, rising from the ground with a mournful expression, rubbing her chest while complaining. Humph, Lu Fei let out a cold snort, feigning composure as he retorted, Speak of matters at hand, and refrain from these antics. I am a serious person. Before he could finish his sentence, Milna suddenly leaped up and wrapped her arms around him. Feeling his right hand engulfed in softness, Lu Fei hurriedly pressed his left hand against Milna's approaching lips. Observing the situation spiraling into unpredictability, Lu Fei warned, Milna, reveal your intentions at once, or I shall not hesitate to take decisive action. Upon hearing this, Milna ceased her advances and, feeling slightly embarrassed, confessed, Master, I merely desire your golden hammer. Lu Fei looked at Milna in silence for a moment before responding, If you want it, just ask. There's no need for such theatrics. To be fair, had it not been for the past year during which Lu Fei had come to understand that Milna was but a brash and simple-minded creature akin to a living Kirby, he might have misconstrued her antics tonight as something more sinister. Of course, they were still suspect, but at least they posed no threat to Lu Fei. Hee, Milna giggled sheepishly, Isn't this a form of offering myself to you? Master, I thought I would make you happy first, and then ask for that little hammer. Happy? Lu Fei remarked grumpily, tapping Milna's head with his left hand, confirming that her intellect resided solely in her chest and not an ounce in her brain. Before stating, Enough of this self-sacrifice, simply do your job properly. Without hesitation, Lu Fei retrieved the golden hammer from his bosom and handed it to Milna. Thank you, Master. Muah! Milna exclaimed as she accepted the golden hammer, surveying it with delight before unexpectedly planting a kiss on Lu Fei and retreating to the center of the room. After being caught off guard by the stolen kiss, Lu Fei disdainfully wiped the saliva from his face. In truth, he could have dodged but had let his guard down. Milna, clutching the golden hammer in the center of the room, seemed to intuitively grasp its usage without any guidance from Lu Fei. She held the hammer tightly with both hands, closed her eyes, and focused intently. In an instant, the golden hammer began to glow, and golden light radiated from it, enveloping Milna in a luminous aura. Buzz! The golden hammer vibrated violently, as if breaking some kind of seal. The next moment, a brilliant beam of golden light shot forth from the hammer, soaring into the sky. This was the light of inheritance. Fortunately, Lu Fei had previously set up lightning within the room to intercept the ascending beam. Otherwise, this place would have instantly transformed into a haven for pirates. Heaven knows how many pirates were currently in the city of Oya, though the beam of golden light did not breach Lu Fei's lightning barrier. It manifested as a golden pillar, completely encasing Milna. The blinding brilliance compelled Lu Fei to squint his eyes. While he could not see Milna within the golden column, he could observe countless ethereal angels emerging within it. It was evident that Saint Michael was bestowing his power upon Milna. Saint Michael, the angel who established the clerical system in the underground city, possessed an unimaginable power of holy light. Watching the apparitions of these angels, A knowing smile crept across Lu Fei's lips. A pirate crew naturally requires a healing profession. A healer or a support character is indispensable that I in Lu Fei's plan. Milna was the ideal candidate for this role. Perfectly suited in both physique and character, Lu Fei could already foresee that once the golden pillar dissipated, his team would gain a healing profession, thus filling a crucial void. However, to Lu Fei's utter astonishment, when the golden pillar faded, the Milna that emerged was not the nurturing healer he had envisioned, but rather a paladin wielding an enormous golden warhammer. Lu Fei stared blankly at this unexpected transformation. His mind a whirlwind of confusion. Where is my healer? My healing profession? My resurrection ability? Who will ensure my safety as I recklessly pursue adventure? A flurry of questions filled Lu Fei's mind, illustrating the disparity between plans and reality. While Lu Fei was momentarily taken aback by Milna's new form, she, on the other hand, was thoroughly pleased with her current appearance. She swung the golden warhammer a couple of times, reveling in its formidable weight before realizing that the weapon was merely a manifestation of her newfound abilities. This scene sparked a flicker of hope within Lu Fei. Perhaps she could still conjure a cross and transform into a healer? Clinging to this hope, Lu Fei inquired, Milna, do you have any weapon resembling a cross? To his dismay, Milna shook her head vigorously and replied, No, why would I want something like a cross? Earlier, an angel told me to choose either a hammer or a cross. Naturally, I chose the hammer. Just imagine how exhilarating it would be to smash enemies with it. Ha ha ha. Milna burst into a boisterous laugh, reveling in her decision. However, her triumphant demeanor soon led to Lu Fei's wrath. He swiftly seized her, pinning her down on the chair, and delivered a series of smacks to her backside. This is what you get for choosing the hammer, for not selecting the cross, for thinking you could just smash everything. With each reprimand, he struck Milna, who responded with cries of ouch, ouch, ouch. After 2 minutes, Lu Fei finally released her. With no other options left, he could only vent his frustrations. Once freed, Milna covered her backside with her hands, looking utterly aggrieved as she lamented, Master, you never mentioned I should choose the cross. Hearing this, Lu Fei's irritation flared anew as he scolded her. Look at your chest. Now think about your brain. Aren't you naturally suited to be a healer? Why choose a hammer instead of a cross? Are you intending to smash in people's skulls? In response to Lu Fei's chastisement, Milna proudly puffed out her chest, clearly pleased with her development. Master, that's exactly what I was thinking. With you backing me, I can charge in recklessly. Besides, even if I can't heal others, I can certainly heal you. Milna's words left Lu Fei speechless, feeling as though his face had been run over by a freight train. Realizing he was no match for Milna's reasoning, Lu Fei could only wave his hand in defeat. Fine, a hammer it is. Just work hard at it. Yes, master, she replied eagerly, upon witnessing the incident come to a close. Myrna joyfully departed. Gazing at Myrna's retreating figure, Lu Fei surmised that she would likely indulge in a night filled with revelry. The following morning, Lu Fei encountered Myrna, who sported 2 dark circles beneath her eyes, her visage betraying signs of excessive fatigue. Oh, dear, I am so hungry, Myrna exclaimed as she flung herself onto Lu Fei, clinging to him as if her very existence depended on it. Observing her state, Lu Fei had no doubt that if he failed to provide her with sustenance, she might well consider consuming herself. Consequently, he dragged the koala-like Myrna to the nearest eatery. The proprietor of the restaurant had just opened for business and was lamenting the lack of customers. However, upon spotting Myrna clinging to Lu Fei, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Well, today I need not worry about business. It was evident from the owner's expression that Myrna's appetite had garnered a reputation far and wide. True to form, 2 hours later, the restaurant stock was entirely depleted, and the owner, drenched in sweat yet elated, bid farewell to Lu Fei and Myrna. As he watched their figures vanish from sight, he muttered softly, If she were to come every day, my fortune would be but a dream away. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly hushed words were clearly heard by both Lu Fei and Myrna. However, their reactions were starkly different. Lu Fei wore a knowing smile, while Myrna immediately clung to his arm, pressing herself against him, and pitifully pleaded, Oh dear, though I may eat a tad too much, I am quite diligent in my work. Furthermore, I can bring you joy. Myrna's brazen words sent a chill down Lu Fei's spine, prompting him to decisively flick her forehead, urging her to regain her composure. Cease your steam-powered antics. My face has been flattened by you. Steam-powered antics? What is that? Myrna inquired, her curiosity piqued. Faced with her confusion, Lu Fei could only explain, It refers to a vehicle that emits a whoosh sound when in motion. Time flew by, and before long, the 3-year deadline drew near. In the heart of Oya Island, within Luffy's underground base, the arc reactor's tests were completed, confirming it was ready for activation. Niwa reported to Luffy. Before them, a colossal arc reactor began to glow with a brilliant blue light. After nearly 3 years of effort, Niwa had finally gathered all the necessary materials for the arc reactor. This meant that a complete arc reactor would be established within the underground base. Independent of Luffy's manual operation. Activate the system, Luffy commanded. Subsequently, the enormous circular core of the arc reactor gradually illuminated from its center. Soon, the entire reactor radiated a bright blue light. Arc reactor activation complete. Energy output is being monitored. Energy output is stable and meets requirements. Arc reactor number 1 is officially connected to the base's energy supply. A series of actions unfolded. And the energy from the arc reactor was continuously channeled into the base's energy system through numerous conduits. The successful activation of the arc reactor held tremendous significance for Luffy. It signified that, from this moment forward, even in his absence, the underground base would function normally. This realization allowed Luffy to depart with peace of mind. Heading towards Rule City to face his own fate. Admittedly, this sounded peculiar, yet it was the reality. Of course, while Luffy's true self would depart, he would leave behind a clone to oversee matters here. At Oya City's port, Luffy, adorned with a metallic mask, appeared alongside Mura. As Luffy made his entrance, the onlookers at the port cast him reverent glances. Some newly arrived pirates, bewildered, inquired of those around. "Who is this masked figure? You all seem to hold him in high esteem." The surrounding individuals responded, "You don't recognize him. He is the owner of the largest acquisition store on all of Oya Island. Supporting a significant portion of the island's lower-class populace, he can purchase anything. His acquisition stores are scattered across the entire island. Anything. Is that not merely garbage collection?" A worldly pirate blurted out. However, as soon as his words left his lips, he was met with scornful glares from those around him. "Garbage collection? You have no idea how much he acquires daily. Do you see those metallic ships around? They all belong to him. Each of those ships is worth over 100 million. And even if you wanted to buy one, you couldn't." These metallic vessels, along with the mask adorning his face, symbolized his power. The volume of goods transported by these ships daily is beyond what you could ever fathom. "You dare call that garbage collection?" Despite hearing this, the pirate remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with greed. Clearly, the allure of a ship worth 100 million had ignited his insatiable desire. Observing the avaricious glint in the pirate's eyes, those around him shook their heads, lamenting, "Another fool seeking his own demise. Who do you think you are, trying to provoke someone with such a formidable influence on Oya Island?" Yet, the pirate, blinded by greed, paid no heed to their warnings. Watching as Luffy and Mirn aborted one of the metallic warships, he promptly returned to his own pirate vessel. Upon his return, he reported the news to his captain. Upon hearing that a ship alone was valued at 100 million, the captain was struck with greed as well. Thus, he waved his hand decisively and commanded the ship to set sail. "Let us go and seize our fortune." Amidst the cheers of the pirates, their ship followed Luffy's metallic warship out of the port. Within the metallic warship, Luffy reclined in a chair while Mirna simultaneously massaged him and stuffed her mouth with food. Truly, a case of working hard while enjoying a meal. At that moment, Niwa's voice echoed on the ship. "Report. A vessel is tracking us from behind. Please advise." With his eyes closed, savoring the massage, Luffy first opened them to survey the sky. The weather was splendid, and his spirits were equally high. He contemplated sparing their lives. Thus, Luffy spoke. "Increase speed and shake them off." "Understood," Niwa replied, and the speed of the metallic warship doubled on the pirate ship. The lookout shouted, "Captain, the ship ahead has accelerated." "Damn, it's moving fast. Accelerate." "Humph," the pirate captain scoffed. "Doesn't he know who I am? He thinks he can escape before me? Not a chance." The captain's imposing words drew cheers from his crew. For he was known as the air cannon and had a bounty of 1 billion. The captain moved to the stern, instructing his crew, "Hold on tight." The pirates quickly found something to cling to, pressing themselves against the ship. Then, standing at the rear, with his back to the vessel, he extended his arms and activated his powers. The white light glowed from his hands as vast amounts of air converged and compressed. Air cannon, boom! With a thunderous roar, the compressed air shot forth from his hands like a cannon blast. The immense recoil propelled their ship forward. The pirate vessel soared through the air, rapidly approaching the metallic warship. Naturally, the radar on the metallic warship detected the swiftly approaching pirate ship. prompting Yuan to report to Luffy once more. The pursuing vessel is rapidly closing in, estimated to catch up in 30 seconds. The words of the woman stirred Milna into a frenzy, eagerly exclaiming, "I will go. I will go. The master has commanded me to go." Luffy cast a sidelong glance at Milna, whose face was a canvas of mischief, and chose to ignore her, stating instead, "Such eagerness for death. It seems there is no stopping you. Let us proceed." After issuing his command, Luffy closed his eyes once more. After 3 years of development, the mere bounty of over 1 billion for the pirate was trivial enough not to require Luffy's direct intervention. After all, the metallic warship beneath him was no mere fade. It was a true high-tech vessel, crafted from a portion of the technology derived from a mothership in the skies. "As you command," Milna replied, activating the ship's weapon systems. The weapon systems engaged, targeting designated coordinates. Surface-to-air missiles achieved lock-on. Launch missiles. At that moment, the pirate ship soared directly above the warship, and the pirate captain shouted down at Luffy, "Hand over the men for ransom and spare their lives. Take all the women captive." The captain's familiarity with the business was evident. However, his words were met with the swift approach of 2 missiles, trailing flames. Having never encountered such missiles, the pirate captain, dismissive of the impending danger, waited until they were nearly upon him before he swung his fist, exclaiming, "Air punch." 2 bursts of compressed air erupted from his fist, striking the incoming missiles. Boom, boom. The surface-to-air missiles were struck, exploding on impact. As the missiles detonated near the pirate ship, the blast enveloped it entirely, transforming the vessel into a fireball plummeting from the sky. The numerous pirates aboard had scarcely realized what was happening before they were consumed by flames. Yet, Milna did not report the battle's outcome immediately. Instead, she continued to activate the weapon systems. Target remains alive, classified as a high-energy entity, posing a significant threat to this warship. Secondary plan initiated, preparing for fire coverage strike. Target locked, fire coverage strike commencing. Multiple naval cannons rose from the warship, aiming skyward, as missile hatches opened, launching missile after missile into the AT that moment. A voice filled with murderous intent resonated from above. "You dare to destroy my ship. You shall surely die today." It turned out that at the instant of the missile explosion, the pirate captain had conjured a barrier of air around himself for protection. Thus, when his ship was engulfed in flames, he emerged unscathed. Now, hovering in the air, he propelled himself with jets of air, maintaining his position. However, before he could finish his ominous proclamations, he spotted a dozen missiles hurtling towards him. 2 had already obliterated his ship. He knew all too well the destructive potential of the approaching barrage. Seeing this, his expression shifted dramatically as he turned to flee, muttering, "One must preserve the Green Mountains. Firewood will come in time." The pirate captain understood this wisdom well. Yet, as he soared through the air with the aid of air propulsion, he realized the missiles were relentlessly pursuing him, the distance between them rapidly shrinking. In that moment, he recalled his recent words, "Want to escape? Impossible." Realizing he could not outrun the missiles, he was forced to halt and began to strike at the incoming missiles with a flurry of punches. Shouting, "Air punch! Air punch! Air punch!" Streams of compressed air sped toward the missiles, causing them to detonate mid-air. Bang! 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 Just as the pirate captain thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief to deal with the remaining missiles, he heard the sound of the warship's cannons firing at him. The noise he heard was the result of his earlier evasive maneuvers causing the cannons to fire into empty space. However, now that he had stopped, he found himself enveloped by the barrage of cannonballs, hydraulic cannons. Realizing that his air barrier could not withstand such a multitude of attacks, he decisively opted to unleash his ultimate technique to clear the area. A column of white air erupted from his hands, sweeping toward the warship, obliterating all missiles and cannonballs in its path. A cacophony of explosions ensued as the warship's volley of fire was thus nullified. Yet, having countered this round of fire, the pirate captain promptly turned to flee once more, for he recognized that the attacks were simply the warship's own weapon systems. This meant that as long as the warship was adequately armed, such assaults could continue unabated. Naturally, he would not gamble his life to ascertain the ship's ammunition status. It must be said that at this juncture, the pirate captain made the most prudent choice driven by his survival instinct. However, it was already too late. Choosing to pursue the metallic warship had sealed his fate. Target possesses high-speed maneuverability. Fire coverage strike aborted. Initiating first-level plan. Energy weapon activated. Suddenly, the front deck of the warship split apart, revealing a stout cannon barrel. Unlike typical long and slender barrels, this one was short and robust, As it extended, a light ignited within its dark chamber. The illumination intensified until it filled the entire barrel in an instant. Following a brief charging period, the cannon unleashed a beam of light. The beam zipped through the air, and the fleeing pirate captain felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. However, he had no time to turn back before the beam enveloped him entirely. In that fleeting moment, the pirate captain, a notorious figure with a bounty of 1,200,000,000, was utterly vaporized. It was only then that Milna began to report the battle's outcome. Battle concluded. Target has been eliminated. Energy expenditure at 20%. Understood. Luffy nodded slightly, signifying his understanding. For Luffy, such a battle was merely an ordinary skirmish, hardly worth mentioning. Ever since the metal warships were constructed, they had been coveted countless times. However, the outcome remained consistent. Luffy's metal warship continued to sail freely upon the seas, while those who coveted it, like the pirate captain in this instance, sank beneath the waves. Of course, not every warship possessed the extraordinary combat capabilities of the one Luffy currently commanded, which could even take down billion-level pirates in mere seconds. This particular vessel could be regarded as the flagship, or rather, as a special creation by Enwa specifically for Luffy's journey. The intention behind crafting such a flagship for Luffy was twofold. Firstly, to uphold Luffy's prestige as the leader, as it was only fitting for the chief to wield the finest warship. Secondly, to test the energy weapons. It was evident that the energy weaponry mounted on this warship belonged to the category of devastating armaments. This also marked the first practical application of energy weapons, and in terms of effectiveness, it aligned perfectly with expectations. This indicated that the energy weapons had not been neutralized by the laws of this world. Simultaneously, it implied that the entire energy weapon system was acknowledged by this realm. With that in mind, Luffy's second step of development could be put into motion days later before a deserted island. The warship came to a halt. Luffy and Milna would disembark here and continue forward, while the warship would return home. It was not that the warship lacked energy to proceed further, but rather, the greatest limitation of Enwa had surfaced. The communication range. Enwa's core was situated in the underground base of Ilya Island. Thus, any control over the mark armor or the warship was subject to the constraints of communication distance. In this world, there were no satellites or base stations. Achieving distance-defying communication was beyond Enwa's current technological capabilities. Consequently, the communication range became Enwa's paramount restriction. The fact that the warship was able to reach this point was due to Enwa covertly establishing base stations on some deserted islands. Otherwise, the navigable range of the warship would be even shorter. However, Luffy was not anxious, as all technological advancements were progressing steadily. As long as materials could be sourced, Enwa would swiftly construct satellites to greatly expand communication distances. The current absence of satellites was solely due to material limitations. Alternatively, it was the harsh environmental conditions at high altitudes in this world that rendered ordinary materials unsuitable for satellite construction. Thus, materials capable of withstanding adverse conditions were crucial. Before Luffy disembarked with Milna, he issued the second phase of the development plan to Enwa. The first step was for Luffy to remain at the helm, developing the underground base and establishing a nascent power structure. This had already been accomplished. The second step involved outward expansion, wherein Enwa was to establish multiple bases as transit points and reserves, facilitating better expansion and risk mitigation. The focal point of this plan was the construction of a spaceborne mothership. Indeed, upon confirming the effective operation of energy weapons, Luffy was already preparing to create his own vessel. After all, he had long coveted the Arc Titan he had seen previously, and now that conditions permitted, it was only natural for Luffy to build a ship of his own and a pirate. How could one be without their own vessel? Well, perhaps Luffy's ship would be a tad more unique, just a smidgen. It would incorporate the arc reactor as its core, constructing a complete energy weaponry and defense system, allowing it to traverse both ocean and sky. This was Luffy's vision for his ship, the spaceborne mothership. Although he had yet to lay eyes on even a shadow of it, Luffy was confident that he would soon witness its realization. However, for now, there were pressing matters to attend to. As he watched the warship depart, Luffy stood with his arms crossed, fully embodying the demeanor of a laissez-faire captain. Yet, when he turned around and saw Milna climbing a tree to stuff unknown wild fruits into her mouth, he immediately lost his composure. "Milna, what are you doing?" Luffy exclaimed at the sight of her antics. Startled by his voice, Milna hurriedly stuffed a few more fruits into her mouth, grabbed several more, and then jumped down to return to Lu Fei's side. Observing Milna's juice-stained face and the tree, which now bore half its fruits, Lu Fei profoundly understood what it meant to be at the apex of the food chain. He had no doubt that if Milna were to be stranded alone on an island, as long as it was not over 10,000 square kilometers, she would likely consume all the resources in no time. With that thought in mind, Lu Fei felt it was time to leave the deserted island. The longer they lingered, the greater the likelihood of disrupting the island's food chain. Thus, Lu Fei promptly instructed Milna to construct a raft, and they set off towards the direction of Rule City aboard it. Not long after their departure, they encountered a merchant ship passing by, and with the aid of money, they successfully completed the transfer. In Coastal City, Lu Fei and Milna disembarked and switched to an airship. During this transfer, Lu Fei even overheard news regarding himself. Have you heard? Wang Lu Fei, who escaped from Rule City 3 years ago, is scheduled for public execution in 4 days. Wang Lu Fei? Who is that? Although his bounty is only in the hundreds of millions, he did make headlines when he was captured. TCH, it's probably just more propaganda from the world government. Nothing to see here, that's true. What a pity, being targeted by the world government. He's really out of luck. Yeah, such a young supernova. And now he's met his end. Listening to their discussions, a smile crept across Lu Fei's lips. Met his end? Just wait and see how I create a grand spectacle. Sir, are you really going to meet your end? Milna's sudden remark caused Lu Fei's smile beneath his mask to freeze, having accompanied Lu Fei for 2 years. Milna naturally knew what lay beneath his mask, and thus was aware of his true identity. However, knowing was one thing. This unexpected comment struck Lu Fei hard. He tapped Milna on the head to confirm that it was indeed a human brain within, not one filled with fat. Before he spoke, did I come all this way to seek death? Use your brain. Otherwise, if you get sold, it will just be someone else counting their money. In response, Milna nonchalantly replied, no worries. I've already sold myself to you, so it's your money that counts. With a cheeky grin, Milna believed herself to be quite clever. Yet, to Lu Fei, that smile was the epitome of innocence. As Lu Fei and Milna boarded the airship, deep beneath Rule City, Lu Fei's doppelganger, imprisoned and enduring the relentless bombardment from Sikong Toshing, was being bombarded with words. Wang Lu Fei, in just 2 days. You will face execution, Wang Lu Fei. If you don't hurry, you will die. Wang Lu Fei, do you not yearn for freedom? Join us, and freedom will be within your grasp. The incessant words of Sikong Toshing echoed in Lu Fei's ears, urging him to join their ranks and contribute to a grand scheme. An escape. It was deemed grand because, since the establishment of Fangyuan City, no one had ever successfully escaped. Certainly, throughout history, there have been numerous attempts at jailbreaks. In Lu Fei's perspective, only someone who is overly complacent would join their escape plan. It is essential to recognize that Lu Fei is fundamentally different from them. Sikong Toshing and his companions are prisoners within Fangyuan City, virtually unable to leave. In contrast, Lu Fei is temporarily detained in Fangyuan City due to a death sentence. In a couple of days, he is to be publicly executed, and the execution site will undoubtedly be in Giju City. Were the execution to take place within Fangyuan City, Lu Fei would immediately dissolve this clone. Having understood the structure of Fangyuan City, Lu Fei is acutely aware that enlisting Qingyun and the others to rescue him would be an impossible task. After 3 years of relentless training, Lu Fei's own strength has ascended to a new level, and his perception has reached an extraordinary degree, even under the oppressive influence of the magical metal surrounding him. Lu Fei can vaguely sense that this magical metal is under the control of a singular individual. This implies that within Fangyuan City, there is at least one general present. Only a general possesses the power to manipulate the vast quantities of magical metal throughout Fangyuan City. Despite Lu Fei's confidence in himself and in Qingyun, he would not be so arrogant as to believe that after merely 3 years of training, he could directly confront a general, especially on the general's home turf. Thus, Lu Fei is resolute in not allowing Qingyun and the others to take such risks. Therefore, when Sikong Toshing urged Lu Fei to join their scheme, Lu Fei rejected the proposition without a moment's hesitation. Even as Sikong Toshing exhausted his persuasive efforts, Lu Fei remained seated in meditation, impervious to his words. Seeing this, Sikong Toshing could only retreat into the shadows to regroup and prepare for another round of persuasion. Upon returning to the shadows, an unexpected movement stirred within his own shadow, and a figure clad entirely in black materialized. The shadowy figure gestured with its hands, conjuring invisible characters in the air. Sikong Toshing's eyes lit up as he began to read these inscriptions. Have we succeeded? Sikong Toshing shook his head and responded with his hands, engaging in a written exchange with the dark figure. No. That kid hasn't even spoken a word. Continue persuading him. It is imperative that he joins us. That kid truly so important. I've been trying to convince him for 2 years. If we were outside, I could crush his bones. TSK. You're overestimating yourself. When he first arrived, you could still exchange a few blows with him. Now, if you encounter him outside, you'd best pray not to cross paths with him. What are you saying? Have you been locked up for too long, and your mind has gone awry? I am a bounty hunter of 30 billion, while he has yet to reach even 10 billion. Exchange blows? I could defeat him in a single strike. Upon hearing Sikong Toshing's boastful declaration, the shadowy figure immediately became hazy, clearly indicating that the caster behind it was experiencing a surge of intense emotions. However, the dark figure soon solidified again and inscribed its thoughts. Very well. If you wish to court death, I cannot stop you. However, whether we can escape hinges on him. What abilities does he possess that warrant our efforts to recruit him? The specifics of his abilities remain unclear, but based on calculations, he can directly dismantle the magical metal prison, which is fundamentally different from our mere capability to relay information. If Lu Fei were privy to their discussion, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for they spoke of the ability to dismantle the magical metal prison, which is precisely his lightning forging. Oh, he possesses such an ability. Sikong Toshing's expression first revealed shock. For them, as long as they can dismantle the magical metal's confines, it equates to lifting most of their limitations, although they would still be constrained by the entire structure of Fongyuan City if they could unite their efforts. A successful jailbreak would not be out of reach. Their conversation continued, but it was destined to be in vain. Above the sea of clouds, the Ark Titan glided onward. Time was of the essence. Emoya stood upon the deck, murmuring to herself, "It is time for me to make my entrance." As her words fell, she waved her hand, and the colossal Ark Titan began to pivot, heading towards Giju City. This moment. Only 2 days remained until Lu Fei's public execution. 1 day remained in the countdown. The newspapers of the world government began to fervently publicize. The Pirate King Luffy, who escaped from Giju City 3 years ago, is set to face public execution tomorrow at the execution ground outside Giju City. The spreading of this news drew a multitude of onlookers to the vicinity of Giju City. Given that Giju City itself is a vast prison metropolis, entry was impossible for them. Thus, outside Giju City, temporary structures were erected at the execution site established by the world government. Among this throng of spectators were numerous individuals with various bounties. They concealed their identities as they came to witness the public execution in Giju City. These were merely the curious onlookers. However, within the crowd of onlookers, there were others of a distinctly different nature. They operated discreetly yet exuded an extraordinary presence. Upon investigation of their identities, one would discover that they were either formidable bounty hunters or individuals with bounties exceeding 10 billion. They had all received word and came to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. Their information indicated that the Ark Titan had altered its course to head this way. The Titan Sky Pirates, renowned throughout the world, always heralded immense profit wherever they appeared. Hence, both fugitives and bounty hunters flocked to the scene. In their minds, speculation abounded regarding the Titan Sky Pirates' intentions to strike at Fongyuan City beneath Giju City. Should Fongyuan City be breached, the resultant flow of magical metal would be of astronomical value. Thus, they were drawn to this spectacle. Otherwise, a mere pirate with a bounty of only a few 100 million would hardly pique their interest. As the saying goes, all the world's bustle is for profit. All the world's commotion is for gain. Consequently, even before Lu Fei, the condemned protagonist, had made his appearance, the execution ground was already abuzz with activity. Meanwhile, concealed in the distance from the execution site were many unknown individuals. Perched on a lush tree was a sniper rifle, and Catherine, clad in a short skirt, slowly adjusted the rifle's aim. She gradually shifted the rifle's barrel towards the execution platform, the very site where Lu Fei would face execution. After 3 years of arduous training, Catherine was determined to validate her earlier words when she fled. "King Luffy, I will remember you." Now is the moment she returns to seek Lu Fei. Not far from this tree, a woman shrouded in a black cloak leaned against a tree with her long sword in hand, from the uniform of a lieutenant visible beneath her cloak. It was evident that she was Lulua. Through 3 years of training, Lulua no longer radiated the same conspicuous brilliance she possessed 3 years prior. Instead, she resembled a true treasure blade, concealing her luster and gradually nurturing her strength. Awaiting the day she would draw her sword, Liyue surveyed the execution ground, first scanning the platform, then glancing at the surrounding crowd. She understood that among them were undoubtedly wanted individuals. However, she had no intention of intervening. Rather, she was wholly focused on awaiting the arrival of the next day. She wished to discover why Lu Fei would prefer to face execution rather than speak up for his release. Alternatively, Liyue harbored a simmering resentment, a refusal to accept Lu Fei's omnipotence. She could not believe that he truly held all the cards. On the opposite side of the execution ground, Qingyun donned a black cloak as she observed the entire scene. Qingyun was strategizing how to rescue Lu Fei and plan their retreat. At that moment, a ripple stirred in the shadow behind her, and a voice inquired, "Will you be able to meet your lord tomorrow?" "Of course," Qingyun replied proudly. "He will surely be astonished by the current version of me. I just wonder how Yajun is faring. I hope he hasn't fled halfway." Qingyun began to maliciously speculate about Yajun. In her mind, she held a deep-seated dislike for Yajun, who had concealed his identity and sought to usurp her position as first mate. "Yajun, is he the chef you once mentioned to me?" "Ah, although she is a chef, her prowess with knives is truly remarkable. Tomorrow, one shall witness Qingyun conversing with her own shadow, and the subject of their discussion is presently resting with closed eyes beneath a large rock. Yajun has undergone a significant transformation compared to 3 years ago. Now, her long hair is elegantly tied up, and her silhouette is captivating. When viewed from the front, her features are striking, and when her hair cascades down, she embodies beauty. Yet the unremarkable nature of her chest reveals that she is, in fact, an exceedingly handsome man. In simpler terms, Yajun is someone capable of bending others to her will. Throughout her journey, countless bandits have been swayed by Yajun, intending to take action against her. Naturally, these individuals have all become victims of her blade. Beside Yajun lies the culinary dragon, Aten. Aten has not changed much, save for a noticeably larger belly. Clearly, being in Yajun's company has provided ample nourishment. Aten is sprawled out, soundly asleep, approximately 10 kilometers away from the execution ground. A solitary figure strolls leisurely. What draws attention is that she walks barefoot upon the earth. Whether traversing gravel or thorny brambles, she walks unshod. She is Onren, a woman who walks barefoot for thousands of miles, cleansing all evils along her path. This extensive journey has left her feet unblemished by dust. Instead, they have been honed to a point where they shimmer like jade. Truly, they can be described as jade-like feet. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that with each step she takes, a faint illusion manifests beneath her feet, vaguely resembling a lotus flower. In A10 adjacent to the execution ground, Lu Fei reveals a warm smile. 3 years have passed, and everyone is doing splendidly. At this very moment, Qingyun, Yajun, and Onren all exist within his perception. Thus, Lu Fei can observe the growth of the 3 women and their respective fortunes. He even catches a glimpse of Catherine and Lilia. Lilia captivates Lu Fei's attention, while Catherine stirs different thoughts within him. Perhaps my ship still lacks a sharpshooter? With this in mind, Lu Fei begins to devise a plan to entice Catherine aboard. No, rather, to invite her onto his vessel. Unfortunately, after a moment's contemplation, Lu Fei realizes the challenge is formidable. Catherine herself is not the issue. Rather, it is the formidable force behind her. Consequently, Lu Fei must temporarily bury this thought deep within his heart, to be revisited at a later time. My lord, what is contained within your gourd? Is it edible? The ever-bored Milna suddenly fixates on the slaying immortal's gourd at Lu Fei's waist. This prompts Lu Fei's gaze to instinctively shift towards the gourd. Upon doing so, a look of helplessness crosses his face. Over the past 3 years, the only thing that has left him utterly confounded is this very gourd. Initially, Lu Fei had hoped that time would soften the gourd's demeanor. However, after 3 years, the spirit within the gourd has either been sleeping or tossing about. Completely disregarding Lu Fei, the gourd's aloofness has made Lu Fei acutely aware that this mythical treasure is not as easily activated as he had imagined. At this moment, Lu Fei recalls the scene when he first acquired the Rui Jingu Bang. Rather than saying that Lu Fei activated the Rui Jingu Bang, it would be more accurate to say that the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, who became the victorious fighting Buddha, bestowed the Rui Jingu Bang upon him. See your true nature with sincerity, and remain unwavering in thought. That is the essence of Ling Mountain. Suddenly, a voice echoes in Lu Fei's ear. In that instant, he comprehends that the slaying immortal's gourd will always be an external object to him. merely an embellishment rather than a necessity. Overvaluing the gourd has been his folly. With this realization, Luffy unties the gourd he has carried with him and, for the first time, offers it to Milna, saying, "Why not take a look for yourself?" Milna, elated, eagerly accepts the gourd, fearing Luffy might change his mind, and immediately opens it to peer inside. Within, a radiant space reveals a slumbering fairy with wings. "Wow, my lord, how did you hide a little fairy in here? I wonder if it's tasty." Milna's words leave Luffy speechless. Before he can respond, Milna, losing interest, closes the gourd and remarks, "Never mind, this little fairy must be your treasure. It seems like there isn't much meat and probably wouldn't taste good." Milna then hands the gourd back to Luffy. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she closes the gourd, the sleeping fairy awakens, glaring fiercely at Milna through the gourd, a flying knife appearing in her hand. However, unlike before, Luffy senses this action. Holding the gourd, he narrows his eyes, scrutinizing the situation. Although faint, he can indeed detect a murderous intent emanating from the gourd. This implies that the fairy within has not been sleeping at all, but is instead acutely aware of the surroundings. This also suggests that for the past 3 years, Luffy's attentiveness has not gone unnoticed by the gourd. Yet it remains indifferent. Instinctively, a scene flashes in Luffy's mind, depicting a goddess and a sycophant. Reflecting on this imagery, Luffy feels a profound sense of failure. Despite possessing the Rui Jingu Bang, he still finds himself in the role of a sycophant. It is indeed said that a person's mindset can change in an instant. In this moment of awakening, Luffy elevates his state of mind. However, rather than succumbing to anger and smashing the slaying immortal's gourd, he simply returns it to his waist. After all, the gourd is a top-tier magical artifact, deserving of its pride. Yet, now that Luffy possesses the Rui Jingu Bang, he no longer needs to play the role of a sycophant. The slaying immortal's gourd holds its own usefulness for Luffy, but that is a matter for another time. Presently, there are more pressing concerns before him. The following day, within the dungeons of Fangyuan City, personnel from the Rules City arrive to escort Luffy away. Sikong Tieshing watches Luffy's departing figure, gritting his teeth as he mutters, "What a lad. Willing to die rather than join us. I shall see how you meet your end." Clearly, despite Sikong Tieshing's various persuasive attempts, Luffy remains steadfast in his refusal to join them, retreating into the shadows. Sikong Tieshing engages in conversation with a figure clad entirely in black. He insists on courting death. "What should we do now?" "No, you underestimate him. Calculations indicate that not only will he survive, but he will also gain from this." "What?" Sikong Tieshing's eyes widen in disbelief. That on what grounds would he survive? Is someone coming to rescue him? Impossible. Who would dare assault the Rules City? Even if they did. Fangyuan City has formidable generals. As he speaks, Sikong Tieshing shakes his head, adamant that he cannot believe Luffy will emerge unscathed. The shadowy figure gestures with both hands, writing, "Transform the impossible into the possible. That is our means of escaping this place. The calculations are infallible. Prepare yourself. Since he refuses to join us, we shall leverage him to stage a prison break. That as soon as the general from Fangyuan City makes a move, we will act immediately." From the exchange, it is evident that in light of Luffy's refusal to join their ranks, they are plotting to use him as a means to orchestrate an escape from the execution ground. Meanwhile, Luffy is escorted to the execution site by the personnel from the Rules City. The moment Luffy appears, the atmosphere of the execution ground becomes lively. "Look, that's the supernova Luffy. It's been ages since I've seen an execution. I wonder if any surprises will occur. Kill him, kill him." The cacophony of voices turns the execution ground into a tumultuous scene. Luffy is brought before the high platform, where the executioners on either side shout at him, "Kneel down and accept your punishment." Will Luffy kneel? Absolutely not. Luffy, shackled and standing atop a high platform, did not resemble a condemned man. Rather, he exuded the presence of a leader, radiating an indomitable aura. Suddenly, a radiant smile graced Luffy's face, for he had witnessed the moment when action commenced. This smile served as a signal, heralding the commencement of a grand spectacle. At that instant, the sea of clouds above parted, and a dark silhouette descended from the heavens, casting a shadow over the execution ground. The onlookers at the scene craned their necks skyward, jaws dropping in astonishment. A colossal iron warship was descending from the sky. The Arc Titan had arrived. Simultaneously, two figures erupted from either side of the execution ground, charging towards the elevated platform. All things were reduced to ashes, and the blade flowed like fire. The figure on the left was Yajun, who unsheathed her sword, flowing blade of fire, unleashing a blazing arc that flew towards the platform. However, before it could reach its target, the fiery slash dissipated in midair. Bankai, Senbon Zakura Kageyoshi, countless cherry blossoms danced through the air, instantly scattering the fiery attack. Liluya emerged from the side, positioning herself in Yajun's path, blocking her advance. You cannot save Wang Lufei. Upon seeing the flurry of cherry blossoms, Yajun instantly recognized Liluya as a formidable adversary. For while the blossoms appeared beautiful, each petal was a razor-sharp blade. Under different circumstances, Yajun would have welcomed such a worthy opponent. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and she could not afford any delays in her mission to rescue Lu Fei. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Yajun unleashed her ultimate move, Bankai, Zen Take. In an instant, the air around Yajun began to warp. Waves of heat surged toward Liluya, causing her expression to turn grave. The environment's temperature had escalated drastically even before combat commenced, hinting at the tremendous power that would be unleashed. However, the activation of Flowing Blade of Fire was merely a precursor. Yajun then invoked her most potent ability, Zen Take, Divine Presence. A torrent of flames enveloped Yajun's form. Sensing the imminent danger rising before her, Liluya did not hesitate to counter with her strongest technique, Senbon Zakura, Divine Form. Countless cherry blossoms cocooned Liluya, and in that moment, both warriors' auras surged dramatically and almost simultaneously. They revealed their forms. Liluya donned pink battle armor, her expression cold, adorned by a cherry blossom at her brow, wielding a pink Senbon Zakura, surrounded by swirling blossoms. Yajun, clad in a robe of flames, had two fiery ribbons cascading from her hair, a flame accentuating her brow, and gripped the scarlet Zen Take, the ground beneath her already beginning to melt. All who stand in my way shall be consumed by flames, Yajun exclaimed, transforming into a streak of fire. Swiftly closing the distance to Liluya and striking down with her blade. Clash! Liluya met the blow with her own weapon, and the collision erupted in a tempest of flames and cherry blossoms. The flames that struck the ground melted it instantly, demonstrating their extreme heat. The flying cherry blossoms sliced through everything in their path, be it branches or stones. Clash, clash, clash. The strikes continued, an unceasing torrent of clashes. Within mere seconds, the two engaged in dozens of parries. The onlookers at the execution ground could scarcely follow the frenetic duel between the two women. Those who could discern the duel were left in silent awe. Yet, while the clash between Liluya and Yajun raged on, the true spectacle lay with those aboard the Ark Titan, for upon it stood the entirety of the Titan Sky Pirates, roar accompanied by a mighty dragon's roar. A blue-eyed white dragon soared into the sky that a figure stood atop its back, wind billowing through his commanding uniform. It was Admiral Ka-D. Upon learning of the Ark Titan's approach, the world government promptly dispatched an admiral. As the one intervening in Lu Fei's execution, Admiral Ka-D naturally took the lead. Thus, as the Ark Titan descended from the heavens, the steadfast admiral hurled a card into the air, summoning the blue-eyed white dragon. Ascending into the sky, the appearance of Admiral Ka-D caused the descent of the Ark Titan to momentarily halt, arriving at the level of the Ark Titan's deck. The admiral was relieved to find not the entire Titan Sky Pirates, but only Imoya and a few giant guards. Imoya, what brings you here? Admiral Ka-D's voice resonated with a questioning tone across the sky. The officials at the execution ground and within the City of Rules felt a jolt upon hearing the admiral's words. Imoya giggled lightly. What brings me here? Naturally, to stage a rescue at the execution ground. Although her tone was casual, the glimmer in her eyes conveyed a sense of seriousness. Such a handsome young man cannot simply be executed. In response, Admiral Ka-D bellowed angrily, robbing the execution ground. Then perhaps you should join him in facing justice. No sooner had he spoken than he flung several cards. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Electric Dragon. Spellcaster, 3 enormous summoning circles appeared in the sky, from which 2 dragons and a figure emerged. Dragon Breath. As soon as the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon materialized, it unleashed a torrent of dragon breath towards Imoya. Electromagnetic Storm. The electric dragon flapped its wings, generating a tempest of electromagnetic energy directed at Imoya. Meteor Shower. The spellcaster waved its wand, causing a rain of meteors to plummet from the sky towards the Ark Titan. In the face of such onslaughts, Imoya extended her left hand forward. Gravitational field. In an instant, both the dragon breath and the electromagnetic storm were disrupted, dissipating into the air. Next, Imoya raised her hand towards the falling meteors and grasped gravitational control. In that moment, the momentum of the meteors ceased as if they were held in her grasp. Then, with a flick of her hand, The suspended meteors were hurled forward, not towards Imoya, but directly at the Blue Eyes' ultimate dragon and electric dragon. Admiral Ka-D swiftly played another card, defensive psychic field. A transparent psychic barrier materialized before the descending meteors, nullifying the assault. The battle between Admiral Ka-D and Imoya continued, while in the sky. A dazzling display of colorful spells illuminated the heavens. However, the spectators on the ground were far from appreciative of the spectacle. Their expressions were fraught with tension, for they understood that any attack from above landing on the ground would spell disaster. As the confrontations between Imoya and Admiral Ka-D and Yajun and Liluya reached a stalemate, a third battlefield emerged, Magma Fist. On the opposite side of the execution ground, Qingyun was halted by an enormous fist made of molten rock. Quake, shatter. As the Magma Fist bore down, Qingyun met it with her own punch. The impact of her fist against the air sent shockwaves that instantly shattered the airborne Magma Fist. The shattered magma rained down, creating deep craters upon landing that a figure of black and red materialized before Qingyun, a man half encased in magma and half in a military uniform. This was Rear Admiral Shiri, known as the closest to an admiral. You postponed for 3 years, just to wait for them to rescue him? Shiri seethed with rage. It seems you are indeed his close associates. I shall slay you all to appease my son's spirit. Clearly, Shiri was the father of the young master slain by Lu Fei 3 years prior. For 3 years, he had never forgotten his vow for vengeance. Today, on the day of Lu Fei's public execution, he had come to ensure that no unforeseen events would prevent Lu Fei's demise. With a fierce declaration, Shiri transformed the uniformed half of his body into magma. Clenching his fists, he unleashed Great Firestorm. A torrent of magma erupted from his hands, accumulating and then bursting forth like a volcanic explosion, launching an unimaginable lava fist towards Qingyun, the magma fruit, in the midst of the execution ground. Luffy, upon witnessing the attack and phenomenon emanating from the morning sun, instantly deduced that it was indeed the magma fruit, renowned as the most formidable natural-type devil fruit in terms of offensive power. However, Luffy remained unperturbed regarding Qingyun's ability to confront it, for he had bestowed upon her an equally formidable superhuman power, the Tremor fruit. Moreover, Qingyun herself possessed an innate talent that left Luffy in awe. As expected, when the blazing inferno from the morning sun surged forth, Qingyun remained utterly composed, delivering her own right fist. Tremor shattered the sky. A brilliant white halo manifested around her fist. Upon striking, colossal fissures immediately radiated from the luminous circle. These cracks extended through the air, and when the lava fist collided with the emerging crevices, it shattered into fragments, after crushing the morning sun's assault with a single punch. Qingyun, feeling the formidable presence of the morning sun, took a deep breath, raised her fists, and unleashed her full power towards the left and right. Tremor the earth's lament. Countless fissures spread forth from her fists. In the next moment, the ground trembled, and the cacophony of splitting earth resonated like the lamentations of the land. As the cracks in the earth widened, they were on the verge of encroaching upon the execution ground. It was evident that if the fissures reached the execution ground, the terrain would inevitably be ravaged, providing Luffy with a chance to escape. The morning sun, of course, would not allow such an event to transpire. Thus, he clapped his hands upon the ground. Volcanic eruption. If Qingyun attacked by shaking the earth from the ground, then the morning sun would similarly counter her assault from below. Thud, thud, thud. An urgent sound emanated from beneath the earth, reminiscent of something stirring. In the next moment, the ground split open, and a surge of crimson light erupted forth, followed by a deluge of magma gushing from the depths, akin to a volcanic eruption. Boom! This magma not only thwarted Qingyun's offensive, but also surged towards her, aiming to engulf her in its molten embrace. Air tremor dominate. Qingyun thrust her palms forward and backward, conjuring a several-meter-wide white sphere around her, repelling all encroaching magma. Thus, the third battlefield between Qingyun and the morning sun entered a stalemate. However, both Qingyun and Yajun had their own contingencies, yet their backup plans were strikingly different. A creature stealthily emerged from behind a large rock, cautiously approaching the execution ground. Its massive form, resembling that of a dragon, rendered it impossible to remain unnoticed, despite its careful approach. There's a dragon, with a loud shout. Everyone on the execution ground beheld the stealthy gourmet dragon. Atan. Upon being discovered, Atan was taken aback for a moment before fury overtook him. Despite my utmost caution, how could I still be spotted? Roar. Enraged, a Tan let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens and flapped his wings, soaring directly towards the execution ground. Yajun, engaged in a fierce duel with Lulua, glanced at the exposed Tan with a look of exasperation. I forgot to instruct it to remain small while sneaking in. Realizing Tan was flying toward the execution ground, Lulua understood it was Yajun's backup, but she had no time to spare in their battle. In a moment of desperation, Lulua flung a card towards Tan. As the card flew, a massive summoning circle materialized. A blue-eyes white dragon emerged from within the circle, transforming into a streak of azure light that struck Tan from the sky, bringing him crashing down to the ground. Immediately, the blue-eyes white dragon and Tan were embroiled in a fierce struggle, debris flying in all directions. Yajun's contingency was thus intercepted. However, at this moment, Qingyun's backup had already stealthily arrived at the center of the execution ground. Utilizing the shifting shadows, Qingyun's shadow, a creature of the Shadow Clan, quietly rose from the darkness of the raised platform. Tremor shatter, a brilliant light ignited upon its fist as it struck the platform's support. Bang! In an instant, the platform splintered into countless pieces. Simultaneously, the tremoring force traveled down the structure, shattering the shackles binding Luffy's hands. The moment the platform shattered, the executioners near Luffy fell into a state of panic and tumbled to the ground. Meanwhile, Luffy floated in the air, crackling with lightning. Luffy had been rescued. Capture him. Call for reinforcements. In an instant, the execution ground was filled with shouts and chaos. Airships ascended within the confines of the regulation city, and numerous troops rushed towards the execution ground. Figures darted across the sky and ground, all heading to provide support. As Luffy was liberated, a steady voice resonated from the depths of the earth. Capture Wong Luffy. Regardless of life or death, in my name, I offer a bounty of 5 billion. This voice echoed throughout the surrounding areas of Regulation City, and considering it emerged from the depths of the earth, it was evident that it belonged to a high-ranking general stationed in Fongyuan City. While the majority were unaware of Fongyuan City's existence, those who did were typically individuals of considerable status and power. Consequently, when the general from Fongyuan City uttered this proclamation, the crowd erupted in fervor. They were all intent on reaping the rewards. Yet the tangible bounty of 5 billion on Luffy was far more alluring than an elusive treasure of magic gold. Moreover, crucially, Luffy's current bounty was merely 360 million. This indicated that a mere 360 million Luffy was utterly inconsequential in the eyes of these individuals, whose starting bounties were in the billions. In their view, capturing him was merely a matter of time. Thus, as soon as the general from Fongyuan City concluded his declaration, dozens of figures surged from the execution ground and its periphery, lunging towards the levitating Luffy. These individuals could be classified as formidable warriors, either notorious criminals with bounties exceeding 10 billion or powerful bounty hunters. Under the allure of 5 billion, they struck out. Furthermore, their attacks were lethal. The phrase "regardless of life or death" left them with no reservations whatsoever. However, in the face of this onslaught, Luffy remained remarkably calm, showing no intention of retaliating. At that moment, Luffy not only felt unafraid but even contemplated standing with his hands behind his back, gazing skyward, exuding an aura of supreme authority. Fortunately, he managed to suppress such thoughts, for there was a general looming above him and another below. Should he overindulge in bravado, he risked being simultaneously attacked by both. That Luffy's audacity stemmed from a barefooted woman, Onrin, who had arrived at this location. Upon witnessing dozens of figures assaulting Luffy, Onrin's wrath ignited. The gates of hell. Open, a golden scepter materialized in Onrin's grasp, and with a swift motion, she opened the gates of hell. In an instant, the entire execution ground was enveloped in the looming shadows of hell. As the execution ground fell under the dominion of these spectral figures, 3 blood-red Buddha statues manifested beside Luffy, forming a protective triangle around him. Simultaneously, the 3 blood-red statues thrust their hands forward. 3 enormous swastika-shaped handprints shot out, dispersing all figures rushing towards Luffy. Moreover, as these individuals were repelled, they were met by a legion of ghostly soldiers led by a formidable specter. Just then, the reinforcements from Regulation City arrived on the battlefield. Observing this, Onrin pointed her golden scepter at the incoming reinforcements. Demonic spirits battle. Countless malevolent spirits, previously tormented in hell, found their shackles lifted, and their cries ceased as they surged towards the reinforcements. Onrin's demonic spirits battle temporarily released the malevolent spirits from their punishments, compelling them to fight for her. The direction indicated by Onrin's golden scepter was where the malevolent spirits charged. This was the essence of the Hell's Sovereign, faced with the oncoming tide of malevolent spirits. Although the reinforcements from Regulation City had never encountered such a spectacle, they were all elite troops and displayed no signs of fear. Instead, they engaged in fierce combat with the spirits at this moment. Onren single-handedly stood against the rogue forces and the reinforcements from Regulation City. The Hell Witch, the bounty on the Hell Witch was 40 billion. With such a demeanor, and Rin was easily recognized by others, who fearfully called out her name. For 3 years, since departing from Benhai City, and Rin's path had been one of slaughter along the way. Whether it was criminal organizations in the cities or the land pirates and sea marauders who sought to take advantage of her beauty, they all found themselves consigned to the depths of hell. Originally, her mission to eradicate land pirates and sea robbers would not have warranted such a high bounty from the world government. However, her actions against urban crime syndicates significantly elevated her reward. Just like in San Yuan City, these criminal groups were intricately connected to the officials of various cities. Thus, upon their reporting, and Rin's bounty surged dramatically. As of today, her bounty had reached an astonishing 4 billion. Upon revealing her identity, those who sought to attack Lu Fei for the 50 billion reward turned pale. A person's name carries weight. Just as a tree casts a shadow, they were well aware that Rin's subordinates never left witnesses alive. Knowing this, they immediately felt a sense of dread. Although Lu Fei's bounty was enticing, the appearance of Rin made it clear that even if they could lay claim to the money, they would certainly not live to spend it. Consequently, many turned to flee. However, the ghost generals, engaged in battle with them, were unforgiving to those attempting to escape. To the ghost generals, these individuals represented merits that could alleviate their own punishments. As the saying goes, if you do not enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? Thus, with fierce determination, the ghost generals charged at these fleeing figures, intent on dragging them into hell. At that moment, the entire execution ground had transformed into a battlefield. Above in the sky, a fierce battle raged between General Cuddy and Mo Yadot on the ground. There were fights involving Yajun and Lu Luya, Qing Yun and Su Ri, and Enrun, who fought alone against both sides. From the scene, it appeared that the battles had reached a stalemate. Currently, the key to breaking this deadlock lay in 2 aspects. First, Lu Fei and the quietly guarding shadow creatures by his side. Second, the admiral stationed deep underground in Fongyuan City. It seemed that breaking the deadlock was quite simple. As long as the admiral intervened, the situation would undoubtedly tilt in favor of the world government. However, he could not act, or rather, the risk of intervention was too great. This admiral had to remain stationed in Fongyuan City. If he made a move, it would grant the many prisoners held within an opportunity to escape. And this opportunity was precisely what Sikong and the others had been waiting for. For this reason, the admiral had gone so far as to offer a bounty of 50 billion in the name of others to capture Lu Fei, rather than taking action himself. From this perspective, it seemed that the advantage had returned to Lu Fei's side. However, this was evidently impossible, for Lu Fei and his companions faced the most powerful force in the world government. At the moment the execution ground was struck, the Rules City had already transmitted information. Reinforcements from the world government were hastening toward this location. In the distant sky, a sudden red light flared up. Like a great sun rising, the red glow rapidly spread from the horizon to this place. Lu Fei, suspended in the air, looked at the red light and sensed the powerful aura emanating from it. Realizing that a general was on the way to assist, if this general arrived, it would undoubtedly determine the outcome immediately. Therefore, Lu Fei understood that the time had come. His plan had reached its completion, entering the final stage. Thus, Lu Fei announced loudly from the sky, "I am about to make my move." His words instantly drew everyone's attention. They all wanted to see how Lu Fei, the instigator of this battle, would act. Would he join the fray, or would he assault the Rules City? Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Fei erupted with countless bolts of lightning, transforming into an enormous sphere of thunder. Thunderbolt, 8 directions. Immediately, the thunder sphere exploded, unleashing a torrent of lightning that engulfed the entire execution ground. Amidst the grand spectacle and blinding brilliance, Qing Yun, Yajun, and Rin, Atan, the shadow creatures, and Lu Fei were all enveloped in lightning. Vanishing into the heavens, high mountains and long rivers, we shall meet again. As the lightning shot out in all directions from the sky, the whereabouts of Lu Fei and the others became uncertain. Leaving only Lu Fei's laughter echoing through the clouds, the scene fell into a brief silence as many stared dumbfounded at the lightning above. Was this his move? This is obviously a retreat? Indeed, the dense lightning in the sky appeared formidable, yet it had not harmed a single blade of grass. The members of the world government, who had been on high alert, felt utterly mocked. At this moment, everyone realized that Luffy had played them with a clever ruse. On the surface, it seemed he was about to unleash a powerful attack to change the tide of battle, but in reality, he was executing a plan of escape. Once Luffy and his party vanished, Imoya, engaged in battle with General Cuddy, waved her hand, and the Arc Titan, suspended in the air, began to ascend. Clearly, after Luffy's retreat, Imoya was also preparing to withdraw. Cuddy, I had a great time this time. I hope for another entertaining encounter next time. With Imoya's cheerful voice, the Arc Titan slowly disappeared from above the Rules City. Watching the Arc Titan vanish, General Cuddy stood atop the azure-eyed white dragon, making no move to pursue. Just like that, within a mere few minutes, the previously intense conflict in the Rules City fell silent. At this moment, the onlookers at the execution ground began to disperse. After all, there was no longer anything to behold. Those carrying bounties seized the opportunity to swiftly vacate the area surrounding the execution ground. My lord, why was there no chance for me to strike? Milna said, somewhat disappointed. At this time, Milna held onto Luffy's arm, and the two departed the execution ground along with the dispersing crowd. Hearing Milna's words, Luffy smiled wryly and said, plans never survive contact with reality. I did not expect Imoya of the Titan Sky Pirates to join the fray. Originally, in Luffy's plan, if a general intervened, he would take the lead in battle, but with Imoya's arrival, the general was diverted to intercept her, leaving Luffy without an opportunity to act. Meanwhile, Milna was meant to be the surprise force to combat the reinforcements from the Rules City. However, unexpectedly, Enrin proved incredibly capable, directly engaging in dual battles without showing any signs of weakness. To be honest, Luffy had prepared for the worst. If two or more generals had intervened, he would have decisively abandoned this clone and ordered everyone to retreat. However, it now appeared that Luffy had overthought the situation. Not only did the worst-case scenario not occur, but he hadn't even had a chance to act. Therefore, Luffy wore a wry smile. Yet after the moment of helplessness came joy. Qing Yun, Yejun, and Ren, each of their growths exceeded his expectations. Luffy's plan had achieved resounding success. Zizi, the thunder and lightning unleashed by Luffy during his escape, had indeed not left anyone unscathed. To be precise, one person had been harmed by Luffy, Catherine. Concealed among the branches of a great tree, Catherine's finger remained poised on the trigger, never having pulled it, even though she had numerous opportunities to act. She did not fire a single bullet. Initially, as she watched Luffy's figure disappear, her body relaxed, fully concentrated. We'll settle our accounts next time we meet. Just as Catherine was lost in thought, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, hitting her unprepared and entirely off guard. Thus, accompanied by the sizzling sound of electricity, Catherine's body was momentarily coursed through with current. Well, how should I put it? The injury was negligible, but the insult was immense, for this bolt of lightning undoubtedly conveyed to Catherine that she had been under Luffy's surveillance all along. Consequently, Catherine's cheeks flushed red as she exclaimed, Wong Luffy. Just you wait. Embarrassed and furious, Catherine finished speaking, clutched her gun, and departed, determined to pursue Luffy for revenge. Within the confines of Gija City, a robust man with a face marred by excess flesh suddenly opened his eyes, which had been tightly shut. Luffy, I never anticipated your ambitions to be so grand, leveraging Gija City to forge your own reputation. Lu Chifeng certainly raised a fine son, but tell me, can you truly evade the repercussions of Gija City? Having witnessed the entirety of Luffy's execution, he seemed to have discerned Luffy's underlying intentions. This man was the one who had previously cared for Luffy and was privy to his true name. Nevertheless, he evidently harbored little faith in Luffy, much like when he doubted Luffy's potential to make his name resonate throughout the world. Although Luffy had been expelled from the Luffy family, it was evident that he was profoundly influenced by them, or rather, to be precise, by his father, Lu Chifeng. It was not difficult to surmise that this burly man, along with Imoya and even General Kadi, were paying heed to Luffy due to Lu Qingfeng's legacy. Shortly after Luffy and his companions vanished, a crimson glow spread across the skies of Gija City, accompanied by a voice filled with ire. Kadi, how could you allow them all to escape? The voice drew nearer, culminating in the appearance of a blazing red sun above Giju City, where every individual within felt the searing heat and formidable presence. The one who had arrived was none other than General Qi Yang. Upon hearing Qi Yang's inquiry, Kadi calmly retracted his cards and retorted, Are you blind? Did you not see me intercept the Titan Air pirates? Humph, Ji Yang scoffed. A mere Emoya. And you dare speak of the Titan Air pirates? You can't even capture a Emoya. How can you call yourself a general? Oh, is that so? Kadi gazed at Chi Yang with feigned astonishment, as if seeing him for the first time, and remarked, then it seems you are prepared to engage in a contest of strength with the leader of the Titan Air pirates. Quite commendable. Emoya has not strayed far. I suggest you pursue her quickly. With that, Kadi pointed towards the direction in which the Ark Titan had departed. Silence enveloped the air for several seconds. As one of the 4 major air pirate factions in the world, the leader of the Titan Air pirates was undoubtedly a figure of great prominence. Therefore, not only would one person struggle to confront the entirety of the Titan Air pirates, even a one-on-one with their leader would leave General Chi Yang uncertain of victory. To phrase it more accurately, the risk of being utterly defeated was substantial. Furthermore, Emoya was a pivotal figure within the Titan Air pirates, her control over the Ark Titan being paramount. Undoubtedly, should General Chi Yang dare to apprehend Emoya, the entire Titan Air pirates would descend upon him. Thus, after Kadi's remarks, General Chi Yang remained motionless. After a few seconds of silence, he pretended as if nothing had transpired and stubbornly declared, "This does not absolve you of the fact that you allowed Wang Lufei to escape." With that, General Chi Yang turned to leave, clearly denying Kadi another opportunity to put him in an awkward position. As the crimson sun above Giju City receded, a burst of flames soared from the execution grounds. Chasing after General Chi Yang. It was none other than Major Suri, who had watched Lu Fei evade capture with helpless fury for quite some time. At that moment, another light ascended from the execution grounds, reaching General Kadi's side. This was Lilia, standing atop the Qingyan White Dragon. Side by side with General Kadi, Lilia observed the retreating figures of General Chi Yang and Major Suri. Inquiring, "Is that General Chi Yang? He appears quite formidable." In response, General Kadi shrugged dismissively. Whether he is truly strong remains to be seen. He certainly puts on a grand display, making such a ruckus each time he appears, as if he fears others might not notice him. General Kadi had astutely identified General Chi Yang's intentions. Indeed, for a simple journey, there was no need to orchestrate such a spectacle. The deliberate act served only to enhance his own image. Upon hearing General Kadi's words, Lilia further questioned, "So, Wang Lufei has been allowed to slip away?" As a daughter, Lilia was well aware of her father, General Kadi's true strength. Thus, she understood that should General Kadi genuinely decide to act, Emoya would stand no chance of resisting. This prompted Lilia's inquiry. General Kadi, hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance and replied, "He cannot escape. The world government will never permit a publicly executed criminal to flee from Giju City. Soon, they will dispatch a general to pursue him. Given Chi Yang's demeanor, I suspect he will volunteer for the task." Upon hearing General Kadi's words, a flicker of concern crossed Lilia's eyes as she asked, "Then, does that mean he will die?" "Ha!" General Kadi laughed heartily. "That is unlikely. His father is no ordinary man. Even I might not be able to kill him." "What?" Lilia stared at General Kadi in shock. Suddenly realizing Lu Fei's extraordinary lineage, General Kadi continued with a smile, "Wang Lu Fei, whose true name is Lu Fei, was cast out by the Lu family. Very few know him, yet his father is renowned by all, Lu Chifeng." "The Earth Emperor," Lilia, incredulous, interjected, "the one with a bounty of 9 billion, known as the Earth Emperor Lu Chifeng." General Kadi nodded in affirmation, confirming Lilia's speculation. Lu Fei's expulsion from the Lu family was orchestrated by Lu Chifeng himself. The circumstances are intricate. Aside from Lu Chifeng, no one knows the full story. However, from my understanding of Lu Chifeng, he is not the kind of person to act so casually. Therefore, as Lu Chifeng's son, Lu Fei could not possibly meet a simple end. Let us wait and see how Lu Fei navigates this predicament. As General Kadi spoke, he glanced at his daughter and cautioned, "From here on, you should refrain from getting involved. Otherwise, even I may not be able to protect you." Hearing her father's words, Lilia nodded in acknowledgement, indicating her understanding. At that moment, her thoughts were consumed by Wang Lu Fei. "Lu Fei, Lu Chifeng, is it true that you have only achieved your current stature by relying on your father?" Lilia harbored doubts regarding General Kadi's statement, for her interactions with Lu Fei suggested he was not merely riding on Lu Chifeng's coattails. Lu Fei struck her as someone who had distanced himself from Lu Chifeng's influence, forging his own path. This was evident in his gathering of allies, his willingness to be captured, and his audacity in storming the execution grounds. Although Lilia harbored skepticism about General Kadi's assertions, she chose not to voice it, instead preparing to observe quietly, just as her father had advised. In the distance, General Chi Yang and Major Su Ri were engaged in conversation. Major Su Ri, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "That scoundrel Ka Di deliberately let Wang Lu Fei escape." General Chi Yang nodded slightly. "Ka Di may be plotting something, but Wang Lu Fei will undoubtedly be apprehended. At the latest, by tomorrow, the world government will dispatch a general to pursue him. I will volunteer for this mission. You will accompany me and, conveniently, eliminate him as anticipated by General Ka Di." General Chi Yang was indeed eager to pursue Lu Fei and intended to eliminate him during the chase. Aboard the Ark Titan, Imoya turned her back to the giant guards and examined her palm. Within her palm, a surge of lightning pulsed rhythmically. Earlier, amidst the tempest of lightning, Lu Fei had wrapped a message in electricity and sent it to Imoya. Imoya extended her finger and gently tapped, causing the lightning to unfurl like a sheet of parchment. "Big sister, thank you for your assistance, though I did not require it. Furthermore, when we meet again, I must invite you aboard my ship." Moments later, the lightning dissipated, and upon reading the message, Imoya's lips curled into a captivating smile. "Lu Fei, how swiftly you have grown, both in courage and ambition. Do you truly believe your vessel can accommodate me?" Beyond the city of rules, a vast wilderness sprawled. That a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and in an instant, it dissipated, revealing the figure of Lu Fei. As soon as they touched the ground, Qin Yun and Yejun rushed toward Lu Fei, clearly yearning to leap into his embrace after 3 years apart. However, a golden cane stood firmly before them. Halting their advance, An Run had intervened. Upon realizing they were obstructed, Qin Yun and Yejun instinctively pointed at An Run and inquired of Lu Fei, "Who is she?" It was evident that they viewed An Run with hostility. The reason for this situation lay in the fact that, despite An Run wearing a mask that concealed her true identity, her flawless jade-like feet, immaculate hands, and the aura she emanated spoke volumes. She was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. As the scene threatened to erupt into chaos, Lu Fei swiftly embraced the three of them, employing his well-practiced tactic, the notion that a single stroke of brilliance could conquer all. Gazing at the 3 young women nestled against him like obedient kittens, Lu Fei gradually introduced them to one another. Meanwhile, the food dragon Tan and the creature from the Shadow Clan observed silently from the sidelines. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Fei released the 3, earnestly stating, "In the coming days, we may face the pursuit of a general, so we must unite our efforts to overcome this crisis together." Lu Fei's words cast a serious pall over everyone. The general, the pinnacle of the world government's might, was the pillar sustaining its dominion. Even though they held confidence in their own abilities, none would dare claim they could overpower a general. Yet, the presence of the general instilled in them pressure rather than fear. Although they couldn't overpower the general, they were not without means to retaliate. It seemed that when they stormed the execution ground to rescue Lu Fei, General Ka Di had not intervened, raising suspicions that he had deliberately allowed Lu Fei and the others to escape. However, the 3 women had not truly unleashed their full power either. Yejun, for instance, had only drawn her blade, the flowing edge, during her confrontation with Lu Luya, while her ice will pill remained sheathed. It became apparent that with the entrance of Tan and the creature from the Shadow Clan, Yejun and Qin Yun had employed a strategy of diversion. What appeared to be a frontal assault was, in truth, a ploy to draw the enemy's attention, allowing Tan and the creature to strike from the shadows. Admittedly, Tan's covert operation had been a complete failure. Nevertheless, the creature from the Shadow Clan had achieved remarkable success, demolishing the platform and rescuing Lu Fei. On the surface, that was the extent of it. In reality, Lu Fei could have effortlessly freed himself from the shackles he bore if he so wished. As it stood, Lu Fei's plan had been a resounding success, culminating in all of them emerging unscathed. Now, what lay ahead for Lu Fei and his companions was the imminent pursuit by the general. That night, under Yejun's culinary talents honed over 3 years, everyone feasted to their heart's content. After dinner, they leaned against the plump belly of Tan, recounting their experiences over the past 3 years. The following day, headlines across all newspapers proclaimed Lu Fei's second escape from the City of Rules. Since the establishment of the world's largest prison, the City of Rules, such an event had never occurred. Furthermore, in recent years, no criminal had successfully evaded capture during public executions conducted by the world government. This was a resounding slap in the face of the world government, and a particularly loud one at that. The World Report, the official newspaper of the world government and the most widely circulated publication globally, declared, Pirate Wong Luffy, a criminal of the utmost villainy. Bounty, 2 billion. Additional bounty of 5 billion for the City of Rules. The world government has dispatched a general to pursue him. For the first time, the world government branded Luffy with the title of a villain of the highest order, reflecting their ire. Although Luffy had not displayed his true strength during his escape, resulting in a bounty of merely 2 billion linked to his abilities, the additional bounty of 5 billion issued by the general was a statement made in the name of the City of Rules. Thus, Luffy's actual bounty amounted to 7 billion, and more crucially, on the surface, the 7 billion bounty implied he possessed only 2 billion in strength. Consequently, it was foreseeable that Luffy would become a coveted target among numerous bounty hunters. Moreover, the World Report openly announced that a general would be dispatched to capture Luffy, signifying the world government's determination to seize or even eliminate him. Naturally, this was merely the official stance of the world government. As other newspapers with similar influence, such as the Freedom Report, the second largest publication advocating for freedom of speech, took a different stance, Wong Luffy, a pirate who successfully escaped from the City of Rules, has gained a measure of fame. However, now, having escaped from the City of Rules once more, he had become a renowned pirate on a global scale that it seemed as though something was heralding a change within him and his companions. Under the oppressive reign of the world government in recent years, very few dared to openly challenge its authority, let alone newcomers like Wong Luffy. Perhaps, Wong Luffy signified the dawn of a new era, a free new era. The Freedom Report suggested that Luffy, and Rin, Qingyun, and Yujun were the harbingers of this new age. In other words, heroes. The World Report and the Freedom Report presented two starkly contrasting narratives regarding Luffy, both simultaneously publishing the bounties of Luffy and his companions. Pirate Wong Luffy, bounty, 2 billion. Pirate Hell Witch, bounty, 4.5 billion. Pirate Flame Roaster, bounty, 3.2 billion. Pirate Quake Breaker, bounty, 3.9 billion. Pirate Food Dragon, bounty, 2.5 billion. Pirate Shadow, bounty, 2.5 billion. Due to Luffy's prominence, the previous bounties of the others had been nullified, and they were collectively recognized as pirates. Furthermore, both Atan and the creature from the Shadow Clan were now wanted as well. It was somewhat awkward that Luffy, as the leader, possessed the lowest bounty among them. Gathered around Luffy, the group scrutinized the two newspapers. Initially, Qingyun and Yujun had felt disgruntled that their bounties were lower than in Rin's. But upon seeing Luffy's bounty was the least, they all erupted into laughter. Even Atan, the Food Dragon, and the creature from the Shadow Clan joined in the mirth. Witnessing this, Luffy could only display a resigned expression. It was not that he refrained from showcasing his prowess, but rather that he had simply lacked the opportunity. After all, he couldn't just defeat a few minor foes to prove himself as the leader that would be devoid of any merit. As the World Report expressed the world government's fury and the Freedom Report fanned the flames, mocking the incompetence of the government, the Lu family, specifically Lu Chifeng, held both newspapers, his gaze lingering on the World Report's assertion that the world government would send a general to pursue Luffy. Villain of the utmost order, new era, he murmured to himself in solitude. Coughing lightly, Lu Chifeng felt blood trickle from his lips. Compared to 3 years prior, his condition had worsened, or rather, to be more precise, his injuries had rendered him gravely ill, on the brink of death. Luffy, it seems I shall not witness your rebirth. Let it be so. Allow me to observe, with this frail body of mine, whether you can indeed usher in a new era. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Chifeng's figure vanished from the room, while the world government headquarters deliberated which general to send after Luffy. General Qi Yang volunteered for the task. A voice of challenge resonated throughout the world government headquarters. I, Lu Huang, hereby challenge all 5 generals of the world government tomorrow. At the sound of this declaration, every action within the world government headquarters came to a halt. The next moment, a chilling alarm echoed throughout the entire headquarters, a signal reserved for detecting significant threats. The activation of this alarm indisputably confirmed that the voice belonged to Lu Huang, the notorious figure with a bounty of 9 billion, for only he warranted such a response from the world government headquarters. Immediately thereafter, the headquarters of the world government was plunged into a state of emergency. The plan to dispatch a high-ranking general to pursue Luffy and his companions was abruptly halted. Within the walls of the headquarters, the declaration of challenge issued by the Emperor Lu commanded the full attention of all present. News of the emperor's audacious plan to confront 5 generals simultaneously spread with astonishing rapidity. Newspapers such as the World News and the Liberty Gazette hastily published special editions in the morning. The public remained engrossed in Lu Fei's predicament, but by the afternoon, the discourse had entirely shifted to the emperor's challenge. Compared to Lu Fei's second prison break, the bold defiance posed by Lu Qingfeng against the world government was evidently far more captivating. After all, the former merely represented a slap in the face to the world government, with the populace largely taking on the role of passive spectators, whereas the latter was truly a monumental event capable of altering the global landscape. Before long, the world government had deliberated on which 5 generals would engage in battle with the emperor, to be precise, aside from those generals stationed at fixed locations such as Fanyuan City. Only 5 were available for this undertaking. The so-called deliberation was, in fact, an assessment of whether to employ more advanced means to deal with the emperor, rather than directly accepting the emperor's challenge. The world government was inclined to resort to alternative methods to eliminate him. However, the decision to ultimately accept the challenge stemmed from 2 primary reasons. First, the world government was acutely aware of Lu Qingfeng's injuries, which were inflicted by their own hand. Second, Lu Qingfeng had publicly challenged the world government to preserve their dignity, and given Lu Qingfeng's grievous condition, the world government felt confident in their ability to prevail, thus deciding to confront him head-on. Thus, the world government would dispatch 5 generals to face Lu Qingfeng's challenge directly. In the wilderness, Lu Fei gazed at the latest newspaper, utterly bewildered. Logically speaking, he and Qing Yun had spent the entire morning strategizing on how to evade the general's pursuit. Yet before they could reach a conclusion, they discovered that the world government was no longer concerned with him at all. All the newspapers were focused on the emperor's challenge to the world government. As Lu Fei stared at the gray wanted poster featuring the emperor's bounty of 9 billion, a deep contemplation clouded his gaze. Upon breaking the seal on his memories, Lu Fei recognized instantly that the face on the wanted poster was that of his father. Lu Qingfeng. It was precisely because he recognized him that Lu Fei sensed the gravity of the situation. Just as he had orchestrated a significant event, his father had, through tangible actions, eclipsed his reputation in an instant. At that moment, Lu Fei felt as if he were shrouded in the shadow of his father, Lu Qingfeng, and no matter what he accomplished, it paled in comparison to a single act of Lu Qingfeng. Fortunately, Lu Fei had firmly delineated his boundaries from Lu Qingfeng, thus his concern was not for his father's reputation, but rather the profound implications of hhis actions, from the memories and the reports. It was evident that Lu Qingfeng's actions not only displayed his own might, but also served to overshadow Lu Qingfeng was, in essence, suppressing Lu Fei's burgeoning fame. Originally, having successfully escaped from prison a second time, Lu Fei had begun to garner significant attention on the world stage, thanks to the publicity from the World News and the Liberty Gazette. However, with Lu Qingfeng's actions, Lu Fei found that the spotlight on him had dramatically diminished. This felt akin to a systematic suppression of his notoriety. The very reason Lu Fei had instigated this grand event was to ensure his name resonated across the globe. In a certain sense, Lu Qingfeng's actions had effectively sabotaged Lu Fei's plans. This was the matter occupying Lu Fei's thoughts, as he pondered whether Lu Qingfeng was indeed attempting to stifle him. The following day, the world was abuzz with the results of the battle. The emperor had fallen, and the 5 generals of the world government were gravely injured. This was the headline of the Liberty Gazette, accompanied by an image of a gray wanted poster. A wave of sorrow emanated from the pages of the Liberty Gazette. If the old era is to fall, let my death herald the dawn of a new age. These were the words uttered by the emperor before his demise. In the final clash, the emperor had sacrificed himself to absorb the attacks of the 5 generals, resulting in his death while simultaneously inflicting severe injuries upon them. To be precise, 3 of the generals were gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death, while 2 others were significantly injured. However, as long as they did not perish on the spot, the world government possessed the means to heal these injured generals. Therefore, the report merely stated that the emperor had gravely injured 5 generals. As for the emperor's last words, they proclaimed the commencement of a new era, due to the injuries sustained by the 5 generals. Even if they could be healed, the healing process would inevitably create a vacancy in the world government's elite forces. Consequently, for everyone, the absence of these powerful figures signified that many opportunities would arise. In conclusion, the Liberty Gazette provided its own commentary on the event. A sovereign of the old era, through his sacrifice, had unfurled the banner of a new age. There has never been a better opportunity, nor a more auspicious time. Let us embark on this journey, for the sake of freedom. In the reporting of the Liberty Gazette, the death of the emperor was not an end, but rather the dawn of a new era. It was foreseeable that, in the time to come, the world government's grip on power would weaken. The world news, on the other hand, provided a starkly different narrative, reporting the emperor's demise while portraying the world government as the unwavering bastion of justice, thus reinforcing its illustrious image. On the Arc Titan, Maya gazed at the gray wanted poster in her hands, her emotions swirling. Uncle Chiffon, you have finally found your liberation. At that moment, a giant guardian approached, delivering the latest orders from the captain. Following the emperor's death, the Titan Sky Pirates were poised for significant action, necessitating Maya to return the Arc Titan to base with a wave of her hand. The Arc Titan, which had been aimlessly flying, swiftly altered its course towards the Titan Sky Pirate stronghold. Luffy, the path ahead, you must truly traverse alone now. Maya's softly spoken words were whisked away by the howling winds high above. At a certain base of the world government, within a villa, General Cuddy reclined on his bed, his body swathed in bandages, with his left hand clutching a newspaper and his right hand suspended from a nutrient fore. He, as one of the 5 generals who had directly experienced this great battle and had been grievously injured by the emperor, was acutely aware of the underlying truths from the reports. It was indisputable that the Liberty Gazette was far more impartial, devoid of bias. The world news, on the other hand, had largely focused on propagating narratives regarding the emperor's last words and the general's injuries, omitting crucial details. Thus, General Cuddy was reading the Liberty Gazette. As he beheld the gray wanted poster in the Liberty Gazette, a smile unexpectedly broke upon General Cuddy's face, and he burst into laughter. Ha ha, Lu Qingfeng. You have finally met your end. However, the laughter elicited a sharp pain from his injuries, prompting him to gasp, Damn that Lu Qingfeng, if he must die, why strike me down so fiercely? Nearby, his daughter, Liluya, snatched the newspaper from his grasp, feigning anger. Father, please take care of your injuries. Hearing his daughter's concern only deepened General Cuddy's joy, yet he still took a moment to clarify. Liluya. It's nothing to worry about. Lu Qingfeng knows his limits. Despite my severe injuries, I should recover within 3 months. They are far worse off than I am, especially that rascal Qiang, whose entire skeleton is nearly shattered. He won't be able to rise from his bed for at least 2 or 3 years. That I suspect this injury is merely Lu Qingfeng's way of repaying me for holding his son captive for 3 years. Otherwise, I would likely heal even faster. Speaking of which, Lu Qingfeng certainly has no reason to complain. He had to resort to such underhanded tactics against me. It has been a long time since I've been injured. I am not quite accustomed to it. General Cuddy's remarks left Liluya perplexed. Although the Emperor Lu Qingfeng was a wanted criminal, her father was a general. Why did it seem as though they shared a cordial relationship? Sensing her confusion, General Cuddy spoke earnestly. Liluya, this world is painted in shades of gray. White can turn to black, and black can likewise transform into white, much like Zhaoang and his family. Although he is a great general, his deeds are steeped in darkness, which places us in opposition. In contrast, Lu Qingfeng is different. Despite being a wanted man, he has never committed any heinous acts, standing in stark moral superiority to Zhaoyang. Moreover, his status as a fugitive is not by his own volition. Just as his son Luffy is also pursued, I have investigated and found that he has been wrongfully accused and imprisoned in Giju City, a plot devised by a rogue seeking to exploit him for personal gain. In this gray world, there are far too many circumstances beyond our control. Thus, the true essence lies in being true to oneself and living without regret. Liluya listened, somewhat bewildered, and inquired, Father, what is your relationship with Lu Qingfeng? General Cuddy's eyes glimmered with reminiscence as he replied, In years gone by, he and I ventured forth as companions, exploring many lands together. Eventually, he was summoned back to his family, while I aligned myself with the world government. He dedicated himself to his clan, becoming a wanted man, ultimately rising to the status of a bounty of 9 billion as the land emperor, while I ascended step by step to my position as a general. Stripped of our titles, we might be considered good friends. Upon hearing this, Liluya's confusion deepened. Then why did you take his life with your own hands? She asked. With a sardonic chuckle, General Cuddy responded, Thus, we both find ourselves ensnared by circumstances beyond our control. As a general of the world government, when he chose to challenge us, I was compelled to engage. His death was not at my hands. Rather, it was a fate he sought himself. Even had this battle not occurred, he would not have lived much longer. Rather than fading away unnoticed, he chose to pave the way for others with his remaining strength. Furthermore, his provocation of this conflict was entirely motivated by a desire to prevent us from pursuing his son. Luffy. This was his final act of paternal love. At this point, Lilia attempted to voice her thoughts, but General Cuddy anticipated her question. He raised a hand to halt her words, saying, Lilia, I understand what you wish to ask. However, I must inform you that this matter is exceedingly complex and far-reaching. At your current stage, you are not yet entitled to this knowledge. Therefore, I can only disclose that Lu Chengfeng's impending demise is a consequence of the world government. Indeed, his family is the very Lu clan within the government. For Lu Chengfeng, death represents a form of liberation. The expulsion of his son, Lu Fei, from the Lu family was also part of his design. That to be born into such a prominent family is not necessarily a blessing. Observing Lilia's confusion, General Cuddy shifted the topic, stating, Lilia, you are now in a position to seek out Lu Fei, with all 5 of us generals currently incapacitated. The world government lacks the resources to deploy generals in pursuit of him. Thus, only vice admirals will be dispatched. Zhao Yong will undoubtedly send his son, Shiri. You may represent me in this endeavor and observe how events unfold. Before General Cuddy could finish his thought, his communicator began to ring. Frowning, he activated the device, and Zhao Yong's voice resonated from within. Cuddy, lend me your dual space card. I need it for my son, Shiri, to pursue Wang Lufei. Zhao Yong's imperious tone prompted an immediate refusal from General Cuddy. I will not lend it. I fear your son may misappropriate my card. Zhao Yong retorted. I am merely notifying you. The marshal supply order will soon arrive at your location. With that, Zhao Yong ended the communication. Given the considerable assets held by the generals, yet their reluctance to lend them, the supply order issued by the marshal became a necessity. Such an order signifies that the item may be borrowed with the world government's endorsement, ensuring compensation for any loss or damage. Typically, the issuance of a supply order indicates that there are no significant reasons to refuse. Thus, Zhao Yong's tone reflected his determination to acquire Cuddy's card. As he gazed at the disconnected communicator, the frown on General Cuddy's face dissipated, replaced by a cold smile. Zhao Yong, you attempt to wield the marshal against me, but regrettably, you have inadvertently sealed your son's fate. Upon hearing General Cuddy's words, Lilia appeared astonished. General Cuddy smirked and solemnly addressed his daughter, Lilia, do not underestimate Lu Fei. Even I have not fully grasped his capabilities. Although he did not reveal himself during the prison break, he maintained an unwavering composure throughout. I suspect he is holding back his true strength. General Cuddy's words reminded Lilia of Lu Fei's confident demeanor, and she instinctively nodded in agreement. He continued, moreover, as you pursue Lu Fei, my expectation is that you do not harbor the illusion of capturing him. The individuals who came to rescue him are formidable adversaries, and I trust he possesses considerable strength as well. 3 years ago, I sent you to apprehend him merely to allow you to encounter a peer. But now, I hope that you will grow through this experience. In Giju City, a burly man gazed at the newspaper in his hands, tears streaming down his face, soaking the wanted poster of Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng, you have chosen death as your path. It seems I shall not await your son's arrival here. If that is the case, I shall seek him out myself. You cast him from the Lu family. Wishing for his demise, I shall protect him. Now that you seek to pave his way, I will obstruct his path. Years ago, you rejected my loyalty, and now I shall not allow you to have your way. Having uttered these words to himself, the burly man rose and walked toward the walls of Giju City. Before long, a piercing alarm echoed throughout Giju City. After 3 years, someone has successfully escaped from Giju City once more. In the wilderness, Qingyun, Yajun, and Anren gazed at Lu Fei, who held a newspaper, their expressions laced with concern. Although they were unaware of the intricate relationship between Lu Fei and Lu Chifeng, they understood that Lu Fei's aspiration was to achieve fame. Yet, at this moment, his reputation had been overshadowed, rendering his subsequent plans almost a failure. Strangely, Lu Fei, while perusing the newspaper, suddenly broke into a smile on a personal level. The news of his father's death brought him a sense of relief. This was peculiar. Most individuals would be inconsolable upon learning of their father's demise. However, Lu Fei's expression was one of liberation, distinctly different from the norm. His past experiences illuminated this reaction. In his memories, he had never felt the warmth of paternal love, and their encounters were few and far between. Moreover, he had been forcefully severed from the Lu family, his memory sealed by his father, and reduced to a fool. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, in this world rife with malevolence and shades of gray, Lu Fei's survival as a fool within the confines of the city was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Given such memories, it was inconceivable for him to shed tears, or perhaps, Not harbor hatred for such a father was the greatest restraint he could muster. Liu Fei's relieved smile signified the closure of the painful memories associated with Lu Chengfeng and the Lu family. Folding the newspaper, he turned to Qingyun and the others, each of whom bore their own burdens of the past. Qingyun's life at the bottom of society, Yajun's status as a slave, Onren's suffering existence. Perhaps this was the reason for their gathering. What was past. The present and the future held far greater significance. In Nord City, Lu Fei and Milna entered a tavern, after a smooth departure from the City of Rules. They strolled leisurely toward the location of Lu Fei's doppelganger, keeping an eye on the latest developments. According to the plan, should a general pursue them in a moment of crisis, Lu Fei's true self would take action. Although it appeared that the doppelganger possessed the same abilities as the original, Lu Fei's true form wielded the Rui Jinggu Bang, in a real confrontation, with his full strength unleashed and the magical staff in hand. Even a general would not stand a chance. Thus, in Lu Fei's strategy, whether it was the unexpected incident at the execution grounds or the subsequent pursuit, he was well prepared. However, with Mo Yo arriving with the Arc Titan for support, and Lu Chifeng challenging the world government, Lu Fei's meticulous preparations became utterly futile. Consequently, what should have been a swift journey to reunite with his doppelganger transformed into a leisurely stroll. Upon entering the tavern, Lu Fei sought solace for his inner turmoil. Despite his father's death, a tinge of melancholy lingered within him. "Boss, bring me 10 jin of the finest wine," Lu Fei called out to the tavern owner. The proprietor, beaming with delight, promptly approached. 10 jin of the finest wine, a distinguished customer indeed. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Fei emerged from the tavern, accompanied by Milna, who carried a wine jar. Subsequently, the two exited the city, clearly having entered solely to procure wine. Once outside, they arrived at a secluded spot before coming to a halt. Liu Fei chose such a location out of concern that the ensuing commotion might be too great. While he desired to drink, his approach was far from ordinary. From his waist, he unsheathed the Zhanxian hulu and, after opening it, retrieved the wine jar, met with Milna's bewildered gaze. Without hesitation, he began pouring the wine from the jar into the gourd. Any individual aware of the Zhanxian hulu's secrets would surely have their eyes widen in astonishment. Even Milna, who had seen the spirits within the gourd, was left dumbfounded. Did this not equate to brewing spirits in wine? Naturally, Lu Fei had his reasons for such an act. First, 3 years had passed without the gourd acknowledging him, leaving him indignant. Second, he reasoned that if the spirits did not show him respect, he would not extend any to them either. After all, aside from the formidable spirits within, the gourd itself was a top-tier treasure of nurturing. As the name suggests, it could nurture not only spirits but other substances as well. The exquisite wine he was pouring in should theoretically be no exception. What he was attempting now is precisely this experiment. 10 jin of wine clearly exceeded the gourd's apparent capacity, yet as the jar emptied, the gourd showed no signs of filling. Even the weight in Lu Fei's hand remained unchanged. Satisfied, he nodded and sealed the gourd. However, while Lu Fei was pleased, the spirit was far from content. Nestled at the bottom of the gourd, had anticipated a familiar gaze through the gourd's opening, only to be met with an outpouring of wine instead. In a desperate bid, the spirit had to intervene, ensuring the wine floated in the upper chamber to avoid soaking itself. After managing the wine, the spirit rose, brandishing a small knife in each hand, brimming with fury, wishing to charge at Lu Fei. Honestly, since gaining consciousness, it had never endured such treatment. Those who possessed it treated it like a revered ancestor. Even if not an ancestor, it was at least a cherished treasure. Otherwise, how could its usage be anything other than a plea for the treasure to turn? Typically, those who did not comply had found themselves cleaved by its flying daggers. Yet Lu Fei was an anomaly. 3 years prior, his correct invocation had constrained its actions. In other words, it now faced two choices: either remain inside the gourd, preserving its autonomy, or emerge, acknowledging Lu Fei as its master. Thus, even though it appeared ready to strike, it could not act. This moment, Lu Fei sensed a faint killing intent emanating from the gourd. Rather than panic, a smile graced his lips. Although he was unaware of the spirit's limitations, he felt no fear of its potential attack. His audacity stemmed from his newfound confidence. Times had changed. 3 years ago, even with the Rui Jinggu Bang in hand, he would not have dared provoke the Zhanxian hulu. But today, he possessed the strength to confront it head-on. In fact, should the spirit dare to act, he would demonstrate to it what it meant to receive a blow to the head. The spirit within the gourd, seemingly perceiving Lu Fei's smile, became even more enraged. It hurled its flying knives at the wine above. In an instant, Countless gleaming blades flickered within the gourd, each drop of wine struck by the knives. Although the rules prevented the spirit from annihilating the wine, it could still imbue it with its essence. Thus, the spirit's current maneuver was akin to infusing its own blade intent into the wine. Consequently, every drop of wine was now indistinguishable from a blade. To drink it was equivalent to swallowing a knife. Moreover, these were no ordinary blades, but the spirit's own Zhanshian flying knives. You wish to drink? Do you? I'll make you drink. At this moment, the fairy's thoughts mirrored its actions. Before its eyes, the scene of Luffy, after consuming alcohol, being disemboweled seemed to materialize. As these thoughts swirled in its mind, a broad smile blossomed on the fairy's face. Typically, such a smile would be referred to as YY. Night fell. Milna savored a roasted wild boar, while Luffy leaned against a large rock. Lifting the immortal slaying gourd to his lips. In the fairy's eager gaze and Milna's curious stare, the liquid pouring from the gourd gleamed brilliantly as it flowed into Luffy's mouth. In the next moment, Luffy's eyes widened in shock. Crackling thunder erupted from his mouth, a manifestation of his body's defensive mechanism activating. As the liquid slid down his throat, the lightning spread throughout his body. When the liquid coursed from his stomach to the rest of him, his entire being was enveloped in a radiant glow. Sensation-wise, the moment the liquid touched his tongue, Luffy felt an onslaught of knives swirling within his mouth. And as the effects permeated his body, it felt as though he were pierced by a hail of flying blades. Unlike the endless agony caused by a dull knife slicing through flesh, this was akin to an intense stimulation that excited every nerve, continuously relaying information to Luffy's brain. Minutes later, as the lightning subsided, Luffy's once wide eyes gradually returned to normal, and he uttered a single word. Refreshing. This exclamation startled Milna, causing the morsel of meat she was about to consume to drop from her lips as she remarked, "Is the fairy's bathwater that delicious?" The reason behind Milna's peculiar gaze was her belief that Luffy had transformed the alcohol into the fairy's bathwater after pouring it into the gourd. Luffy, having overheard her words, promptly conjured a bolt of lightning that struck Milna. Ouch! Milna convulsed for a few seconds, exhaling a puff of black smoke before letting out a cry. After punishing Milna, Luffy spoke with irritation. "What are you thinking? This gourd can contain mountains and seas. Merely a bit of liquor is insignificant. Even if it were multiplied 10,000 times, it would not become the fairy's bathwater." With that, Luffy took another swig from the gourd, and once again, his body erupted in lightning. It was no wonder he was so eager to drink again. The liquor was simply exquisite. The exhilarating sensation upon consumption was one aspect. But even more remarkable was how the liquor, while stimulating his entire being, seemed to fortify his body through its blade-like essence. Truth be told, with Luffy's current physique, any growth was already slow. Yet now, the blade essence stimulated his body, damaging it while simultaneously promoting self-repair. This was the essence of body tempering. Luffy's form gradually grew stronger amidst the cycle of damage and restoration. As he radiated with lightning, Luffy gazed at the immortal slaying gourd with newfound delight. Though he could not manipulate it directly, the indirect benefits it provided were perhaps not inferior to direct control. In fact, for someone like Luffy, who already possessed a formidable weapon like the Rui Jingu Bang, the assistance in body tempering from the immortal slaying wine gourd was even more advantageous. After all, Luffy did not have a plethora of enemies to slay at present. Thus, in the darkness of the night, a peculiar sight unfolded. Luffy's body shimmered with lightning, and as the lightning faded, he would take another drink, only for the lightning to return. In simple terms, Luffy's form glimmered through the night. As the latter part of the night wore on and the liquor was consumed, Luffy reluctantly sealed the gourd. He then glanced at Milna, who was sleeping soundly beside him, her lips still smacking as if savoring her dreams of food. Without a second thought, Luffy pulled her into his embrace. Milna, drowsily opening her eyes, saw Luffy and shifted her body, finding comfort in her slumber once more. As Luffy felt the softness and warmth of Milna in his arms, he too closed his eyes in peace. If one were to question why Luffy was sleeping with Milna, it was simply due to the chill lingering after the effects of the alcohol. In the morning, Luffy awoke to find his breathing somewhat labored. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by Milna's beaming smile as she held him tightly, her well-endowed form pressing against half his face. Moments later, fully alert, Luffy jumped up, wide-eyed, and demanded, "Milna, what are you doing?" Milna gradually sat up, a satisfied smile gracing her features as she replied, "My lord, I was merely afraid your face would get cold." Hearing this, Luffy could not help but point at Milna's ample bosom, exclaiming, "Is that your concern for my coldness? Or perhaps you wish to smother me?" "Oh, my lord, you are being overly sensitive." Milna waved her hand dismissively. Your body could only be drained by me. How could you possibly suffocate? With that, she proudly puffed out her chest, showcasing her formidable prowess. Milna's words left Lu Fei speechless, forcing him to concede. Thus, this morning's exchange concluded with Lu Fei's defeat. Wine City, a city renowned for its brewing, beckoned Lu Fei, who sought superior liquor. Fortunately, it was not far from Rule City, merely a few thousand miles away, and their journey was swift. Once in Wine City, Lu Fei and Milna enjoyed a hearty lunch. And utilizing the information gleaned during their meal, they made their way to the most prestigious tavern in the city. However, upon arrival, Lu Fei received disheartening news. Aside from the auctioned wines, all the mass-produced fine liquor had been purchased by a large client. Lu Fei had no interest in the auctioned wines, as he required a substantial quantity to supply the base on Oya Island, and his available funds were quite limited. Thus, the news that all the mass-produced fine liquor had been acquired by another party was indeed a stroke of misfortune. After spending a little money, Lu Fei learned more about this significant client, the well-known Lu family, who had purchased the liquor for a grand funeral due to the passing of a prominent figure, necessitating a vast amount of fine wine to entertain guests. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's expression grew complex. He had not anticipated discovering news of his father's funeral in such a manner at that moment. The inability to procure wine was no longer Lu Fei's primary concern. A more pressing decision lay before him. Should he attend his father's funeral? Emotionally, Lu Fei clearly wished to abstain, yet ethically, he felt obligated to attend. After all, Lu Chifeng was undeniably his father. Contemplating deeply, Lu Fei ultimately resolved to go, not only for his own peace of mind but also to witness the true nature of the Lu family. However, it was out of the question for him to attend in person. Sending a clone would be the wisest choice. In Lu Fei's memories, aside from his father Lu Chifeng, who had driven him out of the Lu family, there was also his stepmother and a younger brother. Much like the cliché of a tragic narrative, his stepmother harbored no affection for Lu Fei and would not hesitate to deprive him of any resources she could. This reality led Lu Fei, despite being born into the Lu family, to have never enjoyed any treasures, whether devil fruits or zanpakuto, items that could directly enhance one's strength. None had ever been bestowed upon him. Consequently, before consuming the thunder fruit, Lu Fei was only slightly stronger than the average person. As for his younger brother, born of his stepmother, he epitomized this sentiment, showing neither respect nor reverence towards his elder brother. Instead opting for mockery. In such an environment, Lu Fei had never felt the warmth of family, making it impossible for him to harbor any nostalgic sentiments. Fortunately, while Lu Fei had not experienced warmth, he had also not suffered any abuse. He existed like a specter within the Lu family, alive, yet devoid of presence. It was precisely due to the existence of his stepmother and brother that Lu Fei dared not reveal his true self.